Yeah, and they get banned or
But they
muted.
wouldn't
Mm,
lie
no,
about it. They wouldn't
no,
lie about
no, sorry. No, the flat earther will use what you've just said as an example. No one gets muted, no one gets banned, it gets used as an example, but we have to use our words very carefully because of TOS.
Yeah.
And
So
check it out.
you're just going along with the cryogenics or the system, whatever you want to call it.
Sometimes we have
Just
to
Hey,
going
play
James,
the
are you
along.
game.
familiar with the
Sometimes,
concept of a noble lie? Do you know what a noble lie is?
No,
It's a
I'm
lie
not.
that the empire tells its subjects in order to keep the peace. Because an emperor's
Nobel
job
Peace
is to
Prize.
amalgamate people of different backgrounds and cultures and languages. And so if they can
Well,
get
it might.
everybody to engage in emperor worship, like under one
Well, it might.
imperial cult, then they can
Well, it might
pacify
be.
people's differences and dissolve problems. So what if the
It might
globe
be.
is a noble lie and it's for our own good that we're here and we're all stuck believing in it?
It might be a good noble lie for the time, but in the future, it causes chaos. So
All right,
I
so
guess
there's a potential motive, right? There's a potential motive that is the opposite of lying with malicious intent.
lying is malicious and intentful. The only reason a person lies is to benefit themselves. You might lie for a person that you love, but because you love them, it benefits you.
yeah, and that's a great example. People lie all the time. And it
Yeah.
kind of helps when people say, well, why would they lie? And then somebody brings up an example like you do. Well, people lie all the time.
Yeah. Well, I think it's important and poignant and potent to point out why,
And we do
as as
sometimes.
as instead of avoiding it. Like why?
So when we point out why they lie, you don't like that. You say we don't point out why people lie.
No, I never heard of it. Like usually you get muted for that shit. Surprised that I wasn't.
Now you were in some other server, dude.
Hey,
I
I'm not
was
going to say.
muted earlier for less.
I'm not going to say that people don't get muted for jumping in saying why would they lie. I'm not going to say that sometimes people don't do that, but usually it's because it's kind of secondary to the point. It's not the first thing that you would go to, really. We have to figure out if the crime's been committed. So, yeah, sometimes people get
You-
muted because it's off topic.
I understand what you're saying. You know, you got to figure out if they lied. Yeah, I understand that. Once you figured out that they did lie, obviously there's a reason why.
Yeah, and
The
then
hardest,
we have to start
the,
breaking down who the they are. Who are
yeah,
they?
the hardest thing is who they are. Exactly. You got to worry about who did the crime, really, not fucking why they did it first. Because, like, if your house was burnt down, there might not be another thing other than somebody accidentally did it, but they did it and didn't want to tell. Somebody could be psycho and just love fires. Didn't really want to burn your house down, just did it anyway. Or
All you got to do is follow the money. You'll find out who's lying.
no, you're not.
Well,
No, you're not understanding.
everybody's caught up on the word
Well, hold
lie.
on
What
a
about the word
second.
mistake? What about
Psychos
we've
don't care about
discovered
money.
through the facts of the matter that there's been a mistake?
Right. Psychos don't
Really?
care about money. If a psycho
If
controls
you
the
want to
world,
tell yourself that, keep
no, you're
telling
not
yourself
listening.
that.
Hold on. If a psycho controls the world called NASA, they don't give a fuck about money. They're going to do what they do because they do what they do because that's what they do. That's what they're going to do. So, like, if you talk
You're
to
talking
a
about
goofy person at an asylum, you're not going to get fucking answers. Do you understand what we're saying? You got to put the person in an asylum because they're not right. So they ain't going
yeah,
to be right.
yeah, I agree. I agree. But
So money
when
didn't
it
matter to that weirdo at all. He don't even know how to
come on, man.
count. Psycho.
This ain't your typical lie, bro. This is a
James, we
worldview
haven't figured
lie.
out if there's even a lie. There's a mistake.
It's a pushed agenda. It's not even a lie. It's like, here's your fucking narrative. Do this thing.
No,
Like
this
every day
lie
when you go to
creates.
work, right?
It's a discrepancy.
Every new year they have a new piece of paper. Well, today, James, we want you to scrub the walls because you had 40 minutes extra last week. You could have scrubbed the walls with. Now this is going to be a new procedure. So this is
Yeah,
all it
but
is.
this lie
Calling
gives
it
you to do
as
all
an
that.
accusation that you haven't proven yet either, Democ, right? There's a
This lie.
discrepancy. There's a
This
mistake.
lie.
That's where we're
Hold
at.
on. This
Don't
lie
call it
is
a lie. Don't call it deception or agenda. There's a mistake.
now this lie is a worldview lie, and it enables you to think that
Nah,
way.
it's a
That's what
mistake,
this lie
James.
does.
It's a mistake. You can attribute malice or intent later. There's a discrepancy in the data.
You think it's a mistake, not a lie.
Well, how long have you been
There's a
arguing with
discrepancy,
people
yeah.
who don't understand horizontal's not curved? They don't understand that you don't have to have space underneath you to hold you up while you're falling.
Yeah,
They think you
that's
need
a
space
mistake,
to
not
hold
a
you
lie.
while you're falling forever. Isn't that weird, James? This is
Yeah,
what
isn't
we're
that
talking
weird that
to.
it's a mistake, not a lie?
No,
Just a
think about
mistake.
this real quick. Think about this, dude. Just stop talking to talk. You're falling in space, the government, on a ball. You're falling,
No.
but space is what holds you where you're at. You need space, but space isn't even fucking holding you. In the ball claim, you're falling forever.
No, dude, the government owns the skies, so it's quite reasonable to assume they're going to lie about the skies.
They're not. That some of them ain't lying. Some of them spend 40 years and think what their research is actually helping humanity when they say we got to find a way to figure out global warming or knock it down or do this or do that. When if it doesn't exist, you just made it exist in your lab and then you caused the problem and the cure for it in your lab, and you really spent your life doing that. But
You
Just
guys
a
hear me
mistake.
earlier talking to Crit? When I was
It's
talking
just
to
a
Crit, I
mistake.
mentioned that, look, before everybody's focused on this false dichotomy, it's either truth or lies. Nobody's allowing for the room to exist for a mistake or discrepancy to exist.
or change. Just change that
No,
shit. If it
no.
ain't right, fix it. Right? If it's not right, if it's broke, fix it. Shit.
No. You and I believing what they told us in school is a mistake on our part, right? Right? But the
No,
ones, and you're asking who they are.
no, it wasn't a
It's the
mistake
ones.
on the little
It's the
kid's
one.
part.
It's not the teacher. The
It's the
teacher says
1%. It's the ones you keep telling yourself, we don't know why they lied. But you do. You know exactly why they lied.
Because it's convincing. At the end of
Yeah,
the
you're the
corners of the
1%.
camera, it looks like it's rounded sometimes. So if you're a
Dude,
3-year-old kid, you see that. So if
you're
you're a
hammered.
3-year-old,
Wait, so am I understanding correctly that you think the 1% is lying because of money when they already have when they're already in the
all the
top
money,
1%
they have
of
all the money
money,
and
right? They
power.
have all the money. Like, why would they lie for money?
But listen, when you're
Are
a
you
kid,
kidding me, dude?
even your friends today try to argue with you about the globe, and
Everybody's
they're
got
no
a
one.
cell phone, right?
No, your best friend to be a dishwasher, a bartender, a fucking dude that just plays rummy on the side, and he's telling you you live on a globe because of this, and he has no clue what he's talking about, but he believes it. So I mean, he's not
No,
lying to you. He just thinks like, "Fuck,
no.
man, I'm pretty sure we're on a globe."
Our society stems from this lie. So we all used to believe it. You and I. You know, we might have woken up. Okay, we've woken
We
up,
still believe all kinds of lies. There's
but
nothing changed.
the culture of the society, it's all stemmed from this lie. So you wouldn't
That
even
the
have
Earth is the
today's
globe?
world. You wouldn't even have today's world without this lie.
Well, yeah.
It's a
I
man.
mean, I
The
don't know
world
if
we
that's
live
true.
in.
Actually, even it's
The
in
world
some
we
ways
live
it's
in is
pretty
a man.
fundamental to our worldview or whatever. Because like,
The
globe,
world
but
we live in
I don't
is a
think it changes much.
manifestation of the lie.
Okay, so what would the world look like if we didn't believe this lie? What would change?
Nothing. No change.
That I couldn't
Yeah.
tell you.
Yeah.
The only thing I
Here,
can
well,
tell
listen.
you
I got
is
it.
what the world looks
Like
like
what?
with the lie.
No change.
Yeah, I
I
don't
can only
think that
tell
would
you what
really
it looks
change anything. I don't think
Yeah.
like
with the
society's going to be
lie.
like, oh my god, the Earth is flat, so now we can do all of this stuff. Like, it's not like physics change. Nothing
Dude,
changes like that.
You've heard of World War One, right? World War Two, all these nations going to war, right? Well, that all stems from a worldview. If one nation has
Yes.
a worldview and another nation has a different and
Yeah.
opposing
James.
Well,
worldview,
I don't think
they're going to
it
go
has
to
anything to
war.
do with globe Earth versus
No,
Earth.
it does.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it
It
does.
totally does.
Yes, it does.
How?
Okay, James. Here, listen. Pay
I
attention
don't
here.
get. Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
So, what has changed in all of human history?
Nothing.
Yeah.
There's
No
nothing
change.
new under the sun
Nothing new under the sun.
because
This is
all
what
of human history is a
hold on.
lie.
For a crow. Okay, what has so at the very beginning, you had like caveman style tribalism, and then you had roving
No, that's what they
nomads.
tell us. That's what
Prove
they
it.
tell us,
Prove
dude. I
it.
don't believe much.
Okay, what was different back then that's different today?
Wait, who muted him?
Well, you're asking the question here, and I think that James was distracting you. So let's pay.
No, I'm saying who muted James?
Yeah, I view them.
Oh, you did. Oh,
Yeah, because if we're going down, basically for two reasons. Normally I don't say why. You don't have to worry about moderation. Number one, he didn't know anything. He says, I don't even know if that's true or not. So whatever he's talking about is a big I don't know that isn't really useful in the conversation. If you just got two people going back and forth, I don't know and I don't know, okay, no one knows anything. Okay, a lot of wasted words just to say you don't know. Number two is you were asking the question, what would change? So let's look at it. What changes around this motherfucker?
Mhm.
Anything?
Not so
That's my
far.
question. I mean, not that I can think of.
Hopes and dreams have been splattered out everywhere. Like, what do you want? This? We're gonna give you this, and then 3 seconds later, you're not. It's just the same shit every time, no matter what.
So what does work then?
Control, money, power, greed, envy, jealousy, hate, the M word.
So what do you think, Crow? What would change if all of a sudden everybody, you could just wave a magic wand, everybody just snapped out of it, and they all thought the earth was flat, just like it appears to be? What would change?
The whole world.
In
Well,
what
a lot
way?
of
Wait, in what way?
well, the
Hold on.
understanding of what was wrong would change, and a
Okay.
different understanding, like a
You guys, hold
renaissance
on.
of.
Hold on. You're distracting. Okay. Crow, what would change?
Who's Crow? Wait, what? Me?
Yeah.
Cow.
Oh, cow. Okay, my bad.
I was like, what? What would change? Like I already said, nothing, right? I mean,
Yeah.
if
So you got one model that predicts constant change, another model that predicts no change. Which one's more likely to match reality?
I don't know what you're asking. Like, so do you mean the world is obviously changing all the time? If we're talking in a
Okay,
literal
like what?
sense, right? I'm not saying when I say
change?
no change, I'm saying that if suddenly the whole world were to believe or like find out, I guess, that the Earth is flat,
Okay, what
and
would
that's
change?
not going to change any like physics. It's not going to change any reality. Like it might be the case that in cartoons now, you're going to see a flat Earth instead of a ground Earth or whatever. But like outside of that, it's not really going to change anything.
Yeah, so on a globe, if the globe was accepted by everybody, what would happen?
It's the exact same thing, exact same changes,
No,
pretty much
no,
nothing.
you missed it. They had talked about a giant leap forward for mankind. Huge amount of
I
change.
disagree with
An,
that.
an instant cognitive shift.
Wait, who was saying that? That's what will happen?
Yeah, that's the Apollo program. They go looking back at Earth from space, you get an instant cognitive shift, an overview effect. It was a giant leap forward for all mankind. Huge amounts of change. Like change so quick, your head is spinning.
Wait, so you're saying if we found out today the Earth was a globe?
Yeah,
Or
if you found out just today, like right now.
just today someone went to space and saw it. Of course, yeah.
This
No, but in the
second.
same way
Right
that
now,
if we
hold on.
suddenly found out right now that the Earth was
You're
flat.
not paying attention. Right now, if you suddenly realize the Earth was a globe, it would be an instant cognitive shift. You would instantly be affected by that knowledge. That knowledge would
Well,
be
yeah, of course.
an instant awakening.
Yeah, but so on the
Instant.
flip side, right?
No
if we
change.
suddenly found out the
No
Earth
change.
is flat, actually
no-
there'd be a lot of change in the same way.
No change at all. No, nothing would change.
Explain how it's different.
Because you got the same caveman style tribalism perpetuating
What?
for all of time.
What does tribalism have to do with if the Earth is a globe or not?
You can't parse that out?
No. These are like way different. What do you mean?
Okay, well, let's see if we can figure this out. Like why that seems to be too difficult to understand that the human environment is, in fact, the human environment. Is that difficult to understand? Is the Earth where humans live?
Yes.
Okay, are they affected by their environment, and their environment affects them?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so how is it not related then?
No, so I'm saying it is related, but I'm saying that in the same way.
It wasn't related.
Hold on. You're saying it's not related because you're saying that if we found out suddenly the Earth was flat, nothing would change.
Yeah, no.
Like that isn't going to change our environment and our outlook on the whole world.
Yeah, it would. Because you basically got small and sad people doing small and sad things on a small and sad world for small and sad reasons. Just like it's always been. No change. No variation. No giant leap forward for all mankind. That level of change is offered in only one model. Only one model said instant, widespread change. A giant leap forward for all mankind. An instant cognitive shift.
Yeah, I just don't understand what you're saying. Like, I don't know if you're talking about like historically or if you're talking about this is like an example or parable. I mean, you could say parse it out, but you're not explaining anything.
Well, because I think these concepts are too difficult for you to wrap your brain around. So here, let's get this quote from Carl Sagan. National boundaries are not evident when we view the Earth from space. What's he saying there?
National boundaries are not evidence when we view the Earth from space.
Just stop. Don't keep going because we're trying to do baby steps with you right now. Very small baby, because a giant leap forward ain't going to work for you. You're already immune to this effect. So you've already demonstrated you're a bigger flat Earth caveman than I am.
I'm so let's try. Earther, you know that, right?
Yeah, you are.
I'm just not though.
Yeah, you are. You're a bigger flat earther than I am.
Okay.
So here, national boundaries are not evident when we view the Earth from space. Do you understand that?
Not exactly. I can see a lot of boundaries.
You see where? Where do you see the boundaries at?
Well, there's boundaries that we can't see but know that's there because of gravity. There's boundaries that we obviously see where the Earth ends, right, and space begins.
National boundary.
How about rivers?
National boundaries? What does that mean? Like a nation?
Yeah, you don't know what this means.
Land masses? Like, what do you mean? It's not natural boundaries, it's national boundaries. National is, the worlds of countries and nations.
Yeah. Are you able to see the text chat?
Yes, I'm looking at it.
Okay. What word is right there?
National.
National.
You want the definition of national? Because it's different from natural.
No, I don't need anything from you at all. Zero. Butt kiss. At all. Absolutely nothing. You will all
might be being trolled right now, but
you've got nothing.
Yeah, Crit's trolling you. He's a famous.
I thought so. I was like,
you've got nothing that you have that I will ever need or want. Straight up. You've got some questions in here about what would change. You think nothing would change.
Well, so I was saying nothing would change in the idea that so what I thought you were asking was that not if we suddenly found out some new information, like back in like the 80s or whatever, but that today we just like, oh, hey, this is like, what does it change overall if we all started believing the Earth was flat versus if the Earth was round or the other way around?
No change.
On our day-to-day basis, it doesn't matter. Nothing will really change. Because,
no change.
Like, yeah, but either way around, if we started believing that, like, the Earth was flat, let's say, and we believed it was globe, nothing changes.
A globe, you've got instant cognitive shift. An instant cognitive shift.
Explain what this cognitive shift is. Maybe I'm too dumb.
A giant leap forward.
Okay, but use your words. So you could say like big and amazing and wow, but like explain what that means in simple baby words so I can understand.
Yeah, you're unable to understand this stuff.
But you're not explaining
So-
anything.
Yeah, because you should be
So
able
like
to
give an
know this already.
example for like give like an example maybe. That'll help.
Yeah, the Apollo program.
Okay, and what does that mean? I'm ignorant.
It was a giant leap for mankind, you idiot.
Well, I know that.
Yeah, so right here, in outer space, you develop an instant global consciousness, a people orientation, an intense dissatisfaction with the state of the world, a compulsion to do something about it. From out here on the moon, international politics looks so petty. You want to grab a politician by the scruff of his neck, drag him 250,000 miles out, and say, "Look at it, you son of a bitch."
Well, so assuming that's real, right? And let's
No.
say, for example, that
You don't need to assume anything. This answers your question fully. Your worldview should have kicked in by now. So the fact that you're immune to any level of change, you are a bigger flat earther than I am and will always be. There isn't any more information I can give you that the globe hasn't done so already. And you still stay immune to any change. As you said, nothing would change anyway. You've just invented a more ugly, sad, and small globe than anything I'm offering as a flat earth. Trying to parse out here what Mudgen is trying to talk about.
There's a few people in here having a hard time today.
Yeah, it's like they come in with questions and they don't really get it. I want to know what would it look like once everyone sees the Earth flat. Yeah, exactly the same. You're still going to have nations bombing the shit out of each other, especially when you got these advanced space age cultures. Yeah, maybe you look at so Maj, like look at here. The Canadian Space Agency is trying to do a VR experience so people can get the overview effect from a VR trainer. So yeah, you're right. It isn't there's no gatekeeping done by about 20 people from NASA 60 years ago. Just your imagination should work.
My main take would be that it's just the sheer number of people that would now become activated in a sense. Do you know what I mean? Because if you think of astronauts and people who are in the space industry, that's like their efforts would be directly like whatever came out of the exploration would be a direct result of their influence. But if there was like extra land, if you could imagine extra land or whatever outside of what was currently available, you'd have a bunch of different people sort of coming on board with the effort, if that makes sense.
Yeah, this is called the 100 monkey effect. Are you familiar with it?
I've never heard of that, no.
Okay, so what they notice that monkeys in the wild, when you see them do something, they are able to change and adapt their behavior just by witnessing other monkeys do something. And once it gets to a critical mass, then they have a paradigm shift that spreads across other monkeys that had no contact with each other.
Yeah. Okay, I've heard of that. Yeah, I think the paradigm shift you're talking about you could emulate that with just like an announcement, right? Say Trump goes on TV or something and announces that the world's flat. Do you really think that everyone on the ground's just going to keep doing what they've always done, or is it going to be like a huge paradigm shift overnight?
Oh, I'm still gonna have to go to work.
Yeah, it would be no
You drive
change.
cars, don't you? You guys still want to drive cars, right? Still have to go to work.
What about those that don't have to go to work? Who
Yeah,
own
there'd be
boats
no
and planes?
Mitch, that's what I'm saying. There'd be no change. If Trump did go on TV and say the Earth is a globe, that would be what the change would be.
I think personally the change would be you'd have a bunch of pirates and air pirates, coming out of nowhere and wanting to explore what's now been promised to them. Essentially, that would be the change. There wouldn't be.
Where?
I mean, of course, farmers would still have to go farm, and
So
store operators would still have to do their shit.
air pilots are just gonna start flying away into nowhere, where they don't know where to go. Is that what you're saying?
I think there's a non-zero chance that people like that would start to go rogue. You know what I mean?
People do it today, so yeah, there's a non-zero chance.
Yeah, true. But now they would have a proper reason to
do what?
To perhaps
What's
take
the
a
reason?
To explore.
to explore. Yeah, that's the reason.
No, that's the globe that offers that. The globe says, "Hey, check it out. You can explore with this."
No, you can't though. You can't just create your own spaceship and now traverse three or four light years. To the next star.
That's the instant cognitive shift that was offered by the Apollo program. Come together for the betterment of all humanity.
Yeah, but I think that's just like it's a false sense of progression, if that makes sense. Whereas the very true and real possibility of progression on the ground is now well within reach for a boots on the ground person who owns a boat or a plane.
Here, check it out. This is Carl Sagan, God rest his soul, said it so much better than I could. He called the Apollo program the most ironic token of all of human history. For me, the most ironic token of that moment in history is a plaque signed by Richard Nixon that reads, "We come in peace for all mankind as the United States dropped 7.5 megatons of conventional explosives on small nations in Southeast Asia. We congratulate ourselves and our humanity. We would do no harm to a lifeless rock."
It's pretty clean.
Yeah.
But again, it's like that's the amalgamation of like a group of humans working towards something, right?
Ironic. He goes, "Hey, Nixon, what you got going on today? I'm going to put men on the moon." Why? Why would you do such a weird thing? For world peace. Wow, that's really great. Because what's going to happen? Everyone's going to come together and realize we're kind of alone in the universe and try to figure out where we come from and why. He's like, "Yeah, now hold my beer while I drop some napalm on some kids." You're like, wait, what?
Yeah.
I don't get that. That's clearly ironic.
Well, the reason. Well, I mean, it's ironic if you just take it face value what they say about things. Like the moon phrase was like a political thing to basically say, look, capitalism is better than communism, and look what we can do. It was all political. Like they may not come out right and say that, and they dress it up with grandiose dreams, expressions of progress and unity. But the real reason is political, geopolitical.
Yeah, that's interesting because that goes back to the quote earlier, right here from Carl Sagan. National boundaries are not evident when we view the Earth in space. So you've got these space-age cultures, Russia, America, who should understand there really aren't any national boundaries. They don't exist. These are man-made constructs. There's no boundary between me and you. We're all on Earth together. But yet they're the ones who are even more batshit crazy about boundaries. It's a direct inverse relationship.
It's a bait and
more
switch. Yeah.
the more they think globe, the more they act like tribalistic cavemen, flat earthers.
So by that same token, I'm not necessarily sure that the same effect would be had if the outside worlds hypothetically were to be discovered, right? I don't think that would bring people together. It would cause even more division, perhaps.
What do you mean by you mean the outer pounders, like in the one of the flat Earth models where it just keeps going on forever?
Yeah, it's purely speculation, but that's one of the implications. If if it's not contained, then that's probably what's happening, right? There's more.
That's why I told old boy I'm a better, he's a bigger flat earther than I am. His world is more ugly, sad, and small than anything I can imagine. His globe is like a flat Earth that you can't even leave. Like the edge of the room. Like this is it. This room you're in.
Agree. Yeah, I agree. Space, like the whole space exploration endeavor, is like lauded as being like the final frontier, right? But it really is just further solidifies the fact that we're very isolated if that's actually what's going on.
Yeah, and things are getting worse. And the cow, he left, but he wanted to know what would change. No change.
I don't think I'm on board with the no change thing, but yeah.
To be fair, Cow said everything would change until he asked, and then he said nothing would change.
Yeah, he walked himself into a hard contradiction there.
Surely it's more of a gray area, right? There's for some people nothing would change.
Yeah, I think that's both true and false. Is literally everything would change, but your day-to-day life wouldn't change at all. Basically, like you're still going to work, but like on an epistemic level, like okay, I need a fucking explanation now of why I was being lied to for so long. Like there are answers that need to be had now.
I'll say we're looking into it.
Yeah, but I mean, if they came out and say that Earth is flat, it's obviously like because an admission of the flat Earth would be an admission that they had been like every government on the globe had been lying to their population since the invention of the telescope. Like there needs to be a recompense for that. There would need to be an explanation.
We're going to investigate it.
So what you're looking at here is this concept that the Apollo program, the space age, was a new age for humanity, a new renaissance. This was going to be it. This was going to end. You got all these artists, Bette Midler, From a Distance, more than just that, okay? You had Earth Day come out of it. You had EPA. You had the peace movement, nuclear disarmament, all these things that came out of the space age. People started thinking, hey, why is it so fucked up when it doesn't have to be? It literally doesn't have to be fucked up. You can just imagine the set of circumstances you want, and somewhere out there, people made it happen. The model's too big. There's an Earth out there that cleaned the water supply, that nuclear disarmed, all of it. They got it right. They made it happen. So why not here? And as the decades went by, you started an arms race. They started, EPA is completely ineffective. Earth Day is an absolute joke. You got people just throwing trash out the window and then saying this is for Earth Day. For the culture or whatever they yell nowadays, for the boys. This type of shit demonstrates that nothing changes around here. Absolutely nothing.
I disagree. We are less violent, cleaner, continuously. All those things you listed off are good things too. Like, it is good that people feel like they can build, that they can come together and build something better. That's a good thing for people to believe. Whether it's like super practical to just snap your fingers and make it happen, it's like not true, but like it's a good ideal to hold.
Okay, so the doomsday clock is going to meet here pretty quick, like in a couple weeks. Are they going to move the clock towards midnight or away from midnight?
Probably towards midnight.
Okay, so is that change you're looking for? Is that the type of change that would happen on the globe?
Well, I mean, like, nuclear weapons are scary. I don't think it's going to really happen, but I understand why they would think that. It's like, obviously, we've got a couple wars going on right now. I understand why they would move it forward, and if I had to guess, that's what I would say, but I don't agree with their conclusion that we're really any closer to that weapon being dropped.
Well, Putin said so.
Putin, I mean, that's the point of making nuclear threats, though, is that you make the threat so you don't actually have to drop the bomb, right?
Yeah, or maybe he's making a threat because he's willing to do it this time. And he's got North Korea. Now
we don't just. Korea. But I mean, okay. That's a great reason to stand up to them, right? Like, you don't, when the bully threatens you, like, you don't say, okay, you say, okay, well, your nuclear winter is going to be a lot colder than ours.
So what you're looking at here is these advanced space age cultures. North Korea could be included in that because apparently they shot some probe to the moon or the sun or whatever. So North Korea and Russia are fighting in Ukraine. They're trying to denazify Ukraine with a limited war or limited military expedition.
Stop.
And they want America to stay out of it, or they threaten to destroy all life in the known universe. Make it make sense on the globe. I know how it makes sense in the flat Earth. It's perfect. It matches my flat Earth model perfectly.
It matches my view of geopolitics perfectly.
Yeah, from where do you see that on the globe? Where do you see geopolitical positioning on the globe?
I don't understand the question.
On your globe, okay?
Yep.
You've got, say you're looking from the globe. You're looking at it from outer space.
Okay.
Where on that globe do you see a reason for any of this?
The reason has nothing to do with the terrain. It has everything to do with the people who inhabit the Earth.
Yeah, so why are they acting like cavemen tribalistic assholes instead of acting like these sort of global citizens that would be responsible for things like Earth Day, EPA?
Because that's what we are. We're just smart, because we're smart animals. That's it.
Okay. So no change then.
Like, the ideals are good because they can bring us to something higher, but ideals are almost never reached.
Bummer.
By who? The government? Sad.
Good one. Got him.
I bet he I didn't get anyone. I've been got by the government just like you. I just don't think I just think like on fire, you can drop a bomb anywhere you want and it ain't gonna do shit. And it's not gonna hurt nobody unless you try it. But then on a globe, that bomb destroys everything. Like there is no holds, but like it's just the end of life as you know it.
What?
I'm just saying, on a globe, you just blow up one big firecracker and the whole globe's gone. You know what I mean? It's like loading a charge into a rock ball, a dirt rock. You load the charge in, boom, the whole dirt rock's gone. You're good to go.
How do you figure?
It's like blowing up a floating turd in space. What do you mean? That's what they're telling you about the nuke. It's going to destroy all life. It'll kill everything. It'll blow up this little turd we live on. But if it's a ginormous,
is that your how you conceive of like a nuclear holocaust as the Earth splits in half?
I don't believe in nukes. I think it's fake. I think it's just a big canister of dog shit. Yeah, what else would it be other than a can of fuel? And then you shoot it up and it loses the fuel. And it can only keep whatever you put in it that's a material. It ain't going to keep the fuel that it burnt to be a source of its fuel, to be a source of the bomb. You have to shoot your bomb as a whole. Your bomb's explosive has to be independent of the fucking thing that sends it where it's got to go. Because if the thing that's sending it where it's got to go, like a rocket, then it's pointless. It's not going to do shit but crumble like a tin can and sit there like happy days. Ain't going to blow nothing up.
Yeah, that's why the war rocket.
Well, that's why half your guns don't even shoot through the shit you got now, and then half your tanks are garbage, and half the boats are garbage, and half the subs are garbage. And then they were complaining that the military was taking their big bad tanks over there, and all the bullets were eating through the metal like butter. Just saying, we got so good at technology.
How many wars have you fought?
Where's all this technology at, man?
It's all around you. Send a phone in your hand.
Yeah, right. Oh yeah, so much tech in a piece of plastic in my hand. Yeah.
There's so much fucking tech in there, more than you could possibly understand.
Can this phone blow up the whole block?
Your phone has like
in my phone
20 your phone is 20 fucking devices crammed into one that fits in your fucking pocket. It's a modern marvel.
Can it split an atom?
No, I don't think your phone can split an atom.
My phone can't split an atom. That's weird. So my phone can't be a nuclear device and blow up really big and blow everybody up on a ball.
Yeah, I don't think so.
My phone. If my phone was a phone nuke, and I threw
are you
it down
trying to
on
make
the ball,
are you trying to make a point, or is this just like a?
If I had a big phone nuke,
Answer your point.
Dude, shut the fuck up, Pepper Liquor. If I have a fucking big phone nuke, right, Pepper Smoker, then I can throw it in your sandbox and blow it all to hell, right? You don't have no more sandbox, but that's not what happens. If I throw my phone nuke down in your baby sandbox, it just puts a little fucking dust up in the air. Wow. Oh, I'm so scared. I'm scared of dust. Don't dust me, please. Don't hurt a piece of the top of the surface of my little sandbox. Oh, I don't know what I would do.
I love that you think that nuclear weapons is actually like the terrain of the earth being blown apart.
Yeah, right. Your firecrackers.
Hilariously childish.
Your firecrackers don't hurt the beach, dude. Get a bigger one.
Yeah, it hurts the people on the beach, though. If like that blew up on like a crowd.
Right. Stop lying. Stop lying.
So if I drop a bomb on your city, it's not going to hurt. It's just going to hurt the buildings.
You don't even know what a bomb is. Shut up. You couldn't get one if you tried, stupid.
Okay, D-Mock. Whatever you say, big guy.
Okay, bomb lover. Go get some. Okay. You're telling us you're going to go get bombs. That's pretty dumb.
That's not even. Are you drunk? What the fuck is wrong with you?
You said, do you want me to get a bomb and drop it on you? Would that hurt?
No.
I said, I don't know where you would get one, government Bob. I don't know where they hand out bombs to people like you.
How would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning, D-Mock?
How would you feel if they wouldn't let you next to a bomb? They won't let you in the nuclear facility where they don't do bombs.
How would you feel if you didn't
if they won't let you eat cereal with the president or the guy who made the nuke?
Completely unable to engage with a hypothetical.
So how can you learn how to make yourself a bomb if you can't eat cereal with the bomb maker? You got to have breakfast with the bomb makers so you can learn how to make a good one, right? All the world killers, like all the tough guys that kick up dust. They lie to you about the capability of everything. Sure, if you sit a tank in a field and you stand in front of it, it's going to tear you up. If you're a target, everything's going to hurt you. Some things aren't a target. Some things are intelligent and don't become a target and move around. Come on now.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. I just want to know when gravity splits the atom. When all these machines can do it, but gravity can't do it, but gravity's the only thing that's supposed to have done it before machine existed. The nuclear bomb, explosion, shell, metal, aluminum, human machine.
Come on, bro. What you
Grim,
wow,
you came in this voice channel like 3 hours ago. You trolled and just like left, dude. Do you
I
have
did?
any globe proof?
I was
No,
probably
not
looking
you,
for all the,
not you,
I was probably
Grim.
looking for you to split the atom in a
I'm talking about Grim.
vacuum. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, he came like
You
3
should've
hours
said
ago,
Democrat.
trolled for like an hour, and then just left.
They do.
You're lagging right now, like a robot, brother. What's your name?
Roll out. I got you. I'm driving, brother. That's what happens when I drive.
Hello, Grim. Are you going to unmute your mic and post some proof of the globe?
Yeah, I thought you were talking about me for a second. You said came in 3 hours. I was like, did I come in this fucker 3 hours ago? I don't know.
No, I don't think you're a flat Earth, globe Earther as well.
No, you're right. You'd be correct at that. I just don't see the atom thing. Like, it's just weird to me. Besides this gentleman not wanting to come in or no Globers wanting to talk with us, I just think it's funny that gravity's not splitting atoms. And time and space and vacuum chambers.
Why would gravity split atoms and not like...
Because it squeezes mass into the smallest point of the mass's imagination, and that breaks the atom. The smallest thing that cuts in half or gets separated from itself, that's what gravity does. Smashes everything. So if everything's made of atoms, how would it not cut an atom? By smashing all the atoms. What the hell, brother? Use your brain.
Listen,
atoms
bro,
don't stop. Atoms didn't stop. Listen, mass is made of atoms. Matter and atoms and materials. So that means from the banana in your fucking hand to the hairs on your skin are atoms. So if something made them that form, it should have been able to split them to make them into what it wanted, like a hair, skin, an eyeball, an eyebrow, a lip, a nose, a tooth, air, wood, apples. They're all atoms, right? Something had control of these atoms and cut them up and made them what they are, different from the next ones. Right?
I don't understand the gravity nonsense.
I don't either. That's what I'm pointing out. Listen, gravity is like a never-ending squeezing hand that will never stop squeezing you so hard from the inside and outside. It won't let you go far. It won't let you go near. But it's nowhere, but everywhere at the same time. And it splits atoms and crushes the smallest things you can imagine, but won't touch the smallest things, but only touches big things, but holds you down to an earth that's so big, because you're little and microscopic.
It holds you down to earth, and then it also
gravity doesn't
creates
affect,
big balls
gravity
of
doesn't
gas.
affect little things.
Big balls of
Gravity
gas in the
doesn't-
vacuum.
Right, but gravity doesn't affect small masses like gases and humans.
No,
If you're a
but you
little
forget,
mass,
bro. You forget about the big gas balls that form in the vacuum.
That's why I'm trying to tell you splitting an atom. Now you're getting it. In a vacuum, those gas balls become a sun and they split atoms to make it. Nuclear fission, right? But they don't have a nuclear machine. They don't have a fission machine. They don't have a nuclear reactor out in space. I don't see a fucking little guy with a little lab coat checking the knobs and nozzles of space. Do you? I don't. So if space is retarded and space can do nuclear energy, what the fuck is the government talking about? They must be some dumb mugs. If space can do it, and they still haven't perfected anything yet. Space can do it. Just space.
Space is not even real, though.
Space is super. Oh, brother. Space technology. You don't even know about that.
What, like the Jewish space lasers?
No, just balls and vacuums make you
Okay,
so
hold on.
technologically.
Off topic. Okay, don't be talking about any people's identity, religious preferences.
I was just saying there's so much technology in looking at balls and space. So you have to, think about that. Like if the Glober didn't look at a ball, you wouldn't have a phone in your hand. You know what I mean? All that technology. It had nothing to do with the Bells or Alexander or none of the people who worked on wires or none of the people who got beat or nothing, but just, just technology from balls. It's weird, right? It's like a crystal ball type effect, right? You look at the crystal ball and then you just know everything. Technology, fuels, advancement, everything. You know what I mean? Split atoms.
Demos, do you ever feel like your body temperature is really high when you're close to a lot of Wi-Fi?
Yeah, he's
Oh,
getting
I
fried, man.
feel like when I wake up, I'm boiling.
It's frying you, bro.
It is?
Yeah, they're 4G.
Oh, fuck. They're not doing a good enough job. I'm still not cooked.
They're getting you ready, bro. It takes 25 years.
Is that what happened to you? How old are you? About 26?
No, I'm wearing a tinfoil hat, man. It cannot happen to me.
Oh, what about your forehead?
It's covered. It's covered.
Your chin?
Everything covered, bro.
Okay. Just making sure, brother. You're good to go.
I'm good. I'm worried about you, bro. That your brain might get fried by all those radio waves,
Nah, I don't believe that dog shit like that.
No? You believe in radio? Or not?
No, I don't believe in radio religion. I've never heard of that religion. Tell me about it. Who's the god?
So there is a guy on an island with a radio, and he can hear like Madonna, How is he receiving the information if not through
It must be
invisible?
the radio gods. I don't know.
That's
I don't
right.
believe in that kind of magic.
Invisible radio waves.
Yeah, I didn't think you had to believe in them. It's just weird, right? Why would you have to believe in a radio that you could touch and put together?
Like walkie-talkie, bro.
I think you would know that you put together a radio, wouldn't you?
There is no cable between two walkie-talkies. Just invisible transmission of information.
Invisible? So if you get struck by lightning in the dark or an arc, that was invisible and you saw it light up the whole room for a second?
In the dark? If it happens in the dark?
Spark? Yeah.
If it's dark, yeah.
So it's visible now?
If it's dark, not.
Carpet, and you rub your feet on it, and you touch the doorknob,
Sorry?
that little spark, that spark is visible.
Do you rub your feet before you touch the doorknob?
That's the
Why
radio
would you do that, bro?
transmission. That's
Is it a ritual or something?
Yes.
Do you
What is
always
it?
rub your feet before you touch the doorbell?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
If you want, you can buy
Wait,
1
down
gram
anything.
of dark matter for $65 trillion.
You got to download all the information. Upload, download, input, exert, take in, put out. Whatever you want to call it, brother. It happens. An exchange happens.
Call it
Let's say
whatever you want,
an
bro.
exchange.
Transaction.
An exchange of information is happening. It's not my choice of what information. It's just information. So if you're swimming in water, you receive certain electrical information. Out in the air, in the woods, in the snow. It tells you how cold it is. There's all
What are you
kinds of
taking a dump, man?
Do what?
Do you get information from the toilet when you sit on it?
Yeah, if it gives you
Really?
electrical
Whoa,
continuity.
bro.
Yeah, you get information from the
Look to
last
your
person that
toilet?
sat on it. Did they piss on the seat?
What did your toilet tell
Hold
you?
on, bro. Stop. Look at the seat before you sit down. Does it got piss on it? That gives you information someone else sat on this seat, did it not? Someone else
What
pissed
else
here,
does your
right?
toilet tell you?
Are you listening? Has your toilet ever been flushed before you got there? That's
It never talks
information
to
that
me.
it's been flushed by somebody before you ever touched it. Was your toilet built and you didn't build it? That's information. So when you sit on a toilet, everything about a toilet's information for you to know it's a toilet to even shit. Yes, sir.
And does the information go up your ass, or where does it go?
It's information. Poop here in this thing.
And where does the information go, bro?
Well, your information that you release goes to the toilet. Used it. And it's not good or bad. You know what I mean? What's the information to have out of all information? Just tell me that real quick.
The gospel.
What does it help you with? What does it help
It
you with?
helps me with sleep paralysis.
No, you got all info. It's not good, it's not bad. You just have fucking random info forever. How does that help you without putting it in an order or a format?
You just put it in an order yourself.
You do?
Yeah, I do.
Does
You
it
play
put you in an
puzzles?
order? How do
You
you
ever
know it
played like
doesn't
a
put you in
jigsaw
order?
puzzle?
How do you know it doesn't put you in order?
How do you know it doesn't put you in order?
Yeah, that was my question.
I do. Do you?
No, I don't. I just like to discuss everything that I see happen. And I just see a lot of information, whether it's good or bad, whether you could use it the way you want, whether it fills your hopes and dreams, I could care less. It's just what it is, man. When you bump your head, that's information. Might not be
What's
good, might not be
your
bad.
what kind of information do you have on the shape of the Earth?
Horizontal
Horizontal.
gradients, horizontal elevation, horizontal increase in elevation, horizontal increase in voltage. Doesn't happen. You can't increase going that way in voltage, right? Or down a horizontal line. You can't increase in elevation. You don't decrease in PSI, do you? So if I follow the C or a horizontal line and call my horizontal line the C line, it's going to be 14 PSI forever, all the way down it. All the way down that horizontal will never change. Well, right? Down that horizontal, the voltage won't change. Elevation, the PSI, the voltage. There's three things that you can use to determine and follow each other format. Now, on a ball, go down from your voltage.
You're breaking up, D-Mark. Chill.
Yeah, you're a robot, bro. The robots are trying to get you. Yeah, welcome back, buddy.
Could anyone show me D-Mark in a bucket in a lab?
Mr. D-Mock. I would say D-Mock is like the most insane one on here. From the
Why would I be insane? Because that's what discuss.
No, I'm sorry, not insane. I want to retract it. I would say you're like the most interesting one of all of them. I would say.
Oh, okay. Why would that be?
Yeah, because of your features.
Okay.
The way you are, you are Right.
What I choose to say.
Can you show me a stick sticking straight off the ball earth?
Yeah.
What?
Could you show me a stick sticking straight off the ball earth?
I don't know. There is no ball.
That's one of yours. That was one of yours, dude.
No, I know.
Remember?
I know. But on a yeah. Well, if I believed I lived on a ball, I would be doing that shit and showing you guys that very shit because I would have to have a ball to show you what a ball does. There's no way. If I was a glober, you would be invited to a globe lab. You would be in, but there would be some kind of fucking globe physics going on. Listen, then I
Well, give
would
me
be a
some.
glober. If the shit doesn't exist, that's why I'm a flat earther, because I can't do none of that shit. I tried. It doesn't work. None of it works. None of that shit works on a ball. I'm here to
No.
tell you firsthand. Pendulums, all that shit, Cavendishes, none of it works on a sphere that's spinning. It doesn't work on the bottom, doesn't work on the side, doesn't work on the top. And if you don't believe me, go get a ball.
Get a ball?
Go spin it and put your cat strings on there. I'll bet you all the money you want to bet. It's not going to work like you thought, and it doesn't work like it's right here on Flat Earth. On Flat Earth, people got to
Isn't
start
a
the
good
strings.
experiment, bro. You have to recreate like the gravitational forces and all of that, you know? It's hard to do with a ball.
Recreate what? A non-existent thing? A word?
Yeah, right.
Bananas. Banana force.
Yeah.
I
You
just
like
made a new
bananas.
gravity. It's called banana force.
Yeah.
Let's discuss it.
Nice.
It's just like
You
gravity.
can invent whatever you want to invent, bro, but people will not take you serious, you know, unless you have proof.
How do you prove something that's not real?
Just by proving it.
You don't prove a non-real thing. You prove a real thing.
Just prove it.
Yeah, prove what though? What is
You
it?
can prove whatever you want to prove, bro. There are no
Well, I
rules of
tried
proving
to.
things.
I physically tried to tell you that you're not breathing air in your bloodline and
Why?
pulling
Are
it
you
in.
trying to deceive me?
No, I'm trying to let you know the fish aren't breathing air.
Are you giving false witness?
No, I'm
Yeah.
giving you my witness. The only witness I can give you is Democ's witness of what Democ sees. I can't give you another witness. That would be false.
All right. But you want me to breathe, right? Aha, there you go. That's telling. No, D-Rock, I think you're one of the most interesting here. You know, because you have a very strong view, you know? Hello? Am I audible? Yeah. Right. So what's your argument for flat Earth?
The Earth.
What's your argument for it, bro? By argument, I mean a statement and then another statement that's kind of connected to the first statement and then the conclusion, you know? Like an argument, bro. Not just some bullshit. Just the Earth. Okay.
Yeah, the Earth would be the argument for the Earth.
The Earth. Just saying the Earth is not an argument.
Yeah, if I was going to make an argument for the surface of the Earth, would I use the surface of the Earth or not that?
You can use whatever you want, bro. You have to make like two statements that make sense, you know, and lead to a conclusion, you know. Just two statements. For example, if the Earth is flat, then there would be no curve. There is no curve, therefore the Earth is flat. Or something, I don't know.
Well, how about something simpler than that? If the Earth
No,
was
it's
flat, would
wrong.
it be flat or not flat if it's flat?
No, if it's flat, it's flat. That's already the first statement, you know.
So right
Just
away,
saying.
you know.
Okay.
Like if it is what it is, then that's what it is.
Yep. That's really informative, you know.
Well, just trying to troubleshoot at some point. Be like, hey, what would be your argument for the flat Earth? Don't really need one.
You would not need one?
Yeah, because I'll have to present an argument to you. Like, you're not the one adjudicating what is and what isn't.
I'm the one?
No, you're not the one. You're definitely not the one.
Can I interject really quick?
Yeah, jump in. What do you got?
Yeah, be
Sweet.
quick, man.
So Grim, do you think that the argument, if the Earth was flat, there would be no curve? There is no curve, therefore the Earth is flat. Do you think that's a coherent argument?
Grim knows that it's coherent.
I would say it's sorry, I might be breaking up. I said it's a fallacious argument.
Right, yeah, that's affirming the consequent, right? So if there's a nightclub on Mount Everest, then Mount Everest has a life-supporting environment. Mount Everest has a life-supporting environment, therefore there's a nightclub on Mount Everest. So why would you offer an argument that's fallacious to someone and then try to debate it?
No, but I just told them that I mean, like, two premises leading to a conclusion, you know, was just an example.
Right, but your example was a fallacious example. Like, if you say anything with if, then if, affirming the consequent, that's not an argument. You gave a poor example of making an argument.
The example was just to show that you need the premises and the conclusion and the inference rule, you know, that's all.
Yeah, but B was assumed and you said therefore A. Anyway, that's not how you make an argument. If P then Q, P therefore Q, not if P then Q, Q therefore P. That's not a good way to start an argument. But if you wanted to ask me my argument for why the Earth is not an oblate spheroid, I would say that the arguments for curvature are completely falsifiable, and they are falsified. So I would say that because it is not curved, I would assume it is not curved. I wouldn't make a Q example of it. Just law of identity. The Earth is not curved, therefore the Earth is not curved. I.e. what Crit was saying, which is I would use the ground to make it. He was just saying the law of identity. And then if you're saying that the Earth is curved, you would have the burden of proof to prove that.
And they go about it the most meta way, right? Imagine. No. Physics.
Yeah.
Well, Grim uses the Santa argument. He thinks the pictures from space from NASA are good enough.
I've seen pictures and video of a gigantic ape ransacking Manhattan. That doesn't mean that King Kong exists.
Well, it's got to exist, because why would they lie? Is all of New York in on it? All those people that were in that picture.
And all the people that went to see the movie, they come on.
They couldn't all be in on it.
Oh, you guys are making some real sense here. Hang on.
You're telling me none of the other countries or places would tell you, hey, they're just kidding. That wasn't real. It didn't really demolish their city. It wasn't a real dragon or, Bigfoot or Godzilla.
I've seen several pictures and video of Godzilla, so whether or not you believe my pictures and video of Godzilla, that's irrelevant to me. I'm going to keep repeating that That Godzilla.
It is a model of Godzilla, isn't it?
There's a model of it too. Yeah, where's your model of not Godzilla? You need a model of not Godzilla to.
Yeah, how do you prove we don't live on Godzilla?
Nice one.
Maybe that was the joke with the turtles. Maybe they got to the same point where we're at, and they were joking, and they were like, "Hey, how can you prove we're not on a big turtle?" And then just painted it like, "You funny bastard." And just put turtles. And the other people were like, "We can't prove we're not on a turtle."
So therefore, we're on a turtle, affirming the consequent. Same exact thing as de Glurb.
Yeah, there's got to be dirt on the turtle's back. He's dug in the ground a little bit.
Yeah, if we lived on a globe, there would be dirt on it. There's dirt on it, therefore it's a globe. Okay.
Grim, are you understanding sound reasoning yet?
You might have to go do something.
The logic.
He had to go feed his dog.
Had to go feed my dog to my cat. And I had to feed my cat to the goldfish.
You guys understand like the baseline why like that's not a good argument? It's like if I had a drink or if I went to the bar, I had a drink. If I had a drink, that means that I went to the bar. That doesn't track. You can have a drink without going to the bar, right? So like that type of argumentation doesn't work. If I went to Stop and Shop, I went shopping. I went shopping. Therefore, we can prove that I went to Stop and Shop. Nope. It just doesn't work.
Earth curve is horizontal. If all you measure is horizontal, therefore Earth curve.
That's even worse. It's even worse. Yeah, you're right. But yeah, correct. That's if P then Q. If not P, and then we're assuming Q is the K. Yeah, that's true though.
I got one for you. If there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, then Earth is a globe. How about that?
That's a good example of a not sound argument.
Yeah, you wish.
You think a 24-hour sun in Antarctica proves that the Earth is a globe? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, Flat Earth is scrambling to make a way to explain it for 1,000 years, still failing.
Explain what?
You have any conviction? Is that what you're saying? Do you think a 24-hour sun in Antarctica proves the Earth is a globe?
It's the absence of a model, including a 24-hour sun and a flat Earth.
More stuff. I'm not going to claim anything. I'm just going to infer it.
Just saying the word model doesn't mean anything. You know that, right? The globe model would have to exist as a physical fucking thing, not just saying the fucking words and being stupid and thinking you make a lick of fucking sense at all. Any fucking grown-ass person that comes in here and says, we have a model of a globe, and they don't have a model of a globe anywhere doing anything, not doing everything, you don't have a model. There is no model of a globe doing anything or everything. So, none of the fucking above, as a matter of fact. There has never been a globe fucking do shit to show you
got
shit.
People cutting Antarctica into 4 pieces. You got people.
I don't know what, brother. Stop playing with ice.
You got multiple domes. None of these things work, though.
Go shovel your driveway. Shovel your driveway and just worry about your driveway. The Earth is still flat. Just because there's snow in your driveway.
I'm good.
There's snow in your driveway. Earth is flat. There's a sun above you. Earth is flat. Why is this so hard?
That's exactly what this dude was saying. That doesn't follow.
What doesn't follow?
What you
The Earth
just
was
said.
flat before I was born. It's going to be flat after I'm gone. The sun was up above me before I was born. It's still going to be up above me after I'm gone. The horizontal reference is still going to exist before I was here.
Yeah, I got another one for you.
After I'm gone.
If Earth is flat, then the final experiment.
No, not if. Earth is flat. And the only thing you can demonstrate is that. You fucking idiot.
I got two for you, right? These are the two.
Earth is flat, and all you can demonstrate.
These are the two. Ready? If there's a 24-hour sun,
no, there's not. If
there's a globe,
Earth is flat,
and if they
that.
Yeah,
maybe if you just shout over it more, it'll become true.
I mean, they're both shouting over each other.
Well, that's because Callie doesn't like me to get out a sentence.
Denmark never stops talking. How else are you supposed to do this?
No, I started talking to answer your question, and then you started talking over me halfway through, you fucking idiot.
So do you understand my point?
No, you don't have a point. No, you've never had a point. I think you're fucking
demonstrated. They've demonstrated your point to be fallacious, bro.
No, it's not. It makes.
I think you're retarded unless you give me the globe model. Will one of you fuckers stop hiding it? This supposed globe model you have somewhere. What do you think
the globe model is? What do you think you're?
What is a globe model? I don't have to think, bitch. Get it out.
What is a globe?
Why do you have to not get it out every time?
He's just trolling. That's why he's trying to tilt you. He's trying to make you upset. He's just trolling.
Well, it's just show and tell time. It doesn't make me upset. He doesn't have a ball.
Are you going to be the shoulder for him to lean on right now, dude?
No, we're going to give you the ball to lean on your model. Can you lean on it? Show us what that looks like.
It's really simple, Demok. There's a reason why people are scrambling.
Nothing is simple, guys.
Struggling, looking for
the nothingness you have.
Weird.
Nobody's done it yet.
Brother, are you mad that you're broke and confused? You're mad and confused at the world, and you want to take it out on flat earthers because you're a dumb son of a bitch who doesn't know anything.
Look, so Jesse, can you address the people that are in the room instead of these fictitious, made-up people that are scrambling and running around? I have no qualms. Hang on, let me finish, because I let you finish. I have no qualms with the 24-hour sun. It has nothing to do with the arguments against curvature and motion, which falsify the globe. The 24-hour sun, whether or not the flat Earth can predict it or the globe does predict it, has nothing to do with the arguments against curvature and motion. So if there's a 24-hour
sun, do you know why
it does not prove that there is a globe.
Okay, for years leading up to the observation, everybody asserted that there could not be a 24-hour sun.
Who is everybody?
You know why?
Everybody asserted that. Incorrect. That's a lie. You just lied.
No, that's not a lie. Do you know how many people asserted that it is possible?
Can you address the people in the room instead of these fictitious people that aren't here right now?
You could pretend that isn't the case.
We're not none of those people that you talk to.
Okay, Jesse, who are you referring to? Is it me? Is it Demok? Is it Torah?
If you're a flat earther, then that's you.
I didn't predict that. I didn't say anything about the 24-hour sun.
Are you saying that you said there was a 24-hour sun in Antarctica before the final experiment?
Does that matter?
Did you or did you not?
Does that matter? If I did, what does it mean? If I didn't, what does it mean? You don't have a point.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, right? The whole thing idea is
this is a non sequitur.
There's a reason you were willing to assert one or the other. Is because
Jesse, if we show you one person that claimed there would be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica before the final experiment, your argument is refuted.
All right, let's go ahead and try to do that.
There's several.
Go ahead on the final experiments on YouTube and look at the first live stream with Joseph Hanvey.
Yeah, the idea was that the sun is a reflection, so you're invoking two suns.
Okay,
Herring, you said that if you're a flat earther, you subscribe to this idea that the 24-hour sun in Antarctica refuted flat Earth, and that's not true.
You're not in the ballpark, dude. If there's two suns, then you would see 24-hour sun consistently all year.
That's a straw man. No one said there's two suns.
In your he just mentioned Joe Hanvey.
It's
Joe
not
Hanvey's model doesn't have two suns. That's a straw man as
Joe
well.
Hanvey has a reflection of a sun in the south.
Is a reflection is that duplicating something?
3 suns.
You have a sun and a
So
reflection of
Jesse,
a
when
sun,
you
so
stand in
two
front of a
apparent
mirror,
images,
you're like,
dude.
"Oh,
It's
there's two of
suns.
me. I've cloned
Yeah, there's two,
myself."
there's two Jessies in the mirror. I guess I looked in front of a mirror and now there's another one of me.
I think you're struggling because you know that there has to be two
Dude, I think
images.
you're struggling to
Two
grasp what you're
images.
saying.
Two different
Struggle.
images. A sun over here
His
and a
life
sun
is a
over there.
theater. You know, his life is a
Here's a
theater.
picture of a sun and here's the actual sun. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm not
Two
making.
different images.
No, we're
He's
we're not
working at
claiming.
GameStop, bro.
Hang on, Leftist Harris. We're not claiming that Joe Hanvey's model is correct, but your premise was that all flat earthers subscribe to the idea of a 24-hour sun in Antarctica falsifying flat Earth. The fact that there's one proves that your premise is incorrect. The fact that you can't find anybody in this room that agreed to those terms proves that your premise is incorrect. You don't have an argument.
Well, you're in denial and you're being dishonest.
So you assume my position, which is a straw man. You say this is your position and it's wrong, and you think that that's somehow an argument?
Maybe you don't understand how geometry works.
The sun is not the ground.
Hold on, real quick. Okay, Jesse, I just want to show that you're giving concession because you're now moving to another topic. So you're conceding and you realize you were wrong, and now you're you don't understand geometry. So just for the record to show, Jesse has given concession.
False. I'm not moving to another topic.
Your premise was that all flat earthers agree that a 24-hour sun falsifies flat Earth. If we find one flat earther who didn't agree to that before the final experiment, right? One that falsifies your premise. We brought up one, and you said, "Oh, so there's two suns." You tried to do a non sequitur with that. We're not saying that Joe Hanvey's model is even correct. We're just saying that falsifies your premise.
Okay, I'm going to tell you why you're wrong. Leading up to the final experiment, it was few and far between, if any. It would be hard to come by somebody claiming that there was a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
So you're changing your argument now. So you are giving concession.
People were arguing that all this.
Hold on, real quick. Hey, Tora, just let Galax and Jesse sort this out. All right, we're trying to get some good back and forth, and 2 versus 1.
Stop getting triggered, Tora.
Well, you should moderate this. If this was any type of debate,
I don't need to be moderated. You need to relax and stop dogpiling.
This isn't a moderated debate. This is an open chat room.
Well,
Just relax, dude.
What
Just
is it
have the
when he's
conversation
saying,
and stop
hey,
trying to
Tora,
jump
don't
down
intervene?
people's
Is that
throats.
not moderation? Look, he's interrupting me constantly, man. This is really annoying.
Hey, you're annoying too.
Callie, just go back and forth. Okay, you dropped a big steaming pile of shit in the middle of the room and expect people not to want to get rid of it. Okay, Galax is going to talk to you one-on-one, but if you're not willing to listen, that just demonstrates you weren't willing to listen. It doesn't matter who the talker is.
I wish you would have said something like that to Delmark before, but anyway.
I did.
Yeah, okay, so your premise is fallacious, right? All flat earthers believe that a 24-hour sun falsifies flat Earth is fallacious. It's a stereotype fallacy.
Not what I said.
Don't interrupt me. You're arguing with people who aren't here, right? You're shadowboxing apparitions. Nobody here is saying that, and you can't prove anyone here has said that you're arguing with. You're arguing with, right? Can you prove that I said that? And if I didn't say that, why are you saying that? Why are you making an argument against someone who isn't me?
Why you... Just listen. Did you claim there was a 24-hour sun in Antarctica before the final experiment? Yes or no?
Non sequitur.
Yes or no?
Did you claim that unicorns fart in Narnia? Non sequitur.
Nope. I can easily say no to that. Did you claim there was a 24-hour sun in Antarctica before the final experiment? Yes or no, dude? He's not answering because he's a dishonest fucking retard.
Adham.
Yeah, let me break it down for you, Jesse. There were.
I don't got time for these people willing to lie.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not lying. Yeah, get out of here, buddy. Kick rocks.
He's upset because they had to go to a different. His claim was, at Union Glacier, there would be a 24-hour sun. They had to move to a different location. There was not a 24-hour sun at Union Glacier. The Union Glacier camp. That's because the mountain's in the way. You're like, okay, so now what? What do? You gotta go to a different location. And they went to a different location, and what you got was McToon screaming into the ether, "Where are the guns?"
Well, you
Like,
also got a
holy
24-hour
shit.
sun, right?
No, you didn't. They had to go to a different location.
Yeah. But then at that different location, you got a 24-hour sun.
So why? Okay, so if you've got all of Antarctica, it's supposedly supposed to have a 24-hour sun, if globe, then why didn't all of Antarctica have a 24-hour sun, if globe?
Well, from what you just said, it sounded like terrain was in the way.
Well, that's a problem, isn't it?
Well, mountains exist, so not really.
Yeah, I don't think that's a problem. They moved to so that way the mountains are in the way. It's like saying if you were in a big hole and you were in Alaska, or where there is a 24-hour sun in the north, right? If you're in a big hole, getting out of the hole would falsify the 24-hour sun in Alaska. That doesn't track.
Yeah, I get that, except for Union Glacier is already very high elevation. It's not negative elevation.
It doesn't matter how high it is. If there are mountains in the way, there are mountains in the way.
Yeah, I would back off that argument.
Well, though, the reason why it's important is because Nathan Oakley interviewed, I keep forgetting the guy's name, years ago. And years ago, he said, no, there was no 24-hour sun. And the globalists, all said this guy is a sack of human shit. He lied. He's a liar. This plumber is, you need to find out who he is and where, all of it, right? They went after this guy like Brian Mullins level, almost, just about. And he was right. He was telling the truth the whole time. Nathan Oakley said, hey, when you were there at Union Glacier, was there a 24-hour sun? Yes or no? No.
No, that dude was outside the Antarctic Circle.
Or, yeah, I guess even better.
That's not better.
It really goes to just the basic logic where if you tell me, hey, I've got a brand new Lamborghini in my garage, and I go look, and there's not a brand new Lamborghini in your garage, I'd be like, huh. And you tell me, oh, it's invisible. Oh, you looked in the wrong garage. I have two garages. Oh, I had a two-way mirror set up so someone wouldn't see it. Oh, it's invisible. My Lamborghini has, personality and it's shy. And when it gets real shy, it turns. I'm like, okay, I get it, dude. You're dropping a lot of excuses. You think you have a Lamborghini there, you don't. So how about this? Tell me when I can come see you and see this Lamborghini and everything will be straight. And I come over, you're like, yep, today's the day your wife took it out for a spin. Fuck.
It's not really analogous because it's a conditional thing, right? Apples are red, especially ones in Idaho. And then it's like, oh, I found a green apple. That means your statement isn't true. But, some apples are red. So it's still...
Yeah. What you got here is this weird emotional reaction by globalists, as shown by Callie.
Some are red and green.
He's not really even to discuss the issue because anytime you try to call him out on his Lamborghini in his garage, he just freaks out until eventually he runs away. It's impossible. If this is really the final experiment, it's really a demonstration the Earth is a globe, why keep running away from the conversation? Stand up.
because he's not here to argue it, Crit. He's here to heckle and point and laugh at the straw man, right? There's a straw man that was created. He's here to say, all you flat earthers said there's no 24-hour sun. Haha, you're all scrambling and like he just is that's just a negative presence. That guy has nothing to offer the conversation. Also, he's not very bright. Not a very bright guy.
Yeah, he had talked about in the past, his education level and whatnot, which is it doesn't matter, but it matters for him because he wants to be considered a smart dude, and he thinks if you think the Earth is a globe, that makes you smart. So that's why it's like the same reason why you ask some Christians, like, hey, why are you a Christian? And they're like, because I want to be a good person. And you're like, okay, so that doesn't answer the question. Like, why are you a Christian? Do you believe in Jesus and all this other stuff? I don't even know what any of that means. I was told that if I'm a Christian, I'm a good person. It's like he's like the same thing. He thinks being a globalist makes you smart, being a flat earther makes you dumb, and that's his whole worldview. That's the best you'll ever get out of him. That's it. The full thing. The full thing is that he wants to be smart. One thing he does is dumb. The other thing is smart. Full stop.
Ever since I saw the flat sun.
Yeah, the flat sun model. That was a funny thing that I'm trying to remember that saved it.
They said the sun's a disk. A secretion disk or something. I don't fucking know. They're just funny with all the stuff they say.
Yeah, I got a new refrigerator in my backyard, and it's like cold out, so I stocked it with a ton of food. It's not plugged in or anything. If you looked at it, would you be able to tell the contents of it from a distance?
Hell no.
Oh, you
wouldn't
wouldn't?
even know it's a refrigerator.
You can't tell me how much mass is in my refrigerator from across the yard?
Hell no. I couldn't even tell you it's a refrigerator. If it's in the snow, I probably would be like, I see a white wall of white.
Okay, can you tell me how far it is? If there's like terrain?
No. No.
What? So how are you?
I can tell you where the terrain's at if I know where if the mountain's 15 feet away. Then how far is my refrigerator? Where you put it? The mountain's 15 foot. Sounds good. I don't know where you put the refrigerator yet.
But Demok, I've heard all people, everyone whose name starts with D that I've talked to, they say that they know the sun is 93 million miles away. So how come your name starts with D? How come you're not saying that you can tell how far away my refrigerator is?
Because I haven't got the tape measure and went from where you need me to go from and to measure from A to B to figure out how far it is from whatever location that you need me to figure it out from. I'd have to be from one and to the other somehow. If I don't get from that point to that point physically with my hands and touch that thing, then I haven't made sure.
That tracks. So you sort of get what I'm getting at, right? Where it's like
100%.
Yeah.
You can't assume to assume. That was my first thing. I'm the first one that came up with it that I know of a long time ago on Ponchos, because they were all telling me about spectroscopy, the Midwest, whoever we had on there. I said, nah, bro, I could sit you up right now in a window and put an object out in your view. And then we came up, people started calling, a SC mantra or whoever calls it a barrel, whatever. But I was the first one, not that anybody couldn't come up with it. I just came up with it first that I know of. And I said, no, sit something out on Earth. I said, all these things you guys say you're doing in space and seeing 50 million miles, you can't even prove a smaller distance on Earth with that same mechanics of that same device. So if you can't see the boat or the building, that Josh Milwicki can see 65 miles away at all times, no matter whether it's miraged or not, or whatever you call it, but it's there. Like something's wrong. Your device clearly is seeing 40 million miles in space if you can't see 65 miles on Earth. When the infrared will show you 1,200. And that's the supposed amount too. I don't know if that's been verified 1,000,000%, but it's just a given number, right?
Yeah,
so none of these dudes.
Here's a globalist's new model after the final experiment. They got flat sun theory.
Yeah. Well, we also need flat moon because you only ever see one side of it. The only thing I can say about the moon is that there appears to be some convexity or concavity. I can't tell. Because, there could be some type of lensing in between when you look at pictures of the moon over a period of time. So like you can't even tell if it's convex or concave or just a flat disk or a projection.
There can be anything. There can be a whole medium of whatever. There can be superconduction. It can be all kinds of shit.
There seems to be a fluid between it though, between the moon, some type of fluid between the moon and the Earth. But, you know, I'm not making like a positive claim, I'm saying it. That's what seems to be the case based on stuff I've seen.
Yeah, it's crazy too, is when superfluid like forms, it forms a flat bottom. So that would create your second parallel surface for your Gaussian surfaces.
Oh, your yeah. Walter Lewin talks about that too.
It tries to bleed through.
Need to be parallel. They need to be parallel. He says that a bunch.
And it tries to bleed through. Like helium, I guess, whatever that is. You superconduct it, whatever that means, right? And then you put it in a beaker, whatever glass, special glass, Pyrex, whatever. And then or whatever degree of whatever special scientist doctor glass, super material. And then you superconduct the helium, and it goes through the beaker and drips out of the bottom of the beaker. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it bleeds through or into the next thing. Like sound, like humidity, like temperature, like...
Yeah, even like invoking space is asking someone to like accept, like just trust me, bro, with space, because it's like, you know, I don't think I've ever argued with anyone who's went to so-called space. I don't think I ever would, because I don't think anyone has. Anyway, it's like if someone's like, oh, but in space we can make a telephone call. Okay.
Well, space has the power to make suns. If you just put hydrogen in it, it just makes suns, splits atoms, creates universes, causes Earths. I mean, you never know what a space vacuum can just turn your thing into.
Yeah, term for that is special bleeding. They'll say that the sun and the moon are just cosmic coincidentally, you know, 240 times far away or 400 times further away and 400 times the size? Coincidentally.
Yeah, it's 400 times bigger, 400 times further away, and that's why they appear. Just appear.
And that's the result of a cosmic coincidence, right, Raised?
Yeah, it's just a massive coincidence. All the
in
stars
their paradigm,
appear
I'm
the
not
exact
saying your
same.
paradigm. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know, but all the stars that appear the exact same size in the sky, they're all different sizes and different distances away, but they're just perfectly the right distance, right size away from each other.
To be the same size.
To appear to be the same size. And Occam's razor gets invoked quite a lot. And anyone who spoke to me before knows that I'm not particularly down for like either side of the argument. The point I'm at the minute is more the kind of, what would you call it, the Owen Benjamin face. But there's enough there to kind of demonstrate and prove to people it's not what we were told. And then the Occam's razor argument is one I used to whip out Occam's razor all the time. And you have to ask yourself, like, what's more likely? The sun and the moon are just the same size, or they are radically different sizes, radically different distances away, just so lined up so that they look like they're the same size. Same for all the stars, different distances, different sizes, but they just so happen to look like they're the same size. Anything
by random cosmic coincidence.
Yeah, by random cosmic coincidence. And what would Occam's razor dictate here? Well, Occam's razor would dictate they are just the same size.
That's correct, yeah.
If we're being honest with ourselves. It's the same with the long-distance observations. There's two possibilities. One, large bodies of water are level at the surface. That's option A. Option B, each mile past the third, assuming a 6-foot observer height, is refracting upwards, but the amount of fraction that each mile of water beyond the third mile is having to do exponentially increases. Because if you take an 8 inch per mile squared, which does eventually become a parabola, of course, but it's accurate for the first 1,000 miles or so. If we're taking that formula, which is the NASA formula, not the 24/7 Discord formula, as far as I'm aware, you take that formula, the 4th mile refracts up X amount, the 5th mile refracts up exponentially more, the 6th mile refracts up exponentially more, the 7th mile refracts up exponentially more, increasing. It's like, what's more likely? That it is just actually level, or that each mile of water, each increasingly distant mile of water refracts up exponentially more than those before it at the perfect height with zero distortion to give the illusion of a level body of water. And you go, right, so let's whip out Occam's razor. You think, well, what would make more sense? What is the simplest solution? It's just level. That's why it looks level.
You know that the logical tracking of what you were just describing, the refraction sort of doing that, is that you'd be able to see your own ass. Like you could see your own hindside if the refractive index, the conditions were right. And you have to say that if you're arguing for, refraction being the cause of why we can quote unquote see too far or see over obstruction. You have to invoke the idea that if the conditions were right, you'd be able to see your own ass.
At the same time, it's saying that the ball stops half of the light, guaranteed. Isn't that weird?
Wait, hold on. So optics are limited by shit in the air, right? We can't see far because there's moisture in the air. But the conditions that would allow for there to be no refraction would be basically no moisture, no air, there's no medium. So those two things kind of contradict each other.
I'm not following. Could you repeat that?
So the conditions that cause refraction are basically shit in the air, like water in the air. The conditions that would be required to quote see your own ass would basically be no water in the air, right? Because that
like
water in the air also it limits the distance that we can see.
Right, so that's why I say if the conditions were perfect, so if given the perfect set of circumstance, refraction would be able to do this.
Well, the higher the higher amount of humidity in the air, the less distance you can see, and the more refraction. So, to get to a level of refraction, you would need to bend that far. You would be in a fog.
So I say if the refractive conditions were perfect. I mean, if the conditions were perfect for you to see the furthest that you could see.
Yeah, I know, but that's paradoxical because the conditions that would require that override the other thing, right? What they require different things.
No, it's perfectly tracking. It's so if the conditions were right so that you could see as far as possible, you could wrap your vision around a ball with a radius of 3959. So if the conditions would allow it, and they can't, but not going to in reality, but that's part of the refraction argument. So if you argue against Ruhif or anybody who argues for refraction, they concede this.
It's a thought.
When I say argues for refraction, I mean refraction used to explain away long distance observations that should be obstructed by curvature. They have to concede to that.
In that hypothetical, I don't know. You understand what the point? I guess I understand what you're saying. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The conditions are paradoxical.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's another one of those arguments that can it's patty cake, right? It just goes round and round. Because you could say that, they could say, well, why wouldn't we be able to see forever on a flat Earth, right? It can just keep, it'll just keep volleying back and forth. That's why I don't care for the whole oh, we can see too far because of refraction. If I want to talk about curvature, I think Battle of the Beams is the best as far as refuting curvature.
What's the Battle of the Beams?
So that was during World War II. Germany used 2 intersecting radars that were line of sight, and they intersected, and the planes followed these radars, these beams, they followed them all the way for, I think, 451 miles. And on a globe, a line of sight would not travel 451 miles in equisignal. And then there's a separate one which is further away than the first one. So you have 2 towers shooting off beams. And you have to remain within this beam the whole time. On a globe, it doesn't work because line of sight is obstructed by curvature. I could link you a presentation on it, but so far, our friends in the globe community, their response is there's 2 presentations coming soon, and last we heard about it was 4 months ago. So far there's no refutation for Battle of the Beams.
You can bounce radio waves off of clouds and atmosphere, right?
The issue is, so there's 2 of them, right? And they need to remain within the signal the entire time. So the planes would have to fly so high up, and they're going straight, their line of sight. So the ionospheric bouncing doesn't work. Because there's 2 intersecting towers, and that's how they knew where to drop the bomb, because they bombed at night. So they weren't like looking down, right? They knew that they were over target when the 2 separate towers, the beams that came from 2 separate towers, intersected. So the bouncing off of the ionosphere doesn't work.
The best tactic or argument against that argument that I've heard is a hand wave dismissal and just calling it propaganda. Like, because we've been lied to about war strategies, this could just be a lie. That's
correct, Tora. It is GMO super carrots. The Germans had GMO super carrots that allowed them to see at night, and they lied about their towers. That's the best argument against China.
Exactly.
I'm not even kidding. It sounds like a joke, but that was the strongest argument against it. I'm gonna put it in the the chat that's connected to this VC. That's a presentation on it. I think that's a much stronger argument against curvature, because when you argue curvature with long distance observation, they can just claim like refraction does whatever we want it to do, and it's like, all right, well, I guess then I guess that doesn't work for you. That argument doesn't work for you. Battle of the Beams is a home run for now. Oh, Tori, did I tell you? I got Geo made me a live stream moderator and host on Earth Awakenings.
Nice, dude. Yeah, you'd be good for that.
I feel like you can't argue and moderate at the same time, though. But I guess I don't like arguing as much.
Be chill on the timeouts, though, dude. I noticed now Geo's making a lot more people mods. There's a lot more timeouts happening where it used to be really chill. Not saying that you will, though.
What was the first part you said before you said that?
I said, yeah, if just don't over time out people. And I'm not saying that you're going to do that, but a lot of now Geo's put a lot more mods on there. I've noticed a lot of people getting timed out quite quickly. I know Tora doesn't do it. I think Elbow used to a lot, but he's not a mod anymore.
That's funny because like 2 days before or 3 days before he asked me, I was telling Elbow to shut the F up over and over again because I was trying to make a point about moderation.
Yeah, I agree with
Were you
that.
there for that?
Yeah, you were completely right on that situation, bro.
I mean, that was funny because I was trying to talk to like Jeremy and Essie and Austin about how it's like a moderation gray area, and Double's like, dude, 1v1 means 1v1. Like, how do you not understand that? And I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up. Just give me a minute. I'll explain it. And then they're like, oh, you are completely right. And by the end of it, he thought he was still right. That was a really funny situation for me.
Yeah, no, you were completely right in that because it was an unofficial 1v1. We didn't know if anyone could step in or not. There was nothing was laid out, was there?
I heard that. I was listening to that.
Like, what does really 1v1 mean, right? It's 1v1 plus moderation. But if, like, say I said I'm arguing with someone, and I said, well, Demok claimed this and he provided this evidence, and Demok's in the room, and your argument is Demok didn't say that. Now all of a sudden you're not debating, but rather you're part of my evidence, right? I'm not saying you're not a person, but in this debate you wouldn't be considered a debater, right? You'd be considered evidence, right? So it still follows the 1v1 rule. It's a weird pedantic thing, but I don't think 1v1 means literal 1v1, but some people...
No, it means whatever they want it to mean when they want it to mean that because of the moderators. I mean, you know how that game works. That's just how it works. So if one of them want to take over the moderator or hey, hold on, I got this, everybody be quiet, and they mute everybody, and then, you know, like how the fuck was that a one-on-one? And then when you or somebody else says, hey, moderator, I want to fucking challenge you, then you're muted. They won't even fucking, like, I go to challenge Geo on something, muted. I'm being whatever, I'm way too harsh. Then 2 seconds after I ask Gio for evidence of what he's talking about 3 times in a row, and then I get muted because he doesn't have any, and I'm just a stupid asshole now. And then 3 seconds later, all they do to everybody else is, well, do you have proof of that? Can you demonstrate? I'm like, hold on. I got muted for asking the owner of the room to demonstrate something 3 times in a row because he kept preaching it. And then now you guys are doing the same thing, but none of you fuckers are muted. That's weird.
Yeah, for the most part, moderators should be to have like a conducive, good, fruitful flow of conversation. So I remember the first time I met you, Demok, you and I got into it, and you were calling me a fucking idiot, and I was calling you a retard, and by the end of it, like 2 minutes in, you're like, well, yeah, you called me a retard. I'm like, yeah, you called me a fucking idiot. And you're like, all right. And I was like, all right. And that was it.
Right. It's usually what it comes to. Like, okay, like if whatever we're saying like doesn't clash for a second or we misunderstand it, eventually we have to come to the point of either understanding or FU. Like whatever that is, you know?
Right, but if you like stop the flow when someone goes, you're a retard, it's like, oh, whoa, everyone stop. Now we need to address whether or not like this tracks. You stop the flow, and also it doesn't resolve the,
Exactly. It doesn't let the two people, 100%.
You gotta fight it out a bit.
I do that a lot, though, but
You have to worry about me, Ned. I still haven't figured out how to time someone out, so.
Yeah, me neither.
Me either. I've never figured out because I never wanted to. Yeah. I don't think that's my gig, being a mod. I don't know, because then I would be weird with it, or some kind of way, and I'd just rather be me and mute me when you feel like it, and yeah.
I believe you have to hold like a different standard too. Like, I don't think you can call people retards in a debate, unfortunately, which I like to do.
Well, if I'm actually debating them in a, whatever, I don't know. If they're being respectful, I'm not going to call them anything. But if they're being crazy and then they start saying stuff that's so illogical that no one in the world would say the stuff these people are saying, something's wrong with it. Like, what do you say to them when they're clearly being clinically insane? You just tell them they're clinically insane and that's it? That's it. I mean, I guess that'll work.
Then what?
I don't know. I mean... Well, then why would you keep talking to a clinically insane person after you've discovered they're clinically insane?
Right. Have you? Do you know the correct diagnosis for that?
Doctor. Is the doctor in here? Get this man.
Yeah, Grim, did you figure out affirming the consequent yet? You figured that one out?
Affirming consequent? Yeah.
Yeah.
I told you about it.
No, I told you about it because you made an example that was affirming the consequent.
Yeah,
I taught you.
I know.
I got it.
Was accidental. So you didn't point out anything wrong.
No, right after I explained affirming the consequent to you, because you said, here's an example of how an argument's laid out, and I explained that was affirming the consequent, I gave my argument, and then you muted and disappeared.
Okay, I mean, if that's what you want to believe, that's all right.
That is literally what happened. Don't gaslight me.
No, that's what happened, and that's a concession, Graham.
You're free to believe whatever you want to believe.
Wait, real quick, is this recorded? It's on YouTube?
Yes.
Okay, so Grim, you
Yes,
can go
it's all
back
recorded.
and you can hear what happened, or you can believe otherwise. I'm saying it's what happened. Tor is saying it's what happened because we were there. You know who wasn't there? You. You muted and you disappeared. And then we started talking to Jesse, who was saying that a 24-hour sun in Antarctica proves the globe and disproves flat Earth.
Yeah, believe whatever you want to believe, boy.
That is not an argument. That's like me saying, it is what it is. You're not saying anything.
Okay, kid.
I expect better from you.
Tactic. Yeah, this is like
You're supposed to be one of the greatest philosophy boys around, bro. What's going on? You're like part of the bros, dude. What's going on, Graham?
Tor, you can ask whatever you want to ask. I answered for him.
I just like to hear Grimm's argument for why that was not affirming the consequent. I guess that's an agreement. He agrees. It was affirming the consequent.
And this is what happened last time, right? He just disappeared. And now he's going to say, like, oh, I didn't disappear. You believe whatever you want to believe.
Grim was the one the other day that I defended that saying I believe fire is hot and I know fire is hot to be this, close to the same statement.
You believe flat Earth's what?
Fire is hot.
Oh, but yeah. Yeah, you do believe that before you, like, physically experience it, I think. Give me 1 sec.
I think curiosity kills the fingertip. We've got electric heaters too, and you don't know they're burning. They're just sitting there and they're on, right? Like the electric ones with the oil in it. It ain't necessarily a fan. It's not necessarily loud at all. But you touch it, hot, right? So the experience of hot is like has to be when you actually get close enough to feel it or touch it. You can think it and you can know it afterwards after you've done the deed, yeah. But like as a little kid, before you ever touch it, you might actually go walk your little goopy butt over there and touch it real quick because you might be fast enough to not feel the heat at the rate that, it gets to you to say, make you say, ow, shit, oh, fuck. That was a 3-second rule. Like 1, 2, 3, now you're burning, you know. But if you just touch it and pull away, it's not really, it didn't burn you, but you felt it hot, right? Just depends. Now, if they heat it with the fan, you're gonna be like, man, that's hot. I feel the heat. I feel whatever that is, and it's hot. And then someone tells you as a kid, and you learn that's hot. That thing is hot. The attribute of this, hot.
Yeah, if knowledge only comes through observation, then we must observe that fact. And I don't think we can observe that anywhere.
Yeah, you don't just look out and think things are gonna burn you from far away. I don't think you observe stuff burning you from far away. Like, and then you have the sun, right? And whatever that is, you think, hey, that's kind of far from me. It's not right where I could touch it. But then I feel burnt from it. So, I mean, it just depends.
You know what's even crazier is the experience of extreme cold or extreme heat. If you're blindfolded, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
Right. They're both, well, yeah, 100%. They both cross that threshold. See, there's, I don't know, man. It's weird. That's what I'm saying. There's got to be like a cold degree or a cold frequency. I mean, sorry. Yeah, because the sun is different. Like, when I was little, that was weird. When I first noticed I got sunburned, I was like, what the fuck is that? You know? And you're like, oh, okay. The only thing I was doing, recap my moments of the day, I was in the sun. Shit. Because, like, while it's doing it, you don't feel it. But after a while, or the procession or buildup, then you notice. Same with cold. Yeah, sunburn feels like putting your hand in super cold stuff. You get that sting. It's the sting.
The steaming shower on a sunburn is the worst.
What was it?
You get a steaming hot shower after a sunburn. It's burned, boy.
Oh yeah, you're supposed to take warm as you can stand and then use lotion. And that usually sets in your to be a little dark, build up the darkness if you can.
You know what I noticed is if you don't wear sunglasses, you get less sunburn. It's almost like your eyes prepare your skin.
That's funny. Or is it that you can see the person that's sunburnt more because the glasses were outlined by white? I don't know. That's funny to me. That is the funniest shit. I was just thinking about that. I was like, these dudes with the glasses, man, you can tell they were sunburnt as shit, but they had glasses on, so you know they professionally got it done in a tanning booth. Usually that's how that's done. Real fast like that. If the glasses are perfect, because usually every second of the day, someone doesn't always have glasses to build that line perfectly, like a farmer's tan. And yeah, that's how you can tell actors. Like that one movie or the one picture Heretics got of what's his name, Clint Eastwood. Yeah, his face is all sunburnt, but around his eyes are pure white. So you can tell he went to a tanning booth for the movie. It's funny. Because the little tanning booth, little things look like goggles and they're circle. They're not exactly a glasses looking format. It's just fun.
Yeah, I've seen that. That's hilarious.
Yeah, yeah. When they close their eyes and you see the circle, and then you see the strap side going to the left and the right, you're like, what the hell? Yeah, goggles. It's Flat Earth Incorporated. What the? Huh? Jaron starts out singing that song, and now he's singing Flat Earth Unincorporated.
Yeah, the big thing to do with the whole Jaren thing right now is don't take the bait. He's looking for attention. He's looking for, flat earthers to yell at him or whatever. Don't take it. Just be like, bye. Take care. Thanks for the fish. It's been great. It's been real. It's been nice. It hasn't been real nice. So long. Sayonara. I bid you adieu. Because as soon as he doesn't get the hate that he's expecting, he'll have to reach into like some really sort of, inane comments and try to find victim status in there. Like, oh, you said adieu. That meant that you invoked French and you saw me as royalty. I go, no, dude, you're way off the reservation at this point. You just completely... I said adieu because in French that means goodbye forever. There isn't a word like that. Au revoir is just goodbye for now. Adieu means goodbye forever. I bid you adieu, sir. Goodbye, yes. So long, farewell, have a good life, enjoy your...
Glober.
Not a Glober. He was a Glober from the beginning.
Best way to control the opposition is to lead it.
He didn't lead me. I knew he was a scam in 2017. I'm done telling you guys. You didn't want to listen.
No, that goes back to you. You should have never listened to those people that told you, no, let's not ruffle any feathers. Should have dealt with that right away.
That's
go
my
with your
cross
first
to bear.
instincts.
That's my cross to bear, but I caught up.
Did you see what Fisherman in a Box did? Made me into the Godfather.
Oh, then do you have something?
Hold on. I'll show you.
While you're getting that, we got to go to the mattresses now. This is a war. This is a declaration of war.
Who's the...
What?
What? Where are you at? Is that you, Nathan, on that picture?
I'm good. I'm kind of fair to middling, let's just put it that way. So, on the one hand, I'm very pleased. So, in the aftermath, now that the dust has, let's say, seemingly started to settle after the final non-experiment, I've benefited. It's been all upside. So, on the one hand, you're like, great. But as we were discussing in the pre-show, there are certain individuals out there that are being called chills and grifters and scammers, pretty much like I was, by the same people, that are in need of defence by various other individuals for their actions. What? What's going on?
So let's just say that you'll pay me because it's in your interest to pay me. But I want your answer and the money by noon tomorrow. And one more thing. Don't you contact me again, ever. From now on, you deal with Turnbull. Open the door, son.
Senator, you can have my answer now if you like. My offer is this.
People of all sorts of walks and beliefs. Flat Earth beliefs, globe beliefs. Some of them might even know Earth's flat because they've come to us. But either way, it'd be nice if all of those people had decent Flat Earth arguments put to them. Instead, when I attempted, to put those arguments to those people, we got shouted down, told that we were scammers. Something like TFE comes along for them to actually require those arguments, because they didn't need them. Anyway, you get the general idea.
That is cool.
And then ball busters.
On Oakley.
When do we come over and kiss the ring?
Metaphorically, you already are.
Listen, we got to go to the mattresses.
Like that.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
Shout out to Fisherman in a Box. He's, like I say, I've been watching him for a while, but he's very complimentary of us, and you especially, Huey. Me especially, obviously, as you can tell.
Obviously. I don't know the gentleman.
Well, listen, Nathan could be the godfather, and you could be the consigliere, which is even more important. The advisor of the family. Very important.
Thanks, Neil.
Fisherman in a Box guy, I see good things in his future, right? Based on that video that I've just put in Master B. I don't know, about an hour and a half into his live stream. He's talking about the day when he was running live events. And the live events were quite elaborate with like all sorts of big ensemble cast of people that are doing things that he's organising, and he's exempling it because he's talking about people who are paid to perform in front of a lot of people, and after they've done a really good job, they come off stage, go to him, "Why didn't the stage manager thank me?" You're being paid because you're good at doing your job. You don't need thanking constantly. Get out of my way. That was his example, right? Anyway, I just thought it was interesting, but not for his example that he was making, but more like, oh yeah, you've been involved in some big events. There's a good chance that's why initially I thought he was quite interesting when I was seeing his edited videos. I'm like, this shows some talent. Now I know why. I would suggest that moving forward into the future, you might find Fisherman in a Box is doing more and more interesting things on YouTube. Just my suspicion. Oh, jolly good. I'm glad we all did this.
Did Divergent Droid leave a link for that or no?
The who, what, when? Why?
Fisherman in a Box. He's got a YouTube channel, correct?
Yes. Old Fisherman in a Box.
I know, but did DD leave a link?
Link to me?
Well, Nathan's going to put the video inside Ballbuster, so you can get there.
Okay. No problem.
You can check it out. Leave him a comment. Say at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me.
Now that will be the first comment that I leave.
Thank you, Neil. Feel very supported. I kiss the ring.
It's Godfather 2, though.
He uses Godfather 3 in one bit.
Well, I've re-looked at that movie. It's not as bad as I thought it was.
3. It's because the daughter character's played I think she's played by the director's daughter because some of the big names pulled out. She's just very stale. She's not an actress.
They should have made Bridget Fonda his daughter. She did a great job as a reporter.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm sure they did. I can't remember exactly who they had lined up, but it just didn't pad out, and then they had to put somebody in the role, and it ended up being, like I say, maybe it wasn't the director's daughter, but some sort of relationship like that.
It was Sophia. That she was the one that was the baby that was christened in Godfather 1.
Yeah. She's like dating her cousin in Godfather 3.
Yeah. Illegitimate child of Sonny.
Yeah. Anyway.
He's over here. Boy, Godfather's good.
Yeah, it's great. So what do we make it? It's Jiren exit. I'm so happy.
So I got completely indifferent. I'd almost forgotten about it immediately, Neil, until you mentioned it. I'd have completely forgotten about it. Who gives a toss? Detached ourselves from them years ago. Like from that perspective, what changes for us? Nothing. Now, there's a good chance that he's going to take down a load of the people that generally irritate us anyway, flat Earth believers. That might have some positive effect. There'll be less irritating flat Earth numpties to deal with. He's decrying
What's
them all. The only thing that gets my goat slightly with his statement of exit was the intentional ascribing of all the things he's been attacked with to me, a load of other names. Like, okay, so you've listed off people bad-mouthing your wife or some relationship with the girl in Antarctica. I couldn't give a crap about any of that, but my name's mentioned first, and I'm glad my name's mentioned first. But
That's a scammer.
It's a scammer, and straight after talking about things that I definitely haven't done to him. You're like, okay, now maybe there's commenters doing those things to you, and if so, that's not very nice. Got nothing to do with the arguments that we have, though, has it? Science being the reason I was ascribed the word scammer. That's not getting a mention anymore. Right? Why am I a scammer? Science proves things. Walking away because of an experiment that you're saying we should go back to the drawing board over, which that I just made as a statement was wrong. Not an experiment. There's no drawing board to go back to. We already knew it was flat. There's nothing to walk away from. Everything about Jeren's wrong. In terms of how I feel about it, who cares? Bye. It's like that. Exactly. It's like the scene in Jerry Maguire. Everyone perks up and listens. And then the moment the statement's finished, they all go back to work. And he goes, I'm taking the fish.
This company that I built.
Yeah, exactly, Neil. Oh, you built it, did you? All right, bye. I couldn't give a toss. I'll forget about it by the time this stream's finished, Neil, if I'm honest. We still have to do what we do, right, QE? You'll do what you do tomorrow. You did what you do yesterday, didn't you, QE? I watched your show, it was ace. You do what you do, continue to do what you were doing. I'll do what I do and continue to do what I'm doing. Sod all will change.
So nobody's going back to the drawing board but him, huh?
We are going back to we're going back to basics, saying the reason Jeren is, quote, going back to the drawing board is because he didn't know what science was. Oh, what a coincidence. He's calling me a scammer for that. Mentioning it specifically anymore, just back in the day when he first ascribed me with that title. Now he's having to walk away because you're all looking like idiots. Now, that bit I agree with. So many flat earth numpties, and they are quite vile. A lot of them are the pits, just like the globe earth believers that they counter. I mean, there's something I'm going to agree with Jaren on. Walk away? Not be a glober? Almost sounds like he wants that neutral outcome I was describing at the beginning of the show, eh, Neil? Like the TFE comes out with, oh, well, it could be fake, so let's keep arguing indefinitely. It's distraction, isn't it?
Sounds like having the cake and eating it too. He's already promoting his new show, right? He got a new show coming up. Start a whole new life, whole new thing. Good luck to you, buddy.
Exactly. One deck from the chat is saying he never was a flat earther. Someone says, I heard no, it's Michael Kahn. I saw that comment this morning actually from Michael because he went through all the chats going, I hear Jeren's no longer a flurf. Yay! And in this case, he puts praise God. And one deck's response, he never was a flat earther. He was here to gather up flat earths, then tell them, we need to drop this en masse. Right, that was his purpose. That's what he's doing.
Literally.
Yeah, people are like, why are you calling him a shill? It doesn't matter what title. I could call him a numpty at the end of this. It doesn't matter. The word is irrelevant. What's he actually doing? It's like when Brian and I are discussing the virtues of the deception detective. Take people at their word. What do they actually say? Don't interpret it. Don't misinterpret it. Don't reinterpret it. Just what are they actually saying? Aaron's saying, you, flat earther, drop it. Just drop it. Hey? That's what he's doing. Yeah, I'm saying, you know it's flat, and then you don't need to worry about it at all. There's nothing to drop. Very different, but also quite similar, right? Oh, he's leading a load of flurfs off a cliff. That's what he's here for. That's what he's doing.
And the irony of it is he's doing this based off of his belief in a map that he thinks was handed to him as his reality. And then he then in turn hands other people this map as their reality. Now he has to renege on all of that and go back into the drawing board.
You missed the part.
What did I miss?
You missed the part where he was part of the group that debunked said map.
Yes.
That's right.
Let's not forget that. But then continued to reiterate that this map is reality. Now he's forced to go back to the drawing board because he accepted a map as his reality. Meanwhile, you made fun of us because we don't stand by a map. We're not talking about maps when we're talking about flat Earth. We're just talking about the ground that we live on, the actual Earth. You accepted a map. Now that map is a problem. What makes you ever think that some drawing on a piece of paper is your reality? So it makes me cringe to hear you say, "Oh, we don't have a map. We don't have a model." Yeah,
we don't know what the sun does.
That's not true. It's also not true. No, it's not true either. When people leave a comment, "Where's your flat Earth map? Where's your flat Earth model?" My answer is always the same. All maps are flat. Right, well, so they can usefully function with the flat Earth angle measurements that you'll be utilizing them with. That's how they were developed and made in the first instance. And the conversion back to flat is so they retain their usefulness. What are you talking about? I don't have a map. I'm not a cartographer. Maps, my map, just maps, are flat, aren't they? What's he babbling about? You haven't got a map? They're all flat, dickhead. Aaron's a tosser.
So he thinks these maps came from the globe. He doesn't realize that they're all flat Earth.
They're all globe projections, aren't they, for the most part? Yes, that's correct. Where did the globe come from, Neil? Earth elevation angles to all the stars.
Yeah, so it all comes from flat anyway. So like he even said it. He agrees that it's measured flat. He turns his back, goes the other way because he needs to do more work. Because like Chocolate said, he lives on a model. He wants to live on a model. He wants to live on a map.
Has anybody been noticing the juxtaposition that Banjo's been making with South American flat earthers that have done the exact same thing as Jaren? Anybody notice that? Been watching Earth, Banjo, Brazil, Japan, USA?
No.
He's been showing that this has been happening in many different places. It's interesting today we looked at how it's occurring in Germany. It's also happening in South America with a character that's the same as Jaren with the similar number of YouTube subs that's done the same thing as Jaren. Kid you not. We're just going to dig it out. I'll dig it out. I'll go and get it. Hold on. Talk amongst yourselves.
His new show is JFU. Is that Jaren Fonda Unglued?
Oh, it's Jaren. There's two fingers up in the air, or what you called a bird.
Yeah, I took it as red. Jaren FU.
I like it.
Hey, I didn't do it. He did it, man. He stepped into that one.
Just taking Witsit down with him.
No. Not yet.
So what? So we supposed to catch feelings right now? Because the guy who was calling us scammers because he couldn't figure out that, he could cause water to boil. Because he couldn't figure that out. No, we're supposed to catch feelings.
And have all the parameters.
Well, this brings to light something Witsit said when he came in right after the TFA was asking to work together with us. Perhaps he discussed this with him.
You put that together, have you?
Maybe he well, they were in Antarctica together, right? So Jaren probably flipped immediately. Half hour into landing, he probably flipped.
I wasn't here in that stream. What I don't understand. What he worked together? What was that, like a truce or something? I don't. What do you mean by that? What did he mean by that?
I'd have to go back and listen to it. I only listened to it once.
Came into
106,000 subscribers in Brazil. He was the face of Flat Earth. He was acting. He was an actor the whole time. Back in 2023, he was told by his handlers to switch sides. And after scamming his followers $20,000, he tried to scam another $50,000 for a trip to Antarctica. Subscribers got mad at him, taking advantage of a trip he did to the North Pole with the money of his subscribers. So he went ahead and declared to be a Glober back in.
Guy following the same exact moves as Jaren. Isn't it nuts? I mean, we could just laugh about it, but from your conspiratard flat earther's point of view, he's got several videos on other people that are in similar positions. I don't know if they're the same guy. Yeah,
right.
Don't know. Yes,
Isn't that crazy?
That's not the first instance where he's pointed out parallels with other people in other places. Just haven't got those to hand, I'm afraid. Sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah, that sort of thing is why I've been watching Banjo. That was today. He released that video today. When you see things like that, you're like, oh, I had no idea. The same with this German guy today. Okay, so as weird as it sounds, when we were doing the Isle of Man thing, and I know that's perpetuated continually through all sorts of other examples, right? It's the Chicago skyline, right? That methodology. It's just peddled everywhere. That feast of nonsense crap is being done by all of them. All of the flat earthers all over the place are all being led on this feast of nonsense dance. Isn't it nuts? I just think it's really crazy. What a world. The feast of nonsense wasn't a freshly cooked dish, was it? Came out the freezer. It was defrosted, and served and distributed across the plane to everyone to gobble down.
What a time for the book to come out. What's the story with that anyway?
Tomorrow. It's not coming out tomorrow. We're on it tomorrow.
We've got excellent. Adam's back then. He's way back.
I got to get a copy of that because somebody wants me to sign it.
Oh, shit. Trying to get someone wants your autograph, Neil. That's what's up.
His wife. She's masking divorce papers with it.
Oh, boy. That man predicted big things. He said you're going to explode out of nowhere, and this might be it. All the garbage is cleared away now.
Oh, no, it's not.
Yeah, dream on, Neil.
Yeah, I got a lot more.
And that's what I was trying to say.
Well, it started.
That's what I was trying to say at the beginning of the show, right, Neil? Could have the believers in Flat Earth been conclusive, right? Drawn a nice tidy line under it. Yeah? In terms of what they had, just with the ingredients they got, with the affirming the consequent and with the presentation of a 24-hour sun, the bottom of a ball by assumption. If they'd have done a nice, neat job of that, then there'd be no vape gate, there'd be no footprints in the snow, there'd be no looking at the equatorial mounts going the wrong way. All this crap, you know, but they didn't, did they? They left it, I think, intentionally ragged-edged. I want people to be poking fun of the green screen that he's left on accidentally. Accidentally? It's like, why would you think they'd have a bit more? You think they'd be a bit more? What's the word? Conscientious? Is that the right word?
Yes.
Moon landing 2.0.
It's just that people are crap and lazy, and they just do a poor job. I can't believe people are leaning into it, though, from the media. When you see people like Cox responding to it, I know he's a clown, but he's putting it on mainstream media with him talking about it. You're like, compared to I don't know, keyhole surgery or advanced robotics or something that's like requiring precision engineering. Yeah. Look at what we're capable of. And then it's TFE. You're like, isn't this embarrassing to normies? Seriously, I'm just asking. The fact that, as much as I'm decrying it, fatties can come along and go, look at this stupid green screen mistake. Look at Dave Keegan's mount going the wrong frickin' way. It's just a comedy of errors, right? Aren't normies embarrassed?
Yeah, I was thinking that the other day. How do the Boobers really feel about this? Is this what they would call standing on business? Like, why are they actually using this as, aha, flat earthers, we got you?
Yes.
Are they?
Yeah. It's not us. It don't affect us. But look at how it affected Jaron and the rest of the crew.
I don't know. It's embarrassing for them. Like, I don't see how. I mean, the guy the other day that came in, like
50.
He didn't try to use, not 50. The other guy, who tried. The only argument he had was, "Oh, Nathan, you got an invite from Duffy." Oh, we got this 24-hour sun, and that somehow proves that we're on a magical spinning water ball. No, got an invite from Duffy. That's what he had. That was the point that he had to stand on.
Right.
Like, really?
Now, contrast that. The picture of a modern CPU with billions of semiconductors in this tiny miniaturized structure that's capable of running this show that we're listening to now. Like, look at that. Then you look at these twats that are claimed to be on some ice shelf. And I've got this compass the wrong way round. Oh, my mount's not working properly. Like, I'm broadcasting from on top of this bin. I just don't get it.
Guns, Nathan.
Where are the guns? Exactly. Why aren't people embarrassed about this?
Because Mick Toons and McKeegan knows it doesn't mean anything.
It's like kids playing in a sand pit, thinking that they're doing something when they're having a little war with tanks and stuff. And where are the parents, the equivalent of like Japanese or Taiwanese or somebody who's manufacturing stuff like advanced silicon chips? They're like the equivalent, in my example, of the adults looking down on these kids in a sand pit, throwing sand around. And by equivalent, you're like, are there people who are creating stuff that advances humanity looking down on these twats, shaking their heads? What are you doing? You're up here developing advanced AI. You can't hold a compass the right way around. You bunch of idiots.
When you were talking, when you were bringing up Banjo before, I thought what you were going to talk about was how he was saying that, right? Like how nobody else has been able to get this Midnight Sun, this 24-hour footage. Well, again, something that's supposedly has been predicted, big ass quotes, years and years and years, right? That hasn't been evidence as of yet, but somehow just now we got it. And who's in the middle of it? McToon and McKeegan. Well, these people. And
Well, that's why Brian. That's why Brian.
Because I'm sorry. You could say all these people. You could say we know about the treaty and all that, but we know people go and leave from Antarctica. Okay? How is it that people don't just stop going to Antarctica? Okay? This was something that should have been evidenced years and years and years ago.
That's why Brian said 10 years of work they're trying to hand wave away. I agree with him with that.
You're all walking straight past my comparison. Now over to our Japanese correspondent, Joe. who's in a car factory. What's going on there, Joe, over in the Honda factory? Oh, they've built an autonomous robot called Asimo. It's just shook hands with me. Right. Now we're going over to our Antarctica correspondent. My compass is the wrong way around.
Was he holding that compass level? He was checking to see it was the wrong way around.
I don't know. They were searching for guns. Something about guns.
They were changing letters around to spell ice wall.
They were filming the 24-hour guns.
I will say, McToon seems like it's hard to believe that he's actually a real person the way he behaved in that video. But, as people can be that stupid.
Thanks, Toon. Really appreciate it. Put me to the top of Jaren's list.
Scammer you.
I reckon I'm at the top of that list, probably in all sincerity, because of Toon. Him moaning about me to Jaren and Witsit, driving him up the bleeding wall. I'll show that Nathan character. Jaren and Witsit sitting there, oh, shut up about Nathan, constantly about this Nathan. Shut up.
Yeah, that must have drove them nuts.
Then who's the first one he calls?
Only one he called. Somebody from the comments said that to me.
I was going to say, did he call any other flat earthers?
No.
I don't know. Well, so it was in a comment. Someone said to me, they put it as a question, why do you think you, me, Nathan, were the only one he called? And my response was, nah, surely he called a few other people, right? He must have called Dave Weiss about his stupid app or something. No. He only called me. You're like,
If you talk about the measurements.
It's because I've told him, yeah, that's why, Neil, because I told him 100 times that he's measuring Earth flat in his 10K challenge. 100th time, coincidentally. Ah, that's fate. Isn't that weird how I got to say it for the 100th time? As he's putting the phone down and going, where are the guns?
On the call from Antarctica. Supposedly.
In so many, when I was on like 20 or 30 or 40 times saying you measured Earth flat in your 10K challenge, Toon, when he's commenting to me in my comments, not the other way around, let's get it clear, right? I said to him, you know, I drove Conspiracy Cats nuts, and he got to 100 petitions of the same thing he couldn't respond to. I was telling Toon that. Coincidentally, he's got Cats' channel, right? It's actually Conspiracy Cats' channel, donated to him after he went bonkers when it reached about 120 times because he was put to it the same thing by a boxer named Tommy. It went past 100 times in comments with Conspiracy Cats and got up to 120, 125 times being asked, do you have gas pressure without a container, Cats? Toon, it's, why are you measuring Earth flat in your 10K challenge?
Wow.
Something after the 100 makes them go nuts.
100 times and they go bonkers, Neil. Precisely.
I wonder if that has anything to do with the magic speed of the moon, the way it makes perpendicular craters.
The magic speed.
Pressure Patrono.
Has he said anything about it? Too big to bring up the TFE.
We only deal with the buffers of that religion. Their high priests can never be seen to directly interact.
Well, Cox said something about it. Isn't he higher than Neil deGrasse?
Oh.
Yeah, but unfortunately for Smoking the Grass, Tyson, he's lost a lot of credibility in the mainstream of his stance on thinking that, you know, men can be women when women can be men. that type of thing. So people are looking to him as a scientist to be able to wade through that shit. When I say scientist, he quotes.
Oh wait, I didn't know that.
Unfortunately, he's losing that battle, so he's got other things to worry about, I guess.
Oh, isn't that interesting? So, in the same way, sorry, John, go ahead. John.
I was saying, yeah, but you got to have Neil deGrasse Tyson because I mean, if he's gone, who's left? Michio Kaku. You know what I mean? Like, how's this bring Neil back? Like,
I think it's interesting that he's losing credibility on an unrelated topic. So we've attacked Jaren, like a science acumen, adherence to domes and ice walls and other garbage that we disagree with, lack of decent argumentation for a flat Earth, his globe apologetics. We've moaned at him. Then the way people actually lose faith in him is something unrelated. Him going to Antarctica, and some inconsequential thing that we're like, who cares? That's how he's lost his credibility. Now, you're saying with Tyson, a similar thing's occurred. We attack him for his appeal to 110-year-old gravity doesn't exist. His descriptions of flat Earth measurements would or wouldn't be capable from space when that stuff is flat. You know, we're critiquing him for a whole number of things. Then he actually loses credibility because of his lack of science acumen about gender. It's a category error, but people have lost faith in him because of his category error. Like, okay, unrelated, but he's lost credibility because of that. How interesting.
Yeah, it is. Especially because the thing that we attack him on, everyone gives him those scientific props for. Right? They all think he's a scientist because he's talking about black holes and whatever the hell else, right? Living on a ball. And they give him that credit as a scientist. And when it turns to something else that should be really easy to distinguish, all of a sudden, now because you can't do that, now your credibility is in shambles.
So they'll trust him on bending and warping space-time, but they won't trust him on bending and warping genders.
Yeah, exactly. Good way to put it.
Righty then. That, another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G Plus panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing on PayPal and Ko-Fi and all that good stuff. Been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
I guess I was too mean. I was arguing with Shane and Alan.
Arguing with them about what?
I wrote on a. Hold up. Check this chat out, bro. They acting like I'm being mean for pointing this out. I said, so Jaren's a hero now, right? Using a non-experiment as an excuse to call flat earthers a cult while attacking prominent flat earth members. Check the logic. Over the years, flat earth has demonstrated the earth is flat through positive claims and direct reasoning, such as celestial navigation, pitch data, and other observational studies. But Jaren said throw all of that away and ignore it because ignore it because Flat Earth Debate used these arguments. In fact, when a Flat Earth member tries to present that argument to Jaren, he screamed at him and said, Oakley said it. As we all know, I said, as we all know, he's basically saying that because Oakley said it, it's automatically wrong, which is, and I said, which is what? Which means that is a genetic fallacy. Doesn't matter who say it. Jaren would have you believe that FED and 24/7 is full of conspirators making claims like no one ever went to Antarctica and other conspiracies, but that's a lie. What FED and 24/7 is actually doing is pointing out the flaws in Globe's arguments, like affirmative consequence fallacy and the 24-hour sun non-experiment, while presenting solid arguments. In fact, 24/7 has an open challenge. Show us the experiment that proves the globe. Present a logical syllogism that supports the globe model. We're still waiting. So far, all Globers, including Mattoon and Zanuck, have avoided the challenge, came in here and basically have been freaking out. That was the old one. And we're not mutant in 24/7. Jaren narrative that we're making up conspiracies is a lie. While responding with an ongoing responded with an ongoing challenge on 24/7. FED is getting back to the basics, exposing the nonsense that the Globers find so unentertaining. We're not lying. We're not lying. We're laughing at this whole situation because we know the earth is flat. Sorry, Shane. Sorry, Alan. That's how it's measured. And they said that's mean. I guess because I said their name.
I don't understand what was mean. You weren't being rude or aggressive. You were just
I ain't calling any names at all in that.
Those two are Fruit Loops. I was kind of getting into where I thought I liked them,
about a fucking message, bro.
Yeah. Was that on YouTube or something or on Discord?
No, I just put it on they fucking little. I put it in they fucking. I think I'm banned, bro. They banned me, bro. Like because I put that in a little chat, bro.
Oh boy, that's kind of funny.
I was arguing with Shane like all last night about the electrostatic thing, like right after refractive curvature left. Yeah, I think that got me banned too. Yeah, but they kept pushing this narrative. They saying Nathan Oakley is the one that's starting the conspiracies and saying that basically everybody on this side is the ones. I'm like, no, we laughing at it, bro. It's not funny. He's like, where you? That's not what's going on. So I just had to lay it out because it's like everybody over there. Like sooner you say something to them, you get in any type of debate, like, oh, you guys actually think, did you believe that they went to Antarctica? I say, we don't care. It's an affirmative consequence fallacy. Oh, that's what you would just say. Yeah. I say, well, we do have an open challenge if you guys could put it in a logical syllogism of how it proves the globe. You guys are such terrible people.
Hey, can I get a mic check here, please? How's my mic sound on a scale from 1 to 10?
About 8 or 9.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, that sounds real good.
Cool, man. That's a new Galaxy phone.
Oh, wow.
I can't believe I'm hearing Zanuck's name. I haven't been in here for a few years, but dude, I can't believe that guy's still, what is he, just rinsing and repeating still, or what?
Yeah, he a pilot now.
No.
Yep, a pilot too.
He claims to be a pilot?
Yep.
And a race car designer,
That's what he used to be, yeah. Yeah.
And a chemist.
Chemist.
Wow.
Ask them
But
if
yeah,
they
yeah,
can make
well,
any logical syllogism at all. That would be a funny thing to see. They would have to worm away from it, but
Yeah, I put it in wit system thing. So I was being too mean, So I don't know.
that's part of the tactic. So anybody using that's part of like the training. If they get stuck, it's right.
I don't think I was being mean.
Well, I know you
ain't
were.
like I
I
called
heard you.
them out.
Yeah.
Yo, guys, but check
I
how
didn't even
simple
say
this
with
is
the name,
yourself.
Matt. So how am I being mean? The only person I'm talking about is Jaren. Jaren, the one that that's saying that he's leaving because of this. I just
So
said like,
check,
well, hey,
so check how simple this is. How what he said and how he behaves simply exposes him. He said he's not a flat earther anymore because, right, his observations down there, right? That means he only believed in flat Earth because he believed there's 24-hour sun in Antarctica, right? It's as simple as that, man. He was a believer because he believed there's 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Because he went down there right now and he saw that there is sun, and now he's not a flat earther. He was never a flat earther, man. It was always a show.
He probably knows the Earth is flat.
I don't think Jaren cares.
Chill character would be my thought, but he's really dumb too. But he's good at acting dumb. So, divining thought is tough. But I'm gonna go with he avoided good solid arguments, and he's been around the people that have been stating them. And I'd say since Jaren coming out here is basically
Yeah, Jaren based that whole claim in the physics of the sky. So he already know that nobody knows what the sky does. I mean, that was pointed out to Jaren from what QE and Nathan is saying since 2016. I mean, if you look at that whole little series they had with Nathan Oakley and them other guys, I don't really know them, but they were saying that the sun wasn't even doing what it was supposed to do in their own country without Antarctica.
yeah, like the angles of the sunrise and sunset and which way it was.
Right. So
for the observer,
you already knew
they
that.
did have quite a few. Yeah, and it was directly connected to Jaren's. He would. Globebusters Bob was even in charge, according to Nathan, and I believe him, and it could be verified, I'm sure, that Bob was even handed over like Nathan's channel, during that period of time, right? So the whole thing could happen over that period of time. They could document where the sun was, right?
Yeah, that makes.
So there's no way Jaren didn't know because it was a big event. It'd have been almost like the 24-hour sun, except for internal. It wouldn't have been on mainstream media with mainstream characters.
Yeah. Globebusters. Their stuff off.
I wonder if that's going to get shut down or handed over to Witsit now. Is it gone?
Oh, no.
I haven't looked even.
Their stuff off. They
Joe,
still
you
got
here? Yes, you are here. They're responding to you on that chat, by the way. I don't know if you see that. The one you were referring to.
I don't think I could get in right. What are you doing, bro? Oh.
Hello? Hello?
Using
Yeah, we hear
magic.
you.
Yeah, you good. You're good, brother.
He
Mike is
said
good.
he's an American gladiator.
So, is Vlad still here? Mush?
Yeah. Who's asking? I'm here.
Yeah, Ice Cube, man. You verified me,
Oh
remember?
yeah.
In
What's up? What's up, man?
yeah. No, I just like I'm a little bit shy, right? So I just
No, don't worry about it.
basically
Mike is yours.
I just
Speak up.
basically listened to everything, and then I posted a few things in chat. But yeah, I thought maybe you can introduce me a little bit because we talked, right?
Huh? I can't look at the main text chat right now because my hands are busy. I'm working, but yeah, man, feel free to say whatever's on your mind. Everybody knows you're a new member. You're from Holland, and yeah, man, tell us what you think about the show. If you learned anything today, and whatever's on your mind, man.
Yeah, you said that correctly. You remembered that correctly, Holland. And I told you about the town where I live, and that it's in the town where I live really difficult to be a flat earther, right? Because of the history.
So tell everybody
And so,
the story, man. You told me the story, but tell everybody.
well, I'm sure people in this chat will know the name Snell from Snell's Law. And so he used to live. Yeah, he used to live in the town where I live in Holland, or the Netherlands, however you want to call it. And because of what he did, we have very few flat earthers in our town for many years. So it's really difficult to express any flat earth views in this town. It's yeah.
We have a similar dynamic here in the States. People who think that they were thing, they have that emotional attachment to the idea, or that pride of association, or whatever.
Right. So yeah, Snell. He if you bring up flat Earth here in this town, people will quickly point out what Snell did, and then you're supposed to shut up about it. Basically, that's how it works here.
You just can't be using that. Like next time you mention flat Earth, don't put the word theory behind it because it's not a theory. You know.
Can I try?
Go ahead, Lumpy.
Can I ask the room for help? But
Lumpy, your mic is really bad. You cut out.
Really bad? Oh, okay, well, I'll drop it and come back.
Yep.
Am I better or no?
Yeah, it does sound a little better, maybe.
Okay, so with Snell's law, if you were to look, say, into a pool and you can see your legs appear to displace, you would need a solid boundary for the refraction to occur. And Snell's law also includes that necessity. Do you understand why I'm bringing up that definite boundary of medium, I should say?
I'm not sure. Well, the reason people in this town don't believe the Earth is flat because of Snell is not because of Snell's law, but because of other things he did. We have a museum here called the Boerhaven Museum, and if you talk about flat Earth, they will take you there, and there's a big device, a quadrant, with a radius of 2 meters that was used to measure angles between church towers in the area. And yeah, that's how they say he basically redid what Eratosthenes did, and he wrote a book about it, Eratosthenes Batavus. And so it's not because of Snell's law; it's because of Eratosthenes Batavus, that work that people hear. Yeah, flat Earth is kind of taboo in this town.
Refracted curvature, you here?
I understand what he's saying. Yeah. There is a town where people has that believe, and that's more heliocentric. Let's say that's more scientific town, you know. And yeah,
Well, it's like a globe bulwark. Like, yeah, it's amazing, really.
Okay, I misunderstood what okay, there's a whole nother attachment. Did you can maybe
I
try?
could get in there. Let me see if I could get in there.
Yeah, sure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Go ahead. My bad.
I was going to mention that similar to Eratosthenes, it's measuring angles, so that's one of our current knowledge claims based on angle measuring. So, yeah. Have you been around us very long, or this Discord, or FED, or Ballbusters, new guy? Have you been around in any of this for very long?
Well, I've been watching Flat Earth content like on and off, right, since the beginning, since 2015. But I'm not super active in joining live streams or whatever. I mostly just watch, and yeah, I find the topics that come up very interesting. It raises some interesting questions, like what can you know for sure and how. So I kind of like to look at it from that point of view.
Okay, that helps me. So I'll go over like two things that have been. One I really like because it absolutely ties to the surface of Earth, which is from the NTSB, which is the National Safety Transportation Board, or National Transportation Safety Board. We acquired flight pitch data and other, like altitude, but most importantly, without a horizontal, and the horizontal is based on the horizon, right? But without that horizontal, there couldn't be a pitch measured because it's an angle, and we know that an angle is two straight lines that meet at a vertex.
Yeah, it's not a slope exactly at all. It's an angle.
Yeah.
Diagonal line.
Yeah, and absolutely tied to Earth and shown to be flying parallel to the plane of reference that 2-degree pitch is measuring from.
Yeah, because without a horizontal, diagonal would be horizontal, wouldn't it? Or vertical.
Diagonal? Well, no, you would need a horizontal to measure that.
No, that's what I said, brother. I said without horizontal, yeah, a diagonal straight line would be horizontal, and so would a vertical straight line. But they can't be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that horizontal is going to be based. Well, I don't want to get more. I don't even need to say more. It's that angle. Yeah, I'm good right there. I don't. So, and then I'll give you another angle measurement, but but it's not intuitive so much. Like, we knew about Eratosthenes for some period of time, and in fact, the Rumpus used to come and say that the section was a globe evidence. But over the time, we were able to know for ourselves, based on just answering the question, can you measure an angle to a curve? And the answer is obviously no. And then I don't know. It's kind of like a lot of the questions we've been able to ask over the years in regard to learning, I guess you could say. But
broke it down to a more basic form of data and principle format to where you can understand that it's not what they say it is compared to what it really is. So it's always like a deceptive move. This thing means globe every time, no matter what. But then when you go through each little step and get down to the first thing, then you're like, okay, what's the first base principle that you're working with? And they'll say a horizontal and this and this and this. And so there you go. I mean, it doesn't matter what tool they use. They'll say it's for globe, but.
So the second really solid evidence of Earth being a plane of reference, I would just want to add, would be this Mariner section and the bubble section, and the fact that you couldn't measure an angle with a 90-degree down position without a plane of reference.
What about the idea of voltage? You know how voltage is supposed to increase? I don't know. I'm not the voltage man. I never got the reading of all of it, but supposedly the voltage is supposed to increase like 100 volts every 3 feet or every meter that you go up vertically from a horizontal. But it doesn't increase horizontally that way. So what Globers are looking for is an increase in voltage that way every 3 feet, just like you would be vertically. It's the same. It's the same as elevation.
I don't understand what it's. How is the voltage the same as? What do you mean? How it seems so
follows the
unsecular.
same reference, brother. They do the same attribute. They increase or decrease at a rate only one way. Do you understand? On a ball, they would all increase or decrease at the same rate from the center of that ball outward, making like a rainbow of layers or gradients. You know, like the PSI would go down to 0 eventually. The voltage would get up to this much eventually, right? The elevation would increase this much from all directions from that center point of a ball in any direction. You're increasing all those attributes have to follow, right? Not just elevation, but it only works on a horizontal baseline because when you go vertically up from the horizontal in any fashion, vertically in any fashion, you're gonna raise in voltage or altitude, right? And you can't raise in voltage and altitude going down. You don't raise in altitude going down. You don't stay the same altitude while you drop. So the only principle you have is a horizontal plane of reference that we work with. It's not an equidistant level sphere that's just smooth and not level. Not level at all, just a smooth ball. It's not that. Now, do you understand what I'm saying?
Can I just get back at what was being said? Like the guy said two things that he thought was very good evidence. Like I thought the first one was the NTSB pitch data is what I've been hearing about, and the other one was the sextant. That's 1 and 2, right?
Yeah, pitch data. Yeah.
Yeah, and the sextant. Well, the pitch data, I heard like in the old days flights arguments about airplanes being made. Pitch data that I've heard talk about it. I haven't actually seen the data itself. And when it comes to the sextant, I've also been around in the year of the sextant, looking at that content. And actually, what I just posted in chat relates to that, because if the sextant works on the flat Earth, then I thought I should be able to reconstruct the flat Earth map based on flat Earth angle measurements, which is what I basically tried. If you follow the link that I posted in the chat, and then it leads to a contradiction. So if people are saying that the sextant proves that the Earth is flat, then we should be able to use navigation to reverse engineer the map. So that's what I try to do in that link that I posted, and I'm wondering if any of you guys can check it out and are willing to try to poke some holes in it.
Do you know that the latitude system is based on elevation angle measurements to Polaris? It's already mapped out, bro.
Right, elevation measurements to the North Celestial Pole. Yes, correct.
I would say that for me, that's my opinion. The better argument or the sextant and pitch data, it's your country.
Elevation of what?
It's a Holland. It's a Holland, man.
You don't have a differential.
You can make elevation profile of Holland, and you will understand everything what is going on.
You don't have an elevation differential when you go forward to increase the degree of angle or the differential.
And what do you think about Snell? And then not Snell's law, but the work that he did, Eratosthenes Potavus. Are you familiar with that? Because, like I said, in this town, if I mention flat Earth, everybody will remind me of Snell, and so yeah, you can't bring it up here. So are you
Because
familiar with it?
Are they
ask,
familiar with the ball and a whale
ask,
on the ball?
ask them how they get angles on the sphere.
Yeah, exactly. Do they have a sphere in hand with a little whale on it or some sticks so you can see the attribute? Because I was told it was done with the whale. Then I was told it was done with sticks. So, like, they don't even know really the attribute of what the fuck the dude did. And he doesn't have any papers. It's just this guy did something with sticks, and this proves it because it has to be this. And the last time I checked, putting sticks on any object is not going to tell you the shape of that object because I can put 2 sticks on an elephant. It's not going to work out the same. I promise you.
Right.
So,
So
tell these gentlemen, yeah, physical attributes trump what they believe or what they laugh about.
So what Snell did, he measured the horizontal angles from one point on the horizon to another between church towers. And the reason that's very easy to do in the Netherlands is just because what you pointed out, that Holland is known, right, for being pretty flat, so there are no hills in the way or mountains. So
He measured angles, you said.
Horizontal angles, yes, between church towers.
Yeah.
Yes.
For the sphere, you need some kind of curved angles to do that.
Right. Well, if you get in a triangle and you add up the angles, and you have a triangle with angles that sum up to more than 180 degrees, then that's pretty telling, right?
No. If you want to make an angle, you need what?
A quadrant or a sextant or some kind of protractor.
Two guys on a ball. Hold on 1 second, please. 1 second. 2 guys standing on a ball, right? You got one standing vertical this way and one standing vertically that way. So one guy's horizontal to the other guy. That's what you need on a ball. 2 guys standing there. You got that? That's what we need.
Right.
2 guys to stand underneath each other or above each other, looking at each other like, hello. We don't got that. That don't happen. The 2 gentlemen would be the L. They would make the L on the ball. That would be your ball tangent. But it would be a sphere they'd be standing on. So the sphere would never end up as an angle.
Let's make a triangle on the sphere. What you proposing? Put that guy in direction, whatever, but let's face each other.
Man, those are hypotheticals, man. Like all you gotta tell them is like these people who are trying to tell you that Earth is not flat are showing you flat Earth elevation angle measurements. And all you gotta do is just remind them that's fine, man. You guys have a belief, but I can show you how Earth is practically utilized and measured and experienced. If you'd like to know, you can tell them. You can keep your beliefs.
Right. My horizontal never becomes your vertical. You can believe it does, but it never. My horizontal never becomes any of your guys' verticals. That's never gonna fucking happen, and they never intersect like that. My 1 inch high doesn't meet your 1,000-foot high somewhere. It just doesn't happen. It's not happening. And my 1,000-foot high doesn't meet your 1 inch. It's not happening.
So did any of you click the link that I shared in the chat? With the picture, with the ship and the orange background, the orange sky, and the formula for calculating distances based on elevation angle. The nautical sky miles picture. Did anyone click that link by any chance?
Where did you post the link, Scoob?
Yeah, I posted it in I think the live stream voice text, and I did get a reply from someone. Quetzalcoatl replied to me. But let's see where. Yeah, I get a little bit confused with all the different channels and.
Live stream vortex 2, right? Or I don't see one.
Live stream voice text.
It's on live stream voice text
live
one.
stream vortex. Okay.
Yeah, and in one of the channels, there's just the link, and in some cases, it also shows the picture and the summary of like the first post in the thread, right? And I really like that picture.
Where's the position when they cut the earth in half, right? Why can't a guy be standing on that very point that is the point they say they cut the earth in half and make that horizontal?
When they cut the earth in half,
In an imaginary, they slice the globe in a half in a horizontal line. They slice it, right, and they go to down to that line. I'm saying, like, if that's the actual position on the planet, and they're saying that line goes from Earth out to space or whatever indefinitely, why don't you have a human just lined up with the line standing there? Like a guy standing there, and then like
I
the
guess
line
you
would
have
be going through.
I guess you have parallel plane, like the tangent on the local point. If you make a tangent plane, that would be parallel to the plane that slices the Earth in half, right? And in astronomical distances.
So if that's a real point, why can't you put a guy there? Why can't they say Bob is standing right on that tangential fucking angle point? We're going to actually make the angle. His feet are actually touching the surface of the earth, and where his head goes out to space that way, and we can film where Bobby's at. He can film the stars and everything for us, and they can see what's above his head versus what's above yours.
I mean, that's what they claim they can do, right? So
no, they stand in one position and they imagine a line, and that's it. They don't have a human's vision from that point saying, "Hey, Bob, you're on that line." Yes.
you mean they imagine like the eye level line? You mean the horizontal?
Yes, they imagine the horizontal cutting through the earth, but no human can touch that spot. No human can go stand right there.
If you take a 360-degree camera, you can in fact verify that you can make a straight line on that footage from a 360-degree camera, right? We sort of know what a straight line, a plane that slices the whole video in half in two. You can. There are various ways to draw that on the image of a 360-degree camera. That would be the shape of the horizon at eye level.
No, I don't think you get what I'm saying.
What if you put camera on one? What if you put camera on 1 foot of height, and you make a circle of 360 degrees?
Yes, sir. But what I'm saying is you just need a camera facing up from one guy, facing up to whatever to get that one line, that vertical line coming down. You have a camera facing up. That's going to represent your vertical line facing up that way to the stars or whatever, right? Then imaginarily on a ball facing that way, from your line's perspective, what would it see on a sphere versus what the fuck you're seeing on the flat Earth? And how do they?
But what if you are on the boat? You have the camera. The boat is 6 foot, and you make a circle around that boat. What the distance you will get of that circle?
That's an imaginary question. I don't know what. I don't know what. I don't know what
imaginary. If you have a size, you don't have imaginary. You have the precise number where your circle will start to.
They don't. They don't have that.
Oh.
They don't have a regulation size, brother.
Yeah, but what we have if we do that in nature practically? We have in nature this. We have that circle changing every minute.
I would agree.
Yeah, we can draw a circle of equal altitude on a flat plane. It's awesome.
I'm not saying it's changing a lot, but it's changing. Sometimes it's changing a lot also. It depends on the weather.
So did anyone happen to click the link and see my argument to debunk that celestial navigation is based on elevation angles from a flat Earth, because if you follow that link, you only need to add, subtract, and multiply to check the numbers and verify for yourself whether that claim is true or not, whether on the basis of celestial navigation there is a flat plane or not.
Yeah.
So what I'm doing in that thread that I started is I'm using that formula 12 times to calculate 6 distances that are incompatible with the flat Earth, and it shows definitely that the coordinate system is spherical and it has properties that are impossible on a flat surface.
That 6 points, are they have heights?
It's 6 distances between 4 points.
4 points. That 4 points, that does they have heights?
Heights of what? The stars? It has elevation angles. Yes.
Elevation angles. Are you measuring
Yes.
elevation angles to the star?
Wait a
Well, I'm not
second.
measuring them exactly because I'm using celestial navigation, which you guys say works on a flat Earth. So I'm using that and my nautical almanac app to assume a position and calculate where the star would be at certain times. And by
Okay,
that, I'm measuring 12 distances, actually 6, but you'll see what happens if you go through it step by step. And those 6 distances are incompatible with the flat Earth. So it shows
That doesn't make
definitely
any
that
sense.
it's using a spherical coordinate system, which wouldn't
Dude,
work
why
if
are
the
you
Earth was
standing
flat.
in one position? Why are you standing in one position and just
Don't worry
making the
about
whole
it, bro.
fucking world up?
How about let's just Scoop? How about let's just define elevation angle? Look it up right
Yeah.
now and post it for us, please. Post the citation
Why?
for what an
Does it
elevation
give you a
angle is.
reference of
Why should
degree
I
and
look up
difference?
a citation? Why would I? You can
Because you don't know
go
what it is.
if you can
Isn't
add,
that what
subtract, and multiply, then you can verify for yourself that
No,
this
you're
is
not.
not based.
Can
That
we
this
just
is not
define
based
elevation
on a
angle
flat
first?
Earth.
Do you
Can
know
we
what
just
is
define elevation angle first? If we're going to talk about elevation angles, let's define it first. Then let's see what it is, and then we can go to the next step. Can you define elevation angle, please?
Why would I?
that we know about what we are
Because you're
talking about?
invoking it, Sasha. Please,
Yeah, so
bro.
you know what you're talking about, dude.
I'm using celestial navigation, which you guys claim it works on a flat Earth. I'm using that to calculate
So let's see
distances
if
and
you
showing
even
you
know
how it's
what celestial
incompatible with a
navigation
flat
is.
Earth.
Let's see if you even know what you're talking about. So let's see what
So
elevation angle is. What is it?
Is proof of contradiction a valid way of making your point?
No. All I'm asking is for a definition for elevation angle, brother. Don't be so upset. That's it.
Yeah, why is it
It's
making
proved
you
by
mad? We
contradiction
want to know
a
what you're
valid
talking
way.
about. So you don't want
It's
to tell us
proved
what
by
you're talking.
Okay, I'm out
It's
of this.
proved by contradiction a valid way of making your point. Anyone can read
You
me
can
a
jump back
citation.
in. Hold on a second. Mighty Mush, you can jump back in, man. I'll make sure nobody interrupts you while you're talking.
If
No,
anyone
bro. There's
wants, you
nothing
can.
to say anymore. He doesn't want to define elevation angle. There, we can't go forward, bro. I'm done
Well,
here.
you define it
Everybody
then.
wants to talk to
You
you. Go
define
ahead,
it
bro.
then.
No. You're the one
define
who
it then.
brought it up. You invoked it, bro. You don't get us so upset,
Why
bro.
should I?
We had a nice conversation this morning. Now you're flipping out. Why, bro? Why?
I'm not flipping out. I'm not flipping
You
out.
kind of are. You're getting emotional. We talked about that this morning too. How people get emotional over this topic. Let's chill out, bro. You invoked it. You tell me what it is, so I know you know what you're talking about. Then we can move forward. Just define
maybe I
elevation
get
angle. That's it. If you don't, we're not
Why should I
doing anymore,
define it?
bro. Okay, I'm done.
Just quickly,
I'm using celestial navigation.
Hold on a second, dude. Hold on a second. Why don't you just quickly read out the definition and then we can just move forward?
Why should I read out a definition?
Well, it would just take you 10 seconds and then Mighty Mush would be happy and then he can move forward with his questioning. Very simple.
In the Metabunk post that I wrote, I am using celestial navigation. So read it and try to poke holes in it.
He was trying to
You
do
don't
that.
have
He
to
was
do it.
start-
You don't.
No,
You don't have to do it today.
Right,
You don't have to do it today. It can be some other time. Maybe I'll come back tomorrow. Maybe I'll come back some other time. Who knows? But I want to know the best flat Earth astronomers and captains and navigators. How will they answer for this?
Yeah, we already understand your client, but Mighty Mush was questioning you on it, and he wanted you to. He wanted to start
And
off
the
by
reason-
having you define elevation angle, right? So he could further his questioning, right? He was trying to talk to you about it,
Right.
So
I've seen
you refuse to define
Facts
terms in a debate. You're refusing to define terms in a
I've seen
debate.
Faxwax quote Merriam-Webster on Jeranism show to divine elevation angles. We can do it again. It's fine. I don't mind. But I'm not going to look up elevation angles. I've seen it 100 times. It mentions horizontal, whatever. Okay. I want to know how flat earthers.
To mention
So
my name.
if I get upset or emotional, I will tell you the reason, okay? The reason would be because I have been watching this debate since a long time, and I get I think, it's my opinion, okay? My humble opinion, I think some people are being deceived, and it distracts from more important topics.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, God. Why
yeah.
you guys listen to this?
So that's why I get a little bit upset sometimes.
You mentioned my name, so that gives me like the ability to speak for a second. You said that I gave a definition for elevation angles from Merriam-Webster. Can you read what that definition is, or is that beyond your capabilities? If it's beyond your capabilities and you're not, I have to read it. You're not capable of acquiring that definition?
I'm just sitting here with my phone. I'm just chilling out on the couch.
Are you not capable, or are you just refusing? If you're just refusing, then just say you refuse to do it, and I'll go ahead and read it myself.
I'm just chilling out on the couch.
Do that. I wouldn't.
And
Even
I'm
read
having
it
a
for him.
discussion. If anyone wants to read a definition from Merriam-Webster, that's fine with me.
Go ahead and read it. It's telling that you're afraid. Are you scared to read it? Are you scared to Google the definition?
It's the same thing that Nathan says. Why should I prove certain things or do certain things? Why
pull
should
up
I?
a definition for elevation angle from Merriam-Webster? Why
should I look it
a
up?
major problem for you?
Because it contradicts
It's
what
not
you
a problem.
originally said.
Just read it. It's not a
No,
problem.
it's a contradiction. It's your internal contradiction that you're posting to us. So you made a claim about, you used a term, and the definition of that term contradicts your own argument. That's why you don't want to read it.
I just find it funny how the guy's literally too yellow to read it. He's saying that he's sitting on his couch. So you sitting on your couch, does that mean your phone's across the room?
But Vaxax,
I don't see it as my job to look up definitions. I'm just pointing out that I know something that has been said on this channel for years, since the age of the sextant.
But it's not my job to get the definition.
He's too good for definitions. He's just too good. He's on his high horse.
You only want
not
to.
here in good faith.
You only want to. You only want to
read the definition.
You only want to use flat arguments and somehow in the future say, oh, this is something, but it's curving. You know, this horizon, level, elevation, flat elevation angles, all these flat arguments you will use for what?
I just find it extremely telling how the man is literally afraid of a definition from a dictionary. to the point where he
Just
will
read it.
refuse.
Read it. I'm sure you have it right in front of you. Then read it.
You're the one that mentioned it. I don't have it right in front of me. I can't have it right in front of me. It's literally. Okay, hold on.
I will do it, Max. The angle of elevation, it's an angle that is formed between the horizontal line and the line of the site.
Well, that wasn't from Merriam-Webster. He wants the one from Merriam-Webster.
I don't care which one you. You pick one.
I read the first one. I read the first one. It's an angle
That's from the almanac.
According to Merriam-Webster, an elevation angle refers to the angle formed between the horizontal line and the line of sight to a point above the horizontal. There you go. Right. Very simple. Only a couple of words, and it's not very scary. Well, not for a flat earther anyway.
All right. So let me ask you this: if I use a sextant, can I measure the angle?
What kind of sextant would you be using?
Can I measure the angular size of the sun with a sextant? Yes or no?
What kind of sextant?
To measure the angular size of the sun?
Yeah, you measure the angle between the top and the bottom of the sun. Can you do that?
That's not what you're doing with the sextant. That's not.
Sometimes you do that.
A citation. Give us a citation for how you do that sometimes.
Why should I look up a citation?
Because you just made a claim to support your claim. You just claimed that sextants are used to measure the angular, the diameter of the sun with a sextant. You measure the bottom of the sun and the top of the sun and come up with the angular diameter. Yeah, you're gonna have to support that. Support that with citation, or are you just making shit up off the top of your fucking head? It sounds like you're literally just making things up right now.
I own a sextant. So yes, you can measure the angle between the top and the bottom of the sun. And there's no flat physical thing between me and the sun.
How would you go about doing that? Explain to me the process of how you measure.
I thought you guys know that elevation works so well on a flat Earth, and that it proves the flat Earth. So I would expect you guys to know how to use it.
Measuring the diameter of something.
Yes, an angle.
You're measuring the diameter of an angle. Do you know what a diameter is? Can you post a definition for a diameter?
Why would I post a definition?
Because clearly you're using words incorrectly, so therefore I think you're retarded.
All right, so if you think I'm retarded, take a look at my article and say what's wrong with it.
Retarded.
Guys, y'all are getting off track a little bit.
Take a look at what I wrote on metapunk.org and poke holes in it, please.
Can I say something?
Can I use that nautical sky miles formula? Is that the way that you calculate distances? Like 1 nautical mile per arc second?
Stop talking. Right. Roto.
Thanks, man. Yeah. So this guy's bringing in, everybody knows what the angle of elevation is. The angle of equal elevation. So that does require the horizontal vector that's being observed here. So there are horizontal vectors that are noticed here. And the thing about simply in celestial navigation is the nautical mile and what that means when you take a star angle. So the most you're going to get is 90 degrees to your zenith. So let's say if you're looking at Polaris and you go south and it declines 1 degree from your position, that means you've gone 60 nautical miles. So if you take up 90 degrees from your position of all those degrees in nautical miles, you've got 5,400 nautical planar miles in radius. That's radius, not diameter. You can double that. If you have multiple...
It's a quarter of the circumference, what you just described, 5,400 nautical miles.
On a plane.
It's a quarter of the circumference on the globe.
On the plane. because the angle is horizontal.
Right.
Yeah,
So how is
you're
it?
not in the middle.
Straight
You're not in the
line,
middle.
5,400 miles that you're looking at Polaris away from it.
So then, how is it if I use it practically with my Nautical Almanac app, and I calculate distances, that I find 4 points that are all the same distance to each other? Is it then based on a flat Earth? No.
Back up though. What degree is Polaris at? It's 0. You're on a protractor looking at the sky, so you have a flat base. So the most you're going to get is 180 for Polaris, and you're 5,400 miles away. You're looking at the end of that horizon of your horizontal line of its Polaris's lowest declination point before you can't see it anymore.
Right. So then it would be at 0 degrees on your horizon. Then it's at 5,400 miles. Yes. All right.
So
I get you.
The real fundamental aspect of all of this stuff that you'll see that corresponds with everything that you deal with the big boy toys, pipes, laying tracks, ships, planes, submarines, any height, depth, or distance. What the common denominator to all that is all verticals are parallel and all horizontals are parallel. And that's the plane that presents itself. So men have we use the earth knowing that every single day, dropping plums, using spirit levels, they never let us down. They will always be parallel is the caveat. And we require them to be so when we use them in such a way. That's why it's always leaned on everyone seeing everything locally flat. But if you even start breaking that down logically, it doesn't hold water, does it? Because if I'm locally flat, what does that mean as far as the eye can see? Everything's measured locally flat, meaning all horizontals are parallel, all verticals are parallel. That's how men measure it every single day. So you're saying as far as the eye can see, was that a 6-mile radius? What if I raise in altitude, I see farther now? Is that still locally flat? What if there's another man measuring locally flat and he's at the edge of my radius and he's 6 miles? Now we're a Venn diagram of locally flats. And in geometry, if A is parallel to B and B is parallel to C, then A most definitely is parallel to C. So another man overlapping my locally flat and he's locally flat, all my parallels will not diverge with his, and so on and so forth. And that's how we operate. Right. You lay thousands of miles of straight intersected pipe, it's straight. And they know that ahead of time.
Right. So earlier, maybe I'm getting lost. I can't keep track of time, but earlier I talked about Snell, right? And how in my town Snell is a famous guy. And what I wanted to add is basically the link that I posted, the thing that I wrote almost 3 years ago now. It's kind of in that spirit of measuring a network of triangles. And I'm using celestial navigation, which all of you say and agree works. So I'm using those techniques to calculate distances. That's all that I'm doing. I'm just asking myself the question, okay, if what is being said is true, what does that imply? And that's
what does that have to do with anything that Roto just said?
I'm not sure. I find I'm getting a little bit tired because I've been. Can I speak? Because you asked me a question, I want to answer it. I'm getting a little bit tired because I've been sitting here for a bunch of hours since the beginning of Nathan's stream. I kind of wanted to bring this up live, but it didn't happen. Whatever, I don't care. So I thought I'd ask you guys about it. And I'm getting a little bit tired. So yeah, maybe what I said wasn't a direct answer to what he said.
Horizontals make him tired. It's okay.
Who am I talking to anyway? Because I got a little upset. Isqueb? How do you say your name?
Ice Cube. Yeah, you can call me Timmy if you want. It's another
Okay,
Timmy
Ice
would be
Cube.
another nickname, or Ice Cube would be fine. You're Fax
Yeah, I
Wags. You're
know.
the same guy who went on to Jaron's show, right?
Yes.
Right. Cool. Yeah,
Now
because
listen,
I
Ice
watched
Cube,
it.
before you get tired and have to go to bed, can you give us like a definition of what an elevation angle is before you run off?
You already read it. You already read the definition. So why would I do it?
Yeah, can you just say it back to us what an elevation angle actually is? Are you capable, or is that beyond your? Is that are you not capable of doing so?
Why would I do anything?
It's all right. No pressure, bro. No, yo, guys, let's leave it at the nice note. Let's leave it at the nice note. Let him come back tomorrow. That's fine. Just for today, Skip, just so you know, the elevation, vertical, just to describe it, horizontal plane of reference is required. Do you comprehend that? To explain, to describe to you how high the mountain is, or how tall you are, or how tall the building is, or elevation angle taken anywhere on earth, on the soil or on the sea. Horizontal plane of reference is required to describe the elevation. Please tell me you comprehend what I've told you.
You need to establish your local horizontal. Absolutely.
Okay, so how about this? Hundreds of sailors across the sea establishing their local horizontal at the same time.
Yep.
Earth is a globe. Thank you very much. Have a great night, brother. See you next time.
Bye, Ice Cube.
Correct. It is a globe. Bye-bye.
Don't let the elevation angles bite.
Oh, and just one thing before you go, Scube, right? Ice Cube, right? When you're telling us that we're wasting our time debating this topic or looking into this topic, when you tell us that you've been here for hours, yeah, you did say that before, right? It was pretty rude, right? And now you're telling us you've been making these debunks and going on Jaron's show, spending hours in here. You've been in this for years. Don't contradict yourself. Like, try to be a little bit more respectful.
Yeah, don't spend time with things what you don't like. Because if I don't like things, I don't go there, where I don't
I did like it. I did like writing the thing that I wrote on Metapunk.
Earth is a globe and then say bye. That's not anything. That's just like disrespect.
I was repeating what the other guy said. I said you're correct. And then I was just repeating that.
Okay.
So how much I hope you can appreciate. That's my sense of humor. I hope you don't mind, okay?
Yeah, but how much locally flat surface of the sea it's on the globe?
How much? I don't know.
How much locally flat surface is on this sphere, what you're living on? How much distance?
I don't get your question.
Okay, if I see 10 miles of the flat surface, is that possible on this sphere?
Sasha, I just asked him the same question, bro. Just let him go.
It depends on your eye height, your eye level, how high you are. Right?
Let's say my height is 6 foot. Let's say my height is 2 meters.
You can go to metabunk.org/curve and figure it out.
Can you? I know. Do you know?
I don't know by heart. I do know a couple of formulas by heart.
Yeah. If I want to measure the basketball, can I do that? Can I give you the same exact, precise, good numbers? I cannot say the basketball is 20 meter high. Is that correct? Or I can give you the precise numbers.
You can measure a basketball.
Okay. Can I measure the air?
I think so. Yes.
How I will do that?
Well, for starters, you can measure the tip of the horizon.
Okay.
That is a measurement. And actually, if you do that with a 360-degree camera at the same time, it's a measurement. It is a measurement of the angular size of the Earth. It shrinks as you're going up. Yeah,
that's correct. I did that. I Googled it. And the Google saying, with my 6 foot height, I cannot see more than 3 miles. That's what heliocentric model Google telling me. It's not me. Do you understand?
Yeah, that might be correct.
Yeah. But when I put my camera on 1 foot height, that means 6 times less height than me. Do you know?
Okay.
Then I see 10 miles.
Right.
Right. Okay. I will repeat now. The heliocentric model saying with my height on the sea level, I can see 3 miles. But when I put my camera on the 6 times lower height, I see 3 times further. Welcome to reality. Now you can measure how much the tower is there angle, you know, how much it's, you know, that 60 nautical miles, that's 1 degrees, that's 3 miles, what you can see with your 6 foot height. If you want to count on the sphere, that your 1 degrees, it's 1.22 miles on 1 foot observer height. You need to learn that if you know the math, if you want to be the mad guy.
Right. So I went to metabunk.org/curve.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
I checked 6 feet.
Yeah. Okay.
6 feet gives a geometric horizon of 3 miles and a refracted horizon of 3.24 miles. Yeah.
Good. And I told you, when we make an observation in reality, we put the camera, that means 6 times lower height. We see the geometrical horizon further than 10 miles.
Okay, how high do you put the camera?
The 1 foot 30 centimeters.
1 foot and 30 centimeters. Are you mixing up 2 units or what?
1 foot is 20. 1 foot is 29 something because I'm shoes technician, and we learn in the school how much is 1 foot because of making the shoes. If you want to know, because I know it's 29 point something, but I told you. Okay.
Yeah. I usually take like 30% if I go the other direction, you know, from meters and yeah.
Yeah, good.
So isn't 1 foot like 30 centimeters?
Yep.
Let's not get caught up on that. Let's get back to the observation. Yeah, so why can we see over 10 miles from a 1 foot observer height? Right? When the geometric horizon would have to be at 1.22 miles from that height. And if you want to add in your begging the question refraction formula, right, then it makes it about 1.5 miles, right? We can see the horizon beyond 10 miles.
Yeah.
10 miles is extremely conservative, considering the oil rig itself is like right at 10 miles.
Yeah. But we are like a genius.
Yeah, we're generous. And this isn't just a one-off anomaly, right? There's many observations from this same location from different observer heights. And in all of them, we can see ridiculously further than you would be able to see.
No.
15 videos of the same observation.
The best thing is this, not that observation. Any other observation does not show the precise, exact drop what you can show on the basketball, let's say. That's what you can measure on basketball. You cannot present that in any observation on the earth in any moment if you want. But if you can, you can try, go to reality and do that. And you will see that you will not do that. That's what you can do with a basketball. Because it's always flat.
All right. So thank you all for talking with me. It was an interesting conversation. I apologize if things got heated a little bit occasionally with what was his name, Vaxwax. Is he still around? So the thing about what I wrote is I tried to write something that's very dry. It's just some numbers, and that's all it is. And there's no emotion in that, at least.
Yeah, only you need, I have advice for you. You need to recognize what is the measuring the real sphere and what is the calculating some imaginary sphere. That's two different things because you can measure the real sphere. That's really precise and you can do that. But when you don't have a sphere, then you have a problem because how you will measure sphere if you don't have a sphere?
Well, I'm just going to repeat something I said earlier. Look up Eratosthenes Batavus. That's what they tell me in my town. If flat Earth is brought up, Eratosthenes Batavus, I can highly recommend it. It's very interesting, and even if you don't agree with it, it's interesting, right?
Man,
So,
you are living.
anyway,
You are living in Holland. Holland is under the sea level. You don't.
Yeah,
I will propose to you. Can you make elevation profile of the Holland and see how much it's curving from Amsterdam to from all points, and you will see that elevation in every town. Ask for the people, who are living, let's say 100 miles away from the sea level, how on which elevation they are in Holland. That you need to ask. And somebody from the Herven, or I don't know the towns now, because I was in Holland. And the one thing I want for sure, you can say something like this. You're from the country when you can say without any measuring to other people, the earth is flat because of my country.
Right, like Kansas, right? Flat as a pancake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If somebody can say that's you, really, man. There is no country like you. In
Or
Europe.
if somebody lived on the Bolivian salt flats, they could say the same, I guess.
Of course,
yeah.
man.
Yeah.
And if they live on the seaside, they will say the same thing, because horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. And if you do own a sextant and you use the horizon, you should know it's flat.
Real quick, Ice Cube, before you leave, I just want to say I'm at, I believe I'm at 31 degrees latitude. It might be 32. I can't remember. I gotta go check it. Let's just say it's 32 degrees latitude. What's your latitude? You have to give me your exact latitude. You could give me add.
I mean,
or
I told
minus
you
a number.
I told you the town I live in is the same town where Snellius did his measurements.
Yeah, so what's the latitude?
So you can look it up. You can look up all the latitudes of the locations involved in his triangulation network in Eratosthenes Batavus.
Oh my god, dude, you're a fucking nightmare.
Yeah, Aristotle's measured the earth flat as well. Sticks and shadows.
Let's just say that you're at 48 degrees latitude, whatever. It really doesn't matter.
Whatever.
Yeah, whatever. If you're at 48 degrees latitude, that means your elevation angle to Polaris is 48 degrees. I'm at 31 degrees latitude. That means my elevation angle to Polaris is at 31 degrees. Clearly, it's nighttime. It'll be nighttime simultaneously for us. So that means we can each go outside at some point when it's dark, and we can each take an elevation angle at the same time to Polaris. You do realize our baselines would smash right into each other, right?
So that I heard you say that the baselines would smash into each other.
Yeah, they
I'm not really sure what that means of baselines.
It means everything's on the same horizontal.
They are mathematical concepts, so crashing into each other is a physical thing. So I don't sure what you mean by baselines crashing into each other.
You don't even know what an elevation angle is, or how a sextant.
They don't even know what an angle is.
Okay, the tangent planes, they would intersect.
That's not a tangent plane. Tangents are points.
Tangents are lines or planes. You can have a tangent plane or a line.
You don't have tangents.
On a point, usually.
No, you have a straight line to a horizontal line. It's not a tangent.
Exactly. You don't have a tangent, dude.
There is no tangent.
Go get some
the horizon is horizontal, though. Yeah, the horizon is horizontal.
So if any of the flat Earth captains and navigators can respond to my post, either in Nathan's show or on the metabunk.org forum, that would be great. Thank you.
Bold of you to demand people to respond to you when you don't even know what an elevation angle is, buddy. I think you need to go take a nap.
He's
He's gone now.
Yeah, he might be tired.
Measured flat, bent with gender bender calculations. That's all it is.
Yeah, good point, Loggy. Misusing the word refraction as well.
Which is another
And
flat
snails.
Earth argument. Not that they'd know that, of course.
No.
Because I just tasted, I don't know if you're gonna make it, but I just had like small spoon just to taste it, and my
Good Mike.
His argument can't be that good if he doesn't know the basics.
Exactly. And he brings Aristotle. Yeah, he also measured flat.
I mean, if he's
You
been
have to measure
around,
the Earth flat in order to come to the globe, anyway.
yes,
I was really close. I guess he was at 48 degrees, but he's at 52 degrees.
you almost there. Yeah, very done. Yeah, if he's been in this as long as he says he has, listening, why does he make such retarded claims? Why does he still bring up Eratosthenes and all this other hibbity-jibbity?
Because he's a cope lord that has nothing else to fall back on.
Because he's from that town when he's born, the snail, and snail has the snail law, but he doesn't want to speak of the snail law. But that people, he's saying that there is also a museum made in some angles, and it's corresponded with the Aristophanes model. Wow.
That's
Leiden, Netherlands.
Sorry, dude.
Hey.
Practically, if Einstein was from my town, I could ask, how you people expect that people from my town believe in the flat earth?
Well, Johnny Appleseed was from the town I grew up in. How do people believe that oranges are real? Oh, man. Yeah, I shouldn't have gotten upset, but I had my hands full with a bunch of other stuff. I had no intentions on even talking. And I hear my name brought up. It's like, what the hell?
Yeah, it's frustrating, man, when people are being intellectually dishonest like that.
Yeah, it's being a straight up liar.
Yeah, making out like, oh, why is it my job to read out the definition? He didn't want to read out the definition because it contradicted everything else that he had in his little debunk.
That's really why I got upset, because I knew what he was doing. He was just being a coward. I guess really just take that as a win, and I should not have gotten upset at all, because that was just a victory right there. The fact that, this is the thing about Globers. They're so afraid they literally can't allow themselves to read out loud definitions. How is that not a problem? Psychologists have to look at this in a couple hundred years.
He was saying practically that there is people who use navigation, celestial navigation, and they have almanac, and it's working, and almanac is made on the spherical earth and finished. And
almanacs are based off the celestial sphere, which is not the surface.
Yeah, I know, but they will say that it's made. It's correspondent. Because of that, he's telling you of 4 positions on the earth. Traveling, and he knows position, and he's measuring some angles with the sextant. I don't know angular size.
No, it's usually the angular size of the sun with the sextant.
Yeah, that was one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
Yeah, that was stupid.
But see, that is the ultimate Jedi mind trick of everything, is the fact that all your quote unquote celestial triangles, not celestial triangles, spherical triangles, and everything of that nature.
They don't exist, though.
Right, they don't exist. What they do is they exist in the conceptual celestial sphere, But what they do is they'll take whatever they're doing in the celestial sphere on paper, not in reality, and then they shoehorn that onto the surface that you're standing on. That's the trick.
It's a language also.
Yeah, but he's saying is that he starts by saying it's a triangle, and then he says it measures more than 190 degrees, so not a triangle anymore.
Right. But everything they're doing conceptually has nothing to do with the surface that the boat's in or that the person is standing on. It's all done in the theoretical celestial sphere, which isn't a sphere at all. It's a plane that just appears to curve due to perspective. It's all just a complete mind trick. You know, I mean, if you stand in a field and, like, let's say that the field you're standing in is like 10 miles by 10 miles, or let's say you're in the Great Plains of the Midwest, or in the middle of the ocean. That's even better. You're in the middle of the ocean. When you see Jupiter rise and set throughout the night, it appears like an arc, like a rainbow shape. It's not actually doing that. It's actually just moving in a straight line from point A to point B. It's just the fact that we're so small and we're on the ground looking up, it appears that it arcs, and it doesn't. And all those arcs that we apparently see due to perspective gets forced onto the surface. That's how they came up with the globe. Anyway. Anyone catch Mark's show last night with Whitson and Dave Weiss?
No, I haven't watched that yet. How was it?
I had it on and I had my headphones in, but I wasn't really listening. Mostly I was just trolling Dave Weiss in the chat the whole night. I kept sending ads at him and, you know, just telling him simple little facts on how to update his crap arguments.
Yeah, he makes a lot of great points. He's got a lot of great demonstration. He just needs to scrap a bunch of the shit ones, and he'd be doing a great job. You know, he makes 20 great points, and then all of a sudden he pulls out some wacky map. Starts talking about extraterrestrials from the outer lands and shit. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, he was going on about the astronauts and how, like, they didn't go to the moon, and he was giving reasons why they didn't go to the moon and started talking about their spacesuits. And I said to him, you know, it'd be even better, Dave, instead of complaining about the spacesuits, how about you explain to the audience how where the astronauts are claiming to go violates natural law? How about that one, Dave? And he didn't, you know, I kept kind of spamming him with that. He's just too stupid. He's either too stupid or he's purposely not allowing that information to be set forth. And if that's what he's doing, then he's not a good guy. But either he's not a good guy or he's just really dumb.
He doesn't know the argument.
Listen, this you know the arguments. You know you are moving there, and now one David Weiss who is from beginning, and he doesn't know for Nate. He knows for the people. He knows for the Nathan. He knows for some people, but he doesn't know the arguments. Oh my God, what is going on?
Yeah, but some people are like that. Come on. Some people are like that. I might be able to understand an argument, but not able to describe it back.
Man, come on.
You know, and that's what's happening with these guys.
If you're outside there and you are claiming yourself and you have the name Flat Earth, come on, man. You will be better than that. At least better. Come on.
I think Rotoox, the way he just explained, you know, from point A to point B, then point B to point C, and how point A absolutely has to be on the same plane as point C. I thought that was great. I need to. That was a really good it made a really good visual demonstration.
The people who are explaining, okay, this is only assumption. I cannot go into that because I don't know. You know, I know this and this and this and that, and then he can add all that stuff, but also can add this also an assumption. But listen to me, this is assumption. But he's not saying that. He's saying everything like a fact, you know.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes he remembers to say it's speculation, but half the time he forgets. which is annoying. I mean, he says all the time he is dyslexic, so I do get it a little bit, but I mean,
I'm
sometimes
dyslexic. That's not an excuse. I'm literally dyslexic.
yeah, I know, but he's thinking on the spot, like doing it all live and having to like juggle like his background screen stuff. There's no excuse. I get.
He hasn't changed his repertoire in like 10 years. He does the same exact thing every
it's
time.
like word for word. It's like a word for word script at this point. There's bits of it that are really cringe to listen. He throws people off. Like, he'll make a bunch of good points, and then he'll just lose someone by saying something really crazy.
That's when my first red flag with Witsit went up. When Witsit was on his little world tour, he was standing in front of like the White House or the Lincoln Memorial or something, and then he ripped off like note for note Dave Weiss's script about losing his six-figure salary job. And then once I heard Witsit say that, I'm like, dude, you lifted that from Dave Weiss word for word. Your dumbass never had a six-figure salary job at the age of 24 or however old he was at the time. And I'm like, ooh, you just straight up lied to everybody on the live stream and everybody walking past you. And it's a small, silly lie just because he took someone's script. I mean, because I steal people's scripts all the time. But I'm not lying about how my life got turned upside down because of Flat Earth and I lost my six-figure salary job. As soon as he said that, that was the first little thing. I'm like, ooh, there's something not quite right. And I tried to let it go, but it always bothered me. It turns out I was 100% justified in having that feeling that he was, deceitful.
Just in his defense. Well, one second. Just in his defense, just a little bit, right? He doesn't say that he had the that he was offered a six-figure job, but he was told he would have to stop talking about the flat earth stuff, right? Whether he was or wasn't offered that job. But yeah, he doesn't say that he did have one, but he says he turned down one, or he was forced to turn down one so he could pursue this flat earth stuff. Which is a little bit different than what Dave says. But
could be misremembering, but I thought you said he lost his six-figure job due to it. Well, whatever.
Yeah, he kind of says it like that. Like he lost it, or he usually kind of says he turned it down.
I refuse it like a 10 jobs for the director of the schools, and doesn't matter because I'm flat earther. Who cares? Because if I'm there and people find out what I'm speaking, I will lose the job. That's all right, But I didn't want to get that jobs. Yeah, I lost 10 jobs, was paid very good, also.
Yeah, it's like woulda, coulda, shoulda. I coulda, woulda, shoulda won 10 grand on blackjack if I kept on going.
Yeah. You could be astronaut, but yeah, now you cannot.
Let me tell you guys a little story this morning. But to caveat the whole thing, just to say, mental image, we have a mental image of something. You can see it in your mind. That's a very powerful advertising tool. And it's utilized all the time to plant them into the mind. Whether something's real or not, you want to portray something. So kind of the actor aspect of the whole thing of anybody that would commit fraud, they want you to believe something. So, it's that kind of thing. But mental image is a big tool. But it works on the other end as well of conversation, getting people to see something maybe they didn't see before. So I was talking to this guy this morning. He's a definite glober, real smart guy, but he has imported all of the globe rhetoric, right? So he can get very detailed in things. And he says that he's a marksman, rifle. Okay, and he's telling me how he adjusts for Coriolis and curvature. So it's very interesting. And then he says, I've on an Olympic-sized pool, I have used a laser test and have found that water does not lie level. I said, so what are you saying? It had a hump in the middle? He said, yeah. Right, okay. All right. Fair enough. This pool's got a hump of water in the middle. Okay. I said, so I'll put this out, just as a little thing. I said, well, what if you have another pool, an Olympic pool right next to it? Does it also have a hump in its middle? And just putting that in the mind, all of a sudden you're looking at two humps very close together, and it doesn't make as much sense.
Ouch.
That's some crazy gravity.
I'm confused why a marksman would have to account for Earth curvature when usually snipers are shooting stuff they already can physically see, which means there is no Earth curvature getting in the way of their object.
Absolutely. And if you get into ballistics, it's absolutely, again, of course, horizontal planes, verticals for trajectories, angles, right? Not only curvature did he say he accounted for, he also accounted for Coriolis. So then I bring in, well, so do you think what Neil deGrasse Tyson said, that do you think kickers, NFL kickers, have to account for Coriolis? And then, of course, like this Ice Cube guy, he didn't want to go into the details of that, but just dismisses Neil deGrasse Tyson as a bad representative. And then I said, so on one hand, you got 60 yards. Are you accounting for the direction of this? North, south, east, west, the Coriolis, special kicker training, right? Like a marksman would have to do, because if that quarter inch must matter according to Neil deGrasse Tyson. So you got to weigh in your calculations, put your finger in the air, adjust for your Coriolis and your 1,000-mile spin. Any curvature that you might, just like the pool encounters the curvature, right? Account for the hump, right? Whatever you got to account for, they say. Truly, I mean, you start unwinding some of this stuff, it just is so silly. Truly silly.
Olympic swimming pool is 50 meters, isn't it?
I do believe there's an official.
Yeah, 50 meters. That's less than 2 millimeters of curvature that you would have. 0.19 millimeters, according to this calculator.
Real smart guy, though. But he was bringing the same script, I guess you'd call it. Water takes the shape of its container, not really accounting for the face of it. But then when questioned about the face, he had ran a personal test, and he had found that there was a hump in the water. Do we really, truly, guys, I mean, are we just wanting to see some things sometimes? We're just so convicted, we'll just have it no other way. This water has to curve, and I'm going to show that it does. Right?
2 millimeters of drop over 50 meters.
Well, if you've ever heard of any kind of self-leveling liquid, I mean, it describes itself. It's used for leveling purposes. To put something on top of a self-leveling liquid that might harden, you're going to rely on it being level because of what you're about to put on top of it. Like a flooring, for example. You had a hump in the middle, you'd have to account for it and correct for that. But even the most fundamental of things, water is so consistent and the behavior is so well known, it is what we use to calculate level. And if you say, well, how do you know if something's out of level? You'd use water to find out. I mean, so how are you going to find out if water's out of level?
That's silly, man. Level is taken from liquid water.
That's right, George, and good to see you, buddy.
You're right, man.
Yeah, but if there's two, if the water in the pool
it's the other way around.
If the water in the pool is no, it's okay. If the water in the pool is curving, doesn't that mean the entire stadium the pool's in also has curve too? I mean, come on, it's ridiculous.
Not just that. Imagine the coach, is going to say, oh, well, we're going to play in the first half. You're going to use the spin of the earth in our benefit. Yeah, it's going to be rotating from this position to that position, so the ball's going to curve this way rather than that way. But then on the second half, you're going to swap, so it's going to be curving the other way. It makes no sense. Nobody ever says that.
I haven't used it yet, but the next time I hear someone bring up like the spin of the earth and obviously step one is to ask them, okay, so what is the air doing? Is it spinning with the Earth itself? Is the air keeping steady with the ground? And of course they say yes. But then that turns into a first law of thermodynamics violation, because that means all the air, the higher you get from the ground, has to move faster. So that's adding energy that doesn't need to be added. It's like so the air is just creating energy on its own to keep up with the rotation. The whole thing's ridiculous.
Their best answer is friction that I've heard. I mean, some people wrongly try to say it's gravity, but that's not even their claim. Friction.
Wouldn't friction make it go slower?
Ridiculous. Well, friction, they're saying it keeps up because it has friction with the Earth, but then down close to the surface, you have like breezes going all sorts of different directions. It makes no sense whatsoever.
Yeah, that's why the poles are colder than the equator, because there's less friction there, right?
It's been a long time, but I've heard a glober tell me that a 5 mile per hour breeze on Earth is really traveling at like 1,005 miles per hour. Get it right? Because if all the air is moving lockstep at 1,000 miles at the equator, whatever the speed is, that means a 5 mile per hour breeze moving in the opposite direction would be having to go 1,005 miles per hour.
What about the great?
Are you cutting out?
Oh, I apologize. I got my wrong mic by my mouth. What about the Great Detractor movement or any other movements? How's the air not just blowing off the ball, even if it could, because I mean, it's going around the sun, wouldn't it? How's it keeping track there, too?
What you'd be witnessing with that 24-hour sun, if it were a globe, is not the sun moving, but the Earth wobbling. You don't hear him say that, though, do you?
And they're going to need a flat plane to describe the spinning of the Earth. Axial rotation. An axial is 90 degrees to the surface, or perpendicular to the plane of the horizon. Is the whole argument, whatever claim they're going to do, whatever claim they're going to make in terms of measurements, it's going to require a flat plane because that's how it's done.
That's exactly right, George. And you know what that is to coin for 2025? That is the curvature paradox. Because all of the academics are going to claim curvature and they're going to rely on curvature. But the way that the Earth is actually employed every single day in its use is on a plane. So that's admittedly so in the locally level aspects. Yet the thing is that you have to invoke curvature. You'll never measure it, apply it in any way by the hand, any way with a tool, any way with a machine. You'll have to invoke it mentally, like the pool of water humping.
I like that word, what you said, wobble. What that mean, wobble?
Well, if you're on a globe, you're circling the sun stationary, heliocentric. The Earth is orbiting the sun. Yeah. So, and it's also tilted towards Polaris. They say it's so far away, you'll never see the parallax. It's fixed as you're moving 500K through the vacuum and spinning at 1,000. So that Polaris stays fixed, and as you circle the sun, there's a slight wobble.
I can understand that if you are saying only if you put some stick through the center of the sphere, then I can understand that argument. But without that stick, I cannot understand that wobbling. you don't have a reference for that. Even if you put the Northern Star, but there is a still space behind, you don't have a reference.
I wouldn't worry about a stick through the ball because it's just a globe claim.
No, I'm saying for the wobbling, in my mind, you need to have a stick in through the ball, and like a physical, and then you can describe the wobbling through that stick, somewhere in the air or at the end of the sphere. But the sphere itself, you cannot tilt the sphere in the space.
Well, that's the lame attempt to explain a pole and an axis. So they acknowledge a northern pole, and then they invoke one southern pole, and they call that an axis through the Earth, pointed towards Polaris, exactly. As we circle.
You just need to point out that an axial is perpendicular to the horizontal plane.
Yes, the truth, absolutely, George. I'm talking in the Fanta of the globe rhetoric. The interpretive ribbon dance of the whole thing. You have to invoke it. And if you see it in your mind right now, that pole pointing to Polaris as you circle the sun, and then they'll tell you there's a little wobble in the axis. But if the TFE thing were an actual observation, and that sun movement wouldn't be the sun moving at all that you're seeing, it would have to be explained as Earth wobble if you're on a globe. But they're not talking about that whatsoever, explaining it as, well, it's wobble. Even in the globe thing.
I understand that. It's like a bicycle wheel, yeah?
Yeah.
And you spin the bicycle wheel on its axle, yeah, and it goes straight, no wobbling. Now, if something is twisted, it's going to have that wobble on the axle, but it's still the axle must be perpendicular to the wheel.
I am not trying to throw words in here. We are absolutely on plan, guys, in my resolve. It's just used this way every day in all accounts. It's never not been this way, never not been used this way. So that's the resolve for me. All this globe stuff of how to explain the what isn't, it's just it's a fool's errand, really. It's almost like the psychology of Craig at Fight the Flat Earth. What kind of man dedicates his career time towards fighting something he claims he doesn't even believe in? What is that all about? Would you do that? You going to go spend your career fighting fairies that don't exist in your mind?
I've been fighting Santa Claus.
Right on. Anyway.
That is a pretty good point, though. That makes it pretty funny. It makes it fighting something he doesn't believe. Wow.
But that guy should make juice to his name. Fight the flat earth. He shouldn't be using a flat plane then. He shouldn't be using anything that is plane, horizontal, level, perpendicular, plumb. None of that. He cannot use any of that. If he's going to fight the flat earth, he needs to use a different language.
I've been saying for a few years now that psychologists need to study this phenomena that we witness all the time.
Oh yeah, definitely, because people are denying the definition of the words that they are using and trying to say that the words mean something else. It all starts and ends at the horizon. It's not the leading edge of the sphere. It's not physical. Bye-bye, ball.
Maybe that'd be a good short for the last guy that we had. In pointing out, like, in a time lapse, how the horizon, that point appears to move around, and you just have it in a short little 2-second clip of it moving, 5 seconds or whatever. And then ask him how he would measure that location. But he would probably say that that was due to refraction. Yeah, that wouldn't work. He went with refraction.
Can I make
just put the video of the black swan and pause it. Yeah, as the video starts, you have the first image of the horizon, you pause it. What's the distance to the horizon, you reckon? Let's say 3 miles. Okay, let's continue on the video. What about now? Oh, now I would say 6 miles. Continue the video. What about now? Because you start seeing the first platform and then the second platform. So the horizon distance is changing as the video is playing. As the camera is zooming in, you start seeing things you couldn't see them before.
Yeah, I got a right where it started out with no zoom and then it zoomed in. So I've got a looping clip of that on my email. So yeah, that could be used too. Or an above and below.
Yeah, any lens would debunk the notion of a curvature, because naked eye can't see anymore. You apply a lens and now you can see. So what is the curvature? But then they will evoke a refraction and other things which you didn't know what they're talking about. Because if the horizon is refracted, you can never measure the distance to it. And if it's refracted, it's not geometrical.
They're really not very bright, a lot of these guys.
They think there's more. They think there's more to it than just this, They might think there's an equation involved or something like that.
Their solutions usually make their problem. Or yeah. And then, have you guys noticed that suddenly they become an expert in the thing that we're, bringing to the table, right?
I want to make my horizontal the zenith to Polaris. I want to make the Polaris the part that cuts the ball in half. No, where does your horizontal line go to? What star does it touch? What's it the zenith to?
They cannot use that word zenith. Zenith is perpendicular to the plane of the horizon, 90 degree. Can't use those words.
What do you mean you don't got a horizontal zenith?
No, zenith is not horizontal. Zenith is vertical.
Oh my God!
It's perpendicular to the plane of the horizon, 90 degrees to the surface. Maybe you mean azimuth. Azimuth is a horizontal line from point A to point B on your map. And that azimuth is the direction you're going to go. North, south, east, or west, or any other direction in between will be a horizontal vector. That's what an azimuth is. So when they travel south and they say going down, no, you're not going down, just going south. Horizontal.
Yeah, you're not increasing in elevation, so it's not an elevation thing. It's a distance.
Exactly, just go in a vector towards the horizon, south. If you change your mind, you want to go north, yeah, just turn around towards the horizon, north.
Right, and you just didn't change an altitude. You changed no altitude when you did that. You just turned around.
Exactly. And if you have an elevation angle to a celestial, yeah, and you want to know the distance between you and the ground position of that celestial, now you have a radius value for a circle of equal altitude. And that's how you find latitude, for example. No ballers in the chat?
You'd think surrounded by a ball of stars, you'd be able to have a zenith in every direction, a bottom zenith, a left zenith, a right zenith.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, if you're trying to find your fix, you need at least 3 zeniths, yeah, to find the triangulation.
Yeah, but they all deal with the pinpoint of a line. They all do with the microscopic point of a line touching a line, and all that
You'll
has
have
to
3
be is a
different
circle.
celestials. You'll have 3 different celestials zeniths, yeah, all of them perpendicular to the same horizontal plane.
Right, a big
you are measuring
circle.
from. Yeah.
Yeah, just a big circle. That's
in this case 3 big
around you.
circles.
And and these circles can line up inside or outside or on each other, and they'll be at the same horizontal base. They're not different bases. It's not a circle up here, a circle down there, and a circle down there.
They're called circles of equal altitude for that reason.
Yes, sir.
Meaning no humps in the middle.
Right.
Anybody ever try it can't happen. Just like measuring an angle to a curve can't happen. You can't extrude a radius that's curving. So when they say that their baseline is a tangent, but it's actually that there's another problem there because the radius would actually be curving for the circle. But that can't be modeled in 3D reality because it's an impossible geometric claim.
Hey, George, do you think that this is fundamentally simple enough to understand for most people across the board? And also, do you think it's too fundamentally simple?
Yeah, correct. In counts, yeah. It's just simple. That's why people they don't want to believe it in the first time they come across to this. Why? Because on the so-called globe model, yeah, it only exists on people's imaginations. It doesn't exist in reality. It's the same thing. You know, I mean, they think that on the
The globe model, you have too many equations. You need to understand gravity. You need to understand a lot of things that involve the globe model. When in fact it's simple. It's the most simplistic argument I ever had. How can you argue or debate about the horizontal line? Come on. You know what I mean? How can you debate level? How can you debate level?
Well, isn't it as in proxy the same argument? How do you debate the behavior of water? Is water fundamentally simple and easy to understand, or are we talking about something perplexing here for humans to figure out?
No, they are treating liquids like solids, yeah? Like a pile of debris. Yeah? Imagine you shoveling water into a pile. It doesn't exist. You cannot have a pile of water. It doesn't exist. It doesn't accumulate in the middle. No. It flattens out until it overboards and it floats. Not floats. Runs out. You know what I mean? It doesn't exist. Piles of water in the middle.
Do you think we have to invoke a mental image of water curving to have it that way? In other words, like, so if you were looking at the ocean body of water, and hypothetically it were at rest with zero movement, what would it look like?
It will look like a frozen lake, like the salt flats.
Well, you'd have to really think about it looking like as smooth as a marble, wouldn't you? Because you've never seen it that way.
Mm-hmm.
You'd have to invoke it in your mind.
But regardless, that shouldn't be the point here, though, because
it's not.
If you are on a boat and you are oscillating up and down and backwards, with the ondulation, it means nothing. You look on the distance at the horizon; it's still horizontal. The horizon is horizontal. That's why, if you're using the sextant, you need to rock the sextant calibrate it. Yeah. So if the boat is rocking one way, you rock the sextant the opposite way. So you want the sextant to be as level as possible with the horizon.
George, is the Earth saying, "I'm a plane, mofos"?
Well, that's how we treat it. The Earth doesn't have lips; it doesn't speak. But that's how we treat it. Yeah, we understand by understanding the behavior of water. Yeah, we call it sea level. That means someone long time ago, when they decided to give this name to the sea, they've measured it to be level. It's not now. It's always been called sea level for that reason.
It aligns with the equatorial plane aspect, doesn't it?
Yeah, of course. But the equatorial plane is something else.
You have to invoke mental images like horizontal curving, like level being distant from a center point.
Can't do that.
You can't do that. It must be invoked. It has to be.
That will be debunking geometry.
Exactly.
You can't do that. You can't do that.
So the only thing that allows us to do that is the invocation of the mental image of it doing so. So now when you picture horizontal being a circle, ultimately, if you are in a flight plan, equidistant level from a center point, you're basically going to tailspin out of a circle when it's all said and done.
Yeah, but it's the other way around, though. Yeah, you cannot circle a horizontal. Yeah, but right. you can horizontal a circle. A circle is flat. It's even though it's curved. Yeah, but a circle, is flat.
Oh, not a sphere.
Not a sphere. Circle,
Right.
circle, circle. 2D. Sphere is 3D.
Well, that goes back to a point that Reg brought up last year about the word level, and a lot of people saying no part higher or lower. But in reality, you cannot have a vertical level. So a wall cannot be level. A vertical wall cannot be level.
Careful. What do you mean cannot be? Have you ever laid bricks? Have you ever laid bricks? Bricks are laid horizontal to the line.
I'm saying the
walls
vertical.
are horizontal. Yes, I understand you lift the wall up, yeah, but when you lay the bricks, they are laid horizontal.
If I put up a board, a vertical board, and it was flat on both sides and stuck it vertical, that is not level. Although people may say those sides of the board are level, but level is exclusively horizontal.
Yes, and by invoking one, you're referencing the other one.
Exactly. So basically, the two words are vertical and level that are used. Level representing horizontal. But level has a very strict definition. It's always that perpendicular, isn't it?
Exactly, because that's why you cannot have, even vertical, you cannot have on a sphere, because a vertical is perpendicular to the plane of the horizon.
That's right.
Yes, and horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. So if all horizontals are parallel to one another and parallel to the horizon is horizontal by definition. How can you conclude with sphere? You cannot. It started at the horizon, it ends at the horizon.
That fundamental premise is so well known that men have put handwork into action, and it has never let us down, understanding that ever-present perpendicular everywhere, level is everywhere, so is vertical, and so is out of level and vertical everywhere, strangely, paradoxically, but when we use the gyro, we see the perpendicular, the level that we're maintaining over a distance. And that's very telling. Like with the pitch data stuff that Brian really uncovered to show the actual graphic.
Distance itself is a straight line. 1 foot is a straight line. 1 meter is a straight line. 1 kilometer is a straight line. None of it is a curved measurement. None of it.
That's right.
Any language we're going to use is going to invoke a horizontal plane of reference. Any language.
So what you're saying there, George, is a mile is a straight line.
That's correct.
That's right.
Not a curved line, a straight line. It's the same thing as the elevation angle. Same thing. Grab your map. Point A, point B, straight line. That's your azimuth. That's where you need to go. Yeah, it's a straight line. You have your orientation now in relation to the map. If you're going north or south or whatever direction you're going, you're still going horizontal. It's so simple to understand. I don't know what's the confusion with these guys. What I'm trying to say is, regardless if there's a continent on the map, it doesn't matter. It's still a straight line. It doesn't matter if there's a mountain. It's still a straight line. Typography matters not. What it matters is surface level. And then you have your circles of equal altitude, regardless if there's a continent or a mountain into it. It's a circle.
Zero elevation on a ball? What the hell is that?
I don't know, on a ball, it makes no sense because elevation is from sea level, mean sea level.
Every elevation is zero elevation, and every elevation on a ball. You're at the highest point, the lowest point, and no point at all.
Yeah, on the ball, anywhere you go, you're going downhill. And if you turn around, you still go down the hill.
And you haven't changed an elevation. So you went down, but didn't change your elevation, but stayed at the same point in elevation. So you moved up, down from point A to point B and the middle point, and every single point, A, B, and C along that slope or diagonal line should be the same elevation on a ball. So just go make a diagonal line somewhere, and then that diagonal line from the top to the bottom should be the same elevation. And we're good to go.
And Roto was talking about the pitch data. Yeah, airplane. Yeah. If on the ball, if flying on the ball, yeah, it doesn't need to have lift at all. You just need, if you want to gain lift, you just need to fly level. For every mile that you go level, yeah, you're going away from the surface. The distance to the surface will be greater and greater. It doesn't happen like that. Pitch data tell us the lift of the airplane. First of all, to generate lift, just to take off, you need a plane to take off. We call it a runway. To generate lift, and it's recorded from that lift. It's recorded on the data recorder, the level flight, the elevation of the airplane, and from the takeoff to the descent. The
Why
data
don't you take off vertically in an airplane? Why isn't the airplane sitting down on its butt like the bullet in a barrel, facing vertically up, and then you guys get in and it shoots up?
Shoots up like a rocket.
Yeah, why doesn't the airplane do that?
No, put wings on a rocket and try it.
Well, I'm just saying, why do you got to fly around a ball that way? Why you always have to do it one way?
Yeah, there is no ball, man. I had enough of mentioning even a ball. Giving an example with a ball now. Done and dusted with that.
Yeah, but George, there's ballers, man. So I'm right here, bro. Weren't you looking for a baller before? I'm a baller. Just tell me what you want to play, basketball or soccer or which one?
Ping pong golf ball.
I was going to say, I'm a baller, bro. I love ball. Just tell me soccer, basketball, or one of these. I haven't played in a long time, but I can still play. Man, we got a whole bunch of people here, dude. This is cool, man. 24/7. Back in action. Good to hear. Rado, what's up, brother? Long time, man.
I think he's gone.
Oh, Rado left the server? All right. Just when I said hi, I thought that his voice sounded familiar. I'm like, yeah, that's Rado.
Ah, come on. You were waiting for him to go to say hi to him.
Right? How come? Maybe it's not a time to ask this right now. How come he's not on our on FED server? But maybe it's not a good time to discuss that.
Exactly. Yeah. Mainly when you are in one server, mentioning about a different server is not nice.
Mm-hmm. But I did want to ask AI, or if there's any mods here, if we can post a link to our server. There's not enough people right now, but I guess because we always post links for this server, and FED servers and stuff like that.
Which is your server? Which server is your one?
Oh, FED. It's not mine, FED. But I come from FED server.
Oh, yeah. I think probably already in the partner servers link at the top of this server. VIP partners.
All right.
It's all the same people anyway, flat earthers in the same servers.
I wouldn't think there would be problems, but it's nice to ask anyway. But I was gonna do it during the live show, but because there was a lot of people the names that I didn't know, but I guess there's always a next time. But thank you, anti-globalist. Much appreciated.
Yeah, no worries. I just checked the VIP partners, and it's right there.
Nice.
I will right now. I'll take a screenshot actually, yeah, right now I'll post exactly what we have posted in the text chat. Post exactly what we have posted in our VIP partners section.
But yeah, was it Rado who mentioned is it the simplicity is why people are not getting it? Bro, I've been thinking that for years, man. That it's the simplicity that destroys people's brains and emotions, and like they cannot believe it that this is something that's been in front of their whole lives, in front of their eyes, and it's something that's so obvious and logical, and it's too simple to be true. In my opinion, that's why a lot of people are.
You know why? You know why? Because for you to understand really understand the globe model, you need to go to university. You need to go to university.
Yeah.
That's what people think, you know? Oh, I didn't finish university, so it cannot be this simple. There's more to it. I'm sure scientists they figured it out. Well,
yeah, man. You got to go to college to understand the horizontal.
Exactly. How horizontals bend.
Yeah. And how infinite horizontals create the sphere, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the transition from gravity being a force to being the bending of space-time. You know?
Everything did, yeah.
The whole thing, yeah.
Makes a globe, yeah, man. Like the whole thing.
And I believe that's why, it's people think it's more complicated for that reason. Because this is an academic level of understanding. A horizontal and level.
Yeah, that Glober in the end, dude. Like I had he came to our server this morning, and I had like at least a half an hour, really nice conversation with him. He was respectful and like he was receiving the information. You can tell he was receiving information because he was acknowledging what I was telling him. And I went over everything with him, dude. Like the 0 degrees being parallel with all 0 degrees, everything, dude. Horizontals being parallel and all that stuff. We went through it, and he acknowledged everything. And then after the show, he opens up his mic and starts that. Like, come on, dude. And yeah, he was insecure this morning to tell me he's a global believer. So he was just going to like, oh, in my town, flat earthers are not welcomed. They get shunned upon, like they get attacked right away because of this Snell's law. Because the Snell is I guess is from his town. I don't know, man. He went on different tangents, but like we had a really nice half an hour conversation, and he was receptive and everything. And then I was surprised to hear him backpedal. He wouldn't define
what Snell's law has to do with the Earth being flat.
At all. What does it get?
All around,
I was trying to ask him that, but he would go on different tangents. Like he mentions that, and I asked him, "How does that prove globe or does something with flat Earth?" Then he starts talking about something else. And then 2 minutes later, he brings it back to like how the Snell is from his town. So I don't know. I didn't want to be too confrontational, like poke him too much. But like I said, we had a nice conversation up until he unmuted this morning and exposed himself as actually a glober. But he wasn't so confident this morning. He said he doesn't believe in globe. He sees a lot of things that are wrong with it. He acknowledged the elevation angles and the horizontals being parallel, all that stuff. Yeah, I guess you can never trust people, man, until,
Another bacon, yeah? 5 minutes later, nothing happened.
You guys snatched his wig.
Right. You can say it like that, man, yeah. He snatched his own wig. Like, why invoke celestial navigation, bro, if you're not going to be able to define the elevation angle? I don't get it. Why?
And he owns a sextant. That's more important.
All right. It's like people who bring up gravity, and then you ask them, like, yo, which gravity you believe in? And they're like, what do you mean? There's only one gravity. Like, bro, like, why do you enter these conversations like such a beginner's level of understanding? I don't know, man. You know, I guess you can tell when somebody's if they graduated from high school and when they mention gravity, or did they go to college. You know, you can tell which gravity they're gonna invoke. I mean, you can tell if they went to college or not, right? Or did they just graduate from grammar school? Because if it's just grammar school material, they're gonna be telling you about Newton's laws and gravity as a force, right? And if they went to college, they're gonna try to sound smart and like it's a conceptual bending on time and space. You don't know about that Einstein formula, E equals mc squared, blah blah blah. Yeah, man. Beliefs. That's why you gotta remind these people, man. It's fine to believe, bro. You can believe whatever you want, man.
Narnia.
When you come here to discuss reality, like, you better know what you're talking about, man. Especially if you're gonna deny reality the way we experience it and measure it, you better know what you're doing, man, because you're gonna embarrass yourself like this dude this morning. But I like how the Globers don't have this confidence anymore, dude. Like, a lot of them are coming into the servers. I'm not so sure about Globe and half a half, you know, and it's like a little later they expose themselves. After they've been in the server for a while, you can tell they're pulling on the Globe side. But they don't have that confidence anymore. I'm a Globe believer, man. Like, shit, I'm here to destroy you guys, you know? Nah, dude, they don't come with that confidence anymore. They're very insecure, and they don't even like to say they believe in Globe. They don't bring up pictures from space anymore. They don't. There's a lot of these things don't happen anymore. That tells me that these people understand these arguments, dude. You know what I mean? But they're still trying to be deceptive or like trying to find new ways of to why to believe. But dude, what happened with all the people from 2015 and 16 who were coming into these servers and like, yo, look at all the pictures from space, man. Everybody, well, that was the first thing, right? Did you guys ever see pictures from space? Did you guys ever go on Google, blah, 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 right? You guys notice how that don't happen anymore? Because they know.
Even Coriolis. They wrote to mention Coriolis today, but I don't hear about someone claiming Coriolis for, I don't know, months now.
Yeah, was it Rado this morning who mentioned, like, some dude told him, like, yo, first thing when he tells you he adjusts for the bullets, first thing you ask him, like, yo, dude, how about the helicopter hovering above? Is he adjusting for Coriolis? How about the birds and butterflies, bro, that fly around? Are they adjusting for Coriolis? Oh, it's just you with your sniper bullets. Oh, okay, I got you. I mean, there's like a.
And when you give the enemy's coordinates to air support, do you account for Coriolis? Yeah, you guys need to bomb this area. What's the area to bomb? This one, yeah. I give you the coordinates. Just account for Coriolis, otherwise you might hit us instead.
Yeah, it just tells you right away they don't understand what they're talking about. So it's like right away you can put them in their place, dude. Your next statement we should be able to know how to put them in place, to expose them that they know what they're talking about, especially with the things that they themselves are invoking, which is what they do a lot. Again, back to Coriolis, back to this guy's celestial navigation. Let's see if you know what you're talking about, buddy. Because by you claiming that, I know right away you don't know what you're talking about. Coriolis. Snipers. Come on, man. 2016, really? Neil deGrasse Tyson kicking a football.
You wouldn't need airplanes, man, if the Earth was spinning. You'd just use a balloon, a hot air balloon, and wait for your destination to come to you.
That's it.
You know, you wouldn't need airplanes. Or cars, or anything, you know, with an engine. On a sphere, anywhere you turn is downhill. Just a little pushy, woo, off you go. You wouldn't need nothing with an engine.
Yeah, George, just imagine trying to fly from London to Singapore. Singapore would be moving east at 1,000 miles an hour while you're only trying to go south.
Yeah, your destination is moving away. Imagine trying to land on a runway on the equator, you know, the runway is always... Anyway, they claim Coriolis and then they go the extra lengths to tell us that it's the same. there is no deviation. Like the claim, the Vaxi was saying before, at the equator, the wind 10 miles an hour is 1,010 miles an hour because the wind goes with the spin of the Earth. Those silly things. Doesn't happen.
Also, don't forget, George, the sun comes from the west when you're on the ball, on the bottom of the ball, and rotates around you in the circles, west to east. You didn't know that, bro?
Yeah, but
the sun going west to east around you in circles when you're on the bottom of the ball. You didn't know that. You gotta catch up with time.
It goes the other way. Yeah, the celestials on the south, they go anti-clockwise.
Yeah, you didn't see the Woodson and Jaren's testimony, bro. Why would they lie, George?
Yeah, I don't know.
Why would these people lie about anything? Like they have reasons. Come on, man.
So you're in the south, and in the far south, there is no more south than where you are. You're in the limit south, but the sun is still further south than you. Good evening, all the latecomers. How you guys doing? Hey, Steve.
Hey, George. Morning. Yeah, I'm eating breakfast, so that's why I have to kind of be quiet here.
Breakfast.
Good.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Steve is on West. Yeah.
West Coast. Start thinking about dinner. He's eating breakfast.
Yeah, it's going to be lunch over here, dinner at you. Wait, how does that work? Explain that on the flat Earth, man. How can you have a dinner? You have a dinner, I have a lunch, and Steve has a breakfast. Explain that on flat Earth, bro.
It's all about the sun, isn't it? The time zones, sun, elevation angles to the sun. Yeah, only happens on the flat plane.
Explain that. How does that happen on flat Earth, George? I love when they say that. Yo, explain that. Explain pancakes on flat. Explain cats on flat Earth. That was my explain seasons on flat Earth. Whoa, dude! Explain seasons on flat Earth. Okay, brace up, yo. I want to explain it to you right now. Shit.
Yeah, but how do we get the seasons? By the movement of the lights and the stars again, with elevation angles to them.
No, man, you get seasons with the globe, bro. You didn't know that? That was the trick question. Explain seasons on flat Earth. Ha ha, you can't. Earth is a globe, man. Come on, George, you don't get it, bro. You don't know science. You don't know real science, George. You believe these cult members, flat earthers, on internet? You think just because you experience and measure Earth flat and stationary that it is? Come on, man. Come on, George.
Just because for you to measure time requires a flat plane, that doesn't mean that the Earth is flat. Just because a sundial works with an equatorial plane, it doesn't mean that the Earth is an equatorial plane.
Right.
But if they're going to invoke time, you're going to need a flat plane.
Man, yeah, there's no way around it, bro. It is the way it is because we experience it and measure it this way, bro. There's no. Wait, somebody just texted me. Bada bing, bada boom. Was there somebody in the chat?
A lot of people in the chat.
No, somebody just texted me. I don't know where this. What did I do to? Okay. Pendos, what's up, buddy? Did you just tag me for no reason, or? It's Pendos. Yeah, he's in the chat. Unmuted. What's up, buddy?
Hello, my friend. How are you doing?
Hello. How are you, man? Good. How you doing, bro? Can I guess you're Ruski?
Yes.
What? Ruski drug?
What is ascend? To ascend.
Hello, mighty
The back end of
Moosh.
an elephant. An ascend. No, that's not right. Never mind.
Mighty Moosh, you are American?
No, sir, but I do consider myself right now American. I've been living in this country for since 1995, so you can say I'm American if you're gonna go by that.
I will say you have ascended.
Oh, what?
You have ascended to America.
But
I'm just being
you had
funny
an
with words.
upgrade.
Nah, of course, no worries, bro. Originally, I'm from Eastern Europe, bro, Bosnia.
You Bosnia?
Mm-hmm.
Allo, kako si?
Dobro, kako si ti?
Je dobro.
Ruski drug, yeah. What brings you to the server, bro? Like, you know the Earth is flat, or you believe that you're spinning on a giant globe?
Yes, I know the Earth is flat.
All right, God bless you, bro. Are you in Russia right now?
Belarus.
Oh, in Belarus, nice. Damn, bro, we got an international crowd here. I like it.
If Earth was a spinning ball, we would all be dead.
Yeah, we would never be alive in the first place. It's impossible, right?
Facts.
We wouldn't be able to breathe or maintain balance or even exist. We can't, yeah. Why even entertain these thoughts, man? Like,
I have a question for you all.
Shoot it, bro.
So it's slightly off topic. If the Earth is flat, why do you think that Trump is creating like Space Force?
Or money funneling is the first thing that comes to my mind. Mind control is the second thing that comes to my mind. I can come up with 10 more things, but it's just shooting the shit, you know what I mean? If somebody else wants to put in.
Yeah, but it's not like
We already have Space Force. We call it police.
It's not like they're taking like TIE fighters from Star Wars and like going into space and fighting or anything.
No, but they have to front that, you know what I mean? They have to, you know what I mean? Like, they have to have a boogeyman. They have to claim that there's someone they have to protect you from. So, to create the Space Force. And for that, they're going to need a lot of money. And guess who's going to pay for that? The taxpayers. So what they're claiming they're doing doesn't necessarily have to be true. What's true is the fact that they're taking money from taxpayers, and that people believe in this Space Force. But to believe in Space Force, people first must believe in space, the vacuum of outer space being reality, which they exist in. And we're here showing people, trying to tell people who want to know this information that that's physically impossible. That pressurized system Earth, dynamic pressurized system Earth, cannot exist within a vacuum of outer space without a solid barrier, to say the least. It just can't exist in a vacuum. It just ends there. Not possible. That's why we don't even entertain things that like satellites and quote unquote planets that are claimed to exist like millions of light years away. We don't even entertain talking about these things because we know that anything that's claimed to come from vacuum of outer space can't possibly exist because vacuum of outer space can't possibly exist. It's as simple as that, bro. It all ends there. Anytime somebody brings something about vacuum of space, we automatically dismiss it because it cannot possibly exist for the reasons that I just told you.
You know, these scientists say this vacuum is like a negative pressure of
pseudoscientists.
10 to the negative 17 torr.
Yeah. Can you even comprehend what type of yeah, it's unimaginable, bro. And these are pseudoscientists. That's just my biggest correction. When you said scientists, they're not scientists, bro. That is not science, that's pseudoscience. Name one scientist that claims that, and then give me the citation for that scientific fact.
There is no experiment like
nope, not a
in
single
space of this vacuum, so no scientist.
Yeah, so anything that's claimed to be science from the vacuum outer space is pseudoscience because there's no independent variables that you can come up with to manipulate the effect, right? To change the dependent variable. It's impossible. So it's automatically astrology and all these other pseudosciences that have to do with sky and outer space. They're all pseudosciences. Nothing to do with actual science. That's why all these conversations like these days end really quick, man. Globers have no ground to stand on. All you can do is like comfort them. You're free to believe, man. Anybody's free to believe whatever they want. If you want the facts, if they want the knowledge, this is the place. You come here and you talk. If they want to believe, like this guy this morning, this Glober was fighting for the, hey man, go ahead. You're free to believe whatever you want. When you're ready to accept this, just come back here and we'll go over everything again. Too simple to be true, man. Again, this is why people are falling apart, bro. Emotionally, spiritually, and they're falling apart at every level. It's the effect of flat earth. The simple information that's in front of us our whole lives. We all experience it flat and stationary. We all measure it flat and stationary. What else is there to talk about? There's only one horizontal on this earth for all of us, guys, and we all share it. The same 0 degree angle, we all share it. I don't care where you are. You're sitting in your room right now, you're sitting on 0 degrees, brother, man. Your house was built on level foundation. I don't care where you live on earth. And that level foundation of your house is parallel with my level foundation of my house, where I'm at right now. And every single person in this room, sitting on 0 degrees right now. How hard is that to understand? Anybody can take out your iPhones right now, go back in utilities, hit the tool level, and put your iPhone flat, and it's going to show you 0 degrees. If you start moving that iPhone, it's gonna show you degrees of the inclination or declination, right? But just like a compass, to get 0 degrees, you must hold it flat, level, horizontal, 0 degrees. And again, very important, most important information to understand: the 0 degrees, we all share it. It's parallel with every other 0 degrees on God's green earth, regardless of where you are and regardless of the elevation that you're on. You can be on top of the mountain right now, but if you're sitting in some room, I'm 100% sure that the level foundation is established at 0 degrees. So you can be in 3,000 feet above sea level, I can be in sea level. If we are sitting on a flat level surface, we are sitting on 0 degrees. This is that simplicity that kills people. They have emotional meltdowns when they hear this.
You know, I working in construction, and if the Earth was rotating like these, I guarantee you these tall skyscrapers would be just falling over.
Yeah, man, we don't even have to come up with like things like what would be if the Earth was rotating, or if the Earth was a globe, or if He was shooting through space. Like, we don't even have to talk about these things anymore. We can just point to people the factual information, how it is and what it is. What it is that they're seeing and what it is that they're experiencing and what is it that they're measuring. Because they are measuring that way. They just don't know that that's what they're doing. They don't know that they're establishing the same horizontal, when they're measuring angle, the same horizontal that every other person on God's green earth has to establish before they measure their angle. Whether you're on a sea or on the coast, on the land, doing construction, doing trigonometry, whatever you're doing. If you're taking an elevation angle, first thing you're doing, you're establishing the horizontal plane of reference, which is parallel with every other person's horizontal plane of reference that they want to establish before they take their angle. Again, too simple to be true, man. And this is what's destroying people's minds, man. You're telling me all my teachers lied. My teachers wouldn't lie to me. I went to school. I got the diploma. Dude, why can't you focus, man? Listen what I'm trying to tell you here. 0 degrees. Horizontal as a constant. Doesn't bend.
What? He's sarcastic, my God.
The what?
He's sarcastic.
I'm not you, Sasha. That's your style, bro. Sometimes sometimes a little bit. I'll be a little bit, but I can't, you know.
He was sarcastic now. Come on.
He was sarcastic. No, he's saying for real. Like, if the earth was spinning, like, he's telling me about the buildings. Like, yeah, like, I mean, it's like stupid. I mean,
No,
I'm not saying stupid, but like, it's crazy to even go that way. Like, why even think that, bro? Earth is not spinning, bro. Like, you know, you don't have to think. Like, imagine what would happen if the earth was spinning. Yeah, we wouldn't even exist. You know what I mean? Simplicity, bro. Simplicity, man.
That's not the problem. The problem is, what if the earth stops spinning? Then we all die.
George, did you step away from your microphone, bro?
Yes, I did.
Sounds like you're talking from the end of your house, yeah?
Yeah, I'm gonna start cooking dinner for the family, and
That's all good. That's all good.
you guys are on loudspeaker.
That's all good, bro. Yeah. What are you cooking tonight, George?
Boneless chicken drumsticks.
Nice.
I'm still working on how to do it.
You following a recipe or something, or you know what you're doing?
A recipe? No.
Good.
Watching YouTube.
Sasha, you making bread tonight too, yeah? What else is new, right?
No, not tonight.
No? Taking a little break from the bread, dude?
Well, I'm making like every 3-4 days.
Yeah.
Was yesterday, wasn't it? You find it funny?
What was that?
No, it wasn't. I didn't hear anything. That's why it was like
Nobody heard that. What was that, George? Did you say something?
I
don't know what he said. Yeah.
How is it now? Better?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
How was your Christmas? I asked. Was yesterday or the day before Christmas? The 6th January.
7th.
7th of January. So.
Well, nothing, George. I'm not celebrating like even I'm more
casual.
celebrating.
Casual, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, come on! Don't tell me that. I celebrate both Christmases.
Yeah, but honestly, let's say that I more celebrating the Catholic Christmas, but Orthodox because of all my other family. I'm calling them and making lunch for myself at home, but nothing special like they are doing.
Wait, so you get to double the presents, right? You get the presents for the first Christmas and for the second Christmas.
Not the double. I didn't get any present. They are getting from me.
Putting complaint, bro.
Even Christmas requires a flat plane, man.
What do you make of the final experiment then, Mighty Mush?
Wait, I was just 1 second, guys. I was gonna ask Sasha. Yo, Sasha. So when is the New Year's?
13 to 14. 14 is a new year, like a first January.
Oh, okay. So it's like literally like 7 days later, right? Or 5 days later?
Yeah,
Okay.
they will celebrate.
14th, yeah. Where's that, Sasha?
In Serbia, and I think I don't know if they are celebrating in Greece or Russia, but for Serbia, I
No,
know
you're not in Serbia right now, dude.
It's the
Like,
old
I think
calendar.
Somebody asked, where are you? Like, you're in UK, dude.
Yeah, I'm UK now. Yeah.
Yeah, I meant where you. I knew you were from UK. I've been part of the server for a long time, so.
I am here near Nathan. Nathan is my neighbor.
Wait, who's talking? Who was talking right now? Just want to see.
Andy.
Oh, okay. Hello, Andy.
Hi, dude. Yeah, what do you? Because I'm quite enjoying playing devil's advocate for the globe, because if I were to take, if I would just think of it as Occam's razor, the observations of the sky, then you'd have to say it's a globe, right?
No.
Why?
No.
What's a globe? Why?
Well, because you got sun and moon upside down going in the other direction.
What do you mean upside down? Did you assume you're upside down?
Yeah, the sun, I should say appears. That's probably the best thing. Appears to be upside down. The sunspots are upside down, allegedly. So I've heard. So you've never heard that?
What's Andy, what's the flat earthers' take? Right? What's the flat earthers' take on how the sky works?
Oh yeah, I've heard the 6 and the 9 on the roof and all that, but I don't think that really applies if it's upside down and going in the other direction, does it?
No, that's just an observation, right? We're not claiming to know what the sun is, where the sun is, what medium it's in, how the sky works, what the stars are, what the moon is. We don't know. We don't try to claim things that we don't know. If you have people like Jaren that claim on the flat Earth model, on the globe map, on the flat Earth map, and things like that, then yeah, it's not going to work on their crappy arguments, right? And now those arguments have been shut down, so that's a good thing. Great thing for the flat Earth. But to say it doesn't work on a flat Earth and it confirms a globe.
Yeah, right. Like what doesn't work? You know what I mean? Like the sun is not above the map, bro. So even if they debunk the map, what does that mean? And most importantly, it's a affirmative consequent begging the question, non-experiment. In other words, it's meaningless shit.
Well, it's not meaningless though. I mean, to me, I see it as Mighty, chill, dude, chill. You get excited.
No, don't tell me chill, bro. Like,
no, you get excited, bro. You get excited.
No, you getting excited, dude. I can tell you already excited some people around here. You like to play devil's advocate, but you don't like to listen, right? Can you tell me what I just told you?
Yes.
What did I just tell you?
You just said it's irrelevant to the ground.
No. I said, how does it prove it's a globe and how does it do that? Please go ahead, tell me.
Well, I would say that it's probably it debunks, because I had somebody saying it debunks flat Earth earlier in another server, and I was saying no, it doesn't. Technically, it debunks the idea of a style layout with one sun circling Polaris. That's where it debunks.
Globe projection.
Yeah, it debunks the sort of. Well, I could post it in the chat exactly what I'm talking about.
Globe projection.
A cartoon.
The globe projection.
No ball.
Yeah, it's going to show a cartoon, yeah.
No ball and no light source, with no star source, with no reference of what the fuck a ball does, surrounded by stars, or having a sun anywhere in a specific location while it's in all locations, but over this location all the time, but in this location doing it. Come on now, dude. You've never in your life seen a fucking sphere, and from the sphere, seeing what they tell you that's supposed to look like.
But what anti-globalist told you and what Vlad told you, it's about that first point. That means it doesn't matter what sun is doing wherever. It's a point about the flat earther to recognize what is flat earther. Flat earther is not a guy who is saying that something is about the surface and meanwhile something is about the chakras in together with chakras or eclipses. No, it's only about the surface. It's about the flat earth. And when people realize that that's the flat earther who is speaking about the surface, then he will realize that's the flat earther. All others who are speaking about the sky are not flat earthers. That's the problem.
Yeah, I've yet to see the lab where they got like a sun doing anything and then like all the cameras positioned on that little globe model that you're so proud of and seeing from that point. I've never seen that. Have you?
Dimo, I'm sure before this happened that they go to Antarctica, I was like that. I can tell for you and some other people here, I can tell for sure they were saying it doesn't matter because it doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with the flat earth arguments. Nothing.
No, I know you don't have to tell me that. I told them that the first day I was a flat earther. I said I can draw on any flat piece of paper, any design I want. I'm the sun. La 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 la.
Yeah, that means that they didn't listen to flat earthers or they are telling them.
They never have.
Yeah, that means doesn't have to do to any of flat earth arguments. Nothing.
Right, but I'm just telling him for his idea that he's so proud of this globe imagination he has, what he needs to do is get about 7 cameras to represent whatever continent or 100 of them, put them everywhere on it, label your equator, get your little globe out, put it at 23 degrees, get your ball, which you acquire as the sun or the real sun. I don't know how the fuck you're going to do that, but just get you a sun and roll that bitch around it at the speed and let's see what you see from a ball.
Or the best thing, that spot from where was made observation, make an elevation profile of that spot, and then we will speak. Okay?
But Sasha, I see what you're saying, but for that you need to cover a certain distance to show the elevation. You have to go from distance A to distance B for the Google Earth to show elevation profile.
No, show me that in reality. No, Google.
But besides Jaren, does anybody know of any other quote-unquote flat earthers who believed in flat earth only because they believed there's 24-hour sun in Antarctica? Besides Jaren, is there a single other flat earther? Does anybody know of any? Okay, I thought so.
Is there what? Sorry, is there another what?
Is there a single other flat earther who believed in flat earth because they believed there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica? Because that seems to be the reason why Jaren is not a, again, quote-unquote flat earther anymore, because he went down there to observe 24-hour sun, and now he's out of the cult, right? That means automatically implies the meaning that he believed in flat earth because he believed that there's a 24-hour sun down in Antarctica. It's pathetic, man.
He believed there isn't.
I don't think
he believed there isn't, right?
They believe,
and that's why he believed in flat earth, right? So does anybody know of any other flat earthers who followed this same thing? They only believed in flat earth because they believed in 24-hour sun. Any other? Well, besides Jaren?
I think generally speaking, most flat earthers didn't really know. I think that's fair to say.
Only Jaren knows, and we didn't know.
No, they didn't know about the 24-hour sun, Sasha. That was the question specifically.
No, but he's asking you, did any flat earthers was thinking about 4 hours or 23 hours sun, believing in that and connecting that with the flat earth? Apart Jaren.
Well, people thought. Well, I assume that they thought there wasn't a 24-hour sun, right?
Yeah. Can you say the name of that people when you say people?
Well, I think it's generally understood that most flat earthers we didn't know because the footage wasn't very accurate.
Apart Jaren, and they are calling some flat earthers, like Sasha flat earthers. He thinks that there is 23-hour sun, and because of that, he is flat earther. You can name it.
I didn't really understand what you said then.
Who is the guy, apart Jaren, who thinks there was a 23-hour sun, and because of that, he was the flat earther? You can name it here. You can say Crit was that. You can say Elbow was this, George, NASCAR, Rail, Reg Joe, Secret Asian Man. Who was from them?
No, people think the Earth's flat, Sasha, because of the way we utilize the ground.
I named them. This is Ray Pritcharium, Secret Asian Man, George, Mighty Mash, me, Elbow TV, Dimo, Dank. Can you tell me which from all of them?
Yeah, I see your point. I see your point. Yeah.
Or you know the name. You can call it.
Yeah.
Quantum Raisin, Nathan Oakley, Chocolate, Elijah, Jedi.
Okay, Sasha, let him talk right now. Let him say.
Who?
Yeah, I get your point totally. But as I said before, so nobody, Sasha, that's your answer. Nobody thought the Earth was flat because of anything that the sun did. Okay.
Thank you. So is Jaron a real flat earther for believing the Earth is flat just because he believed there's sun somewhere where he's never been before? You really believe him that? Like you actually thought that he was a flat earther, right?
Well, I mean, I stopped watching Jared a long time ago when he started with the cryptocurrency stuff. When he had his first kid, he was like, he was doing a lot of advertising for cryptocurrency, which is, I was just like, okay, then I see why he's doing that, and nothing against crypto, whatever. I mean, it is leading us into this fucking sort of digital prison, but whatever. It's just inevitable. That's the way I see it. But I stopped watching him at that point. Same with Joe Rogan, I stopped watching him when he started going back on his moon landing hoax thing, he started going back on it. He's like, oh, we definitely went to the moon then. And I was like, I'm not going to watch Joe anymore then. And it's not that I suddenly hate this person, it's just he's looking for somebody else now, But as far as the 24-hour sun goes, there was very little footage of the 24-hour sun in the Antarctica, right? There's very little of it.
There was none,
if any. Right, so we weren't sure.
So now we saw the 10 liars go down it, liars and deceivers that we've known them for years to be just that. And all of a sudden we're just going to swallow everything they throw at us, and we're going to be like, oh yeah, we believe you were there, you measured the sun and all that. Oh, what was that? Like, we should not believe in flat earth like you now? Show me, what are we supposed to do, bro? Are we supposed to talk about Jaron? Is he relevant somehow? Or what does Jaron mean in all of this?
Let me clear that. I should give you my position. I've never actually measured the ground myself, so I'm not exactly sure what it is.
You never used spirit level in your entire life?
I've used a spirit level, but I've never actually measured the 8 inches per mile squared.
Oh, okay. Okay, because I was going to say, the moment you use spirit level, you are measuring Earth flat.
I mean, they say it's locally flat, right?
I can explain to you the principles of horizontal again if you want, even though I've done it twice already on this show. Horizontal is constant, brother, man. And the law number 2, all horizontals are parallel. Now, if you just do this in your mind, what's going on here, it will explain to you that Earth can't be anything but flat, bro.
Yeah,
0 degrees. 0 degrees. Remember that. It's a universal. We are all on 0 degrees. I don't want to talk about this again, bro.
That's fine. I've been looking into this for many years. You don't have to explain to me. But if I think of something like the Channel Tunnel, take the Channel Tunnel for instance. That's thousands of engineers, right, from both sides of the channel, the UK and France. And I assume, I brought this up on Dell's show, and he said, well, I'm sure they were utilising, as all builders do, plumb and level. And they were using sea level to measure, from, which is fine. And he said, you have to look at the plans. I thought, yeah, well, that's probably a good idea. But to me, just reasonably, if I just think about it for myself, I go, well, there's thousands of engineers, and they're not really going to be, because that's a lot of, I'm assuming it's like 25 miles, that'll be like over 400 feet of curvature that they would have had to navigate, right? They know what are they actually doing then? Are they just like, they didn't measure any curvature and then they went, oh, it's fine. That'd be a big deal, wouldn't it? If they didn't measure any curvature, if they weren't taking the Earth's curvature into account when they were building the Channel Tunnel, and they had to meet in the middle. Don't forget, they had to meet in the middle. So they had to be very, very precise. I would have thought.
Yeah, it all starts from the sea level on the canal. Yeah, in order to measure how deep that part of the sea is, so they can drill further down than that. Yeah, it's based on level. It's based on the flat plane in order to do so.
So they didn't measure any curve. They didn't have to navigate any curvature, John.
Obviously, yeah. If it's based on the sea level and the depth of the sea level to see how deep the tunnels must be, yeah, it's based on the principle that the Earth is flat.
But don't you think that the engineers might actually say something about that?
They wouldn't know that sea level is flat.
No, well, I'm just saying. Don't you think they might have gone, fucking hell? You know what? We didn't take any curvature into
I don't think
account.
they're even thinking about that. You know?
They weren't even thinking about it.
Yeah, of course not. I mean, if the depth of the sea in that area is 100 meters, yeah, they need to go 150, 200 meters further down than that on both sides of the shore, yeah, and then level it out to meet each other. But the basic principle is from the surface level, sea level, the depth of the ocean. So how deep the tunnel must be deeper than that, isn't it?
But as I say, just from a sociological standpoint, don't you think it's a bit of a stretch to say they weren't even thinking about that? You know, didn't even cross their mind that they didn't take any curvature into account.
Of course, you cannot take any curvature into account if it starts with sea level, unless you make the question that sea level is curved.
You can't take into account something that isn't there. You understand?
Exactly. And this is surveyed even before the construction starts.
But that's my point, though. If there's thousands of engineers, right, then surely they would have gone, fucking hell, this is amazing. Nobody's navigating this 400 plus feet.
It would be amazing, yeah, that their theodolites level must be parallel to the surface of the water.
Well, I mean,
they're surveying, aren't they? Yeah, they're going to survey, yeah, in order to do the tunnel. Yeah, with what? What instruments they're going to use to survey it? The instrument itself requires a horizontal plane to work in order to measure anything. And then the depth of something, in this case water, is from the surface level. So yeah, the whole thing, the whole language, the whole paperwork, the blueprints, everything speaks level, flat.
No, George, you know what is the problem? Two workers working on 30 miles, let's say, road, and they are making level road. And when they made that level road, what they are making, they didn't ask themselves, man, the earth is not curving. You know, that's the problem. They didn't ask themselves that question. Is it? That's the problem. How they didn't realize, like we didn't, the same way. And now we are realizing when you explain simply, you measure it because you're measuring that what you're measuring, leveling. And if you do that in a distance with the miles, that means that your earth, is not curved, unfortunately. And if you didn't say that in mainstream, now that's your problem. You're who are measuring, you know. Why people does not making the, cowbells. Especially these people who are making tunnels.
Look what happened to Brian Mullen when he started to talk about this. He's an engineer. Yeah, his job was in jeopardy at some point because he was talking about the earth being flat. So what's going to happen to other engineers who want to speak? Same thing.
Well, if there's thousands on him, though,
he was set as the example. If any other engineer is willing to put their job on the line, feel free.
Yeah, I'd understand if it was just one or two, as Sashi said, but if it's thousands, then that's different, isn't it? Surely.
How many teachers teaching the flat earth?
I suspect not many.
Okay. I don't know how many teachers are flat earthers, but imagine one teacher who has a good salary in the school, and now he realized that Earth is flat. Does he can to promote that in the school?
No, that would be a terrible idea.
That means that he will lose the job?
Probably.
Oh. That means we need some kind of teachers who will risk the job for this idea.
So they must have. What did they? Maybe they added the curve in after then. What do they say there in building trade? They say as-built, don't they? As-built, are they the plans that show the changes that were made, or the final the final sort of construction?
Look at it. Even if he's teacher of English, even then, because he will teach, he will say only his opinion in the school, but he will teach English continuously, or he will after that what he proclaimed there in the school for other teachers, let's say, he will stay there like a member of that school, whatever he thinks. The people will call him flat earther, doesn't matter, but yeah, he will keep the job. Or in politics, maybe, or in which kind of industry? Pilot, maybe? Because
so yeah,
connection with the flat earth, it's mostly it's people calling you retarded. Do you want some retarded pilot that you go in an airplane with retarded pilot?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Do you want that somebody teach your kids some retarded teacher? Do we want to listen to some retarded engineer? Yeah, that's the reality.
It's just, yeah, it's hard for me to imagine all these engineers not, taking the Earth curvature into account, or not mentioning it, not be like, this is fucking weird. I can't even imagine.
We have over in Across the Plane server, we have an aerospace engineer. He works for the government, and what? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear.
Yeah. So, 1 second. Yeah, in Across the Plane server, right? We have an aerospace engineer. He works for the government, builds planes. He's a globe earther, but yeah, he admits that all of their calculations are done assuming a flat, non-rotating plane.
Of course, they must. It's planar surveying, it's called.
Yeah, I will say that when I talk to the geodetic surveys over on Geos, and I'm truly being objective. I'm trying to remain objective about the whole thing, just to, and they are, they come. You can imagine there's one guy over there called Shoe Bill, and he's like, I fucking measured this, that, and the other. I'm like, okay, let me just go over here, just step by step, because I've never even fucking seen a theodolite, so just walk me through it step by step. And then, I'm talking to ChatGPT at the same time, which, yes, as we know, can be a bit of it's very agreeable, is ChatGPT, let's just say that. And so I'm talking to that and talking to him, and he's pretty much telling me what that's telling me, and and it's basically saying that the Earth measures the Earth flat and then adds the curve in after. And I'm going, Bill, this doesn't look good, dude.
Exactly. They need a Haversine formula to convert into a sphere. Because it's not measured spherical. Yeah, it's not. It's measured flat.
What's this? What's this reciprocal zenith angles they're always talking about, then, George?
Good question. You should ask him that. Because
I do.
zenith angles,
it's something that doesn't happen in reality. That's what it is.
Well, yeah. I always
zenith angles.
You know, like
what the zenith is. Hold on. Do you know what the zenith is?
Yeah, above your head.
No, it's perpendicular to the plane of the horizon.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you cannot have a perpendicular to the plane of the horizon.
Yeah,
right there is game over.
I always ask them to just walk me through, non-Euclidean, spherical geometry because I don't really get it.
Doesn't
I don't understand
exist. Spherical is Euclidean.
You say it doesn't exist, but it clearly does. So, but I just don't get it. I don't understand it.
An oxymoron, bro.
Are they using that geometry when they're using the theodolites? Of course not. Everything we use in real terms is Euclidean.
Spherical triangles. An oxymoron, man. Spherical triangles, really? Somebody's trying to make you believe that's real? Man.
No, triangles with more than 180 degrees. So not triangles anymore.
Yeah, I've talked to. This is what I said to Jedi the other day on politics. I've watched a billion of those 10th Man presentations back in the day, and I've never even held a sextant. I'm not the man to talk about it, but I thought I had a good grasp of what. I mean, anybody can. It seems pretty simple, right? Then I went and looked at how they do it, and they seem to take they get the angle from the center of the globe. I was like, after 15 minutes, I was completely lost.
You know why? Because they need a horizontal plane. In the sphere or the globe doesn't have a horizontal plane on its surface. You can create one in the center, but no one is in hell doing anything. We are measuring angles from the surface, angles, two straight lines.
But I was just trying to understand how, I actually took 15 minutes. I was attempting to research it myself, George, to see if I could figure out how it works on the globe. And I'm not going to lie, it was beyond me. I had put my hands up after 15 minutes. I was like, I'm lost. I'm completely fucking lost.
Exactly. Can't do this on the globe. That's why it doesn't work.
Well, it could be my lack of comprehension as well. I mean, I'm not sharp as knife and draw. Let's just put that out there,
Yeah, I understand you, and you're looking for confirmation. Yeah, I can confirm. Yeah, you cannot do this geometry on the surface of a sphere.
Yes, you can.
What? 90-degree angles and perpendicular to plumb
yes,
on the
you can.
surface of a sphere.
Absolutely, you can.
What is a perpendicular to plumb?
It depends on how big the sphere is.
No. What is a perpendicular to plumb, please?
No. Hold on.
What is a perpendicular, please?
Perpendicular straight down, brother, 90 degrees.
So you cannot have that 90 degrees on the surface of a sphere, can you?
Yes, you can.
No, you cannot have 90 degrees on the surface of a sphere, no.
Of course you can.
What is a 90 degree, man?
It depends on how big the sphere is.
It doesn't depend. No, a sphere, it needs to have a deviation from straight in every single vector. A 90 degree angle is two straight lines.
Have you ever heard of topography?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's it. It's over.
Typography. Yeah. What is typography?
Topography. There are elevations. There are valleys. There are mountains on your sphere.
Above or below what? Say it loud so everyone can hear it.
Yes. Again.
Above or below what?
Everybody. Topography. There are elevations.
What do you use?
Elevation. What's that?
Valleys. There are flat areas, and there are mountainous areas. Topography.
Based on
Typography is anything above or below sea level. Hello?
You're drawing perpendicular lines on the ocean? Is that what you're doing?
Yes, on the ocean, yes, with a sextant.
Why are you doing that?
To find my position on Earth, yeah.
What are you building on the ocean, brother? Tell us.
Not building, navigating the ocean.
On top of the water.
Navigating on the ocean.
We want to know what you're doing underwater. We
So
are
don't answer any
interested.
questions, right? Just keep saying dumb
Navigating.
shit.
What I'm
Right,
doing in
you're
the
not
water, if
answering
I'm
my
not
question.
swimming, I'm navigating.
You're not answering my question. What are you
No,
building
you're
on the
not
water?
answering the question.
I'm not building anything on the water.
I
In
want to
this
know
case,
what
was a tunnel underwater.
I
But we're
want
not
to
talking
do.
about that anymore.
I want to draw a building perpendicular
We'll
on
put
the
one on a
ground.
ball. Put it on
What
a
are you
ball and
building?
let's see
Why?
it.
Why do you build buildings on the ocean?
Do you build them on a
We
ball?
can build oil platforms on an ocean, yes. Have
You
you
don't
ever heard
build them on
about
balls, I
platforms in
know
the
that.
ocean?
No. Earth platforms go to the ground underneath the ocean.
Yeah, made
correct.
with a horizontal.
Not necessarily,
No, it's
but
not
yeah, some of
horizontal.
them they are. Yeah, they are fixed, yes.
It's not horizontal at all.
What do you mean
Horizontal.
horizontal?
It's not horizontal at all.
Well, you don't
A
like that word? Horizontal? Look it up in the dictionary. It's a
No,
good
you look
word.
it up in the dictionary. You
Parallel
don't
to
know
the
what it is.
plane of the horizon. Parallel to the plane of the horizon. Obviously above the
Wait.
surface.
You think that everything that looks parallel to your eyes is parallel?
You're saying
No,
that your
everything that
horizontal can become my
measures
vertical?
horizontal or level is parallel to the plane of the
No, he's
horizon.
telling you.
Hello?
No, George, he's telling you that
Do
your
you think
vertical can
everything that
become
looks
his
horizontal
horizontal.
to your eyes
No,
is
shut the
horizontal?
fuck up, dude. Shut up,
Mate,
Lisper.
big man,
Your
don't curse
fucking
bad words, big man.
horizontal never becomes my vertical lispy fucking talker.
Big man,
Fucked
oh,
up
please.
jaw.
I'm not
Lip
just
head.
trolling. I'm asking questions.
Yeah, no, you're not answering none, bitch. Your
What you
horizontal
don't
never
understand,
becomes
I
my
haven't told you
vertical.
yet. That's why you
I
don't
answered all
understand
your
it.
questions.
That
All of your questions. I've answered all
the
your questions.
definition of horizontal. I could ask you what is the definition, but I'll tell you. The
No,
definition
I
of
can tell you.
horizontal.
I can tell you what
So tell
horizontal
me.
is. I can tell you
Tell
what
me,
horizontal.
please.
Horizontal means straight perpendicular to the vertical.
No. Horizontal
Yes, that's what it is.
means parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Parallel to what?
The plane of the horizon.
No, big man. Parallel is perpendicular to a vertical
Horizontal.
line.
Correct. But
Horizontal.
the definition of horizontal of all horizontals, yeah, are
Right.
parallel to the plane of the horizon.
No.
Now, what we're talking about is the vertical.
Is a line
The
that meets.
vertical,
90 degrees.
or
90
a
degrees to
plumb
the vertical.
line, a vertical or a plumb
90
line
degrees to
or
the
a
vertical.
zenith is perpendicular to the plane of the horizon.
You don't know any of the words you're mentioning.
Yo, NASCAR, calm down, bro. Calm down
I'm
a
calm
little
down.
bit, dude.
He needs to calm down.
I need to.
Bro, just point out when your fucking horizontal becomes
is
vertical.
parallel to the plane of the horizon, yeah, and vertical is perpendicular to the plane of the horizon.
Yes, but what are you building on the water that's perpendicular?
No ball then.
Horizontal lines.
What are you building on the
That's what the
water that's
water does. The
perpendicular?
water is a horizontal line. You don't need to build it to be that. The water
The
surface
water is
is
not
horizontal.
horizontal. Water
Now
is not.
listen.
level.
Stop
The water
talking
is
for
level.
a second. Hold on, brother. Fuck.
Why are you guys
You
interrupting
guys
me?
are talking past each other. You need to brother, the globe dude. You need to figure the fuck out when your horizontal becomes someone else's fucking vertical, and meet up at that point, or shut the fuck up, idiot.
That's what I just said, brother. Thank you.
Go where that point's at, brother.
That's what I
Go
just
the
said.
fuck where it's at.
You repeated what I just said. Thank you.
Where's it at? Where's that happen at?
What do you mean? Horizontal is 90
Where
degrees to the
does my
perpendicular.
horizontal become your vertical, you dumb fuck?
Yeah, it's 90 degrees, isn't it?
So you cannot have
You
that on the
stupid
surface of a
bitch. Where
sphere.
does my
It's 90
horizontal
degrees.
become your vertical? Where?
It's 90 degrees.
I'm asking you a question, bitch. Quit
Yeah,
saying
90
numbers.
degrees, correct.
Where?
I just
I'm
answered your
asking for
question.
a
It's 90
place.
degrees.
I'm
That's
not
what it
asking
is.
for numbers. I'm asking for a place.
So
Where does
Numbers is how you prove things.
Where can you
Numbers is how you
stand at
prove
sea
things.
level and I stand at sea level and yours be vertical to mine and mine be horizontal to yours? What the fuck are you talking about? How does
You
my
really think
horizontal become
you
your
think the
vertical
ocean is
sea
level?
level? You fucking
You think the
idiot.
ocean is level?
Your sea level is not vertical to me, bitch. And
Of
mine
course
is
it is.
not vertical to you.
Of course it
Mine
is.
is horizontal. Yours is
Yes, it's
horizontal.
horizontal.
They meet.
Yeah.
They touch each
Please.
other.
Big man, the opposite of vertical is
There is
horizontal.
no
The
right
opposite of
side.
horizontal is vertical. Vertical can be horizontal depending on your perspective.
No, it can't, you stupid bitch.
no, you cannot, man.
Yes, it can
Show
be.
me where, motherfucker. Show me where. Show me where
Lie
on
down
earth.
flat
Stop
on the
talking
ground.
about
The
nothing.
vertical becomes the horizontal.
You're confused
Lie
with
down
not
flat
knowing
on the
where.
ground. The vertical becomes the horizontal.
Where, bitch?
Lie down flat on the ground.
Where?
Your horizontal becomes your vertical.
No, you're just saying shit, dude. Shut the
No,
fuck
big
up,
man.
loser.
I'm
Where?
talking fact. Why are you cursing bad words, big man? I'm good. Calm down.
Why are you not doing nothing but talking to yourself in the mirror, motherfucker? Where at? What location on earth can I stand? And you stand where I look, and my horizontal becomes your vertical. Where the fuck is that at?
Lie in the ground. A vertical line becomes horizontal.
Where do I shoot a bullet horizontally and you watch it go up to the sky?
No, just change orientation, man. No, you change orientation.
No, brother. I'm shooting it horizontal, bitch, and it's going to become your vertical. It is going to become your straight up, you fucking retard ball boy.
Thank you very much, brother.
You don't know how ball works, do you? That's why you don't know how ball works, you stupid fuck.
Of course.
Do you have a ball?
Have you ever heard of topography? Have you heard of topography?
Man, topography is everything above or below the horizontal plane, surface level. Hello,
please give me a break. How deep have you dug?
Me?
What are you talking about?
Why do I need to dig? Why do I need to dig anything?
Yes, because you're trying to find. What are you trying to find a horizontal for?
No, a horizontal. I have the horizontal. Hello, the plane of the horizon is the horizontal. Hello, the plane of the horizon.
A football field is flatter than a farm.
It depends on the football field. Yeah, but we're talking about the plane of the horizon that we observe and we use for navigation and for traveling. Yeah, the plane of the horizon.
Oh, big man, what you use for navigating, how do you know that this is horizontal? How do you know it is?
It's called the plane of the horizon. Horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon.
To your eyes.
All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
To your eyes. You think your eyes
No, it's measured.
No, it's not measured.
Measured, yeah. Horizontal, it doesn't stop being horizontal. It could be 30 centimeters, 1 meter, 1 kilometer, 100 kilometers. It doesn't stop being horizontal.
In the chat. That horizontal
still
line.
Horizontal, man.
Put a measurement in the chat. That horizontal line is perfectly horizontal. Go ahead.
Level. It's called level. Sea level.
No,
horizontal.
You don't have a number. You have no numbers. Nothing.
Horizontal, level, zero
look
slope.
Horizontal to your eyes.
Hello, zero slope.
It's to your eyes.
It's a measurement, zero
to
slope
your naked
measurement.
eyes. It's not.
No. You can measure with a theodolite. You can measure with a sextant.
Oh, give me a break.
You can measure with anything.
You went out to the horizon and you measured that theodolite? Give me a break. You didn't do that.
Mate, a theodolite, when it's leveled out, is level as is parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Points. Come on, brother.
When a theodolite is calibrated, or a total station, once it is calibrated, once it is leveled out, it's parallel to the plane of the horizon.
It's calibrated because the Earth is curved.
No, it's calibrated because you use a level or a plumb to calibrate it. And once it is leveled out, it's parallel to the plane of the horizon.
You make adjustments for curvature, big man. That's what they do in geodetic surveys.
There is no curvature. What are you talking about?
Geodetic surveyors account for the curvature.
Geodetic surveyors, no. Geodetic surveyors, they don't go to the field. They stay in the desk.
Yes.
The ones who go to the field is planar surveyor. Planar.
Everybody,
you know what planar is?
Google tells you that geodetic survey tells
you. Do you know what planar is? Hello? Do you know what planar means? Planar.
Yes, I know what planar means.
Not curved. Planar.
Exactly, but the Earth is not that.
Yeah, that's how it's measured with planar surveying.
No, geodetic surveyors adjust for the curvature.
Geodetic surveyors, they turn something that is flat into something curved with a hard-to-sign formula.
They adjust for the curvature.
They don't go to the field. They stay on the desk. They get the measurements.
Wait, George, he wants to tell us. I want to hear how they adjust for curvature. Go ahead, NASCAR. Tell us.
Go ahead, man.
Teach us. How do they adjust for curvature? Go ahead.
Of course, because guess what? In geodetic surveying is in the word. Geodetic, geo, that means it's a globe. Geodetic.
No, geo means Earth. Geo means Earth.
Dummy, tell us how they adjust for curvature. You claim that you show now. How do they adjust for curvature?
Geodetic surveying they adjust for curvature.
The same word, dummy.
The device.
Don't repeat the same word, bro. Calm down. Where's the moderator?
Listen how he's crying.
Is there a moderator in this chat, bro?
The device has 8 inches per mile squared.
What's going on here, man? This dude is out of control, bro. You pick whatever's in your butt.
You're out of control. Not me. I'm good. I'm just telling you the facts.
Dude, you're
gonna have a heart attack. Nobody shit, you fucking retard.
Yo, is there a moderator in the room, dude? We can't have it like this, dude. This is crazy, man.
Yeah, this is crazy. Why are you cutting me off? Is there any moderators, please? Stop cutting me off. I'm speaking fast.
Thank you. Fuck, dude. God damn, man.
Geo means Earth.
Okay. Yeah, and that's his point. I'm like, yo, how do they adjust for curvature? Oh, Geo. How do they adjust for curvature? Geo. Dude, calm the fuck down, man. Like you're losing it, but oh my god, bro. How do they adjust for curvature? Would you want to answer that? Or are you going to go repeating the same word, Geo, 10 times? Stuttering like a little, I don't want to call your name, dude. You're going to have a heart attack, my dude. Relax yourself. You don't know what you're talking about. You came here ready to have a heart attack, bro. It's a simple question. You claim they adjust for the curvature. Tell us, how do they adjust for curvature? Don't go into repeating the same stupid word over and over. Go ahead, you want to answer that? Yeah, maybe he should stay on mute, fucking dummy. He thinks, some people think if they come in here and scream and ready to have a heart attack, the earth is a globe. Chill, dude. You're just exposing yourself for emotional instabilities or whatnot. Chill the F out, man.
It sounds to me like these people have something vested in it. Maybe they would lose money or something will happen to them if they concede.
Yeah, man, he got something up his butthole, dude. Like with this guy, dude. I haven't heard this dude ever before, but he came in here hot, man. Like he wants to tell us something. He doesn't listen to anything you're trying to tell him. Then when you ask him a simple question, he just goes into repeating one word over and over. Like he's telling me something. Oh, Geo. Do you know Geo, Geo? Dude, how do they adjust for curvature? You just claimed it. You must know. You want to tell us how?
Well, he can't tell you how, Mighty Mush. If he's muted, he can't tell you. So
no, he's probably better off muted. I think moderators know what they're doing.
No, he's on mute, so don't keep talking to him. That's not fair, is it?
Because he's a believer. He's a global believer. That's cool, man. You can believe whatever you want, bro. We're okay with believers, dude. Just don't come in here claiming, thinking you know something, like trying to tell us something, and then we ask you a simple question. God damn, man.
Can't tell you how. There must be a doubt in his mind. It's only one word. I think that's pretty rude that you ask him 100 times something and he just repeats a word like he's stuck. I think that's pretty rude to the room.
Yep. And it's kind of telling, right? The way he reacted, like how, like, dude, why would you be so upset about a simple question? Like, if you know it, just tell me. You can ask me anything, dude. If I don't know something, I'll just tell you I don't know. But if I claim something, and if you ask me about it, rest assured, I'll explain it to you, dude. Why I know this and how I know this. I'll demonstrate it, try to explain it to you every way possible. But I'm not going to claim something that's so out there that I know nothing about, and then you ask me something about it, like, ooh, I don't know, man. Like, I don't talk about light, dude, like what light is, and it's like some of these topics, right? I just don't even unmute myself, dude. Yo, Andy, hold my beer. What are you telling me, bro? What are you, like, what are you saying, dude?
He's muted as well.
Nah,
He
Andy,
doesn't know how they account either for curve, either he doesn't know how they account for a geo. Neither one of them do.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know these guys.
Yeah, at this point, to me, it seems like Andy's just lopping as a flat earther, right? Just pretending to be a flat earther. So, yeah, and concern trolling is going to get you muted in here.
Nice, dude. You guys obviously know these guys a little better, man. I was just gonna tell George, no need to get upset, bro. Like they want to believe this, like he wants to come in here screaming, dude.
Yeah, you're right, guys. If it triggered, if you guys want to keep talking to him, happy to unmute him for you guys if you want. But
I know, I see no point in talking to this guy, bro. But if George wants to continue,
highly emotional.
Yeah, better for him, dude. He's gonna have a heart attack, man. Like the way he came in here. Oh God.
gosh. The water's not horizontal, man. It's not level, bro. It's not level. Whoa. Really,
Yeah,
dude?
we call it sea level, but it's just a name.
Because
It's
it's
not
Earth.
that it's level.
Yeah, because it's Earth, dude. We know that. Geodesic surveyors know that, bro. Geo. Don't you know? Oh, yeah. Geometry. Oh, shit. What's that? Earth measurements. Oh, okay. Geometry. Okay. Right angles. Oh, okay. How do you have a right angle in a sphere? Oh, you don't. Okay. I get it.
No, in the center. He says you can in the center. Yeah, it says that
In the center of what?
a horizontal and a vertical, they're perpendicular to one another. Yeah, but on the center on the middle of the sphere, not on the surface. On the surface, they are not perpendicular. Only on the center they are perpendicular. The double speak is horrendous. Because that's how it started. He was telling me you can have a perpendicular on the sphere. It's not on a sphere, it's in a sphere.
Man, heliocentrism is the most aggressive religion out there, bro.
That's a very good point. It's a religion proposed by the church.
The way these believers act, bro, the way they come in here and attack you simply for not believing their religion, it's like you can't compare this to anything else, dude. You know, people have disagreements in politics and whatever, transgenderism, weather, sports teams, whatever it is, dude, religion. But when it comes to globe, dude, I've never seen people get more aggressive than globe believers. Not actually, I'll rephrase it. Not globe believers, anti-flat earthers, and globe zealots. And there's a lot of them, dude. What this simple truth does to people's minds is just like, it's a social phenomenon, dude. It's one of the things that fascinates me the most with this shit, dude. Like people like this guy. Like right now, I'm trying to decipher in my mind, what is it that triggered this guy so deeply? Why is it that he can't handle reality for what it is? You know what I mean? There has to be something there, dude. Did he invest too much? Did he go to school for astrology or one of these pseudosciences? You know what I mean? So he wasted a few years of his life now. Now he come to realize, like, oh
He's
shit,
asking
it's
to
okay.
speak. He's asking in the chat to speak. The wrong chat, but he's asking to
No,
speak.
it's up to moderator, dude. I think I've heard everything I need to hear from this guy, but it's up to moderators, I guess.
Yeah, look, I'll unmute him. But NASCAR, right? NASCAR Steve, if you want to be unmuted, right, just be respectful and try to chill out a bit, right? And you'll probably get met with the same energy that way, and then we can have a better conversation. So. All right, you're good, Steve. You're unmuted.
And Steve, when you're not speaking, please mute yourself locally. Yeah.
All right. Yes, I know exactly how geodetic surveyors adjust for curvature. Exactly how it does. I've studied this. Right. I have a physics credential. Okay, guys. So the reason why I was getting passionate is because
physics.
Yes, I do. The reason why I was getting passionate is because the mod was calling me retard and mod Emma Effa and all these. So it kind of irritates. So I apologize. All right.
Yeah, it's all good, man. It happens sometimes, and it probably comes from both sides as well, right? In a lot of these cases, right? It just gets into a heated discussion. So yeah, it's all good, right?
Exactly. You know, I don't curse. I'm from a Christian family. You know, I grew up a Christian. I do not curse bad words in any way, shape, or form. Right? You know, both parents went to church Saturday and Sunday, Bible study. You know what I mean? So I'm a good person. You know what I mean? I consider myself a good person. So, but I can get passionate, and sometimes people might misread that. Okay, So let's get into the discussion.
What you going to discuss? Horizontal lines and level lines?
Yeah, I mean, whatever you guys want me to speak on. I mean, I can speak on the geodetic adjustments that they do make, right? So basically, you know, the instruments have the calculations that account for the shape of the Earth, the spherical shape of the Earth, over large distances, right? So if they're going over a mile, they have to adjust for curvature, right? If they're just going 100 feet, they really don't care. Honestly, they don't. If they're off by 0.001 micron, they really don't care, right? But if they're going over large distances, you know, then they have to take the Earth's curvature into consideration. Right?
Who measured the Earth curvature? You know?
The Earth is directly observed as a sphere. Directly, it's
Really?
not a model; it's a fact.
Where do we observe the Earth be spherical?
You can see from the cupola of the ISS.
So from the vacuum of space, you can see the curvature of Earth. You say?
No.
Not from the ground.
We observe the spherical Earth from ISS. Did you hear what he said? We observe from ISS.
I never been in the ISS. Have you been in the ISS? Where do we observe this? I thought we could observe the claim is from the ground, no?
No, there's no necessary to really be measuring the ground to prove the Earth is a sphere. You should only incorporate the curvature. Now, that's the only thing you're doing. The Earth is being mapped 1,000,000 times over by complex probes in orbit right now. That's all. If you look at NOAA has satellites up there. There's polar orbit. The most significant probes we have are the ones that are called polar orbiting satellites, because those guys map every single centimeter of the surface of the planet. That's all we know.
So one question for you. You said you're into physics, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you define level for me?
Okay, let's define level. Okay, so level means that it is horizontal, right? That means it is parallel to the ground, right?
Did you say level horizontal? Yes, the first part of your answer is correct. Okay.
Yes.
Is horizontal constant? In other words, does it at any point start to bend? Left, right, up, or down?
By definition of the word, no.
Okay, so horizontal is constant, correct? We established that.
Yes.
Okay. Every elevation angle that we take on Earth, whether it's celestial navigation, trigonometry, trilateration, or whatever, requires the same horizontal plane of reference, 0 degrees, to take angles. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so how simple is this? Horizontal is constant, it doesn't bend, which means we are all on the same horizontal, 0 degrees. All horizontals are parallel. These are laws of Euclidean geometry. You as a physicist should know this. Why am I telling you this?
Yeah, you're right.
So where's the disagreement then? Earth has to be flat for the horizontal to be constant and for all horizontals to be parallel with each other and with the plane of the horizon. How simple is this, dude? Is this what hurts the brain? Simplicity of it all?
Right. The Earth is very, very big. So
it doesn't matter. Horizontal is constant, and all horizontals are parallel.
Yes, it does matter. Topography is on the Earth. So you may have an area that is completely flat, completely horizontal. But if you extend that horizontal out over, say, maybe 9, maybe 10 miles, these kind of things, the line will shoot off into space. It will. But guess what? The Earth will curve underneath it. You understand?
Okay, so we understand. Okay, so over water, you should have a particular rate of drop and you should have a geometric horizon at a specific distance relative to the height of the observer, correct?
Approximation, yes.
Right. So yeah. So over 10 miles. Well, it's not really approximation, right? So over a body of water, right, on the ocean, for example, or a lake, whichever, it's roughly the same. So over 10 miles, you would have 66 foot of drop, correct?
Yeah, according to the curvature calculation, yes.
Yeah, yeah, according to the curvature calculation. And depending on the height of the observer, you would have to have a geometric horizon at a specific distance.
Yes.
For example, if you were observing from 1 foot height, then you would have a geometric horizon at 1.22 miles.
Approximately, yes.
Yeah, 1.225. Okay, right. So when we actually go out in reality and take measurements, right, or take as in laser tests, or we make observations, like long distance observations, for example, right? We have many where we can set up the camera, for example, at 1 foot off the surface of the water, and we can see 10, 20, 30 times further in some cases than you would be able to see on a globe. Right, we cannot find the geometric horizon, and we can see the horizon clearly beyond 10 miles. Many of these.
Okay, well, so the Earth is 10 miles.
No. Over 10 miles, you would have to have 66 foot of drop, right? From 1 foot observer height, you would have to have a geometric horizon at 1.225 miles.
There are no experiments, none, that you will see a light, right? If it's only a foot over water, that you will see a result, right? 10 miles away. Nowhere. There is nowhere in the planet.
Shall I present? No, I can back my claims with evidence. I'm not just giving you thought experiments. Yeah, on the ground, right? From 1 foot from 1 foot observer height, the geometric horizon would have to be at 1.225 miles, right? 6 foot observer height, it would be at 3 miles. 8 foot observer height, it would be at roughly 3.5 miles, and so on. Right? It's an easy calculation on a globe.
The best way to do it, to get really accurate, is at sea level, right? So on the ground, it's going to be iffy. Sometimes it's going to be 3 for a 6 foot observer. Sometimes it's going to be 4.
No, I'm talking about purely over water. No, at the start, I mentioned, I'm purely talking over water.
Okay. All right. If it's purely over water, there's absolutely no way you will see a light 10 miles away. If it's only a foot off the
light. I'm talking about being able to, right. So if I can set up a camera at 1 foot off the surface of the water and I can see the horizon well over 10 miles away, what would you say to that? Would you like to see some evidence?
No, the horizon is about a mile to a mile and a half. It is never going to be 10 miles away. Absolutely not.
Okay, so that's where we come along, right? Because we have countless observations that we can show you where we can see way further, right? Exactly like I'm telling you. So would you like me to present some evidence and we can go over it?
Okay. Are there waves that are breaking? Maybe are you doing a flash?
No.
A flash? Are you doing flashlight? Like a flash? Like
No. This is during the day.
Mirror flash?
No.
You do mirror flash?
No. Not mirror flashes. This is direct observation.
Okay, because mirror flash is a little bit different, right?
We're not talking about mirror flashes. Absolutely not talking about mirror flashes.
How about just
exactly
look at
what I
it?
said?
Exactly
I
what
can
you
just
said,
present the evidence. I mean,
Okay,
if you want to see beginners VC chat there, right? You can see the text chat just above the channel.
He's been posting there, so he knows.
Right. So let me get it straight again. So let me get it straight. The camera is elevated a mile off. You're in the water. You're in the water.
No. It's okay. So right, let me just go over it. I can present it to you, and then we can go over it. So the camera is placed 1 foot above the surface of the water. Doesn't matter if it's in the water, as long as it's just 1 foot off the surface.
Okay.
Okay. So just give me a second. Actually, before I show you the 1 foot one, I'm going to show you an 8 foot one. The same location. It's just this one's better because it's later in the afternoon and it's very clear conditions, but it's the same principle. I can show you the 1 foot one directly after. So just a moment. Right, here we have Okay, so the video link below it is just it's the entire observation from start to finish. It shows all of the details within the observation, but you can see the GIF directly above it. That's the moment in the video where he does the zoom in on the oil platforms. Okay, so in this particular one, he's got the camera placed at 8 foot above the surface of the water, and he's zooming in on these 2 oil platforms. Okay, so we can confirm that the second oil platform on the right is called Platform Habitat.
Okay, I'm not seeing the video that you're posting. I don't know where that is.
Can you see it? It's at 1 after the hour.
No, I don't see the chat area. What's
do you
chat
see,
area for?
FE beginners TC?
Oh, okay. Hold on, let me see. FE beginners. All right.
Yeah, he might have been in the lobby.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you see my post?
All right. So the one with the oil platform, I see that, right? Uh-huh.
Yeah, by anti-globalist. At 1 after the hour. It says 8 foot observer height, max globe geometric distance, 3.46 miles. You can see it?
Miramar Beach, California. Earth curvature. That's the one you're talking about?
It's at 1 after the hour, and my name's anti-globalist. Right? Okay. And it doesn't... Yeah, it says the impossible geometric globe horizon, 10.1 miles, right? That's the name of the video link. Yep, 1 after the hour.
Impossible geometric globe horizon.
Yep, so that's the full video. You don't need to worry about that just yet, right? You can check that afterward. So just above that is just a small clip out of the video.
All right.
Okay, right, so we have an 8 foot observer height in this one.
Uh-huh.
And we have the 2 oil platforms of known distances, right? The closer one is Platform Hillhouse. It's around 6 miles. And the second one on the right is Platform Habitat, and that's 10.1 miles away. And in the original video below it, you can see he confirms the distance on Google Maps. Okay, so we can clearly see the horizon is well beyond second oil platform, which is just there as a distance marker in the point of this observation. Right, so we can see the horizon is actually far beyond the second platform. Okay, so on a globe, it should be at 3.46 miles. You would have to have a geometric horizon, a physical horizon, so to speak.
I see what they did. I see what they did now. The video is adjusted. I see exactly what they did. So
what did they do?
You look right, as you see when they're zooming out, they're at a higher elevation, right? But right at the end of the video, the elevation drops. Right?
No, absolutely not.
You can see it.
My friend.
The video is fabricated.
No, you can. Okay, hold on a second, my friend. Okay, right. These have been repeated many times, right? We've even had a math professor. Named Matthew Weathers. Matthew Learns is his name in here, right? He's a globe earther. He's a math professor. He has 15 million followers on YouTube. He went to the same location. He confirmed this himself. I have his he took his telescope there, right, on a tripod, and he did the same thing, right? And I have his photos, right? It matches, right? This isn't tampered with. And you can see that if you watch the full observation, right?
Okay.
You can try to pick it apart after. Let's just assume that it's not tampered with for the moment, because we know it's not tampered with, and I can show you many more that obviously aren't tampered with, right? This isn't just a one-off type of observation. And once you have a think about the actual discrepancy, it wouldn't even matter if the camera goes down or up, even 2 or 3 feet. It still directly refutes the globe geometric horizon claim, right? So, yeah, so the camera height is approximately 8 foot. It doesn't even matter if it's perfect, because, you know, the discrepancy of how far we can see beyond the geometric horizon is magnitudes. All right, so this is something that we're finding in countless amounts of observations. It's not just rare. It's not a rare situation. We can't find the geometric horizon.
No. If Of course, you're going to have countless observation because of your elevation. I've analyzed many of these videos, and they're not giving you their accurate elevation. They're not. They're higher than they say they are.
No,
They're
it's
higher
not
than they
higher
say they are.
because hold on a second, right? You can see in the actual video posted underneath. It's in high definition. He shows you the entire observation. He shows you exactly where he's standing. You can tell that the camera isn't higher than 8 foot. So what I'm going to do now, right? Because you're trying to say that it's not at the correct height, right? It wouldn't matter if he was higher or lower. It's still way beyond what the globe claims, right? So look, let's go down to the one. Look, okay. So what you've done is you're trying to say that this person's lying. So I'm going to show you a different one now from the same person, down at 1 foot observer height. Okay, so you can clearly see it's 1 foot, but we can give you the benefit of the doubt. If you want to deny that this is at 1 foot, right, this next one, when it's obviously at 1 foot, you can say it's 3 foot or 4 foot if you like. We can give you, and it's still it still destroys the globe claims, right?
Okay.
So do you want to see the 1 foot one? Because maybe it's easier for you to gauge the 1 foot height.
Yes, let's take a look at that.
Yeah, and it's fair for you to be skeptical. That's all good. So not annoyed at you for that. So it's 1 second. I'm just pulling it up now. Okay, here it is. I have the full video, but I'm just going to post just the clip, right? Like the GIF that we took out of the video. Someone else can post, right? There's a bunch of information about it being posted above this by Amish. Okay, so 7 after the hour, it's the latest post there. Okay, so now he's gone down right close to the edge of the water, and he's set up his camera at 1 foot off the surface.
All right. Let's see what this guy's looking at here now. All right. So the bottom of the oil rig is cut off. So that's interesting.
No. Hold on a second. The bottom of the oil platform isn't cut off at all.
Yeah.
In fact, no. You can see the horizon behind the oil platforms.
Oh, okay.
And if you have a look at a close-up view of this actual oil platform, which it shows in the original video, which I can post for you in a moment, you can see that oil platform isn't cut off, right? It can't be cut off because we see the horizon clearly behind the oil platform, and it also matches the photo of the oil platform from close range. That's what the oil platform looks like, exactly like. So it can't be cut off.
Yeah, but the oil platform behind it, that's even further down. It's cut. The bottom of the one behind it is even cut off anymore. It's cut off even more.
Hold on a second.
The geometrical horizon should to be on 1.2 miles with that observation.
Yeah, but he's not.
I'll get to that.
Man,
hold on a second. Just let me explain, my friend.
Geometrical
I'll
horizon
explain
should
that.
be on 1. It's a 10 times further. Do you understand that? It's not like a 1%. It's 1,000% off.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So look, let me explain the oil platform. Okay, so the first oil platform is Hill House. Okay, it's about 90 something feet off the surface of the water. It's much taller than Platform Habitat, which is the one on the left. Right? Platform Habitat is only 77 feet off the water, and it's also 4 miles further away, right? So obviously it's going to look smaller due to perspective and due to the height being smaller. Okay? If you look at a close-up image of that same platform, that's exactly what it looks like. Now, what you need to realize is what Sasha was just talking about is this is so much further than what it should be that we can see here, because according to the globe math, the geometric horizon has to be at 1.225 miles away from the 1 foot observer height. Yet we can see the second oil platform, right, clearly, and we can see we can see the horizon right behind the oil platform.
The surface, we can see the surface of the water, physical. That means what is making horizon in the distance. Yeah, but we can see the surface, physical water in the distance. And he asked this, if somebody can show me on 10 miles that light can show me the surface, I would like to see. Now we showed you that in reality.
Yep. And let me add one more thing quickly to that before you comment on it. Okay, that second oil platform should be hidden by 58 foot. It should be hidden 58 foot behind the curvature, right? Behind the geometric horizon. But we can see the horizon behind the oil platform.
Okay. So 58 foot, but the platform is 70 foot in the air.
Man,
That's 77 foot.
Right.
Where
So
do
we can
you see
see
do you see the surface of the earth? Do you see the surface of the water?
Well, he's focused on the surface.
Do you see the surface of the water? Do you see on that black swan, on that oil rig? Do you see the surface?
Yeah, but the camera is angled down to see it. Right? We're not focused on the water. You will see water.
We are focused on the surface of the earth. In this case, this is a water. Do you see the water on 10 miles?
No, you don't see water.
Videos in the
You don't
chat.
see the ocean behind the oil rigs. Are you telling me that?
No, there's no ocean behind them. We're not seeing that in this
Okay.
video.
Are you saying that? Are you saying that the thing what is in ocean you cannot see the ocean? This is
I don't see
man.
it.
Come on.
I see a white base. Right? That's what I see. I don't see any horizon behind them.
Hold on a second. I'm just going to prove to you that you can see the horizon behind the oil platform. Okay, so just give me a second. I'm going to show you a slightly color-adjusted image, right? That makes it much clearer to see.
I was showing the picture that water is behind the horizon oil rig. Now I will post that picture.
Oh, are you serious? Are you seeing water behind these? I don't see any water behind them. I don't see.
Oh, really? Where is
Give me a second. Behind it.
Is it oil rig on the mountain?
Steve, the horizon objectively behind the second platform. And even if it wasn't, the platform on the right is also what we term a black swan. They both need to be obstructed by the horizon.
Yeah,
which
they
would
are.
be the leading edge. No, they're not. The horizon's behind the second, not in front of the first. Both need to be, the horizon needs to be in front of both of them. It's behind both of them, Steve. It's behind both of them.
No, there's no horizon behind them.
Okay,
yes,
hold on for a second. Steve.
What's the horizon,
Guys,
Steve?
1 second. Hold on. Hold on a second. Right, here we go. Have a look at this, Steve. Right, it's just had the color adjusted slightly so it's easier to see.
Let's see.
On the same video. Okay, and we can clearly see the horizon behind, correct? And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you a close-up photo of the second oil platform.
But let's go back to this. Let's hold on. Let's go back to the dimensions of the video. So again,
hold on a second. No. Just wait a second, please. Before we just take it slowly, right? We don't need to jump forward too much. Do you agree that you can see the horizon line behind the oil platform?
Okay, yeah, I wanted to kind of jump backwards, but yes, I see a line there. Yes, I still have doubt that that's a horizon line, but yeah, let's go.
Okay. So let me just clarify. Right, the horizon is the location where the sky and the ground appear to meet.
Right.
Okay, and now I've just posted a photo of the oil platform.
Right.
Obviously, this isn't looking through 10 miles of atmosphere, so it's a little bit distorted, obviously, because of the heat and whatnot over that long distance. But you can clearly see it's the same size, right? You can see the pylons touching the water in the observation, and you can see the horizon behind it. But if the Earth was a globe, the oil platform would have to be hidden behind the horizon that should be at 1.225 miles, and it should be obstructed by over 50 foot.
Yeah, I see. I think I know what they did here. Yeah.
Okay, so before you think that anything's been faked,
yes,
we have countless amounts of these, and I've actually done this myself over 18 kilometers.
Yeah, so I see what they did. I see.
Okay, so tell me what you think they did. Tell me what you think they did.
It's the same rig. What they did was they duplicated in the image, flipped it around. They made some adjustments to the second part, right? And if you see the bottom of it, right there. You see the reason why they blur that out is so that you cannot see the connection to the water, right? They're trying to make a connection to the water. This image is fake.
It's a fake, yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
so
It's a fake
Yeah.
image.
please,
Yes.
Yeah, I think also
please,
it's
please
a
have
fake.
a look,
Do,
right?
This is
do
a
you know
fake
how
image.
you,
CGI.
you
100%.
okay?
Okay,
Do you
let's
know
go with this.
how you can
Let's
realize that it's maybe not fake?
No, the
You can do
second
the
image.
same. You
The
can do
second
the
image.
you can do the same observation for yourself and see if that was fake or not.
Listen, I'm from the island, so I do these observations all the time. I watch boats go over the horizon.
And you
Huge,
have always on
huge
10
cruise
miles
ships.
that they are dropping on the on that you have that observation all the time. On
Yes.
10 miles the drop is that, on 20 miles is different drop. You have all that results.
Yeah. I'm standing
Can
on the
you post
beach.
that? Can you post that results, please?
I'm standing at the beach, like 7 feet, 8
Yeah,
feet,
can you post that
looking
results
out,
like we
and I
posted?
see cruise ships,
Yeah, can
huge
you
cruise
post
ships,
that results
huge.
like we posted?
No,
Can
no,
you
he's not
post
going to
that
post anything.
result
Of course, I
like
can
we
post things.
posted?
Yes, I can. I can post things.
Okay, Steve,
Okay, with
hold
the
on a
same
second,
thing, with
Sasha.
the height, with the same thing. That means it's not fake. With the same, with the elevation, height, and the distance, everything correct. Okay.
No, it won't match what this guy put in his video. But
Yeah, that means you will
I
have
can
a
show
height
you
and
videos.
you will
I can
have a
show you
height
videos.
and distance. Is that
Okay,
correct?
the
You will.
legitimate.
My question is this: Do you will have in data height and distance? Is that correct?
Let's put it. Let's get it done.
Okay, show us.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have
Yeah,
these
so
things ready to go like you guys. Because remember, you guys,
of course not.
because
Okay,
you guys are
Steve,
trying. You guys are the ones. The burden of proof is on you, so that's why you have to have your
Steve.
video.
You
No, no,
Burden
no.
of
that means
proof.
you have observation that's showing the spherical Earth, but you don't want to show us.
Did I say that?
You said you have some kind of observation showing that drop. This is fake. You said this observation.
No, not this observation, but you can clearly see it's fake.
Okay, that's fake. Can you make some observation showing that it's not fake and showing data that there is a geometrical horizon on distance what should to be? Do you have any kind of that kind of video? What is not fake?
Yes, I have legitimate videos of, both going over the horizon. Yes.
Okay, where they are? Are they in top secret protected for U.S. military, or you can post it?
Yeah, I'm good. Remember, I don't have these things ready to go. You guys have yours ready to go because the burden of proof is on you. It's not on us.
On who, man? My name is Sasha. I want to understand if Earth is spherical or not.
Right. Yes. Right. So
Yeah.
right.
And you are saying
It
now
is.
there is
I
a
have a
proof
couple
for
of.
the spherical Earth, but I cannot post it because of its burden of proof of some flat earthers. I'm not flat earther. I want to see that it's working.
Yeah. Listen. I have the image of the Earth viewing from the cupola of the ISS. Right.
Okay. You have the
So
image
we're
of
good.
the cupola. Who are you? Are you some famous guy?
No. I'm going to give you the videos and whatnot. But
Yeah,
the issue is,
but
we're
you
good.
said no. But you said there is a drop over distance. That you have that observations. That you live on some island.
No, I don't have my observations ready to go. I
You
don't.
But you can call other people's observation fake. But you don't have your observation.
Yeah, but those observations clearly are adjusted.
But I
Clearly.
told you. How about
Why
this?
did
That
they
you
whiten?
do. But how about this? You do the same observation. You put the camera on 1 foot observer height, and you do the same thing. And then you record, and then you come back here and say, and we will see what is going on. If is this one fake, because you call it this one fake.
Yes.
Sasha, do you mind if I jump back in for a second? I just wanted to give a
but I'm
quick
telling him,
overview, right?
So call this fake. Okay, let's call it this fake. But how we will realize now which one is that good one? Okay, can you do that real one that we can look into that, and then we will make a conclusion about real, because this one is fake.
Yes, I'm sending. I'm bringing up a video right now. This is a nice one. This is one I look at all the time. But
And how that one is? Is
I don't have it
that
ready to
your
go.
one? Or is that your one?
No, it's not mine.
How do you know that it's not fake?
It cannot be.
Okay, it cannot be. Okay, show us.
He's going to post the ISS up live stream. Trying to get away from
stupid.
Trying to get away from
You will not post you mean you will not post the observation of the ground from the ground?
So far, Steve, I've showed you 2 observations, one from 8 foot. It was very clear. We could very clearly see the horizon behind, and you're trying to say that the height wasn't correct. We showed you another one from 1 foot, which is very easy to see that the height is correct. And you're claiming it fake, but you haven't even watched the video that goes along with it, where you can watch the whole thing in HD. Okay? So what you're doing, hold on a second, let me finish talking. Okay? So if you're claiming it's fake, right? So if it's real, right, let's just say it's real. Is that a problem for the globe?
If mine is fake, if it's a problem for the globe?
No. I'm not. No, I said if this isn't fake, if the 2 observations I've showed you so far aren't fake, is that a problem for the globe?
Well, it could be, but not necessarily.
Thank you. Thank you. Would you like to see another one? Right, this one's a very extreme example. This one is from 3. This one's on a very still lake, right? Very still lake in Canada, and it's just from 3 inches off the surface of the water, and we can see a peninsula 14 miles away.
Impossible. Fake as well.
Okay, okay, so let's watch you continue to call these fake. All right, so here we go. Right, I have the full original video as well, which shows the entire observation process. Okay, so just let me explain it quickly. Okay, so he's holding the camera with his hands very close to the surface of the water, approximately 3 inches. Okay, as he zooms in, you'll see 2 rock peninsulas on the right-hand side of the image, and the second rock peninsula is 13.8 miles away. If the Earth was a globe, the geometric horizon would have to be at 0.6 miles away, and the second peninsula should be hidden by 120 foot of obstruction. Now, what you need to remember is these observations aren't trying to prove that the Earth is flat. This is us trying to find the geometric horizon that must be there on a globe, right? Obviously, there is no geometric horizon there. We can see magnitudes further than what you would be able to see on a globe. In this one, we can see 2,200% further than what you would be able to see on a globe. Are you gonna call this one fake as well?
But wait, that's impossible. What you're saying here is an impossibility. Let me post my video.
Impossible on a globe. Impossible on a globe. I agree.
No, impossible that you are seeing this. Yes, it's right. It's not possible. Right. Not
possible. Could it be fake? You're gonna call this one fake?
All things are going to be fake. Remember, you guys, you're in a community that wants to convince the world that the Earth is not a sphere. So you have to be careful. You have to be careful what you're doing.
No, we don't care about convincing.
Of the flat water. Should we be careful of the flat water?
Yep. Be careful of it, Sasha.
Many flat earthers in fake stuff, like the ISS bloopers. I took the time.
Naskar, you need to fake. Naskar, you believe too much people. You believe to people. You need to trust the water. We trust the water. We don't believe what people saying.
Well, if you trust the water, watch this video that I'm going to post.
Yeah, because water in the nature behaving flat doesn't want to curve, and you trust the people who are saying how water behave in the nature. That's the difference. Do you understand?
No. What?
Yes. You believe the people telling you that water is curving, and we are telling you the water is not curving because it doesn't behave like that in nature.
Do we finally have proof, though? We've been waiting for years. What do you have for proof for us?
Water does curve because it meanders on rivers. Come on.
Post your ISS video, bud. I dare you to post the ISS stream as your proof, if that's what you're going to do.
Naskar, 8 inches per mile squared sphere, like a basketball, not the curve, of the river, the spherical curve of the size of what is given.
No, it's not a basketball. The Earth is in no way,
I'm saying,
shape, or
if you
form
want to
like a
measure,
basketball.
listen this carefully. If you want to measure the drop over distance on the basketball, you will get the result. Do you understand that? You will get that result.
But
When
the
you
Earth
want
is
to measure that in reality for the Earth, you will not get the result. You get the result. You see the result. You were asking, show me the 10 miles of the surface. I want to see that on the 1 foot observer, and we showed you that, and
No,
you
you showed
still don't, and you still want to believe there is somehow curving. That's on you.
Again.
Steve, I love what you posted. I actually use this all the time when I'm talking about refraction. Would you like to go over this one that you posted?
Sure. As you can see, it's not just that vessel. There are other vessels in the entire video. As the guy observes them, eventually end up over the horizon. Yes.
I know this. I know this observation very well. Okay, so you're claiming that this is ships over the horizon, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so firstly, you don't know the distance to that horizon because you don't have any distance markers. You don't even know the height of the observer or the weather conditions. Okay, and you obviously don't know anything about refraction, do you?
I know a lot about refraction. That's the reason why you're seeing long distance things.
Okay.
Yeah.
Define. Hold on a second. Define sinking refraction.
Hold on. Chicago skyline. That's refraction.
Yeah. Define sinking refraction. Or I can do it for you if you'd like.
No, what I'm saying is, we have to understand refraction. Like we call it Gaspard. That's clearly refraction, right?
Refraction, right? What are you talking about? Refraction can do all sorts of different things depending on different atmospheric conditions.
Absolutely.
Depending on different temperature gradients.
Right.
Okay, so what is sinking refraction? What is occurring when sinking refraction is taking place? What would happen?
You're in La La Land.
Hold on. Objects that are visible, right? They appear to, have a depression. They appear to depress. That's what sinking refraction is.
So a refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the horizon apparently sinks beneath it.
Correct.
Right? And it also makes the horizon appear closer than what it should. Yeah,
sure.
And it happens when you have when does it happen? It happens when you have warmer air closer to the surface, right?
Mm-hmm. That's
Cooler
right.
air above it. Vertical temperature gradients, the opposite of looming, right? So do we have here what is described in sinking refraction? Literally the textbook definition of sinking refraction.
All of the boats?
No, because it doesn't happen all the time. I can show you another observation right now of the same size ship, right? And it's so far out that you can't even see it at all with the naked eye. And when he zooms in on it, it's still very tiny and you can see the horizon way behind it.
No, it's not the horizon.
This is clearly sinking refraction. Right, this is also done in the UK. Yeah, sorry. No, it's not. How do you know? How do you know it's not? How do you know it's not sinking refraction?
Because the other vessels are there. Are you saying the same refractive index across them? It's possible, but it's not possible.
There's all sorts of crazy atmospheric conditions taking place in this video. Let me prove it to you right now. Right, because I've already taken screenshots from this video in the past. Okay, so when he pans the camera over to the right. What do you see in this? Maybe some crazy atmospheric conditions taking place? Does it look like there's kind of meadows floating in the sky? Like right up in the sky? It doesn't look very natural, does it? Clearly there's some... Yeah, that's throughout, like, it's time-stamped there, basically. You can see exactly which point in the video it is. So what we have is a ship, right? An object normally visible on the horizon apparently has sunk beneath it. Right? Textbook definition, sinking refraction. We have other abnormal things taking place in the image, like I just posted. Right? You can't confirm that it's not sinking refraction. But you can't deny sinking refraction exists because you just admitted it. Right? You don't have any variables like we had when we showed you our images.
No, you only put variables.
We're not calling your footage fake. We're not calling your footage fake because we're honest. Yeah, because we're intellectually honest here, but
No,
we've
no, but
given
your
you.
videos are obviously. Don't you see them? They blur out the bottom
No.
of the
You
ribs.
didn't even watch our videos present. Didn't even watch them. You just hand wave dismissed them.
Remember, the first video, I told you the elevation was higher. At the end of the video, he dropped it. Come on, that's dishonest. That's dishonest.
Even if he dropped it, it's still magnitudes further than what you would. Okay, so you don't even understand the observations, right? Because you need to be able to prove that a geometric horizon exists, because a geometric horizon would have to exist at a specific distance depending on the observer height. Right? You don't even know the distance to this horizon in your observation, right? It's showing textbook definition sinking refraction. It's showing a horizontal horizon, of course. Right? It doesn't look natural in any way, shape, or form. It looks like the ship has gone horizontal, like it's just perfectly down a step. Terrible evidence, right?
Yeah.
It's just more evidence that a horizon is just an apparent location, and that sinking refraction can sometimes make it look like things disappear behind the horizon, because that doesn't always happen, does it? Because if you have an inverted temperature gradient, where you have the colder air closer to the surface, the warmer air above it, then you'll have looming, right? And you have these crazy images where it looks like the ship's actually up too high, because that's the opposite of sinking. But you've cherry-picked this one where you have sinking, and you're trying to claim it as Earth curve. And you don't even have any variables to go along with the observation.
No, because we don't do that. We don't really look. We don't do, because the Earth is observably a sphere. We're just showing you an example.
Okay, let's see if you're honest.
That's all we're doing.
Let's see if you're honest. Have you ever seen the curvature of the? Do you experience the Earth as a flat, stationary plane, or have you seen the curvature of the Earth yourself without appealing to NASA?
Yeah, I have seen it at 40,000 feet. I saw
40,000 feet. You wouldn't be able to. 40,000 feet. You wouldn't be able to see the curvature.
What are you talking about? Yes, you can. The curvature.
No, you cannot. Dude, I fly around the world all the time.
You're not looking.
I've never even seen the curvature. It looks perfectly flat from that height, right? We can send rectilinear lenses up on weather balloons to 120,000 feet, and it's still perfectly flat, right? When they pan around 360 degrees, yeah, it's completely flat, right? You even have astrophysicists on the globe side saying that you can't see any curvature from 129,000 feet, which was the height of the Red Bull jump. Right after that, we had the Blue Origin, which went up to 350,000 feet. You had a trained astronaut on the Blue Origin that said that she was disappointed she didn't get to see the curvature of the Earth because apparently they didn't go high enough. Neil deGrasse Tyson, the astrophysicist, did 2 interviews after that. He said he did the math and you wouldn't even be able to see the curvature from that high. So 40,000 feet, no, you can't see the curvature. If you think you can. If you think you can, you're looking through a particular type of plane window that's got curved glass, or you're using some type of phone camera lens that's going to distort straight line.
No, Neil deGrasse Tyson was talking about seeing the globe. That's what he was. He is exuberant. He's talking about seeing the entire good portion of the globe.
He says from that height, that stuff is flat. He said you would not see the curvature of the Earth from that height. That's word for word what he said.
Yeah, I know, but
right?
he's
posted in the side chat.
He's appealing to people who want to see the Earth in its glory. That's what he's appealing.
Who are you appealing to?
I am appealing to the fact that the Earth is indeed a sphere, doesn't it? I mean,
that didn't make any damn sense. Not math, not reality. Just saying the Earth's
globe, my friend.
I mean, the Earth is guys. Look up polar orbiting satellites. They go around the pole.
Guys, you're stupid.
You're just appealing to things that you can't validate. See, what I've shown you, great thing about it is you can actually go and do these things yourself, right? You're just appealing to things that you've never validated, right? So you just have a blind faith in things. You've never seen the curvature of the Earth yourself.
No, I have. I've seen it at 40,000 feet.
No, you haven't. You don't see it at 40,000 feet.
It's a depression on the x-axis, which is the horizon, what you guys call the horizon. A depression on the x-axis was apparent at 40,000 feet. I saw that, okay, with my own 2 eyes. We had a clear view of the horizon.
So how come I saw a perfectly flat horizon when I flew around the world?
Yeah, it's very rare to get a clear view of the horizon at that height. But if you fly often enough, I fly often enough, so there are going to be chances.
Yeah, I
There are
fly
going to be
often
times
enough, dude.
when I flew often enough, right? There are times when you're going to see if you get to 40, if you get to like 37, 39, 40, if you get a clear view of the horizon, 60 degree, you will see that horizon dip. You will. And I saw it. I was taken aback when I saw that. I was like, "Whoa, look at that! The Earth's just here."
So you're
You are
looking
funny,
through
dude.
you're looking through some round triple layered windows and you think you can see the curvature of the Earth. You're not even taking the glass into consideration, right? So in certain planes, maybe you can see. I've seen pictures on the runway, right, out of some plane windows where it looks like the runway is curved, right, because of some thick windows in a plane, right? You've got triple layered thick round glass windows in some planes, right? Most of the planes I've been on, I've never seen any curvature from that height. I've seen the clear horizon. You know, I've flown a lot. I've never seen it, right? But you've even got astrophysicists on your side saying you can't see it from 120,000 feet or 350,000 feet.
Again, exuberance. He
You
speaks
haven't.
off the
Once
cuff.
again, you haven't even seen you haven't even seen what he says, right? I told you what he says. He said you cannot see the curvature of the Earth from that height. He said it would be like being 2 millimeters on top of this beach ball. He had a big globe Earth beach ball in his hand. He said it was disingenuous. They used a fisheye lens, right, to make it look like they were seeing the curvature of the Earth because they wanted it to be more dramatic. But he said you can't see the curvature of the Earth, right? And we've got footage from weather balloons that go up to that height that don't have a fisheye lens, and you can't see any curvature. There's countless amounts of evidence you can't see any curvature from the height. We've even got a trained astronaut at 350,000 feet doing an interview with Fox News saying she was disappointed because she didn't get to see the curvature of the Earth. She said she trained for 50 years and she wanted to see the curvature of the Earth. She didn't get to see it.
Well, Fox News has a lot of conspiracy theory people. I mean, I'm not going to be. I mean, really. I mean,
Wow,
I don't.
and you guys call us the conspiracy theorists. You're calling all of this evidence we're showing you fake. The astronaut's lying. Neil deGrasse Tyson was lying. But we're the conspiracy theorists.
No. He's not lying. The curvature at 120 whatever thousand feet is still going to be subtle, right? But he's really trying to appeal to people who want to see the splendor of the Earth. That's what he was doing. He was speaking off the cuff. If you ask him no,
It's an oxymoron, man.
If you ask him no, he's going to say
You
yes.
are
Of course.
disingenuous, my friend.
There's curvature at that, but it's very subtle. If you ask him no,
No, mate. The elevation you invoked is from where? 30,000 feet is from where? Where is the starting? Where is it starting this measurement from?
Passenger airline.
30,000 feet from what?
I was flying from Houston.
Okay.
Right?
At 30,000 feet.
I went to Miami.
Yeah.
Right. Gulf of
30,000
Mexico.
feet, yeah?
Gulf of Mexico.
30,000? 40,000?
Gulf of Mexico. That's what we were seeing. We look out the side.
30,000 feet?
To the right. I see on the right side. 40,000
30,000 feet, you say?
Yeah, man.
How do you measure that, 30,000 feet?
The pilot said, guys, we are going to
How do you measure the 30,000 feet?
How do you know you're there?
The pilot said, this is what he said. He said,
pilot tells you?
I'll help you out. It's from sea level. Hello? It's from sea level.
There was turbulence, and he said, we're going to increase our altitude to avoid this turbulence. Everybody settle down.
From sea level, the altitude, no?
Like that.
Increase altitude?
We are currently at 39.
Gravity ain't gonna let you do that, stupid.
We're currently at 39,000.
You're not a rocket. You can't increase the space.
That's the elevation from sea level, no?
He said we're currently at 39,800
from sea level, yeah?
feet, right? So that
from sea level.
Huh?
Hello? From sea level. Yes, so not curved.
We're flying over the Gulf of Mexico.
So not curved then, from sea level.
It was, yes, the ocean.
From sea level then, not from curved. There is no curve.
Yes, there is curve. I saw it.
No, there is no curve. The elevation that you are flying above is from sea level.
From sea level. Oh, I'm not sure your question, but my friend, I'm over the ocean.
Elevation.
I saw it.
Elevation is from sea level. Hello? Not from sea curve. It doesn't exist such a thing. It's from sea level.
Yeah, okay, no problem. You can have that.
So you cannot be seeing curve if it's level.
No, sea level means you're down at sea level.
No, sea level means it's a measurement of
you're
Earth.
down
Yeah?
at sea level. Come on, no.
It's a measurement of Earth. Sea level.
People go interchange. They interchange these things all the time.
Nah, you don't interchange a curve with a horizontal line. Those are not interchangeable. They're they are the opposite of the other.
No, the reason why you do it is because the Earth is so big. You can't see.
Yeah, right. Your imagination is
so
bigger
big
than
you can't
that.
see curve. Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
You can't see curve.
Your
Come on, guys.
imagination is so big.
Exactly, you can't see curve. So why you said you could see curve? You can't see curve. Yeah, it's big.
I was at 40,000
can't
feet.
see curve.
I was at 40,000
There is no
feet.
curve.
I was at 40,000 feet.
There is
We
no
don't care
curve.
what you're at. You lie a lot.
I've not lied. I've not lied. I've not lied at all.
Yeah, you are. You're a
You
fucking
just
liar,
did,
and you're a
man.
stutterer when you lie. You're not good at lying either.
Stutters. Stutters. Oh, now you're mocking me now. Oh,
You
Lord.
told us that you've seen
fine, you're
curvature,
stuttering
and now
when
you're
you
telling us
lie.
you haven't seen any curvature. That's
I am
double
sorry.
speak.
That's how I speak. I
And then you
stutter.
start stuttering about it because you don't understand the
I
word
don't speak clearly
horizontal. It
like you.
escapes you. Ever since third grade, you could never understand horizontal. It hurts you so bad.
Oh, I
Somehow.
understand horizontal more than you.
No, you fucking don't. You think it's a curve. You idiot.
No, I don't think it's a curve.
Fucking
It's the fact
lost.
that what I think is that you think you cannot see the curve. You're too small.
I know horizontal follows
Yeah, there is no
elevation.
curve
You
to
can't
see.
increase in
I can
elevation
ask
going
Horizontal
horizontal.
to the naked eye. It's not.
I
That's what I'm
can
trying to
ask
tell you.
a 5-year-old to draw me a picture of the horizon. Guess what? He's going to do it horizontal.
Yes, of course, because the paper is
Of
small.
course, because the horizon is horizontal, man.
around a ball.
Because
the horizon on its own debunks the notion that you live on a sphere. It's horizontal. There are no horizontal planes on the sphere, man.
The paper is small. Of course, it's horizontal. Come on, no.
Of course, it's horizontal. Welcome to Flat Earth, man. There is no sphere.
Yeah, no. Welcome to reality.
Yeah, reality is measured flat. Yes. Welcome to it.
The reality is the Earth is a sphere. It is observed as a sphere from the
No,
cupola
it's
of
not
the
a
ISS.
sphere.
The ISS.
You just said you can't see the curvature of Earth. You double speak.
I saw the curvature with my own eyes, 40,000 feet.
No, you didn't see any curvature.
Yes, I did. Right?
There is no curvature, man.
And topography, and I'm sorry that I stutter. I know it annoys a lot of people because people are perfect. I am not. So guess what? You can see the curvature starting at 35,000 feet. If you have a clear view of the horizon, 60-degree view. Yes, you can.
No, you don't. The horizon is horizontal, so it cannot be curved.
The horizon
if you invoke in the horizon, you cannot say it's curved because the horizon is horizontal.
No, the horizon is a description of what the eye sees.
No, horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. Which part of this you don't understand?
It's a description of what your eye sees.
No, there is no description, man. It's a definition of the word horizontal. The definition of horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon.
You see horizontal because your eyes
and you measure horizontal with a level.
No, you can't. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. At sea level, you can't.
Trolling, man. You're trolling.
No, I'm telling the truth. I saw it at 40,000 feet. You didn't.
What? I didn't. I have imagery from 120,000. No.
Oh, really? You were up at 120,000 feet?
Yes,
Well, that's good for you.
40,000 feet. 40,000 feet. I have imagery from a high altitude balloon. There is no curvature.
If you
invoke in the horizon, there is no curvature on the horizontal.
Horizon is what your eyes see. It's not what.
Which is a horizontal plane.
But it's not what it is.
It is a horizontal plane.
Okay, check this out. The horizon is where the sky appears to meet the ground. That's what your eyes see.
No. The horizon is the visible boundary where the sky appears to meet the ocean or the.
Right, good. Now, why does it appear to meet the ocean there? Why?
Because it's horizontal. It's horizontal. Horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. Hello?
No, brother.
And vertical is perpendicular to the plane of the horizon.
Okay, the description is what your eyes perceive, not what it is.
And what you measure.
No, you have never measured that horizon line out there.
You measure the horizon to be level. Put a level.
Never done that.
Put a level parallel to the horizon. You'll see
took a level out there. You took a level out there 3 miles and you measured that.
No, it's measured level because it's called sea level.
Ascar, Steve, look, this is just going in circles at the moment, right? So, Steve,
talk to him,
if you want to claim that you can see the curvature from a plane, then present your evidence, or just move on to say that you don't have any evidence to present.
Yeah, I didn't record it. I didn't, but I saw it. Okay, and I'm just, as a witness of the Earth's curvature, I saw it. I'm just letting you know, right?
Okay. I can personally witness I didn't see it at that height. So, okay, right. Let's move on.
Yeah, you can, because in the definition it says you need a clear view of the horizon, and that is hard to come by. That's what it says. Okay? Yeah, because the Earth has atmosphere. So
the horizon must be geometric. On a globe, you have to have a geometric horizon. You already agreed it's at a specific distance, right? Yes. You can't find it. We've showed you. Okay, so prove that the horizon is geometric. You're not able to.
Yes, we can. I just showed you the video. Big one.
A horizon has nothing to do with the globe. A horizon has nothing to do with the globe.
Why is it 3 miles? Why is it 3 miles to that horizon for a 6-foot observer? Why?
It isn't. We've showed you evidence that it isn't.
No, you have not. So you showed me fake videos.
No, present your evidence. Present your evidence.
I just
that the horizon's 3 miles
I presented the video.
Okay, from any observer height, show me the horizon being at the correct distance. Present your evidence.
I presented the evidence.
No, you didn't present any evidence.
Why?
Okay, what evidence did you present?
Why are objects did you present? At the horizon?
Have a look at the chat.
Sometimes we already went over this. We're not going to go in circles, right? You already agreed that sinking refraction does what sinking refraction does. You can also have ocean swells. You can have atmospheric scattering, right? There's many reasons you can have differences in temperature, right? Which is going to lead to like stooping or sinking or different types of effects, right? There's all sorts of different things and combinations of different atmospheric effects, right? And also if you have the camera low to the surface and you have even a small ocean swell, right? The ocean swell can block the bottom of something large in the background. Yeah, so there are other explanations, and we don't always see ships going over the horizon, right? I lived on the water on the east coast of Australia my whole life. I never saw that happen once, right? Because we obviously don't have that type of temperature gradient there very often, so you don't see that. They just get smaller and smaller and smaller, and then they fade off into the atmosphere.
Oh yeah, what happened? You're not looking at cruise ships. I saw cruise ships. When in my island, I see oil tankers because the island is small. So if you're going to, you get to that beach quick, right? When you get to the beach, you see all kinds of these massive vessels, and they are coming up over horizon. They're going below horizon.
And you bring a pair of binoculars, and once it disappeared from your outside, and you include the binocular view.
Right.
Now you bring them back into view.
Of course. We had binoculars. We saw we saw these things.
Right, of course. So it's not a geometrical place that they are going, mate. If you go over a hill, there is nothing can bring you back into perspective. You're behind the hill.
That's right.
No pair of binoculars or telescope will bring you back into view. You're over the hill.
Tried.
Yeah, impossible to see over the hill. But when it comes to the horizon, you can see beyond it if you introduce a pair of binoculars.
When teenagers, in high school and we're learning physics, we did those experiments.
You don't know what that is, physics. Obviously, you don't know what that is.
The physics teacher says, guys, the Earth is a sphere. Check this out. Try to bring that boat back. Everybody set up their little binoculars. We borrow the teacher's little telescope and we look and we're like, yo, we're going to bring it back. We couldn't.
The boat that's got a horizontal line in front of it. That's not tilted. The boat that's on the same horizontal reference as you.
It's not horizontal.
90. The boat that's not tilted. The front of it's not dropping.
You can't see that. You're too small. What are you talking about?
How you have a dropping object without it dropping?
You can't see that.
How do you have a boat going down a fucking curve of water with the ass end of it not up higher than the front? Are you dumb?
You're a
Tell me that on the ball. Go get it. Go get your ball and show me what the fuck you're talking
You're
about, loser.
2.3 times 10 to
You
the
have
minus
a ball.
11 in comparison to this
Stupid.
planet. You are a bacteria. A
Stupid.
bacteria
You
does
have a
not.
ball.
A bacteria on
A
the hood of your
bacteria that ain't
car.
tilting. That ain't tilting on this big tilt drop. On this big fucking drop hill, you ain't tilting. Why
You
isn't your
can't see that. It's
bacteria
too small.
tilting?
You don't know. You
Your
don't know
bacteria
perspective.
don't
You don't know
tilt to get around the ball.
You don't know
Your
perspective.
bacteria don't tilt to get around the ball.
A
When this ant
bacteria
crawls
on
around
your
the ball,
hood,
its head doesn't
on the
drop
hood
in
of the
front of its
car.
ass.
Bacteria
You
on the
guys.
hood of a car. The hood
When
looks
you
like a
crawl,
million
brother,
miles
shut
wide.
the fuck up. You're stupid as fuck.
Big man.
Go get a
You
fucking
involved
ball
in
and
the Earth
show us
being
what
too
you're
big.
talking
It's
about.
not too big.
The
We
Earth
know
is
the
not a ball.
size.
The Earth is not a ball.
We
It is
know
a
the
sphere.
claim.
It's
We
not a
know the
ball.
claim of the size of the ball. Yeah, 3959
Hey,
miles. It's not
ball.
that
Your
big.
Ball is
ball out of
little
your
as
head.
8
fuck.
inches per mile square of deviation from straight. Yeah,
That's an approximation. That's
from
an
Your
average.
ball
the
is
That's an
3
ground.
oil
approximation.
changes.
It's
Your
not
globe Earth is 3
measured.
oil changes.
That's
3
an
fucking oil
approximation.
changes.
That's average.
24,000 miles
Approximation. No,
is
no,
on
it's
a
not
brand
The
measured.
new car's
horizon is not
odometer.
horizontal.
It
It's
is
On your brand
by
new car,
definition.
your odometer has more than 24,000 miles, you stupid son of a bitch. So stop saying Earth is so big. That's fucking little. It's 3 oil changes, you fucking idiot. Learn how
Yo,
to
big man,
count.
you're the one. You're the one
Shut
that
the
thinks this
fuck up,
horizon.
little Earth. Little ball Earth. Little bitty ball Earth where nothing tilts. Fucking idiot.
Yo, make me count.
You're a fucking retard, dude.
It's NASCAR Steve. I posted a little video there in the chat. Yeah, it's 22 miles up or 121,000 feet high. Can you show us the
George?
curvature of Earth?
Oh yeah,
George,
yeah,
can
yeah,
you
yeah.
post
Let me
you
show
a
you. Let me show
ball.
you.
beginners?
He couldn't even get a
Hold on a
ball to
second.
prove his point.
There is no
Hold on a
ball.
second.
The Earth is not a ball.
George.
The
Steve,
Earth
shut
is
up
not
for a
a
second.
ball. The Earth is not a ball. Okay.
George, can
The
you
Earth is a
post in
sphere.
the FE
It's
beginners chat? That's
spherical.
where everyone's posting stuff. Just shut the fuck up.
It's a
I'll try to find it. No worries.
spheroid.
Yeah, George, can you just post that again, just in the FE beginners TV chat, just above this channel?
Yeah, I'll try. I'll try.
Yeah, I'll tag you.
We can't even enjoy my backyard with this dog, man. Come on, come talk to people. We can't have a talk, yo. This freaking dog, man.
Yeah, so far, Steve, you haven't presented any evidence of a geometric horizon. You haven't presented any evidence of the globe. You've just called everything fake.
I have. You just rejected it. That's all.
What did you present? What
I
did you
presented a
what did you
video
present?
with the horizon, with a boat beyond that horizon, and
Okay,
many
so
other
how
objects
did-
beyond that horizon. Okay,
How
that's what
did
I
you
presented.
confirm the distance to the horizon when you didn't even have any distance markers or know the height of the observer?
Your distance markers in your videos are
It's in the
fake.
chat.
No, you want the airplane.
You fake those things.
No, you
Bro,
want
I'm
the airplane.
gonna literally gonna ban your ass in a second if you keep lying. Right? You can go on Google Maps right now and measure the distance out yourself to the oil platform. You are full of shit, dude.
No, but he can measure with his eyes from an airplane. He just measures stuff with his eyeballs. He doesn't need markers or anything. He just knows. This is what we're dealing with. People that have like some kind of fucking, they just know everything somehow without knowing anything.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he knows
George.
the videos are fake, but he didn't watch the videos. Yeah,
George,
what?
what you just posted, George? Don't you see the curve? That's curved. Don't you see the depression? Come on, brother. Come on, man.
Where do you see curvature, man? Where do you see curvature? 121,000 feet. Yeah? A high altitude balloon.
Look on the
Where is the curve? Where? Where?
It's the
There is no curvature, man. The horizon is horizontal. Look at it.
No, the x-axis is depressed.
Horizontal. 121,000 feet, not
depressed.
40,000 feet. Yeah?
Come on. I can't believe you posted-
121,000 feet.
That's a
See the
depression.
sun?
You see the depression?
What depression? Depression angle?
The depression on the right side, that's a curve.
There is no depression. It's horizontal.
That's what the horizon is by definition, man.
A depression is you're welcome to
You need to
flat
go
Earth
back
if you're
to
depressed
primary
about it.
school, man.
You're welcome to Sphere, brother. You just posted a video of the Sphere. Thank you.
Sphere, no. The set sphere has a radius of 3959 miles.
It does.
This doesn't fit on that set sphere, man.
It does.
3959 look like on your camera. What's that look like?
Spheres don't have horizontal planes, man.
It's called seismology. Come on.
No.
Yeah,
Seismology.
just saying
What's that?
wordsology. Wordology. Say words. Bananas. Red boats. Cornbread. Yeah, you're good, brother.
Horizon. Horizon is wordology. It's not horizon. The horizon is what your eyes perceive.
What about measuringology and touching it?
You haven't measured it.
Give a fuck.
You haven't measured anything about that horizon at sea level.
Yeah,
You have
says
not
the guy
measured
who lives on it his imagination. Okay, idiot. You live on a plane you measure from. Shut
No,
the
you
fuck
live
up.
you live on a sphere.
I've never met a glober measuring anything from a plane with her eyeballs. Go measure my porch with your eyeballs. And when you get it wrong, motherfucker, you're on flat Earth, right?
You haven't measured a thing either. Thank you
If you
very much.
measure something from a plane with your eyeballs, tell us what and how.
He posted a video. That's what he just posted a video.
You said you saw a curve. How far away were you?
40,000 feet up.
Where? What
Clear
part
view
of
of the
where?
horizon. I was over the Gulf of Mexico.
Landmass
At
was
the position on
curving.
the x-axis. Thank you very much, brother.
What city
That's what I
was
saw.
it?
Just saying, you know.
Our city was curving below what city?
What city? No, we're over the water.
The fuck are you talking about, stupid? You just
We're
saw
over
air
water.
curve
There's
or
no
your
city
imagination?
over waters. What city is in the ocean? What's going on with you?
I don't know. I don't know. There's boats that you see all on a horizontal plane. They're all horizontal, right? Now, where the fuck are they turning the other way from each other? Where do they orientate themselves around the ball at? Stupid
To
ass.
your eyes.
From
To
your
your
airplane.
eyes.
No,
To
from
your
your
eyes.
airplane, where you see the ass end of a boat only and not the front.
Well, I posted the video over the horizon. You saw it?
Posted the video of a boat going down. Seeing the last part of the ass end of a boat.
Yeah, you watch the video. Watch the video. You saw the boat, the smaller boat, approaching the horizon, and it started to go down
I
from
didn't
the
say
bottom up.
approaching nothing.
Down? You don't have down on a sphere.
The ass end of your boat
Watch the
pointing
video.
vertically up.
You don't have down on a sphere. You are using flat Earth terminology again. Up and down is in respect to a horizontal plane. You don't have that on a
It's
sphere.
going down. That's the sphere is depressed.
So not on a sphere then.
They go over.
If it's going down, it's not on the sphere because up and down is on the vertical. Hello? Up and down is on the vertical in relation to a horizontal plane. You don't have that on a sphere. A sphere has inwards and outwards, not up and down. You don't have that. The terminology that you're using, it's a flat Earth terminology.
No, it's not. It is natural.
The tip of the boat is always visible by you looking straight back at you.
Angle down. Yeah, he can.
The whole boat is on a level plane while it's going down a curve. How does that make sense?
No, sir. It's not level. To your eyes, it looks.
It's not level? Go take a level on it and show us how it gets unlevel.
It's not level. To your eyes, it is. It's
Go
not.
on the boat and stand there, and we'll film you and show us when it gets unlevel, you fucking idiot.
As a matter of fact, take cruises. Have you guys been on cruises? I've been on cruises.
Took a level with you and dropped with it somewhere.
And I watch.
Look, Nascar, why don't you do us all a favor and post your Earth curve calculator on the chat?
Go do a cruise and you'll see your destination coming up over the horizon. Perfect.
You're retarded.
Coming perfect. Because you're on a sphere.
I don't want to see the
not
whole
a sphere
cruise,
then,
bro.
because up and down is not on a sphere. Up and down is in relation to a horizontal plane, like you just said the horizon would be. So for something to go up or down on the horizontal, and not spherical then.
But it's not horizontal.
It is. Horizon by definition is horizontal.
The boat sitting down, looking straight at you.
The definition of horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. So all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Is not parallel.
You're trolling, man.
You'd always be looking at it.
I'm not. Come on, though.
How can
you are being disingenuous, man.
How can a boat drop without fucking tilting the ass end up and the nose down?
You can't see that.
Show me. No, show me how, bitch.
You can't see it. You're too small.
Fucking retard. Don't tell me what you can see. I don't give a fuck what you imagine, stupid.
I'm
I
not
said
imagining
show it, motherfucker. Go get a ball. Get a ball and show us how the boat the front of it doesn't tilt below the ass end.
You can't.
When
You
you
won't
move it
see the
around the
tilt. It
ball.
does tilt. It does
We'll
tilt, but you
wait
can't
for
see
your
it. You're too
ball.
small.
We'll wait for your ball because you can't talk for a ball. You're
There's
obviously
no ball.
fucking
What
retarded
ball?
and insane.
The Earth is
We'll
not a
wait
ball.
for a
There's no
sphere
ball.
and a
There's no
boat.
ball. It's a sphere. It's not a
So you
ball.
Yeah,
don't
the
have
Earth
a
is not
ball
a
and
ball.
you're
You said
retarded.
it
It's a
right.
spheroid.
Yeah.
It's not a ball.
So now you're fucking broken, retarded, and lost, and you don't have a demonstration of boats not
I gave you
tipping
one in
down.
the video. Go look in the video. Thank you.
No, we're gonna look at a ball and a boat that you
Don't
have.
look at the
You have
ball. Why
one
look at the
hand,
ball? The Earth is not a
retard.
ball. The Earth is not a ball.
The
Stop
Earth is
calling it a
flat.
ball.
I know.
It is
We
a
know it's not a ball.
spheroid.
That's what we've been
It is
telling
a
you.
spheroid.
Then get your
That
boat
would
out and get
be
your oblate
maybe the
spheroid, you
It
question.
is not.
stupid bitch.
It is not designed
Go get your
perfectly.
fucking oblate spheroid out,
That
you dumb
that's begging
fuck,
the question,
and put
man.
your boat around it. What are you retarded for, motherfucker? Go get whatever Play-Doh shitball you think you live on and put your fucking boat around it, stupid fuck. Play-Doh boy.
Sphericity is the very thing we're trying to prove here. So to invoke sphericity without proving it first, it's called begging the question.
You don't have to worry about that, George. He just told you it's not a sphere. I don't know what this schizophrenic motherfucker's even trying to point out here.
If he says it's not a sphere, he needs to ask NASA why they're putting those pictures up.
Yeah, who the fuck? Yeah, you need to argue with the guy at NASA and say, what the fuck are you doing? I see an oblateness. Where's the oblate? Why don't you ask NASA? Call them on the phone live now and say, why the fuck are they showing you not oblate? And why you can't find the oblate part, guy? Seer. See the oblate part.
You need to ask for David Siemens. Need to ask for
I
David
want to see
Siemens.
how the oblate part looks compared to the sphere part that looks spherical. So the spherical part and then the oblate part, and how do they look different to each other? This fucking dude's an idiot. Neither thing will he ever touch. He'll never demonstrate what an oblate thing is or a sphere with a boat on it going out of his view because he's fucking retarded. I hate to say it, man. These dudes are just dumb. They want to argue about the shape of something
Yeah, of
without that
course.
thing.
They don't even know who David Siemens is because, if you're going to call NASA and talk about this subject, you need to speak to the right person. David Siemens, if he still works there.
Yeah,
It
Don
is
Pettit,
Photoshop.
Robert
It has to
Simmons,
be.
Brian Cox,
No, we're
who
talking
tells
about
you
David
all the
Siemens, the
space
guy
is
who did the
flat.
Blue Marble.
I guess Brian Cox is wrong too.
It
He
is
says space is
Photoshop.
flat
It has
above
to
Earth.
be.
So the number one guys who get paid by the International Space Station itself and Hollywood and all the teachers and the kids love them, they're wrong. Because this dude right here's opinion in an airplane was right. Over all the math and all the professors and everybody else, he's the right one. This fucking goofball that we're talking to. Over all of us, over all the things we've showed him, he's right. He's the only one that's ever been in an airplane, you guys. Did you know that? None of us ever have video from fucking airplanes. That'd be impossible. Or do we all have videos from
He
airplanes?
claims to see the curvature of the Earth at 40,000 feet. He thought that was high enough to see curvature.
The Earth's flat. You'll never. There's no.
121,000, no curvature.
No, I know, but there's not a possibility of ever seeing any curve because Earth is flat. So get that out of your fucking mind, people. The only thing you're gonna see is your imagination and some window pane. Feel the pain of the window. Emotional windows.
Black Swan, everybody. You just need to show one picture of the horizon not being the leading edge of a sphere to debunk the notion that all horizons are the leading edge of a sphere. Bye-bye, ball.
And these dudes get far back as they can from any object, and then they measure your house in your backyard. They get like 30 miles away and look through their theodolite, and then they measure your backyard, your house, your front porch, your kitchen. They just measure it all, you guys. The topography behind your house. They're fucking awesome. These globe dudes and their ignorant fucking no-touch math. They can calculate anything without touching it. They can only be in one position and calculate every position away from them. Weird, right? But it's not a sphere, and it's oblate. But what the fuck is the difference from a sphere and oblate, and where's that at? Where's that spot at? Why are they arguing the math of a sphere, but then arguing oblate and no oblate math. We're talking some real fucking winners here, man. Some slow ass Agent Bobs, dude. I swear.
Listen, the guy defined before the horizon, pretty much, almost there, yeah? He defined the horizon as being a parent where the sky appears to meet the land or the sea. He defined that part, he understands that. Nowhere on that definition says that it curves. It says it's spherical. It says that it's geometrical. It doesn't say nothing of that. It only says that it's a visible boundary where the sky appears to meet the land or the ocean. These guys are quick to reify the horizon to be something else that is not on its definition. Why would they say it curves at the horizon if on the definition of horizon doesn't say that?
All right, I'm gonna unmute Steve. Right, try not to, like, I know he's annoying as hell, right? And he's genuine, but try not to like swear at him and stuff. Call him names.
You heard it, Mark.
Mark,
I just want him to. I'm good. I just want to know where my horizontal can be his vertical, and where we can prove that live, me and him personally.
Can't. All horizontals are parallel, aren't they?
No. Stop talking, George. Stop talking for him. Please. Let him talk for himself. I just want to know from him, where does my horizontal, where I'm standing, ever become his vertical line? And to fucking prove it. Other than that, I'm good.
Yeah,
Have at it.
just lie flat, brother. It becomes vertical.
That didn't make any sense.
Yes, it does.
Do you see what we're dealing with? This dude doesn't. I mean, I don't even know, man.
I just said a fact.
I'd rather talk to a kitten. A kitten's smarter than this dude.
I just gave you a fact. If you lie down and look at that, what was horizontal when you're
Well, when
standing
do
up,
you lie down and it becomes vertical? When are you lying down, looking away from my eyeballs, not to them? That's all I want to know, you dipshit motherfucker. When are you looking away from my eyeballs and not at them?
You just said you
Looking
weren't gonna
directly at
do
my
that.
eyeballs is not me and you being vertical and horizontal from each other. We're laying down on our belly. Now we're both looking at each other across the horizontal. Now, when can you get your body and lay down that way and look up at the sky? Not at me. That's what I want to see you do. Now, I don't know what the hell kind of game you think you're playing here, buddy, but I want to know when your eyeballs don't see me across from you, when I look up and see past your eyeballs and you look out and see past me. You're on a cliff part, I'm on the cliff part. You're on a little curved slope, I'm on the curved slope. We look right past each other. When does that happen? Where can we go lie down at?
again, if you're standing vertically,
we're not standing. Remember, we're both laying down. This is your shit. We're laying down. Remember this. Don't change it. You're laying down on your belly. I don't want you to see me face to face. That's a horizontal, guy. I want to be laying the other way to look up past you and not see you at all. I don't want to see you. I want to see that way to my horizon while you're looking that way to yours, where we both can be by each other as close as possible and do this. Where's that spot on Earth, ball guy?
Hold on. It said down. Down in relation to what?
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
I do. Your question is all over the place.
Horizontal will both be on our bellies looking at each other. Now we're both vertical and horizontal to each other.
No, we're not looking at each other.
We don't
on our
make an
stomach.
angle. I know we're not making an angle. We need to make an angle, son. You need to be the top, and I need to be the other part, the drop-down angle, the L.
We're talking about the horizon.
You lay that way, look past me. I lay that way, look past you. That's an angle. Where can we make an angle? Stop talking about anything else that doesn't make any fucking sense to nobody.
It does make sense. You're talking about the horizon, correct?
Where can we make our angle? Where can we be? Where can we meet up?
We're talking about the horizon, correct? Yes or no?
No, we're talking about where you and I can lay down and we become each other's opposite. You become my vertical line, looking that way where you look as my vertical and where I look as your vertical. Let's do that. Come on, brother. We're on a ball, right?
We are on a ball.
We can do it on a hill any day. We can do it on a big beach ball any day. We can do it live on a hill in your backyard. Do you want to prove it?
We are on a sphere.
You want to prove it? No, where's the spot at?
The Earth is not a ball, it's a sphere. It's a different.
No. We need the location, not you just talking to yourself. We know you hope you're on a sphere. We know you believe and have a weird religion.
No, it's not a belief.
And you
It's a
think
fact.
everything's a Tootsie Roll sphere. Trees, dogs, cats, they're all spheres. We got you, brother.
It's a
But
fact,
where
brother.
can you physically prove it, son?
Yeah, from the cupola of the ISS.
Are you fucking kidding me? That's how you're going to lay on the ground in front of me, and I'm going to lay on the ground, and we're going to show where the cliff curve Earth is?
Well, you're
That's how we're
changing
going to
the
do that?
subject. You're changing the subject, so I just
No, you're the
decided
one
to
that went
insert
up
the
to
cupola.
some kind of brother. We started out laying on our belly. What are you changing now?
No, we're not talking about laying on the stomach.
So now we're not. No, that's exactly what we're talking about, Jackrabbit.
You want to talk about
Don't
that? No problem.
jackrabbit around on my conversation, dude. I don't know who you're talking to.
Okay, no
Yo,
problem.
can I
You
get 1
said
second,
you're
guys?
laying on your belly.
Yo,
Then you
gentlemen,
said
just 1
I'm laying
second.
on my belly. Then you said we're facing each other. That's a horizontal line. I don't want to prove flat Earth, stupid. I want you to prove the globe. We need to make an angle between the two of us. You need to look that way, or I need to look that way, and you need to look up. While I'm looking that way, you look at your horizon while I'm looking at mine, but we be as close as possible, physically possible to each other on this ball. And prove it that we're doing that. With an eye, you shoot a rocket towards the water, and I watch it go up in the air. Where can we do this, Goofy?
Yo, can I get 1 second of attention, guys? I need
Yeah,
a
you
moderator.
can have it all. But if he
go ahead,
doesn't
brother. Take it all,
understand,
brother, because his question is just not.
nah, you don't understand. You shooting something while you're laying on your belly.
Take
Mighty
it, brother.
Bush. Or yeah, who was that? Yeah.
You see, perspective is why people think the Earth is flat. It's simply perspective.
No, it's
So
because,
not geometrical then.
It's simply perspective, brother. You're too small.
So it's not geometrical then.
It's not, brother. It's not. You're just
Yeah,
too
welcome
small.
to flat Earth. Yeah, it's not. There is no geometry attached to it apart from flat.
Yeah, it's just you're too small. You're looking at the horizon, you think it's flat. You're too small to resolve it. that's
yeah,
what
but you're the
guys are
one
not getting.
claiming, right? What are you claiming? A toilet paper roll Earth? Right? Where you can see a ship just 3 miles away go over the horizon, left to right, you can see a huge distance, but it's completely flat.
No, that's a reference point. The ship over the horizon is a reference point telling you that the Earth curves. That's simply it.
Yeah, a sphere curves in all directions.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. But the boat is not big enough to bend. The boat is not big for you to see it bend. The Earth is huge.
Yeah, but if you're 6 foot, so if you're 6 foot tall, the horizon should be at 3 miles away, right? And then the ship would start disappearing over the horizon. But you can't prove that there's such a thing as a geometric horizon. That's your problem.
You just did. It is 3 miles away.
No, I say it isn't. Okay, so I've showed you a bunch of evidence, right? I can show you way more evidence than that as well, because we haven't even got into the laser tests. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. Okay? Right? So you haven't been able to validate that the horizon is where it must be on a globe. We've showed you lots of counter evidence, which you've handwaved, dismissed, and called fake before even watching the videos that were presented, right? That have HD footage of the entire observation start to finish, right? You haven't presented anything to validate there's such a thing as drop over distance or a geometric horizon. You can say there is all you like, but you can't back up your claims. That's the problem.
I falsified your videos. That's what I did.
You didn't falsify them by calling them fake.
Big man, don't you see the bottom of it was blurred out? You fell for that white blurriness?
Look, no, nothing's blurred out, right? What's happening is you're looking over 10 miles through atmosphere in a humid environment in California.
That's a claim. You see it, man.
It's not a claim. What do you mean that's a claim? He shows you the weather. He shows you the weather conditions, and he shows you the location in the video, which you didn't watch.
Yeah, I saw all of what he's putting there, but it's false. You have to understand. And you saw when he was zooming out that the elevation came up and then he dipped. Why did he do that? Why didn't he show straight zoom out? Why did it go down?
He did show. He did show a straight zoom out.
No, he did not. Look at the end of the video again. He's obviously falsifying the fact that it is
okay. At any point. No, you don't understand. You still don't even understand the observation. The geometric horizon has to be at 3.46 miles. From an 8-foot observer height, it has to be at 3.46 miles.
But what I'm saying to you is that his observer height was higher. He faked it. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
How much higher do you think? Hold on, shut up. How much higher do you think he went? Give me a guess. And let's do the math.
If he's at 10...
How much higher do you think he went?
Yeah, if he's at 10 miles, hold on. If he's at 10 miles, he's seeing something 10 miles. He's probably at about... Hold on.
Foot? Do you mean 10 foot?
He's about 10, 11 foot in the air. Of course he is.
Okay, so let's go with 10 foot, yeah? Because he's saying 8 foot, right? Do you want to go with 10 foot? Right, because if you look at the video and you see where he's standing on the beach, there's no way he can reach up that high.
He was not.
Right? Let's say he holds the camera up. Yeah, you haven't watched the original video. Haven't watched it.
Homework's done?
No.
Oh, hot mic. Sorry.
Okay, so let's say he's 10 foot up. You want to go with 11 foot? We can do 11 foot if you want. How about that? Right? Distance to the horizon should now be 4 miles. We still see the geometric horizon. I mean, sorry, not geometric. We still see the horizon behind the oil platform, even from 11 foot observer height. Right? Just to give you your claim. Okay. Is there a geometric horizon at 4 miles? No, there isn't.
It depends on your height, your observer height.
Okay, so I just put the observer height at 11 foot. You, right? Now it extends the distance to the geometric horizon to 4 miles. Instead of 3.46, it's now 4. But we still see the horizon, behind the oil platforms very, very clearly.
Yeah, but whose curvature calculator are you using? You're using hours, right?
You can use any Earth curve calculator that you want, right? Or you could just do 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet and work it out yourself.
You're right.
Very simple math.
Yes. So the platforms is 80 feet in the air. Yes.
Platforms are irrelevant. They're only there as distance markers.
You're going to see the top of them 10 miles out.
No. We see the bottom. Hold on. We see the bottom of the oil platform touching the water. We see the lights on the oil platform. Yes, we do. Okay.
No, that is fake. That is fabricated. He fabricated
that horizon. It's about the
He- he-
horizon, not
he
how
lifted
high the platform is, NASCAR.
Those were
No.
behind the horizon perfectly, but he lifted them up. That's a part of the video he fabricated for you.
Oh my lord, dude! You do realize there's an entire video that shows him laying down and zooming in. I just came back, and you guys are still talking about this.
Yeah, because it's Fox, brother. It's Fox that we're talking about, man.
No, it's not my brother. No, he didn't fake it, my man.
Yes, he did. It's fabricated. He lifted the platforms up to make it look like, oh, we're seeing the whole platform. You're not.
He
You're only
levitated
going to
the
see the top of
platforms
the
from 10
platform.
miles away. What you're saying doesn't even make sense.
It's 80 feet in the air. You are going to see them 10 miles away. If you're 10 feet in the air, you will see the top of those
He
platforms.
doesn't
10 miles away.
understand the argument, the guy. The
That's
distance
right,
to the
George.
horizon is greater than the platforms. Hello? The distance to the horizon is greater than the distance to the platforms.
Thank you, George.
Regardless if it's the first or the second platform. The geometrical horizon should be blocking the first platform, should be at 1.2 times the observer's height in feet. It's not. It's beyond the second platform. So the distance to the horizon is greater than 10 miles.
You're 80 feet. The platform is 80 feet tall.
Hello?
You're going to see the top of the
platform
platform.
is 9.4 miles from the observer.
It's 80 feet tall.
It doesn't
It doesn't matter.
The
The
distance to
platforms
the
are nothing more
horizon
than
is what it matters.
demarcations of distance, dude. The platforms are literally just demarcations for distance. We know where those platforms are. We know how far away they are from the observer's location. All the platforms are is to demonstrate how far away something is since you're looking over the water and there's nothing to judge your distance. Those platforms are a known distance. The horizon is behind the platforms. Simple as pie.
Again, if you're going to see the top of those platforms 10 miles
Dude, the horizon, Steve, the horizon is behind the platforms, and you can see the bottom of the platforms touching the... Yes, it is.
No,
oh my
no,
God.
that's
All right.
fabricated.
Okay,
That's not
look,
fabricated.
this is what's going to happen. This is what's going to happen. Honesty test right now, right? I'm going to post a picture, right, from the GIF. You're going to admit that the horizon's behind the platforms, or you can fuck off. Simple as that.
You can. I'm saying that part of the video is he lifted it up. He placed the demarcation because
I'm sensing a fuck off.
he has the original picture. He has the original picture of the platforms, but he did close up. When you have it close up, you have the horizon behind it.
Okay.
He inserted that. Look at it, guys. Look at the picture. It is fabricated. Come on, man.
All right. You're going, bud.
What the heck, bro? What the heck? Is he trying to say that when he zoomed in on the oil rigs, he cut away and then inserted a Photoshop photo and then pretended that he zoomed in on it?
Yeah, he was presented that one, and he said the height. First, he said the height was wrong, right? So then I gave him 11 feet, which would have made the horizon 4 miles, right now. And then he changed it to saying it's completely fabricated video. Then he was shown the 1 foot black swan. He said that was fake. We added in some white layer. And we showed him the Canadian Lake one from 3 inches off the surface. He said that has to be fake because it would be impossible on a globe. Yeah, and then everything else he said was fake. It went around in circles for hours, and it got to the point where it was full of shit. Yeah.
So, if globe, all evidence points to globe. Any evidence that disproves globe is automatically wrong, therefore globe. So, let's reduce that logically to if globe, therefore globe.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Listen, you guys had enough of each other yet? You want to open it up to globers?
We have some more globers in here? That would be great.
No, so this room is restricted. So this session was restricted to new people and flat earthers only. So theoretically, all the globers you talked to were pretty new, right?
Uh-huh. Oh, one of them was an anti-flat earther that had been in it for 3 years or something like.
Yeah, but he's new to us, right?
Yeah, new to us, absolutely.
So if you guys want to still hang out just in here, that's cool.
No. Can you move us to some? Yeah, we want Globus.
So we can move you to the live stream. There's already a convo in there, though. So you're gonna have to kind of. Well, you know what? I could put you in live stream too.
Not
and
live
those other
stream
guys,
ones,
if
dude.
they get, man, I said live stream too, sucker. That way you won't interfere with their convo. You know what I'm saying? All right, so
But we're not having a convo though. It's over because that guy is gone now.
no, those three guys that are in live stream 1 are having a convo. Follow me?
G1. Yeah, I got you.
So we'll put you in live stream 2, and then you guys can't watch me stream my game though. Oh man.
AI plays Xbox. That's funny. I figured you were a PlayStation guy.
Let's see. Let's go live stream 2. Oh, they went to live stream 1. What a bunch of dinkuses.
Bastards.
I know, right? All right, let's see if I can do this. Then we'll make a new event that'll invite the Globers. Yeah, so we're going to do more like these where you have hidden things. Man, if you guys all go to live stream 1, I'm going to be mad.
I didn't realize everyone in here was like new as far as the Globers. Now I feel bad.
No, it's fine, bro. We did this for a reason.
Well, no, for being harsh with them.
Well, part of this is training flat earthers on how to be, right? Argument wise and interaction wise. All right, see ya, suckers. Or you guys just want to all go to live stream 1? Make it one event. They're not really talking about anything there.
It makes no difference, man. Whatever you guys want to do.
It's just like if you go in there, just kind of like work your way down to their house.
Oh yeah.
But keep in mind, if they want to keep their combo, they can always go to a separate room. Makes sense. All right. So why don't you guys just all move up there yourselves? Or I won't have to do that.
It's not going to take that much money. But they didn't do that, did they? They didn't do that at all. They're lying to us. There are analysts. And I always ask for the material from the year I was born. I was born in 1961. So where's all that film footage from the 1960s? If time-lapse photography has been around since 1870 and technology all seems to be improving, by the 1960s it should have been well documented, and no doubt in the 70s, 80s and 90s. Where's all that film footage? They've been down there 70-odd years now. So, yeah, I destroyed them. I shattered they were trying to, in Gen Panda server, they were really acting bold. When I got in there, I reduced them to dust. Yes. Totally annihilated there. Hello. False confidence. Yes, shattered their balloons. So we live on. I continue to teach the youth about the truth. And they've got good discernment because they're uploading everything, so they are able to, which is to live on a surface that's not moving, and you build your houses and everything and live, or a surface that is a ball that is spinning, hurtling through the universe. Can you live? Which is safer to live on? Just like that. From that viewpoint, they always say the flat surface. You know. Yeah. And when I ask children to draw a picture of the horizon, okay, you know, the seaside scene, beach, ships, yachts, people swimming, sun, seagulls, everybody draws a straight horizon, okay? When I draw a curved horizon, they laugh. Okay, we're talking about elementary school, junior high school, and high school students. They laugh at what I do. When I draw my curved horizon on the board and my picture, the horizon is not that. See? So, you know, I really do enjoy introducing the topic matter to them, because we should have learnt this when we were at elementary school, but they gave us the wrong information, and I carried that information for 48 years, trusting.
But you can't always blame the teachers, Jen. You know what I mean? Because they teach what they've been taught. So I wouldn't call the teachers liars, or like a lot of people make that mistake. Oh, they're liars. A lot of teachers like actually truly believed what they're teaching, because they're teaching you what they were taught. So I wouldn't classify all teachers as liars, which is what most people do.
Right. That's why I say that it was misinformation. They misinformed us due to their own ignorance of being indoctrinated. And as a child, you trust. When you're a child, you look to your elders for guidance. You're always looking up because you're so small. Yeah? So, you know, you're holding their hand. You're hoping that they're leading you the right direction. Unfortunately, it wasn't true regarding the earth. And like I said, my one lasted 48 years before I came to realize I was wrong. And I thank the video creators, you know. And the thing is, I knew I was wrong within like 3 minutes. Within 3 minutes of watching the material. First one was Mark Sargent and that, and then I went on to watch like ODD, and I went on to watch Celebrate Truth, Jeranism, Eric Dubé, Dave Murphy. So I watched about 8 hours non-stop of flat earth material because it was Boxing Day for me in 2015 to get these cross references. But by 3 minutes, I knew I was in error because of my experience. All my experiences came to me, and I knew that I hadn't seen the curvature, hadn't even felt the spin, and this is how silly have I been, you know? 48 years. Yeah.
You know what I found interesting, Jen, is the way you say that the Japanese people in general, they have a much different Like when you tell them about the flat Earth and stuff, they don't freak out as bad as people in the West. They're pretty measured.
That's correct. Yeah, that's because the first thing they go to when you actually tell them, they go straight to the moon landings, straight there. Okay, and I said no, they never went to the moon. And then the word they used were "damasasita desu ka?" Did they deceive us? Damasasita desu ka? Hi, damasata desu. I said yes, they deceived us. Every single person that I speak to always goes to the moon landing. Adults, children, they don't know about the moon landing, but the adults, they always make the moon landings, always. So you're right. They're not rude about it. What I've found, the rude ones are the ones that actually currently going to university. So going back to 2017, when I introduced the flat earth to the University of Science and Physics in Tokyo, because some of these students were learning English from me, they were because they felt at the elite universities, what the hell do I know? Okay, so I spoke to their professors, okay, and asked them if they could prove that the earth is a globe. Before I finished, they said they couldn't. And I said to the students, you see, so if your professors that the earth is a globe, what chance do you have? Your professors can't prove it. And then after like 4 months of talking to them on Skype, they started to call me a great sensei because they realized it was flat. And you could tell that they were actually moved and elevated. A great sensei because they loved the fact that the earth is flat. You know that? They really felt connected now. And I thanked them for it. I said, yeah, thank you. That's my responsibility to teach the truth if it's correct. And if I'm wrong, then I will apologize for it. But I'm not wrong in this case. Yeah, man, it was good. It's a good feeling. And you're right. The Japanese are very receptive. You know, they see. Yeah. So now
Excuse me, Jin, just 1 second. Jin, 1 second, bro. AI, is this event going on right now? Are we supposed to click on this right now? Is everybody going, or what's the deal with this, bro? AI, if you're there.
Yes, we're already here. So this.
Hello?
Yeah.
Is everybody going?
Where are we going?
You already on the other side. Nowhere. Just stay where you are.
I'm sorry. I just came back from a little break. I don't know what's going on. I'm sorry.
Well, that's what we're trying to find out what's going on. AI posted a link for
this room for Ballers to join us.
I'm sorry, I'm a little slow. My bad, fellas. It's for this room.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Yes, cool, man. If you still have any more questions, feel free to ask, bro.
Well, me?
Yeah.
I do think I have a question relating to navigation and also TFE.
Just 1 second, bro. I think just 1 second. I think AI is talking, but nobody can hear him. I see he's lighting up.
Oh. All right. Let's wait for him then.
Yeah, I think some AI. Okay, he's muted. Go ahead.
It sounded like he was texting.
No, I thought he was trying to say something, but I wasn't hearing what he was saying. So, go ahead, Scoop. Ask your question.
Yeah.
You got plenty of people to answer.
All right. So about TFE and also navigation, a topic I brought up earlier. So, to my understanding, the idea is that that navigation is based on elevation angles from a flat Earth, and so you can just use celestial navigation and keep maintaining the flat Earth assumption, let's say. So if you can use celestial navigation, you can also look up the elevation angle of the sun at any time of the day from any position on Earth, including every place in Antarctica. So did any of you try to do that?
Did any of us try to do celestial navigation in Antarctica with the sun? Oh, well, I haven't personally been.
You can use celestial navigation resources to figure out the elevation angle of the sun from any position on Earth, including Antarctica. Did any of you do that?
Well, wouldn't I have to be present in Antarctica to look at the sun to get the elevation angle? Otherwise, I'm just playing on a computer.
So a part of celestial navigation is calculating the position of a celestial body by assuming a position and calculating what you would see from that position. That's part of navigation, and we know it works. You say it works. I say it works. You say it works. So you should be able to use those techniques to, figure out what the hell is going on. Did any of you try that?
Longitude and latitude is horizontal plane. North, south, east, and west is a horizontal plane.
So did you look up
the ground positions? The ground positions of the celestials, you're going to find them in the almanac. What you're going to calculate is distance between you and these ground positions in order to triangulate where you are on Earth.
Right, you calculate distance from a certain assumed position, and in celestial navigation you can assume any position you want, including any position on Antarctica. Did any of you try to do that, if it works so well?
Never been in Antarctica.
Yeah. Well, did you try to use celestial navigation to see what the angles would be from another position, such as Antarctica?
Does it works so well? Still angles, no?
Well,
it's still angles, no? What's an angle? What's an angle?
You say it works on a flat Earth, so then you should be able to use it to figure out the position of the sun in Antarctica right now, if you get a Nautical Almanac app. So in the post that I shared, my metapunk.org post, I use the Nautical Almanac app to figure out what the position of a star would be on certain times from certain positions to figure out distances. You can use the same app to go look how high the sun would be right now in Antarctica from any position that you choose. Did any of you do that to predict the outcome of TFE? If it works so well.
You don't need to predict, you just told us all the information we needed. Nowhere you described curvature.
That wasn't my question. My question, did any of you guys, if navigation works so well, you should be capable of looking up the position of the sun from any position on Earth. Did any of you do that?
Not if. It does work. People do navigate.
Right, it works. So did any of you use it to predict the position of the sun in Antarctica? Did any of you look it up?
No.
Okay.
Predict the sun in Antarctica, no.
Yeah, Flat Earth Banjo did that last week.
What type of prediction would that be?
Yeah, Flat Earth Banjo, living in Japan, predicted where the sun should be because he could see it where he was, and then he used his celestial navigations, and he proved that the sun shouldn't be where they were. Flat Earth Banjo last week did that. Okay.
All right, I haven't seen the video. Maybe I'll check out his channel and look in the last week if I can find it.
Please do that.
Okay.
Yeah, please do that because he actually did it. He did it. He proved that they couldn't have been where they were because you'd have to have two suns, basically, is what he's saying. There you go. Came along.
I could be completely incorrect, but I feel like I'm pretty spot on. The sun really only has ground positions on and in between the tropics.
That's true. Correct.
Yeah.
So how would you go anywhere and do it, like you said?
Well, I mean, yeah, you can see the sun from anywhere, but you're not going to get the ground position because, I mean, the sun only moves on and in between the tropics. It's not like the sun itself is going to ever be a 90-degree angle from my location, you know?
It will never be out of the tropics.
What's the tropic look like? What's the design of it?
Circles, essentially.
So all the gentlemen that are curious about how everything can work on a flat Earth, why don't they just draw exactly what it's doing on the globe and then prove it? And then every second or step of the way, you know what I mean? They prove it.
Yeah. Happy New Year, Denmark. Happy New Year, Denmark. Happy New Year.
No, it's not. It's called on a map of your choice. Draw how the sun works from the north to the south for the whole year. Draw it on a map. It's not called stellarium. I'm sorry. It's called a map that you can't get. That supposedly they're all globed, but you can't draw how the sun works on them. For you to be the little guy standing there and get your zenith or your angles to it or your times or your Eratosthenes. So I don't think so.
Yeah. Yeah. Happy New Year, Denmark. Anyway, great to hear your voice. Haven't heard you for a while.
Happy New Year.
Wicked. Yeah. All the best for you and your family. 2025. I can hear your grandson in the background there shouting out loud. That's good. Nice. Wicked.
You're gonna need a flat earth for the Happy New Year stuff that you said.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It doesn't work on a curved surface. Absolutely not.
Yeah, our time and date, calendar, all from the celestials. Elevation angles to the celestials.
Right. So I took that assumption and then I thought, what if I take that seriously, right? If flat Earth navigation works and the Earth is flat and it's based on a flat system, then I should be using those two techniques to reverse engineer and reconstruct the flat Earth map, which is what I tried to do.
That didn't
What do you
make
mean a
any
flat
sense.
earth map?
That didn't make
All
any
maps
sense.
are flat.
Yeah, but
You mean you don't know how
Can you
to
show me a
prove where
map
you're
that
going
is not
to it?
flat, please?
So he just
Yeah, but
doesn't
the
know how to
distances
prove
on
where
those
he's...
flat maps don't match the distances in reality. So if the Earth is flat, there should be a flat
Oh,
map
really?
where the
No,
distances match too.
Distances are straight lines, man. 1 foot is a straight line. A meter is a straight line. A mile is a straight line. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
You don't have straight lines on the
They're all
globe, though.
straight, brother, horizontal. They're not arcing or curving, dude. Distance doesn't arc and curve. It's in a horizontal.
They do arc and curve on projections, right?
No, it doesn't.
No, they don't.
No, it doesn't.
Straight line. Azimuth is a horizontal line on any vector, which is also horizontal. North, south, east, and west is horizontal vectors.
A straight line does not curve with any of your imagination. I'm sorry. So if a straight line is what you use on a flat map, get at it. Get the right number of mileage. Why would that be so hard for you? You don't even have to imagine a ball now. Just go from A to B straight line. Done, son. How's that hard for you? You need to add in some other stuff that don't make no sense, that's not there, that doesn't exist.
Yeah, have a side formula.
Straight line, too hard. Too hard, straight line, so hard.
So did you see the link that I posted earlier while the live stream was going on and the after show to the thing I wrote on metabunk.org? Did you see that?
Don't need to.
Well, so
are you using when you're doing your celestial navigation? Are you using the Horizon by any chance?
I'm using a nautical almanac app.
Are you using the Horizon?
You're using an app. Hold on a minute. So you're not
Yes, I'm using
the
an
Earth
app.
at all.
I'm using an app.
You're
not using the Horizon then.
Hold on, George. Fuck. Let me finish the question. So you open a book. I got Dr. Seuss right here. Is that good enough just to tell me what the Earth is or what? So open a book. It's in a book. Don't worry about.
Well, I'm using the app to make.
Stop. Hold on a minute.
Okay.
You're saying open a book and the answer to a ball is in there. If we're on a flat Earth, clearly that book ain't your fucking answer. Clearly.
So
if the book says ball and we're not on a ball, get that straight. So take a look in another book.
So can I explain that I'm using the app to make a point about celestial navigation in general, right? So it's an app that is in use for people who want to learn about navigation. And I kind of liked it. I cross-referenced it with other sources, and it seemed quite accurate. And I'm using it only to give an example, right, of what problem I run into if I take seriously what is being said on this channel and think about what it implies. The formula for calculating the nautical sky miles of 1 nautical mile per second.
Interesting.
If I follow what that implies, I should be able to just reconstruct the flat Earth.
A horizontal plane, that's what
and
implies.
I tried to do that. I tried to do that.
Stop calculating. That's where you're wrong. Just go to point A.
You also told us you own a sextant. Is that true?
Why are you calculating stuff? Why don't you go to point A?
You were just
point
taking
B?
a Mickey.
No,
you told us you own a sextant. Is that true?
I own the cheapest sextant that you can buy, but I do own a sextant.
Do you use it?
Nothing wrong with that. I have used it a while ago. I have used it a while ago, yes, but not for determining my position. I used it.
I see.
I used it for another purpose. Yes.
Right,
what's the purpose of it? You know?
Hold on a second. Hold the fuck on.
To measure angles is the purpose.
Hey, dude. Chill. Okay, I'm only going to say this one time. If I hear 3 people talking again, one of you's getting banned. Okay? Literally, just wait until the other person finishes their sentence, okay? That's all you got to do. Right, go ahead.
Is it a Mariner sextant or what kind? You said it's the cheapest one, so I don't know what that would even be.
It's the cheapest sextant that you could find, so that's what it is. And it's not.
I saw one on Amazon for like $35.
What's the purpose of the sextant?
To measure angles. So what I use it for was just to play around. And
so you can use it on a sphere then?
One of the things I did was I tried to measure the speed of the moon against another celestial body when it passes the other celestial body, to measure the speed. It's one of the things that I did, but
so if it measures angles, it cannot be used on the surface of a sphere, can it?
Why not?
You said angles. You know what angles are?
Yes.
What are the angles? What is an angle?
An angle is an angle. You have 2 versions of it. You have 2
an angle is an angle. That's profound.
Yes,
you need 2 straight lines for an angle. 2 straight lines meeting at the vertex. So you cannot use it on the surface of a sphere then. There is no straight lines on the surface of a sphere.
So this reminds me of something I just asked Fax Wax.
Can you just acknowledge there are no horizontal planes on the surface of a sphere, please?
Not physically, though.
Yeah, correct. There are no horizontal planes on the surface of a sphere. Welcome to Flat Earth. Because sextants are to measure the angle of elevation between the celestial and the horizontal plane of the horizon that the observer is standing on.
Yeah, but I used it to measure the speed of the moon against another body. So I wasn't using the horizon. I'm just measuring an angle. And whether I'm on a flat Earth or a sphere, I can use it to measure an angle.
No, you cannot use it on the surface of a sphere,
I also use it as an example. Like sometimes in celestial navigation, you need the diameter or semi-diameter of the sun. And you can use the sextant to measure the angle between the top and the bottom of the sun. So that's an angle, but there's nothing flat.
What for? What's the purpose of it? What's the purpose?
To measure
if you measure the angular size of the sun, you're going to use it for what? For navigation?
That is used as the semi-diameter of the sun is used as a correction in navigation. Sure.
In what sense? Correction in what sense?
Yeah, could you expound on that?
So they measure the angle between the horizon or the tangent or whatever, and between that and the bottom of the sun, right? But they want to measure it to the center, but that's difficult. So they measure the angle to either the top or the bottom of the sun, and then they correct by adding or subtracting the semi-diameter of the sun or moon. Yes. And there's no flat thing.
Do you know how many mirrors in the sextant? The sextant that you own, how many mirrors are it?
I think there was 2.
Can you name them?
I'm not sure.
Can you name them?
I have no idea. No idea.
The horizon mirror and the celestial mirror. Do you know what the celestial mirror is for?
To reflect light from the sky?
No. To bring the celestial down to the horizon.
Right.
Right.
So you measure an angle.
That's an elevation angle. Yeah, you cannot
That's
do
an
that.
elevation angle. Yes.
You cannot do that on the surface of a sphere. You wouldn't have an angle.
But do you agree that I could also use the sextant to measure the angle between the top and the bottom of the sun? Like if you don't bring it down to the horizon, but you bring the sun down just half a degree so that it touches itself. The image of the sun touches the other image of the sun.
Listen,
you measure
the 2 mirrors of the sextant, you would just name them. None of the mirrors says bottom of the sun. There's an horizon mirror, yeah? There's an horizon mirror and a celestial mirror. If you're not using the sextant like that, you don't know how to use a sextant.
Yeah, but measuring the angular size is sometimes part of the procedure.
Scooby.
Yes.
Scooby. There is a sextant where you have to get the 2 suns to match, dude. There is one of those. I'm not sure what it's called, but it does exist.
Okay, what is the purpose? To measure angles. And the question is, can you do it on a sphere or not? And the idea that you couldn't do it if the Earth was a sphere, I don't get where anybody's getting that. So, yeah.
Ice Cube, can I ask you a question? If I may. When you're using your sextant... sure. But when you're using your sextant, you're taking an elevation angle, right? Obviously. We all agree on that? That's not like a...
Not necessarily. Not when I measure the angle between Mars and the Moon for some period of time.
Yeah,
to check the speed of the Moon against the celestial background. Then I'm not using the horizon at all.
Yeah, I could also use my rifle as a hammer. I could also hammer nails in with the butt of my rifle too. Does that make it a hammer? No. Is that what it's intended to be for? No. Okay. So when you're doing
an angle.
Well, okay, there we go. What type of angle is a sextant intended to measure?
Mostly the elevation angle, yeah, but the quadrant is exactly the same device, and that was used by Snell, which I talked about earlier, to measure horizontal angles. And so,
or horizontal
it's just to measure angles.
Horizontal angles on the surface of a sphere, yeah?
Okay, the bottom, what I'm trying to get to is, Ice Cube, is what makes an elevation angle specifically different than all other types of angles? What makes, for lack of a better term, what makes an elevation angle special?
I don't know, you tell me.
Okay. Well, wait.
The ground position of the stars.
You think it's special?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's an elevation angle. No, well, it's specifically
an elevation angle is a 90-degree angle, man.
Well, what makes the elevation angle is special because it specifically refers to the angle formed between the horizontal and the object above the horizontal, meaning an elevation angle cannot exist unless there's a horizontal adjacent to its baseline. An elevation angle requires a horizontal to exist, just kind of like how, little baby puppies require their mother's milk to live.
The horizon mirror, for example.
Yes. You have to have an established horizontal. And when using a Mariner sextant, how do you establish your horizontal?
I've never used the Mariner sextant, but I used it. It used some kind of bubble system. I believe I heard that.
Yeah. No, that would be a bubble sextant, which is completely different than a Mariner sextant.
Right. That's why I said I have no idea.
Does the sextant you have, does it have bubbles in it? Like, does it have like a little bubble level?
It actually did come with a little bubble thing. Yeah.
Oh,
but
okay.
you can use it if you don't have a horizon, then you can use that. And obviously, if I use an angle somewhere between the Moon and Mars, if I measure that angle, then I can't use the bubble, right? Because I'm just measuring the angle.
Well, no, bubble sextants, they establish their horizontal by...
Negative. If you're using the bubble sextant, the angle is between the bubble and the celestial.
Yeah. I need to brush up more on a aviation/bubble sextant. I know more about the Mariners, but I've never actually physically touched either, so...
So which one's got the string hanging from it like a little plum? Did they?
None.
None?
I mean,
none of them. None of them.
No, that's a Zanuck lie. He'll say that just because when he goes into make shit up mode.
Oh, okay, yeah, because that's what he said. He said on the ocean they have one with like a little thing that because you're moving up and rocking back and forth, so you keep it. So I don't know what the hell he's
Yeah, but you
talking
wouldn't
about.
be able, right? Yeah, if you had a plum hanging off your Mariner section, it would be just as wobbly as having a bubble on it. Like that's why you gotta, yeah. So
It
Zanuck
would
just
be worse because it will be a pendulum swinging back and forward. You will never have a plum.
That's what I was wondering. Like, how the hell?
you end up hypnotizing yourself and then
You cannot have a plumb line on the boat. You cannot have a plumb line on the boat. That's why you use the level of the ocean, the sea level,
Exactly.
the surface.
I think that's what he meant to say. I think he was saying that. Yeah, I think he was trying to say you can't use that, but he like said it wrong or something. I don't know. It was weird. I'm hoping. I was just making sure, you know what I mean? Making sure we just got the mirror and the level and then.
Yeah, but listen what he's suggesting, yeah? You grab a sextant, yeah? And through the horizon mirror, you are aiming at the celestial. And through the celestial mirror, yeah? I don't know, maybe sideways with the sextant. I don't know. I have no idea how this would operate. To bring the celestial to meet the other, yeah? One celestial meeting the other in order to measure the angle. No, it doesn't work like that.
And how far can you be off? So if I did this, I can be off pretty far, right? Like from left to right for a city, and on my little bitty boat, I can be off, but still kind of make it to where I'm going perfectly fine, even though I'm kind of fucking off.
Well, you could test the accuracy of your sextant, right?
You wouldn't have a fixed reference point because those two lights in the sky, they are moving.
Correct.
So the angle we're going to be changing all the time between them.
Right, in a different orientation than you, but yeah.
Yeah, because that's not the purpose of it.
Oh, when you said off, Dimok, I thought you meant like how off you would be from getting to where you want to go. Because people tend to forget.
That's what I am saying.
Oh, okay. Yeah, see, people tend to forget with celestial nav. It's not like a pinpoint, like you are 1 inch away. No, because once you start seeing lights in lighthouses and land masses, you're no longer doing celestial nav. Oh, look, there's land. Okay, just go that way.
Just direct yourself to it, 100%.
Yeah.
So you can be off by like a lot, but as long as you see the marker where you're in the heading of like left or right of your horizon, your field of view, you can get there.
Yeah, I mean, once you start seeing land and lighthouses and signs of life, you're no longer. Now you're gonna start paying
attention. You're not doing celestial anymore. You're doing terrestrial. Right. You're doing terrestrial navigation now.
Well, that's exactly what I was saying, though. I'm saying you can be off with it, but still get to your destination as long as you notice the marker in front of you that you're trying to get to. As long as you get to that thing somewhere in front of your view.
But also with celestial nav, you're not trying to figure out where you're going. You're trying to figure out where you are.
Right. Exactly. So it's not telling you where you're at, where things are on a ball. It's telling you your position on a horizontal reference.
Correct.
And you need to be correcting for your azimuth because the winds will push you out of course. So you need to be correcting always to be on course, back to your position again.
Well, this does bring up an interesting question for me, listening to this. So the Muslims once a year have this, or twice a year, the sun passes over Mecca and the Kaaba, right? And that's they use those dates to determine if they need the direction to Mecca. Do you agree that if you use that method of using the sun, you do find the right direction, or could it be like that the sun is in different places? Does that question make sense?
You have to face the sun, right? Or face away. I don't remember.
It didn't make sense to me.
I know Mecca has something to do with the sun, but I'm not, I don't follow Islam, so I don't really understand. I'm not really sure, to be honest. I don't know what they're supposed to be doing.
Right. It has some name with a Q, like the Qibli observation or something. I'm not sure if I'm saying this right, but they do that twice a year to determine the direction of Mecca. And the question that just came to my mind is, would you guys agree that if they use that method to find the direction to Mecca, would that be accurate, or could the sun be like in different places?
No, man, you find the direction. In this case, you find the direction with the compass, and the direction is a horizontal vector forward.
I mean the azimuth, right? If
An azimuth is a horizontal line from point A to point B, straight, horizontal.
Right.
If you're going to southeast, you're going southeast. You keep southeast on your compass, and you correct to be south to go on the same line. But that line on the map is a straight line, and you correct to be on that straight line.
So it's about finding the GP of Kabul or something. I was just reading it. It's all about the sun's GP, which that's in Saudi Arabia, which is pretty close to a tropic, the Tropic of Cancer.
And you know what that's called? It's called planar sailing.
Right. So on that day, or those 2 dates at the times that they give, if I look at the sun and I start traveling there and maintain the straight line to that position, even though the sun might move further along, but I take a snapshot of the direction from my point to the sun on that time and day, and I start traveling in that direction, would that point to Mecca? Is that
but why the sun?
Would that be accurate?
Why would you be guiding yourself by the sun? The sun is going from east to west. Unless you want to go up to east or to west, you follow the sun. Otherwise, I don't see the point of following the sun.
Right, I'm trying to figure out if you can use celestial navigation to figure out the course. That was kind of a point being made, that you use navigation to find your position and not your course. That was one of the points being made. And so I thought, can you use the stars as a reference for a course? So hence my example of the observation they do.
First you need to find your position where you are. First you need to find your position where you are, and then the vector will follow. Depending on where you are, then with your compass, you'll find the vector that you need to go, but you're going to go towards the horizon no matter what, horizontally.
Right. So did my question about the direction to Mecca make sense to anyone, or?
Yeah, hold on. I just had it too. I got to refind it. Because I thought I saw something about the zenith of the... Yeah. So twice every year, the sun culminates at the zenith of the Kaaba in Mecca. Now, see, the thing is... Right, yeah, the zenith... Now, if you're at a celestial zenith, that means you're at the GP of that celestial. But just because... Now, see, the GP isn't apparent, but the sun's zenith is apparent.
No. In this case, is the obelisks, and the towers that they build and stuff like that. Where the sun is right above on its zenith, will cast no shadow. It's straight down. Yeah, that's the zenith. But a zenith, guess what? Is perpendicular to the plane of the horizon.
So flat Earth, most definitely mandatory.
Definitely. Because that's the claim, isn't it? They measured the angle of the sun between where was it? Alexandria and somewhere else, yeah. And that is the angle of the sun when the sun was at 12 noon, its highest peak, casting a shadow straight down on the obelisk. So that's a right angle right there, 90 degrees to the surface. So, yeah, they measured the Earth flat back in the day. That's how it's measured. Sticks and shadows, angles, right angles.
So, I'm going to go have some food, if you don't mind. It was fun hanging out with you guys. And
no worries, man. Enjoy
thanks
your
for the
lunch
discussion. No hard feelings to anyone. And have a nice day or night wherever you are.
You too, brother, man. Nice chatting with you. Come back anytime.
Take care, man.
Yes, Ice Cube, and I'm sorry for being short with you earlier today. So, yeah, my bad. Have a good evening or morning, whatever it is.
All right. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Bye-bye.
That's my New Year's resolution, not to be so amped up.
An asshole?
Yeah. Well, I wasn't going to say it that way, but yeah.
That's good, man.
Elbow TV, if you said that.
Yeah, bro. Once conversations get too heated, dude, rest assured it's not gonna have a
Not fruitful.
productive effect. Let's say it like that, you know. So it's just not worth it, bro. Plus, it takes away energy from you, and it's not worth it, man.
You know how you keep
cool and
those from going that way? As soon as you start hearing three people talking at the same time, you tell one of them to shut it.
Yeah. Great with that.
Okay if there's three people engaging, but if they can't wait long enough for the person to finish speaking, so if there's not three people simultaneously, then that's when it's chaos.
Yep. George likes to do that.
I'll tell you why.
Go ahead.
It demonstrates that you're not listening to not only the person you're speaking to, but to be congenial with the other person who's also engaging. And then that makes everyone raise their blood pressure and their tempo, and then it just spirals out of control. And part of the reason is because then everybody feels like they have to rush to say what they're going to say, and then they're competing against someone else. And competition, right, breeds confrontation. And then you have chaos.
And automatically, they're not, like, if they're talking over each other, automatically they're not listening to each other. They're just kind of waiting for one person to finish so they can say what they have to say. And that's what I mean. It's not productive.
I'm guilty of that for sure.
Yeah, we all are, man.
Part of the ethos of the 24/7 live streams is exposition. So we want people who are listening to hear the arguments progress, hear arguments made, hear points made, hear rebuttals, right? It's not about zinging somebody, Sometimes it is, but the primary driver is exposition, which means our points are made.
Yeah, not delivering the information.
That was weird. Is that a connection issue on your part, Rush? Or did I spaz out, or did the room spaz out?
Yeah. He needs to disconnect and connect again. His mic is open and the light is on.
Wait, you're talking about my mic?
Yeah, you kind of just
your mic was closed and the light was on, yeah.
Oh, I was just going to say, not everybody at once, please, because everybody was quiet. But you tell me my mic was open? How?
You were in the middle of like a word and then you got quiet, and I thought I was having connection issues.
Oh, I thought everybody dropped out. Dude, something happened.
Ah.
Yeah, you disconnected and it came back in.
Okay.
So whatever you were saying, we couldn't hear the end of it.
What was I saying? Shit, I can't remember right now.
You were saying that you wanted me to invite Zanuck in here? No, I'm just kidding.
Dude, that was messed, bro. Yeah. I couldn't take a lot of that shit last night. Like, again, it was the same thing. There were like 3-4 people talking over each other. Come on, man. Like, that's enough. Not even talking, yelling over each other, dude.
Brian and Zanuck, that's a bad combination.
Right? I mean, anybody in Zanuck, dude. Like, some people are just irritating to hear, dude. Zanuck is one of those. I can't listen to him too much, dude.
Because he's extremely condescending.
Gives you all the information you don't need.
I just can't believe he's a pilot. I'm like, wow, I never once heard you mention yourself being a pilot.
He's a chemist, pilot, doctor, surgeon, everything, dude.
Yeah, a car driver is also called a pilot.
He's actually a pioneer in zero gravity neurosurgery. So they take you up in the sick plane and they drop it, and then the surgery gets done while your 2 minutes of free fall happen.
Yeah, sign me up. Oh, that's Jaron's next endeavor. I think he said something about if he gets if someone purchases him a ticket, like maybe a Will Duffy, he will go on the Blue Origins. It'd be the Final Experiment Part 2.
Well, I mean, to be fair, that's not a bad way for Jaron to go. Just have everybody pay him to do all the things that they always wanted flat earthers to do for their arguments, remember? Like, oh, if I sent you up high, oh, if I sent you here, oh, if you went there. He could just do all those things, get paid, relax, eat some good dinners.
That does sound like fun, to be honest. We're going to see Jaron and Witsit floating around on the ISS with Don Pettit. What's it be like? Just on the ISS and the Earth's a globe doesn't mean that the Earth is a globe, guys. Come on.
They could play who makes the better coffee, if you know what I'm saying.
Oh God!
Is that on Universal Studios or which one is it?
Well, the coffee thing confuses me because Don Pettit had to invent a cup to hold liquid in it so he could drink it. But then on the Chinese space station, they can just put water in a mason jar with no lid.
Yeah, it's a special coffee. It's from the chugga machine.
Yeah, because, dude, the Chinese people realized that you could just suck the water out of the cup. You don't need any fancy nothing.
I think that was a good elevation angle discussion with Ice Cubes. He was actually way more chill this second go around that I talked to him, so that's cool. Elbow, are you still a Witsit guy? Like, I haven't seen him on Discord.
I speak to Witsit pretty much. I mean, whenever he's in the another server, but yeah, Witsit hasn't really changed much. Always has this weird ether shit, but
Oh, I thought you were an ether guy.
hell no.
Well, who was you? I thought it was you that was yelling at me about something called specific.
Why your mic so quiet, bro?
A specific gravity had nothing to do with ether.
Oh.
Yeah, what the heck, Vax Wax? You need to go back to school, bro.
Oh, my bad.
Specific gravity is essentially density and buoyancy formulated.
Yeah. Like density towers.
Yeah.
That don't work when you drop them.
Yo. Eon was in here last night trolling people, telling them the little g in the equation, you can't get rid of g, so you need gravity. And nobody could figure out the answer. She had all the flat earthers befuddled.
Yeah, but the g shouldn't be gravity, it should be grams. Weight.
Oh, the whole point is that little g is supposedly a rate of directional acceleration, and it's not gravity itself. Okay, so gravity is in that equation, right? That's not gravity in the equation. What being the cause, right? The cause isn't in the equation, is what I'm trying to say, right? We all agree?
Yep.
Yeah, there you go. That's what none of them could get. That they were all conflating gravity with little g.
Well, what gives things weight then? AI.
Will.
Will.
Mm-hmm.
Well, will hunting?
No, the will of God. What else? The only thing that can cause motion. The only thing that can cause motion without a force is will, right?
Well, we know that weight can change though, can't it, on a thing? Like if I was to fire you up in your chair right now, your weight would change, right? So is it fair to say that weight's a resistance to motion or forces? Same thing.
He has to be at rest for you to weigh him. While he's in motion, you're not going to be able to weigh him.
Yeah,
so
but
why bring
weight
motion
is
to get weight?
weight is to put something out of equilibrium. That's why the scales, balances were invented in the first place. You need to have the same amount on both sides of the scale for the scale to be level. Yeah, so when you put something out of its equilibrium, you're going to have a vector of movement, either up or down. It's in disequilibrium. It's not stationary. That's the point. In order to bring it to equilibrium, we need to put the equivalent on the other side of the scale. So both dishes are at the same level.
I think weight will change though, right, George? Like depending on what forces are acting on it.
No, the force will change, the resistance will change. A 50-pound thing should be 50 pounds forever, but the only thing is you don't have a scale going along with it at the same rate as it to keep it in the reference frame as being still. You can't move stuff to get its weight. So when you keep saying you're moving stuff, you're not going to get its weight, buddy. I don't know how you're weighing stuff while it's moving. Where's the scale that does that?
What about gas? I'm gonna start a shit
What about
show.
it? You got to tie gas down and put it in a container, and you got to weigh the container first, and you got to get a differential between the two. It's still. So what are you weighing? Potential? You're not weighing gravity.
He's weighing your volume.
Yeah, for example, I have a health club. I have a health club that's guaranteed for women to lose weight, 100% guaranteed. All it is a swimming pool, and I weigh them while they're floating, and then I tell them, you lost weight, and then I charge them $1,000.
Funny.
Why do divers need to add weight on them in order to sink to the bottom of the ocean? Because they're not falling on the ocean, are they? In order for them to fall in the ocean, they need to add weight on them because they are not heavy enough.
Yeah, but wouldn't they be closer
Flackers.
to the
Hey,
center?
hold on, Flackers. Looks like we got 2 new guys in here. Let's see what they have to say. Hold on, I gotta unmute them. Looks like we got Myth and Paradixis.
Welcome.
I predicted all this. I had a dream earlier about talking to somebody named Myth and arguing with them.
Oh man, Myth, dude, it's your destiny. Time to rise to the occasion. Myth and Paradixium. You guys got any questions, comments, concerns, proofs?
Nothing, not even a mic.
Dude, if he mentions something about Polaris not being not being in the same spot all the time, I'm going to lose it because that's what we were arguing about. But it was a guy in my living room who just went by Myth. He said his name was Myth. Literally had this dream like 2 hours ago. It was weird. I fell asleep for like 20 minutes. Synchronicity.
Robert Morley. Oh, we may have a new guy named Robert Morley. Oh, so oh man, Paradixium. You're killing me, Smalls. Hold on. Myth and Paradixium, right?
I thought Paradixium's been in here for a minute.
Yeah, but he doesn't have a role that allows him to open his mic on his own.
Oh, okay.
Now I can't find his name. How do you spell his name?
Paradxxm.
Dang, he's not. Man, come on, dude. He's not showing up for me.
He just showed server muted and then muted again.
Yeah, but
Maybe
as
you've
soon as
muted him.
he leaves and rejoins, he'll be screwed. So I got to do it up here. We got some guys at VC check-in, so they're gonna get us a new guy here shortly. Let's see. Depends on where I enter the command, whether it's going to work or not. You know what I'm saying? So I had to go up there. Two guys have been VC verified. All right, so try to engage with the new guys. There's going to be a Robert Morley coming in hopefully soon as well. I'll be out of here in like 3 minutes. But you still got a couple mods in here and some gold pluses that can verify people, so you should be good. All right, on with the show.
It's up to you, new guys. Don't kill the room.
The show must go on. The great philosopher, what's his name? Freddie Mercury.
I kind of feel like Queen is a little bit overrated. That might start some trouble.
Well, like the great philosopher Mick Jagger said once, don't get me started. If you start me up, I'll never stop. But yeah, Vaxi, I liked that question. How many horizontal planes are there on the sphere?
17 quadrillion, octillion, billion to the 57th power.
Can you write down that number for me, please?
Yeah, I gotta find my crayons. Hold on.
Oh my God.
Man, my 2-year-old, she was snacking on a blue crayon last night. She looked like she was enjoying it. So you'll eat a crayon, but God forbid if I try to give you a carrot.
Yeah, if it's not the same color, they don't like it.
Bro, just take the crayons, melt them down, dip the carrots in the crayon, and Bob's your uncle.
Nah, just dip the crayons in a very hot sauce, like a piri piri sauce. They will never bite on the crayon again.
Yeah.
Too funny. Very quiet. Even Jin is quiet. It's surprising.
Hey, Jin, Democ wanted to know about why the poop bags disproved the moon mission. Yeah, dude, I like that. Look, I know some people don't like talking about poop on the stream, but that's actually a good reason to talk about it, because it's actually pretty legitly retarded.
I haven't heard this one.
Yeah.
Dude, hold on, bro.
Thank you
Jin,
very
did you
much,
just hear that? You just hear that? Vaxwax never heard it, bro.
Yeah, I heard it. It's my brother's a plumber, and he's a qualified plumber. I'm not, but I understand the plumbing. And if you look at the human plumbing, it doesn't do well in a weightless environment, and not impossible. Okay, so yeah, going to space can almost kill you if you were to be there. And I can give you a very good synopsis on how that could happen to a human being. You know, in that the Apollo missions, toilet that you sit on to do your business.
So you cannot poo inside of a vacuum chamber then?
You had to shout.
No.
You have to attach a sticky bag onto your buttocks. Go on.
Before you turn into a vacuum, just use it as a toilet.
Let Jen tell a story, for goodness sakes.
Yeah. I've actually. This is going to take about maybe 5 minutes to get through, really, because there's two aspects. There's the cost of the in space on the ISS, and then talk about the Apollo mission first. So before the ISS, we had the missions. Astronauts were required to defecate into a plastic bag, which you would have to attach to your buttocks. The only problem with that is it left your genitals hanging out. Your penis would be hanging out because you have to aim it on your bum. It doesn't cover your penis. And we all know that sometimes when you go to the toilet and you do a number 2, you accidentally urinate because it's out of your control. Yeah? Okay. So now you're in a weightless environment where your stomach is trying to suppress the vomit, okay, or clench your buttocks and hold this number 2, which could be diarrhea, for example, okay? So let's say it's number 2 and it's gone into the bag. It's a diarrhea. This is liquid now, liquid poo, right? You attach it to your buttocks, you do your business. Now you have to deattach that from your bum. So you're going to need assistance from your colleague, okay? Now as you remove that bag, it's going to leak out, okay? So that's going to run a risk of hitting any electrical components, thus shorting, and you could blow up, and there you are, lost in space because you couldn't go to the toilet properly, right? And if it's the other way around, a vomit, then that's just going to come out under pressure, and again, you've got this stuff floating around, okay? So that's how it went. You couldn't go to the toilet properly. It's an unhygienic and very dangerous thing to do, okay? Then the second point I'm going to raise is that in 2018, the international, which cost $19 million.
Oh man, Jen, can you reconnect for a second? Just reconnect.
Sure.
All right. We want to hear your story, but you were chopping real bad.
Okay, am I in now? Am I?
Yeah, you are.
Am I? Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I'll try again slowly. So basically, the ISS in 2017 had a breakdown in the toilet in 2018 at $23 million. The original one cost $19 million. Now, that's a gross misuse of the taxpayers' money, because if you want to use a toilet in an aeroplane, that cubicle costs anything from $250,000 to $500,000. Okay, that's for a unit cubicle, which is more hygienic and more user friendly. The ISS toilet is an upside down, old fashioned vacuum cleaner with a square seat and a hole in it, and you have to get yourself. And the urinal is basically a funnel for men and women. So the hygiene situation is totally outrageous. Okay, and the cost of the toilets, as I mentioned, is only what 500. The total cost will for the toilet $1 billion. $1 million to pipe it. It costs $1 million to pipe the stuff up. The plumbing is $1 million, but the actual cubicle is only 500,000. So $23 million is a gross misuse, and it would have been better the way I said it if they were up there. That's the way to go. It's more hygienic. It's an actual cubicle, so you're not going to have any accidents, and the vacuum toilet could work better. So that's my story, really. NASA, they definitely stolen the taxpayers' money and offered up a very unhygienic way to use the toilet, especially if you're female.
Exactly.
Especially if you're female. Yeah.
And another point, like you made earlier, it's like, so you had those three dudes, I think it was three dudes going in that little moon capsule, and they're supposed to be pooping in a bag while holding their pee, which is next to impossible. That whole place would have been filled with floating pee and poop, dude. Freaking choking on it, breathing it in.
Yeah, exactly. And listen to this, right? They reckon to do a number 2, time in motion, 45 minutes. It would take 45 minutes because you've got to strip off all your suit, right? Do the business. Use the nappy wipe, the wet sachet to wipe it. Undo the bacterium detergent and put that into the bag. Massage, right? Wrap the bag up and store it away. All that would take 45 minutes. Okay? 45 minutes to do a number 2. Space. Yeah, man. You do toilet. It's the same in Antarctica as well. Antarctica is another expose there, because they claim that they walk for like 30 days, 40 days, 3 months, dragging their load, right? But how do they go to the toilet? Because if you look at the layers they put on, there's a lot of layers that you'd have to undo just to do your number 2 or a number 1. Okay? Much simpler to use a really, because it's going to be a headache to keep getting undressed. All the layers you've got to remove just to do your toilet on Antarctica whilst you're on your way to the South Pole, supposedly. How do they go to the toilet? I've hiked Mount Fuji 14 times and several other mountains, and occasionally you want to go to the toilet. It's definitely an unwelcomed event, and that would be on a mountain. Okay, and it's an unwelcomed event having to go and not leave any toilet paper behind. Rubbish. You can leave the poo behind because that will be undergrowth, but the truth is that you have to clean everything and put it in a bag. It's hard work just to go to the toilet I don't trust the Western topic and adversity and all this triumph over adversity and trial and trial tribulations. What are the rubbish? I don't accept it. I think there's something wrong there. Antarctica, it's an interesting one. You know, you've got to scoop up snow to boil to make water, and a black bin liner full is what's required. That takes 2 hours. Time in motion study, 2 hours to get that snow up and boil it. So, yeah. I'm being told a lot. And we need to scrutinize everything. Put yourself in their shoes and say, can you actually do this? And, how can I say, go through the business. You know, it's not easy to do that, not even on a mountain, yet alone on ice. Minus 60 degrees Celsius, 100 mile an hour winds. It's crazy. I'm not sure. Hey, mic check. Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, you're back.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. Right. What was I going to say? Yeah, I also question the Antarctic explorers and their toilet business because, you know, they're there for like 30 days, 70 days, you know, fighting against adversity to get to the South Pole. They have to go to the toilet.
How much toilet paper do they calculate it to take?
Thank you. How much toilet paper? And then how many times the whole duration of the exploration, yeah? And it's not a welcomed event. Because as I said earlier, I've hiked Mount Fuji 14 times and mountains like 300 times, okay? I've done a lot of hiking since I've been in Japan the last 26 years, okay? Now, going to the toilet is an unwelcomed event. And this would be on a sunny day, you're on a mountain, you chose good weather, suddenly you want to go for a number 2. Now, you can't leave any rubbish behind. And I'm well prepared for it. I prepared for it, but it's still an unwelcomed event. Okay? I don't want to go to the toilet, but now I've got to stop my hike. I've got to push, get undressed, plastic bags to put the used tissue paper back, yeah? Right? And I do it, and I do it perfectly. I'm in the bush, of course. Undergrowth, but all the paper and the tissue paper, that's all packed away, stored away back in my rucksack, clean my ass, everything, right? That's about right, 10 minutes minimum, yeah? Okay, if you're doing it properly, 10 minutes of that, and then you put everything back in your rucksack, 10, 15 minutes, clip everything back on, and then you carry on hiking. And that was take it from me, many times. I do not. I'm hiking up. I don't, but I've got to do it. Okay? And you're doing this now in Antarctica, it's minus 60 degrees, right? You've got untold layers on, and you've got winds of 100 miles an hour winds. You know, how are you going to do it? How are you going to do that? And you've got to dig a hole. You've got to dig a hole to do that, Pooh, because you can't leave it there. Do you know what I mean? Come on. Yeah. So no, they're not going to the South Pole for 30 days. They're lying. And then you've got pitch a tent after hiking for like, and then you've got to scrape up snow. That's a 2-hour ordeal to scrape up snow to boil to cook your food in the tent. You've got to have ice, snow, the size of a black bag, black bin liner. You know, your rubbish bin liner bag, one of them, right? And then you put it into the tin, and you know how it dissolves very quickly. So you've got to keep scooping it in as it melts, as you heat it up. 2 hours that takes, time in motion study. So there's a lot that doesn't match and fit the story they tell us. Yeah, man. Over the years, I've done a little bit of research into it, and I think, clearly they're not doing that. That's a very hard thing to do.
Are you telling me that Universal Studios doesn't have a compound that they could do all of that?
Universal Studios, yeah. It would be Universal as well, wouldn't it? But yeah, it's hard to accept when you break it down and put yourselves in their shoes. I'm a fit man at 63, yeah. I know, I'm 63. I know what I can and cannot do. I can drag the weight. I'm like an ox. I can drag weight. Okay, that's not a problem. I can push start cars on my own. Give me the car. I'll push start you if you can't start. Yeah, that's me, right? So I know what I can do, and I know what it is involved. There's this frame of mind you're going to need, right? It's not an easy thing to do, especially where the temperature is being raw, and you can't afford to lose body heat. You can't. Impossible. Yeah? And you've got to go to the toilet, remember? And you're eating lots of nuts and dried foods. Your stomach's going to get clogged up. That shit's going to be rock solid hard. You're better off to drink some raisins and nuts, okay, but, liquid foods with nourishment, because solids, that's going to be one tough to eject out your bum. Obviously, your body's going to use some of that nutrients up, of course, but you've still got to get rid of it. Still some wastage. So there's a lot going on there that they're not telling us. That's my first question. How many times did you go to the poo? That would be my first question. How many times did you do the toilet? How much toilet paper did you bring with you? Yeah. How much water did you bring with you? Water, yeah. That's an elixir of life. Yeah, and they've got like, what is it? 3 containers, right? 6 liters, right? One hot flask, so you can make your soups. Then you've got your water and maybe some other energy drink, they reckon. All right. You're still going to need water, though. That's the thing. And to make it is 2 hours just for cooking your food. And once you've cooked your food, you've got to have somewhere of cleaning those utensils. All your utensils have to be cleaned. You're going to need water again. Then you've got to prepare the water for your flasks, for your thermal flasks, so that you can make soup on your hike if you want to take a break. There's a lot going on, and you've only got 24 hours in a day to do all this stuff. There's a lot to do. Set up the tent, and then break the tent down and pack it away, put it back in your sledge. There's a lot to do, man, on a one man or a one woman exploration on your Jack Jones. Yeah, I've looked into it, and I'm saying it's impossible what they tell us. Impossible. No matter how fit you are. I also question in the final experiment, right? So the TFE, right? The gear they had on didn't seem fit for purpose. The clothing they had on. Okay, I looked at what they had on and I thought that stuff looks pretty cheap. Doesn't look like it's going to keep them warm. That was the first thing that hit me actually when I saw them. They didn't look dressed appropriately for the environment they were in. That was my first impact. I thought, hang on a minute, that stuff looks pretty thin. What they got on.
The claim of the environment that they were in, because like you pointed out, it's always the claim is that strong winds and very low temperatures. The videos that we've seen from these guys in Antarctica doesn't demonstrate none of those claims.
That's right. Yeah. So the first thing that hit me when I saw them, because I'm interested in the equipment. When I'm hiking on a mountain, I always look at the Japanese, and they're always perfectly dressed. They don't mess around, okay? Everything's perfect. All the straps, bang, they got it banged down to rights, okay? So I'm interested always. So that was the first thing that I noticed about them, that the gear they had on wouldn't be the gear that I would be wearing in that environment. It doesn't look like it can do the job.
And no gloves?
Indeed. Yeah, very, very, very cheap indeed. Very thin. It's not going to do the job for me. No chance. And it was just very strange. The clothing. No one looked dressed for the occasion properly. You know? Even with the sun out. Yeah, no. And then Jaron was complaining about having to go to the toilet in the ice and that. And I thought, what a wanker. How could you be going to such a place and not know that's what's going to go down? You know what I mean? Come on, man. And you're only going to be there for 4 days, wasn't it? But they only ended up being there for 2 days or something, you know. Crap. Yeah,
I agree. I agree with you, Jim. The stage engineer wasn't a good guy. No. He didn't know much about Antarctica. That's why.
Yeah, they need to fire the stage engineer.
The stage engineer is the guy that designs the background, the stage for whatever performance. So depending of the time that you're representing and everything, he'll decide what clothes to wear and everything else, Yeah. So the stage engineer in this case didn't know what would be needed for a journey to the Antarctic.
Absolutely, because I've got the videos that show you what you need to wear. Okay, and I'm telling you that one person could have as much as 8 layers on. That's on the legs alone, just around their legs and your bum and that. 8 layers. Okay, all right, and then you've got to get rid of all that when you want to go to the toilet. All right, this is what I've got the videos, and when I see what she had to put on, I said, "Fucking hell, I don't want to wear all the layers." Right, because if I put those layers on, am I going to go to the toilet? That's going to be a problem instantly. Okay? Because you can't. What I'm trying to say to you is that imagine, let's walk through it. I'm going to walk you through it, okay? I'm dragging my load, I'm going through. Now the unwelcome event has arrived. Oh shit. I've been putting it off. For about an hour or so. Now I've got to do it, okay? So I unclip my load, with the rucks, the sledge that I'm dragging with the harness, undo the harness, okay. I'm still got all my clothing on. Now I'll open up, get a shovel, dig a hole. I'm dying to do a number 2, okay, under pressure. Got to dig a hole somehow, okay, and then start to take down the layers of my trousers, okay, right? And remember, when you put it back, you've got to put it back on perfectly. I've got to remove my gloves, okay, take my trousers off, do the business in the hole. Oh, sorry, I forgot my toilet. Hang on a second. Let me put my trousers back on quickly. Go and get the toilet roll. Okay, I get the toilet roll now. And the bag. There's a lot you've got to do, isn't there? There's a lot. Okay, just to do a 2 like that, number 2. So you do your number 2 in that hole that you've dug. You can't you can't leave it anywhere.
Come on, Jim. They never left the airport.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
They never dragged any sledges around or anything like that. They stayed in the premise of the airport, maybe in a compound next door. They didn't left the area.
Exactly. Yeah, I know. Exactly. I agree with you, man, because if you don't dig a hole, then you've got to grab that poo and put it in a bag, okay? Put it in a bag, tie it up with a tissue paper and everything, and then put it back in your sledge, okay? Meanwhile, you've got to put all your layers back on properly, all the while losing heat, because you're losing that heat that is desperate that you need to keep. Your hands are starting to numb up. Minus 60 degrees, yeah? So, that's not good. That's not good for you. It's playing 100 miles an hour, so your bum's going to get cold. You're getting cold. You're losing heat instantly there. And you've got to then got to pull all your gear back on.
They have a pop-up toilet, You just press the button and it pops up a toilet. You do your thing, and then press the button again, dismantles, and put it in the backpack and go on.
Yeah, the problem is having to get undressed to do your business, you lose valuable heat, no doubt about it. And you can't hurriedly put your trousers back on because there are several layers, 8 layers, and you've got to put it back on neatly. That's crucial. That's critical to remaining optimal to do the exploration. I say you can't do that. I say they're lying, and they've been lying for years. Just lying, man. Yeah.
Well, if they were actually on the snow doing this like you're suggesting, and if they have to take the clothes off, like the trousers, you need to take your boots. You need to take your boots out. You need to put your feet on the snow in order to remove your clothing.
Well, what you're doing is you're pulling your trousers down to where your knees are, below your knees, and that's a lot of layers to remove.
8 layers?
Yeah, 8 layers of clothing. Yeah, because it's lycra, nylon, and then you've got your waterproof one that keeps so you don't get wet on the inside. There's a lot to take off, right? And you might have to take off your jacket, right? And then you start to undo your trousers. All these layers are coming off. You pull them down to your knees. You do your business, and then you got to put it back up, tucking everything in neatly. So you're at the situation you were at the beginning of your exploration every time. Yeah, it's a joke. Can't imagine that, man. Can't imagine that. You know, going for a pee, going for a poo, too much. Too much work, right? 8 layers. You can't just grab 8 layers in one go, put it over your penis and go for a pee. You couldn't. You've got to drag it down. You've got to. Too many layers. You've got to drag them down. That's a hassle. Right? You might end up pissing yourself. Now you've got piss on your clothing. Right? And what about the clothing? I mean, what about underwear? How many times do they change their underwear on that hike? Or are they just wearing it sweaty for a week or so and then they change it? Who knows? Do they wash the underwear? There's a lot to take in on an exploration. And they never talk about that aspect. That's what I'm interested in. I want to see how you did that. That's my main interest. It's easy to walk.
Everything is disposable, you know. As you go, you get lighter. You don't bring nothing with you.
Well, it does get lighter. Your food gets lighter, of course. Yeah, of course. Right, but you know, it's definitely.
You mean the buffet, the buffet in the hangar? The buffet in the hangar on the airport will get lighter.
Yeah, that'd be you, George. You and your company there serving them the a la carte stuff. Yeah.
I thought about it. You know where on the oil rig.
Oh yeah.
It's good money to work on the oil rig, but working in the same business in catering, but on an oil rig.
Yeah, that would
Those
be
people
great.
that have to eat and drink, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
They have massive canteens.
It's like in the Navy, in the submarines. Yeah, when you look at the food they eat, it's top notch. Really quality food. In the American Navy, the British Navy, in the Army, the food is excellent. Okay. With the submarines, the submariners, they're on missions for like 3 months at a time. So at the beginning, the food is all excellent, but by the end, because they're running out of food, it gets a bit not so good towards the end. Yeah, but generally at the beginning and through the middle, it's all great food. And then they do their 3-month stint, come back, and then they change staff. That's what they do in America.
Well, I don't go because I have phobia of sea. I really do. I can't stand the sea. I don't swim. I respect the sea a lot.
Yeah. No, I enjoy it. I could easily do 3 months in the sea. That's not a problem for me. No, I've got no worries there. I can
imagine an oil rig in the Pacific, you know, a very isolated place in the winter.
Yeah.
With 6 months, man. 6 months.
Yeah, I can do that. That's easy for me. That's not a problem. Not a problem at all. I can handle
Just
that.
looking at those ginormous waves, I'll have a heart attack.
Yeah, no, that's quite nice for me. I'd enjoy that. I can even enjoy Antarctica. Don't get me wrong. I can enjoy Antarctica, of course, but the unwelcome event is, of course, the toilet thing. So, you know, right, that's the only thing that would really, you know, could eat into my resolve, especially on an endeavor like that. Yeah, that going to the toilet would be the thing that could break me quite easily, that one, because it's an unwelcomed event and it's a hassle. Even on a mountain, it's a hassle. So imagine what it's going to be like on ice. Wow. Yeah. No, that's the breaker. Okay? So let's remember that when they talk about all these triumph over adversity going to space, which we know they can't go, always mention the toilet. Yeah, how did you go to the toilet when in space? Yeah? Show me. I want to see you do it. Otherwise,
in space, you mean those guys faking to be in the ISS in a high wire? Yeah. Just ask them, look, can you remove your T-shirt, please? Now let it go.
Yeah, show me.
Yeah, now let it go of your T-shirt. See which effect it is going to go if it's going to stay floating. While they are demonstrating all of these things floating in the air, can you do me a favor, please? Can you remove your glasses? Yeah. Can you just let it go of the glasses? Let's see. What about your T-shirt?
Yeah.
What about your shoes?
Show me. Show me.
Yeah, let me see all of this clothing going around you while you're talking to us.
Yeah. And and the fact that you mentioned submarines, it's an important point here, because when you look at the submarines, everything in the submarine is buttoned down, locked up, and the doors are locked airtight, watertight with those doors, But if you look at the ISS, it's like a junkyard. Everything is loose,
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
If it was true, you would need a submarine for the claim in question. And who's the smarter engineer in NASA that decided to put all the cables on the exterior?
Yeah. What stupidity is that? Exactly.
We have a blockage. Okay, someone needs to go to a spacewalk.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an absurd idea that they do this stuff like that. It's ridiculous,
Imagine a submarine with the cables on the exterior.
Yeah, and they move from one compartment, one quarters to the next quarters, just like that. No ceiling, because they don't seem to realise that particles can go in there, and you could have a massive breach, and then you're losing all your air.
Come on! If there's a leak, so what? There's a leak.
Yeah. So I do. It's quite obvious that they're not up there. They're not following the safety protocols for such an environment. Yeah, your life is in danger every second you are there. Every second. There is no relaxation. I'd be worried all the time. 17,000 miles per hour. This thing is supposed to be falling down the ball earth that don't exist. Yeah. 25 times the speed of sound. Right? And you've got all that debris out there, yeah? You couldn't relax. You really couldn't. It would be catastrophic if anything was to strike that.
That's why everything is made on the International Swimming Station, the ISS.
Yes, that's right.
With scuba diving support.
Yeah. Another anomaly is with the moon landings, and of course the ISS, is the human's movement, your activity, your actual motion. Okay. Now, why would it be slow motion in 1/6 of Earth's gravity? Let's say supposedly on the moon it's 1/6. It would mean you would move freer. Do you know what I mean? You've got less pressure on you, so your movements are going to be uninhibited. You're going to be moving quickly. It wouldn't be slow. Just wouldn't be. That's the anomaly there that I don't understand. 1/6, you'd be dynamic. More dynamic than you are on Earth. You'd be able to jump 6 times as high.
Oh, my mic is open, sorry.
Sorry, yeah. 6 times as fast. You could move 6 times as fast. But
then it's the same problem, man. The stage engineer is not thinking straight.
Yeah. He should be fired. Because they give us this slow motion. The reason they do that is because when they're practicing in the water, it's slow, isn't it? The water is acting as a negative drag on you in the water. It's negative, isn't it? Right? So it's the wrong medium to be practicing if you're going to be working in a vacuum. In fact, what you're actually doing is training the body to be stronger. Okay, because when you have this resistance in the water and you're used to the resistance of the water, when you actually go into a vacuum, you haven't got that resistance. So your body is going to be quicker. You're going to have to overcompensate your movements here. See, these are the things they didn't work out. You know?
There's quite a
Never
few ballers
understood.
in the chat here. No ballers want to talk?
Yeah, come on, ballers. Please address all these anomalies that we're bringing up. Make sure you got
Well,
enough
Pat
toilet
just
roll.
left. He came in, but he left.
Yeah, please make sure you got enough toilet roll and latex gloves if you're squeamish. Yeah. Definitely, man. Definitely interesting when you start to break it down. Falls apart like a house of cards.
Come on, Jim. They use Velcro when they go to the toilet.
Yes, one of the astronauts said that the sticky adhesive that they put on the edge of the bag that had to attach to their bum, when you pulled it off, it pulled all the hairs off your bum. So everyone was laughing and goes, "Yeah, right, yeah."
Was that the same guy that says that the vacuum of space smells like burned steak?
It could have been. It could have been the same guy. Yeah, burnt steak, taste of bacon, wasn't it? Smell of bacon or something. Yeah.
Well, how can you smell a vacuum?
Yeah, that's right. They come up with the most oddest things. Yeah, odd statements. I don't think we went out far enough to encounter the Van Allen radiation belts. How could you make that statement?
Far enough where? In the second law of thermodynamics violation? Sky vacuum.
Yeah. How could you make such a statement? How could you make such a statement, man? That just blew me away. I don't, how did
So the astronauts need a spacesuit, but the Earth doesn't need the suit?
Exactly. To say that they didn't go out far enough was just damn right completely wrong. That was an expose right there. That was a massive mistake. That was a clanger. Oops, sorry. That was a mistake there. I slipped up there. They supposedly
I guess Stanley Kubrick didn't know about the second law of thermodynamics or any gas law.
I think Stanley Kubrick actually did know a lot, actually. I think he tried to let us know, in some way, shape or form. Because if you look at the moon landings, right, they almost look similar to Stanley Kubrick. So he knew a lot. Remember The Shining, right? The Shining, the movie, where that was an expose about the Apollo missions. He intertwined and blended and merged in the psychological horror with the Apollo missions right in there. From start to finish, there's references to Apollo right the way from the beginning to the end. From the very beginning, Apollo is there. And
which is not on the original novel.
That's correct. Yeah,
he made changes to the novel. Yeah, by putting things related to the moon landings on it.
Yes.
Which Stephen King wasn't very happy with it.
No, yeah, Stephen King said that he wasn't happy with the film because it didn't follow the book. Some of it's there, but it's not the same. He said, and he definitely wasn't a fan. Right, because it wasn't keeping to the book, yeah. But Stanley Kubrick used it as a confession vehicle, right? And the really strong ones are the ones where there's the Outlook Hotel or the Overlook, the car park area. When you up the cars and you write down the numbers, spell the date of the Apollo missions, the Apollo 11 missions, just from the cars that are parked and the way they're parked, and you count the numbers. July 16th, 1969. Yeah, amazing. I mean, why is that there? Why is that there? That's not coincidental, okay? Right? And then, of course, the carpet, right, where Danny, the young boy, is playing on the carpet. The carpet is the exact same shape as Launchpad A39, okay? The same shape. And then Danny has the Apollo rocket on his chest as he's standing up the Apollo off. Yeah.
Yeah, but
going
Gene,
to his.
the moon landing supposedly started in 1969. Yeah, the first Apollo mission. Yeah.
Yeah.
In 1968, the BBC debunked the moon landings 1 year before
What did they
by
say?
telling us that they would achieve the moon landings by using miniatures.
Oh, right.
Yeah, in 1968, BBC.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do you have
that was about the nuclear bomb and the moon landings, the same. It's achieved by miniatures.
Okay, do you have a link to that?
I can try to find it, but not at hand. No, I need to search for it.
Yeah, if you can, whenever you can, yeah, because I'd like to see that one. And I'll do my bit. I'll try and look for it myself. So you said the BBC actually spoke about the moon landings in 1968.
Yeah.
I'll look it up.
1968. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll look it up myself and see if I can find that later on. Yeah, that'd be interesting. But yeah, Stanley Kubrick did his due diligence. He did very well to try and tell us that it was a hoax and he participated in it. Yeah. Yeah, good film, The Shining. Because of the expose. That's it. Because when I saw that film, I didn't pick up on any of those nuances at all. I was I think I was 18 at the time when the film came out, The Shining. I was 18 years old, and my intellect was nowhere near there. It was rock bottom, mate. Trying to pick out, any of that kind of messages. By the way, the typewriter was called Adler, and Adler in Germany means eagle. That's another reference to the eagle. So yeah, man, lots of references about Apollo in there, and they also reference in the hotel lobby. What's his name? Jack Nicholson, who took his family to the hotel. Yeah, the luggage they took could not have fitted in the Volkswagen Beetle, which refers to the fuel wasn't sufficient to get them to the moon. That was the reference there, okay? Because the Saturn V rocket didn't have enough fuel to get them to the moon, because the first stage of the Saturn V rocket uses up 80% of the fuel. First stage, 80% of the fuel was used up. And it's used up in less than 2 minutes.
Well, Erner von Braun said that a rocket to go to the moon and back needed to be 3 times the height of the Empire State Building.
That's right. Yeah.
And that's not the rocket we've seen taking off.
That's right. That rocket was nowhere near the size it had to be. Yeah. And
good evening, Jim.
Good evening, sir. How are you? Long time no see.
I'm well, sir. Been a while since I've heard from you. Been doing well?
Yeah, I've been doing well, thank you very much. Yeah, the reason why you hadn't heard from me was because I was locked out of my account on Discord. Locked out. Yeah, for 2 months. I couldn't verify my account. I managed to do it in the end. I couldn't even create a new account even as well. Couldn't create a new account. Couldn't verify my account, but I managed to do it on my son's smartphone.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
You've been a naughty boy, in other words.
Yeah, they try to block me, man. Not only that, YouTube also shut me down for a day. They restricted my use on YouTube, and then also I almost lost my Skype account as well when I deleted somebody that I didn't know, and I don't know this character, and my Skype shut down. So last month I've had a cyber attack on several fronts. Trying to get rid of me, man, but you're not going to do it that way. But
I was blocked on TikTok as well for about 3 months or so, and then they give it back, the account. Because the content I was publishing is the content suggested by TikTok. So it's TikTok censoring TikTok. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So a video that is suggested to me to watch, and I forward the video, I'm publishing their own information. So how can they block their own information?
Yeah, that's right. You're right there. In recent news, when I say recent as recent as yesterday, maybe today your time, but yesterday for me, the news stated that, you know, I think, what's his name from Facebook? Is it Zuckerberg or what's his name?
Zuckerberg, yeah, it's fair.
Zuckerberg, sorry, yeah, sorry, thank you a lot. Yeah, Zuckerberg, right? Well, he's saying that he's noticed that the censorship on Twitter and Facebook and that is overkill, and they're going to try and curtail that and bring it down and return to freedom of speech. What he was saying, okay?
He's too late to the party. He's still going to have to pay fines.
Yeah.
You know,
he said
the censorship is still out there. If you go now to YouTube or any other platform and you Google this subject, it's going to come on the bottom of the list. It's not the first thing.
Okay, yeah, right. So they've still got to get.
It's still censored, so it's too late, man, to the party.
Yeah, well, he's saying that they're gonna try and do something about that. Is what he said anyway. You know, Elon Musk was also speaking on that as well. You know, but so things might change a little bit. Yeah, we might get a let up. But anyway, we've circumnavigated it. We've done well, so it doesn't really matter to us. We know what we're doing. You know, I'm able to get my material out there and put it in the server. And yeah. Got my links. They keep trying to restrict me, but I circumnavigate and keep everything. Yeah, man, I've got a lot of material and I use it all. Yeah, man. And because I keep doing that, I can memorize it as well. So, you know, if the internet goes down, you could plug me and all those videos will come back. I can remember them in my head. Most of them, anyway. Most of the important ones, yeah. It's good what the brain can do, and I'm getting older, I'm not getting any younger, but I'm still using the brain and trying to use it physically rather than rely on my memory. I regularly go down memory lane right back to 1963 is how far I can remember. I was born in 61, so yeah, the fact that I can do that, brilliant. And also I've been watching a lot of material from the past, from the 60s, the 50s, 60s, so I've got a nice pattern building up as to how my life has been shaped through what I saw back then, yeah. It's been good therapy. Self-counselling, that is. You should all try that. You should all go back into your past history, programs you used to watch, music you used to listen to, and look at things. Look at the things you missed. Very good. It's very therapeutic, especially when you're doing debates and that. I find it very useful. I'm absolutely indestructible, especially in that Gen Panda server. Wow. They get a kick in every time I go in there.
Come on, tell me about it. Last night I watched the movie, and it, as I was watching it for the second time, I was realizing how much pseudoscience was based on. I mean, it's fiction, but based on evolution and based on a lot of things. Yeah, Lucy was the movie. Yeah.
Okay.
Which is the name of the first human was a woman, Lucy. So they say the primates,
right. Yeah, that's right.
They discovered a tooth, and they say that's the link, the missing link, and gave him a name of Lucy. Yeah. So the movie is based on that. Yeah. So much bullshit, man.
Yeah, exactly. Really, it really is. Because that's exactly my sentiment exactly. Because I'm watching, I'm thinking this is how they developed the language to indoctrinate everyone. Because these movies are very programming, yeah. And if they had integrity of the movie, remember this is just fiction. What we're telling you here is just fiction. It's not actually happening there, but they don't do that, you see. So people walk off.
Yeah, people confuse that with reality. It's fiction, nevertheless.
Yes, and it's just blended in, and they move from one movie to the next. It's being written. The movies go on, and it's just part of the indoctrination, and that's what I've really noticed. Yeah, I've noticed it more and more.
You can do it. You can do the same movie in cartoon. It's the same thing.
Yeah,
they'll still believe that it's real.
Yes, because they do that. They reinforce it through cartoons. Of course they do. I mean, I'll give you an example. Let me give you an example, yeah? My nephew's in London, okay? We're going back to 2008. So he would have been about 7 or 8 years old, okay? Right? Now, I'm trying to introduce him to the flat earth, yeah? The way he defended the globe, right, was amazing. And he was only 8 years old. And I had to hit the brake. I goes, hang on. You're 8 years old, okay? I am, at that time, I would have been maybe 40 something, all right? 44, 45.
So he's closer to the monkey than you. Got you.
Right. I said to him, can you know more than me? Oh, yeah? Remember, the be real yet, but you're defend like you have. Right, and he's 8 years old. Okay? I had to pull him up on that one. I said, hold on. You can't know more than me. Right? And your teachers.
I heard 80. Sorry.
Said, you're believing your teachers because your teacher taught you that and you recalled everything taught you, but did you go and check it? Because you checked it. Did you check it? So go and check it first before you start so strongly about something you haven't even confirmed yet. And then he calmed down. I said, come on, man, because you're only 8 years old. You can't know more than me. Can't know more than your uncle. And I'm 40-something. Okay? That makes sense, And then he slowed down. Yeah, I had to remind them. So when
but these people, but they are indoctrinated to think like that, like we all are.
Yes, that's what I mean.
They are indoctrinated that they are the next generation, so more clever than this generation.
Yeah,
this generation is closer to the monkey than the new generation is further away from the monkey. So more clever and stronger than ours.
Yeah.
So silly, man.
I said that's a mistake because I do say that because I am on other servers. Youngsters, when I say young, they're in their teenage years. Okay, 18 and 20, and I remind them, I go, currently of age, you know me. So they even think that. What you know is nothing at 63 years. There is still you have your experience. So calm down. The days where you think nothing is over, you learn from the elders. That way you can be stronger in your knowledge. You don't know more than you haven't lived long enough yet. You're currently uploading the nonsense that I learned years ago. Now I'm telling you it's man, I'll pull them up now. I'll remind them. And I'm not saying that to be derogatory. It's nature. I cannot know more than somebody who was born earlier than you. You can. I might not know that. I'll give you that. But if you're talking about life, you're a loser on that. You will lose against me on that one. Okay. So have some respect for your elders and try to learn what we've learned, and then you can be a better version of me as you get on older. Okay? That's what I said to my children and that, and all my students and the youngsters that I come up across, because they do have that attitude that we who are old know nothing. I said, I'll outrun you now. I'll outpush you in weights. Okay? Right now as you are. You're not as fit as I am now, right now. So don't even give me that nonsense. You're lacking. So have some respect. My responsibility is to ensure that you don't make the mistakes I made. That's a responsibility that's on my shoulders. So I'm trying to do that. All right? So quieten down, pay attention, and ask the appropriate questions. Yeah, man. Yeah. Because I've been fighting this now for 10 years now. 10 years straight with these youth and that, thinking they know that we don't know anything. Because we're old, we're discarded. That's a big mistake.
We don't know anything, but we are the educators.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what they have to realize. Yeah. young man yesterday said, yeah, Jin has got this, the flat earth and all this universe stuff. He's got it dialed in. Remember, he's older than us. So we've got to now take what he says and go and check it. That's what he said. I said, that's right. You've got to go and check it. That's the mistake I made. I didn't check it for 48 years. So I'm trying to get you to check it now. 40 believing in something that doesn't exist. I made that mistake. So now I'm trying to help you. So pay attention and act accordingly, man. If you want to know the truth, make your life worthwhile. Don't make it a life that's governed by the system. Then, you know.
Yeah, but they need to do the research themselves. You just need to guide them, you know?
That's all, yeah.
They need to do the research themselves. These things of people coming to a chat like this one, looking for answers, you know, without doing the research themselves, it means nothing to them.
Yeah. And I say that to them, that I take no credit for this information because I give credit to the people who I've learned from. All I'm trying to do is you to that information. That's all I'm going to take credit for directly there. That's it. But for the content, that you give thanks to the people, okay? And I always tell them that. So, you know, I'm not here thinking I'm better than you in that sense. That's not what it's about. Because I have a responsibility as your elder, okay? I have knowledge that you need to know in order to advance in this world of deception. So pay attention.
Go ahead, Joe.
Go ahead, Joe, man. Sorry.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why I like it when I go into like the Gem Panda server or the Earth Awakening. When it's live, right, I always try to engage the listener who's listening on the YouTube. Yeah, I'm talking to you. That's right. Yeah. When did you measure that curvature? Because you would have to have measured it to know it. So if you haven't done that, then you do not.
You are on YouTube, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. YouTube, Rumble, Ruskin. I always say I give them a good welcome and that. Jin CBR1 reporting in. Going to rock your world now. Here we go. And I'm talking, yes, when did you measure that curvature? Because you would have to. And if you haven't done that, then you can't claim to know that the Earth is a globe. You can't claim to know that. That's not knowledge. That's you believing what you've been told without confirmation and validation. Yeah. But I know it's not a globe. How do I know?
They don't even know who measured to be a globe.
Yeah. So it's important to get that.
Because no one did.
Listeners.
No one measured to be a globe, yeah.
Yeah, no one's measured it. It's never been measured as a globe. Exactly. It's measured flat, always. And then you help them along by saying, well, go back to your experiences. Have you experienced seeing the globe and feeling the curvature? Have you ever, you know, how have you done that? Why don't you look at your parents' photographs or your grandparents' photographs when they went to the beach and that? See if there was any curvature in the shots, you know? You can easily find out that your experiences have been on a flat and stationary plane. You're carrying
Hold on, but they know about Aristotle and Aristophanes and all these guys.
Yeah.
And Euclid. They know about these guys.
Yeah.
They know about the claim, sticks and shadows. Yeah. Alberoni, another one. Because that's the rhetoric. And those people were measuring the earth flat.
Yeah. So I'm generally always gentle with people. But today we had a Jamaican come onto this server yesterday for you. Yesterday. Maybe today for you, but very early in the morning. In the Americas anyway. Right? So, and he was just totally lying about the horizon, yeah? You know, because we explained to him this, you know, anymore. And most people say
you're breaking up,
horizon.
Man.
That's the globe. Sorry, yeah. Okay. Right. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it comes and goes. You're using a pirate satellite, that's why.
Yeah, right. So basically, I said to him that most people say ships go over the horizon. Okay, right. But it hasn't, because when you pick up a pair of binoculars, you can see the ship. And he started to deny that. He just adamantly denied it. That's not true. I said, that is true. Have you done that yourself to know?
Yeah, but Jin, going over the horizon, it doesn't mean sphere.
No, of course not.
The horizon is horizontal.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
that's what I said to him. and then you see,
I don't see how that would be a problem.
Yeah, you could see what he was doing though, right? He was trying to talk about the spin of the Earth, and I said, hold on, I'm going to stop you right there. If you're going to try and, because I asked him,
you're going to need a flat plane as well.
Yes, and I asked him, how did he validate the Earth as a globe? Yeah, right. And he went for the spin. He goes, no. The normal routine is you have to prove the curvature of the Earth first, because I said shape. I didn't spin. Spin doesn't prove shape. Okay, so, and he said he was a scientist of physics, a Jamaican. This is a Jamaican man, okay, saying that he was a scientist of physics and a scientist. I said, well, if you're a scientist,
wrong genre. This is geometry, not science.
Yes, exactly that. So I said, look, we're talking about the shape here. So you've got to start from the beginning. How did you validate the curvature? And that's when he went to the horizon thing. Science.
And it's curving. Curving from what?
Yeah, from the horizontal
it's deviating
plane,
from straight. Yeah, you're ignoring the straight part.
Yeah, deviating from horizontal. And then I said, I've got some material for you to look at, and that's what I sent him to him. I sent him the quantum eraser one with the that was a good one, and then various other material. So he can go and have a look at it. But yeah, this coming in line. My point was that when they come in and they start denying, then I start shouting at them. When you deny the truth, right, I'm not going to be kind to you anymore. You'll forfeit any niceties in my book because you are insulting me. And if people are listening live, they need to know that when people lie, you must hold them accountable for the lies they tell. I'm always giving you sources, ladies and gentlemen. I will give you the source. If you can't see it on the YouTube, I will tell you the name of the video you need to watch and how many minutes it is, how long the video is, and then you can go and watch it for yourself. Globers don't do that. Globers never give you the source.
There are no globers, man. Everyone is a flat earther. They just don't know it yet.
That's correct. They're in denial. That's what I said to them. They're flat earthers in denial. They're flat earthers gonna be. Flat earthers gonna be. That's what they are. Right, I've got to get ready for work now because it is now coming up for what? Let's have a quick check. It's coming 20.
No worries, Gene.
So I'll catch you guys up later on. It's early morning in Japan.
See you later, man.
Yeah, I was up at 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock, you said. You're gonna need a flat plane for that.
Times, yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy yourselves. I will be back later. Thank you. Thanks for listening.
Bye. Miguel, how are you, sir?
Yo, mic check.
We can hear you, Mike. You checked.
Hey, how's it going, everyone? I'm just waiting.
I guess.
Yeah, I'm just here to get verified. Bong Sao here. If anyone knows my voice, can you verify?
Well, if you are speaking, it's because you've been voice verified. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to speak.
I don't know. There's some AI, pretty clever AI out there. I'm not convinced.
Hey, how's it going, mate? How's it going, mate? You mind vouching for me?
What are you doing? You still in Oz or what?
Yeah. I'm in Sydney still. Sydney. It's kind of raining up here. How's you guys down there?
Yeah, I'm Northern Slopes and Plains, New South Wales. Yeah, cloudy today.
Down there.
Kind of nice because it's not as hot. Yeah, what's his down stuff? Get him.
Verified, mate? Am I verified? Now I'm waiting for what's his name? Curve function collapse. The admin. He wanted to. He wanted to. I guess I'm verified properly. He wanted me to come in here and so people can know it's me and. How's it going? How you been, T Dub? Good. How's everyone going? Good. Yeah.
Yeah, cheers. Hanging in there.
I just came back to help because I heard something about Antarctica and lights in the sky, and I was like, "Oh, I better just back up." You know what I mean? I better just
Going
hang
to the
out.
closet, getting his boxing gloves out.
Hey, I'm looking out. I'm just there to look out, all right?
Coming out of retirement. That's it.
Hey, right? Too old for this shit, man. Fuck. Oh, it's good. It's good to be back, guys. Good to. Yep.
And we all old for this shit. Be debating horizontal lines and levels and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
What balls look like, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
These things are not up for discussion, man.
What do you mean it looks like a ball? It's a table.
Yeah, it's a flat ball.
It's a flat ball after all.
Yeah. I just thought, like, man, it's like, how could certain people that I know, right, go to a thing, right, that people call an experiment, and it's not an experiment, and they know it's not an experiment, and they know it's not worth going, not worth doing their time or anything because curvature. That's why I came back. I'm just curious, like, what the hell's going on here?
Not just that. They went to debunk a map that has been debunked like 10 years ago or so.
Yeah, bringing up maps and stuff that like we don't. So no one, claims anything, any map or model. Everybody's got their own opinions. The news is at it again. Like. But yep. Were you guys talking before? Did I interrupt something? Anything?
Yeah, you interrupt the silence.
I apologize. I will go on mute. I do enjoy silence as well.
Come on, man. I was joking.
Don't do that, man. George, how are you, man? Long time.
It's good to be back. Long time. Yes.
Talk to you later, fellas. Got a dip. Welcome back, Bong. There's seems like more going on in here than other places we've got at the moment. So, yeah, why not keep it going? Stir Denmark up. He'll talk.
Yeah, Denmark might be having a snooze.
Yeah, me too. I'm just gonna hop back, because I was doing something. I'm just gonna hop back off, and I'll gonna be in the lobby. But it's good to see everyone. See you guys next time. I'll jump back in later some other time. Peace.
No worries, man. Take care.
I don't hear anyone speaking. Hello.
That's because no one else was speaking but you now.
Hi. George, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Yourself?
I'm great, thank you. I figured I would pop on and see what was going on.
Oh, well, nothing much. Just debating about horizontal lines and level lines.
There's a lot of those on Earth, aren't there? Many, many. Let's see what your position is. Ah, you're on our side. Well, did you want to start a discussion?
Discussion about what? Horizontal lines?
Sure, we can discuss horizontal lines.
Wow.
Absolutely.
That's profound. That's a big discussion, man.
Well, with certain people, it certainly is because they think they curve.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem right there, you know. That's the problem right there. What's to disagree with the measurement or with the geometry or mathematics? What's to disagree with these things? Is it based on opinion?
It's because a long time ago, they said that a sphere was the most perfect shape, and they looked up and they said, "Oh, look, the moon. It looks like a sphere." And those things, they look like spheres. So we must be one, surely. And then ever since that moment, everyone has always assumed it's been a sphere. And every theory, no one wants to throw away the globe, so everything's based on it. And that's why the weird things happen with the lights in the sky, and why we have all these complicated formulas where we're looking at lights moving near other lights.
That makes perfect sense now. You see my avatar picture there.
See my avatar picture there with the snooker table and the balls on the top.
Yes.
Well, according with what you just said now, because all the balls on top of the snooker table are round, spherical, the snooker table is also a sphere.
Yes, it must be, including by Eratosthenes' experiments, or observations, as it would be properly called. Yes. Behold, a sphere. It is strange reasoning, isn't it? And I've had them actually argue. I've had globe people argue and argue and argue that they're right and it makes sense, and you're an idiot if you don't think that way. And I'm just like, this is not logical. This is not logical thinking. I actually never engaged in it when I was GE myself.
George, you level your table?
Sorry?
Did you level your table to play on?
Yeah, it's a level plane. Yes, that's correct. It's a level plane. That's how that game works. So anywhere on that level plane, if you place a sphere, the sphere won't roll.
It's not curving then.
Yeah, I know that you're kidding. Yeah, but that's the purpose why that picture is there. There's a purpose on it.
Are we really trying to prove that the pool table is a level plane?
It's locally. Level plane. Everything is curving.
It's locally flat.
Yeah.
That's when the Glober needs to claim local flatness.
Oh, that's funny.
And not parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. What was when you were a Globie, what was your big argument? What was your reason for thinking it was a sphere?
Well, I thought because the things in the sky were spheres, I figured, and then no, I'm serious. And then eclipses, I figured were some type of evidence, and then I thought there was pictures from space. So I thought there was pictures, like people had been up and out there and taken pictures of it. So I thought there were, and then and then all the other side stuff. I figured there had to be something to it, right? Like I mean, like they're building all this stuff, and like every month you get some kind of NASA update. My whole life basically.
Yep.
So yeah, that's my story as best I can remember. I'm 49 now, though, so.
Oh my goodness. I definitely believed in the space pictures, and then I learned it was 3%, that they were just basically scanning the Earth, which was a giant sphere. And you're like, okay, so there's no actual photos of the Earth from space. That's weird. Eclipses were one of mine. I never said that the, quote, spheres in the sky proved that we're on a sphere. I knew that was bad reasoning even back then. But I used gravity, right? And the typical scientific, so-called scientific, pseudoscientific arguments of, hey, well, gravity wouldn't work on a flat world because, you would be walking at an incline and...
Yeah, but you see, gravity, or the lack of it, once I understood that gravity was the bending of space-time.
No, not back then.
It was it for me. Exactly. Because the only way that, for me to understand that we would live on a water ball was gravity, a force of gravity, to bend water.
Mass had to attract mass.
Yeah, correct. But once I understood that gravity wasn't that anymore, was the bending of space-time, it all made sense to me. Because I do work with tools that level and plums, and and I know the behavior of water. That's where we get level from. It's from the behavior of water, not the other way around. So it never made sense to me for people trying to measure the level of water, because it makes no sense. Because water is level. There is no better instrument to level out than water.
That's completely correct.
Yeah, so once I understood that gravity was the bending of space-time, and not a force. That was it. And that was like 8-9 years ago.
I only recently learned that Einsteinian gravity replaced Newtonian gravity, and there's still globies that don't know that, which is really interesting because Newtonian gravity, you could say mass attracts mass and therefore water sticks to the spinning space pair. But now you can't say that. You can't evidence that. And then I learned about the Cavendish experiment not being evidence of anything at all of what it's claiming, which made it even worse. The Foucault pendulum being another problem, and just these continual letdowns like, wait, no, this can't be evidenced? You're kidding me. Oh, it really can't.
What's your problem with the pendulum?
The Foucault's pendulum?
It needs a horizontal plane of reference for it. It needs an equatorial plane, north, south, east, and west coordinate system. And you need the pendulum to be swinging north, south to claim that it's going to deviate 15 degrees an hour on the east-west vector. For anyone to claim the Foucault pendulum and spinning of the Earth, you're going to need a flat plane to prove that.
Mainstream science agrees that there is actually no evidence for the heliocentric claim. The geocentric claim would be just as, they could go with the geocentric instead, and it would have the same readings. The sun would just be smaller and move faster. If you were on a ball, that is.
Yeah, mathematics works the same way. You can put the sun half of the distance, it works the same way.
Yes. And we should be able to measure that 8 inches per mile squared rough estimate. We should be able to find that drop, but we can't. They say refraction. I asked one of them, I said, well, can we falsify refraction? And they said, no. I'm like, okay, so if we can't falsify refraction, then I'm not understanding. Can we not falsify the curvature of your ball? And they're like, no. Okay.
But once they invoke refraction, that's it. They're throwing away the ball because it must be geometrical and not refracted. If the horizon is refracted, it's not geometric anymore. So it's an end game.
Radius.
Yeah.
Yep. And we can't evidence that radius. So that puts the radius in question, and we go back to what our senses tell us about the world we live on. Yes, we do experience interesting bendy phenomena, and we do have a line of sight. We do have angular resolution, all these things, perspective, they play a role. But
and none of those things are part of the Earth curve calculator.
Correct. There is an advanced Earth curve calculator that includes refraction. It's interesting. Definitely strange.
No, I'll say this. In response to play a role, I'm sorry, I shouldn't giggle. It's funny to me though. But perspective is the cause of perspective. So it is the cause of it. The horizon is due to perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's yeah.
Yeah, they tell us some wild stuff, don't they?
No.
Oh yeah.
One of the crazier things
over the horizon, and you believe it. But then you bring a pair of binoculars, voila, the boat is right there.
Well, the globe Earth is kind of divorcing itself from the geometric horizon lately. It's like, no.
The one of the crazier ones is that they told us they knew the distances to these lights in the sky.
Which they don't.
They can't. It's so dumb.
Well, the heliocentric model places the sun infinitely far away. That's how Eratosthenes' experiment was done as well. Observation. It presupposed that the sun was infinitely far away.
Well, they have an actual distance to it, and there's no way to know. I mean, it's dumb.
93 I used to think that miles?
So that's the yeah. And how could you know? I mean, there's no way to know.
No, that's correct. It's just lights in the sky at the end of the day. And yes, we should be able to make some predictions once we put a model together. And those predictions will say, okay, we can predict this thing in the sky. Well, maybe we can't. No, the globe model
No,
supposedly
they are
does
doing
predict
that.
things in the sky, right?
Well, no, it's like if a timer's going to go off, and you know that the timer's going to go off, you didn't predict it. You know what I mean? Like, so like if they have the pattern down and know when it's going to happen, it's not really a prediction. It's like,
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, like the timer went off or whatever. Everybody else didn't even know the timer was going or whatever, right? So they just get to say, "Oh, the timer's gonna, or this thing's gonna happen," and the timer will go off, and then a light will turn on because the timer went off or something.
Yeah.
That type
Makes
of thing.
sense.
That's what they're doing. Yeah, they have knowledge we don't have, basically, or isn't. So then they get to say. They get to say this thing will happen in 2029 and say that it's due to this other thing. It'll always be something else that'll evidence the other thing. It'll be something other than what it is.
It's just a hodgepodge of theories, and most of them are just based on math. It's why you have quote unquote planets where it rains diamonds. We can't evidence that. There's nothing that we can do anything with that. But yet, well, apparently it's real, right? You got to talk about the new space thing. Uranus is being probed again. Here we go. So silly.
Your Uranus passes gas that smells like farts 3 times a day. It does.
It does.
I know. I know. It really does.
It's a giant butt in the sky. It's amazing. So strange. I remember even when I was, big on the globe, that was something that bothered me. All those Uranus comments, just like, really? Really, NASA? Like, this is getting comical. What are you doing? And then there was that
that's the
hexagon on
opening of
Saturn, and
that's the opening of the Spaceballs movie.
It's always been comedy. What about the movie Airplane?
Mm-hmm.
The Spaceballs movie starts with a caravan in outer space, and the license plate reads, "I love Uranus."
Airplane starts off with an airplane, and then that's all you need to know from there.
It's like tied into shape or whatever. I'm seeing the cover of it.
It's such a strange thing they do. And SpaceX is going to start doing the same thing. I'm waiting for it.
Come
why
on,
did they show you?
You haven't seen
why
enough.
Do you think
then
they showed you a comedy?
What about putting a guy on a wheelchair to tell you what is what?
That was weird, and also the whole story behind Stephen Hawking's is strange.
A wheelchair, at least he's got wheels. At least he can go out and smell grass with that. They could push him outside. Shit, the other guys like Neil deGrasse and them, they're just sitting. They're in
He's going to tell you
grandma's
that
basement.
millions of years ago, mankind like this and like that lived like animals. I mean, I'm taking a Mickey. Is your wheelchair a DeLorean now? You travel through time.
How good would Stephen Hawking have fared at the time of Sticks and Shadows?
I want to know how someone with ALS lived that long.
You guys remember? It was us. Do you guys remember that? It was us. Like, everybody started asking how he's alive still, and then he died. Do you guys remember that? It was like 20.
Mm-hmm.
Were you around for that? Were you a Glober back then, or what were you doing?
He always reminded me of Davy Davies.
Asking the question, hey, how is this man still alive?
Yeah, in 2018, we started asking that a whole bunch, and he died.
No, that's
on Einstein's birthday, no less.
That's not the best question to ask. I want to know why his wife or his kid wasn't his interpreter. Why would you have some strange dude that's never met him be an interpreter for him when he had people that were born, like his mom, his dad, as well, that would know what he means?
Come on, you know why? You know why?
But I mean, think about that though.
It
you
was
got a
no
guy
weirder than that guy that was at the Trump, the opposite. Like he was there for Kamala Harris, and they were interpreting him saying
exactly. What were they interpreting and how? Like
nothing.
Go back and watch that when he had the interpreter. each different noise. And then if he made it again in the future, it meant black hole, event horizon, and this and that. But the same noise prior meant, something.
I mean, it was
What? You
brilliant
don't think I
doing
was
that.
I know.
decoding it?
No,
Beautiful
I
stage
know. I totally know. I agree. It was hilarious.
So
I mean, it's not really that
means
funny because of what they did to him, but sure.
no. I just meant like the decoding of the Morse code of Stephen's Morse code. So he's like, and that meant one thing when you're talking to him about one thing, like cereal and breakfast in the morning, and how do you feel, Stephen? And you got to poop. And then when he's talking to you about theoretical astrophysics, means event horizon, time, space, warping, galaxies. The good
And
stuff.
he died on Einstein's birthday. Come on.
It's probably when he was born.
Oh, so silly.
He died the day he was born.
Einstein married his.
Don't punish yourself. We all fell for it. And there's people still falling for it.
And then he got out of his walk chair and took off running because a dog was coming. What the fuck, Steven? You son of a bitch. You're supposed to be faking these people. Don't get up running from a chihuahua. What the hell, Steven? And somebody smacks him. Smack.
Hey, don't be making fun of my cripple freaking pal.
He's
Hey, come on.
not.
He went to
Dude, he
Epstein
just took off.
Island.
He did fucking a 40 dash faster than the fucking. He was running from a chihuahua and he like took off. Like, woof. They said, Steven, get back here. Get back in the wheelchair, brother. We'll push you. I'm just saying, you go by a crippled person with something they're deathly allergic to or deathly afraid of, and if they stay sitting in the chair, you're good to go. You give them a hug, donate them some money. They're probably real. And then if they get up and start running, then they might not be real. That's all I'm saying.
Just tell them, don't move. There's a lion behind you.
Right.
So yeah, there's two new people. If you want to take a shot. There's two people without roles. One of them is probably a new guy.
Are they
Calaman.
globies?
Undetermined at this moment. I'm going to unmute Calaman. If you want to say anything, Calaman, or what's your position? Could be a false alarm.
Nothing. Silence.
The position at this stage is sat on the sofa.
Chris M has the Jeranism map, as you can see. It's if you see the location of the.
Yeah, there's also.
Why do you have that
Too
model
funny.
on your profile? Maybe he works for the UN. Maybe that's why it's there.
It always reminded me of putting the oscillating fan with the cover of the oscillating. That's exactly what that looks like. They just laid the oscillating fan cover over a map. They're like, here you go. What the fuck?
It really blows.
And you know that little toy they give you is a maze with the little ball in it, the little circle toy with the little ball, and you got to roll it around, and that's what it looks like too.
That's amazing. Well, both of them are completely silent and they don't want to say anything.
Well, since they're here, listen. Something that can maybe stir their mind, like why the Earth is flat, why it don't move. Like a good example is to something that has been demonstrated is a drone flying over a time-lapse camera and watching the stars move hours, and the drone stay over the camera, untethered to Earth. And there you have it.
Oh, sorry.
Yep, bye for that. That's really bad for a 2 reference frame claim. So
it's not untethered for Earth though. A drone, you're constantly changing the velocity. You're constantly adjusting. That's not an inertial reference frame. You need an inertial reference frame to go against a non-inertial reference frame.
Yeah, that's what the camera on the ground is. Drone is right? Is the camera on the ground in a different reference frame than something untethered? Like, I could see if it was a flagpole, but it's not tied to Earth. Above the camera that's on Earth. So you need to have 2 reference frames.
You'd have to understand that the drone is, in the globe model, the drone is moving with the air. So even when we see it as stationary, it's moving in their model. If it's at the equator, it's approximately 1,000 miles per hour.
Hold on. So that's really what they have to, I
Yes,
suppose.
that's really what they accept to be true. Yes, Lumpy.
Okay.
They believe that
Wow.
you are sitting there, you are moving at just under 1,000 miles per hour.
Okay, so what is it that when Neil deGrasse says that the football got kicked and you could see it, go through the upright because the Earth moved under.
At speed.
At what speed? What do you mean?
Football is when
how would it move under the football and not under the other?
When the football is still, okay, the football is still right now, it's moving at the speed of rotation of the Earth. You kick it, now...
Now you're going to excuse yourself as to why there is no deviation. Yeah, I know. There is a deviation of Coriolis, but then there is no deviation because everything speeds together.
Thank you.
Oh, the idea that you're making it go faster than the Earth's rotation kills me.
And airplanes flying backwards.
It really would depend on to the arc second of west or east, or you'd need a reference, right? Then you would need to know to the arc second and the latitude, right? You have all.
Wow. It's mind bending, isn't it? Yes, airplanes do indeed fly backwards. It's quite something. Very phenomenal.
Well, that's why a pendulum is so apt
on the
for this,
equator.
because the pendulum creates the inertial reference frame. You need the inertial reference frame if you have a non-inertial reference frame. That's what the pendulum does.
Oh my.
That sounded so awesome.
He said so many times that reference frame. That is amusing.
As long as you have a pendulum hanging in free space.
With no reference frame.
The pendulum needs to be in free space, just hanging on nothing, swinging back and forth.
No, that's how you give it the reference frame, the inertial reference frame, because the plane of swing, it's not going to deviate from that unless another force acts on it. That's why it hangs in free space, to create the inertial reference frame. That's why people are like, well, why do you have to start the pendulum? Well, that's how you create the inertia. You give it the inertia. It's in the inertial reference frame, as opposed to something that would be rotating, which is an accelerated reference frame. That's non-inertial.
Yeah, but again, you're going to need a flat plane for that,
No.
That's
yeah,
not what they mean by inertial and
You need an
non-inertial.
equatorial plane. You need an equatorial plane.
Locally flat.
Doesn't that just mean moving?
Locally flat,
ball?
yeah.
What's different from movement to inertia? I mean, what's different from what?
Which direction is the pendulum swinging? Hold on. Which direction is the pendulum swinging? Which vector?
Straight.
The pendulum is basically an accelerometer. It's a measurement device. You're measuring the acceleration.
No, you're not.
It's a measurement device.
No, you're not. Hold on, please. You're not measuring it.
To be a measurement device, it cannot be swinging. It cannot be a pendulum. It needs to be a plumb.
No, yeah, that's how it works. You measure the deflection.
No, you're not, George. What he's saying, what I'm trying to say to you is correct. A string tied to a thing on a building is not showing you movement of anything. It's not an ometer of shit. It's sitting still and swinging. It's what the hell are you talking about? It's not saying that building's moving. The building is sitting still, you tied it to, clearly.
Well, an axial rotation claim, it requires a horizontal plane of reference because an axial is 90 degree to a plane surface.
The ball is moving.
The axial of a bicycle wheel, it's 90 degree or perpendicular to the wheel. In this case, if you're going to claim that the surface of the Earth is rotating, the surface of the Earth must be perpendicular to the axial of rotation. In other words, flat. But the Earth is not rotating.
And it doesn't matter what they tell you about made-up cat toy words. Without a ball, without it on a real ball, everyone needs to stop putting stuff on Earth and saying they're testing stuff on a ball. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to say you know what reference you are when you're on a stationary Earth and not a ball.
It doesn't have to be a ball.
No,
you can do two different tests. You could just do rotation.
You're not going to show what flat Earth ain't doing with a. What are you talking about? Flat Earth's not rotating. Flat Earth's not doing anything a ball does. So how the hell is sitting something right in front of me and you on flat Earth going to give you the measurement of a ball? How?
Is this guy really a ball or is he just trolling?
I don't know what he is, but he's like, I don't know. Get a ball, dude, and then show us what you're talking about. Show us what's movement's inertial. Show us what's movement's not. When it's always never not moving. It's falling, spinning, falling. It's never not moving. What do you mean, inertial reference frame of non-movement? That doesn't exist on a ball in the first place, does it? That means if you're on a ball,
the inertial reference frame.
No. All you got to do on a moving ball is let your ball go. Don't hold it. Don't hold a ball and watch it work. It'll roll. It'll go. Any ball.
Inertia is resistance to acceleration.
Physics.
I hope someone recorded that.
Any ball you put on a ball is going to move unless you hold it where it's at with your hands or with another object or dig a hole. It's still not going to hold it. It's going to go away. You're not going to stop it unless you physically hold it there somehow and hold it in place. No sphere is going to sit on another moving, spinning, wobbling, falling sphere. I don't understand where you get this idea, people. Gravity or no gravity. It ain't happening nowhere.
Hello, I have something to say.
You are saying something.
So I go into Vitsit Discord and I try to talk to him and I ask him why I can't see the condensation from the breath.
Oh no, please. No.
The video and
no.
He posted a video of the condensation and I said, okay, I'm sorry. And then he kept asking me if I was going to ask that question over and over and I told him I just answered you. And he banned me.
So you are aware that this has nothing to do with what we live on, right? The sun and it's whether there's breath in Antarctica or Witsit was in a 3D studio doesn't mean anything.
That's correct. The Earth is measured flat.
But you got to keep telling people that Witsit banned you for asking a question.
Oh. I hope someone recorded Denmark's ball speech. That was, oh my God. That was epic.
I think I'm willing to take the ballers' balls and hold on to them if they want me to. Because
there's a couple new people here that server muted. Maybe they need to be voice verified by a mod. Anyone?
They're always risky. Are we live streaming? If they've been server muted, there's been a problem in the past with them.
No, he might be new people. They don't have the power to speak yet.
I don't think I've been muted. I'm just listening in,
Okay.
I was here earlier today, so but I'm just listening right now. if that's okay.
No, you're good. You're good. I didn't mean you. There's a couple people of the server muted.
I can't undo that, so.
No, those are the
Web.
those are the two guys I unmuted. They didn't open their mics, so I just remuted them so that they don't come out and like just start yelling and swearing.
Fair.
Okay.
But FE Black Belt had his mic open and he was hot micing a bit, so I can try him.
Watch out, he might be condensating.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, he might not be able to talk. So.
Ay.
Where's your breath at, man? I need to know.
Thanks, guys, for coming here, man.
You know, there's people. You know, there are people that are spending hours upon hours and days upon days, and now they're going to spend months analyzing that 25-hour footage.
Oh my God, I don't even want to see it. I don't even care about it. I wouldn't even care to even. What does it even look like? Don't care.
I stopped after the 360 footage and I saw more anomalies, and I'm like, you know what? I'm done. Real, fake, I don't care anymore. As far as I'm concerned, I don't care. It doesn't mean anything. Moving on.
Yeah, I don't know what they're showing. I've seen both versions. I've seen one go one way, one go the other way. I said, I don't even know what I'm looking at. So yeah.
Well, I agree with that. Yeah, a funny thing happened on the way to Antarctica.
Yeah.
Well, another thing is, we all had agreed that he was going to do a 24-hour live stream. That was
he didn't.
Documented that it was, their camera, and that there was like a camera. They agreed to all that's going to happen. It was all set up. That was what they weren't going to give us anything other than that, right?
12 hours, and then the stream cut out on Candace Owens' Rumble.
I mean, that was the. I figure.
Umpy.
Either way. Okay, I'll be quiet.
You got to fix your mic. It's terrible. Again. I hope he comes back. He was just hot, kind of like. There he is. He's back. All right, let's try it again, Mumpy.
I don't know. Anyway, yeah, that was real clear, and now they're trying to we all know offer everything but that.
I don't know. You know what I saw in the latest thing, and that's where I was just done with it. There was the McToon. McToon posted one of them, and he walked in behind the sun. It's the weirdest thing I'd ever seen, and I've looked at a lot of video footage. I've done video editing. Don't think that a lens flare would explain that. So I'm just like, okay, cool. Sun's very local.
He was in the sun. He was the one. He was the NASA probe to the sun, huh? He was. Did you guys see that? Wasn't it Christmas or something? They released the probe that went to the sun, the footage or whatever. Did anybody see that?
No,
I want to know how many degrees that circle was left to right.
It went where? To the sun. To the second law of thermodynamics violation.
Just a heads up.
It's fine.
Just a heads up. Look at VC check-in. It's probably like a mini raid of 6 or more. So.
I want to know the angle of distance, dude.
He did give the measurements for the tripods, so you could do some shadow research and see what you get.
Shadow boxing.
I got 22 feet elevation so far. That's what got figured out. 22 feet. Very local sun.
We all seen those sun tracker cameras. Yeah, they are set on a equatorial plane to track the sun. That on its own is a proof of a flat plane.
Yeah, the base sits still and the camera top has to move. If it was the other way around, the Earth would be rotated and the camera top would sit still, and then the base would rotate.
And guess what? Wanted to calibrate that, north, south, east, and west are horizontal.
Yep, they are.
Yeah. All the directions the sun is going is straight horizontal in a horizontal pattern and equal distant 360 horizontal. So if the sun is showing you the
So how
maps
can they
for the
say?
glober, well, the sun's
How can they
designed.
say that they are down there or going up there? They're going horizontal.
Listen, I'm trying to finish my sentence, George. You never let me. I don't know what the hell is going on. The sun
Sorry, man.
is doing a circle. It's okay. You might not be able to hear me. I don't know. The sun is going in a perfect circle of equal distance of altitude of 360 above your head. It's above your head the whole time. It's not below your feet. So it's going in the north, the south, the east, and the west. And it's above your head. Yeah. And in front of you and right there above that little local spot.
Are you trying to say Earth isn't in the sky?
Yeah, but what I do want to say is that since globers think that the sun is the map, is the earth, is the basin, so if the sun is doing a perfectly flat circle, what's that make your dirt? If the sun shows you the attribute of the map and the layout underneath you, and the sun is doing a flat path the whole time, what is underneath it then? It's not going down and around.
No, I know. I'm following you fully.
Right.
You do perceive it as kind of doing this wavy motion, though.
Right, but it's not going down below the dirt and water, is it?
No,
No.
that would violate the globe as well.
Right, that would violate flat Earth so hard.
Interesting. I never thought of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica as something you could use for an FE argument.
Yeah, if you measure the elevation angle of the sun, you're gonna come to the conclusion that it's a horizontal plane of reference.
Makes
I
sense.
don't think they had a 24-hour sun there, and I don't think
it's not dropping.
Of course not. I don't think it's so either.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Exactly, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change the argument.
Right, it doesn't matter what
In my opinion,
hold on, don't get me wrong.
Go ahead.
It doesn't matter what we think if we didn't go and specify and make sure. So at the end of the day, whether it did or didn't, the Earth's still what it is. But if it does go above your head 24 hours, who cares? It doesn't bother me. It points out like I just showed you. It's not going down and underneath this motherfucker. Detrimental to flat Earth would be a sun that actually dropped below the dirt and water, to me.
I want
Vertically. Like down and under and yeah. That doesn't.
I want. Oops, sorry.
You're good. I'm sorry.
I want to see a live stream, 25 hours. That is what we asked for. That is what I want to see. Someone should do it because it would be like a Guinness Book of World Records thing. It would be really interesting. They're never going to do it.
I thought Jaron and them did that.
No, they didn't give you a 24-hour live stream. They gave
25.
you 3 weeks later. 3 weeks later, edited video. That's what they gave you.
Oh, I see. So 25 hours worth of 3 weeks later edited video versus. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So what they
and
did
it is weird.
they gave you video, but it took them 3 weeks to release it.
Right. Why didn't they have the 24-hour one that you could watch if you wanted, and then afterwards you could see the releasing of whatever they put together? Yeah.
Oh, because there was no live stream, and they blamed Starlink, and then they blamed a whole bunch of other things, and yeah, liar.
Was no live stream.
No, there was no live stream. There was no 24-hour live stream. There wasn't even, anything close to that. There was something
what
on
is the
Candace
footage
Bowen's
of?
Rumble. Oh, well,
So
this footage is
them
they
talking.
recorded it. They recorded it, right? And then they released it 3 weeks after they got back.
See,
there were
they
live
did
streams,
supposedly.
but not of no 24-hour sun.
But they supposedly showed up like we show up, put cameras, and they supposedly, for 24 hours, had to have the battery, the film, and the stuff to actually supposedly film it, though, right?
The key term is live stream, so it's not live to people in real time.
No, I know. I'm not specifying that part. I understand what you guys are saying there, but I'm saying like if I go down there, did they at least fucking like they were supposed to film it for the 24 hours the whole time? That's what they were supposed. That was the main thing, right?
The claim is that they did for over 24 hours. There is a video, several of them. There are 3 pieces. there's an unedited, supposedly, and an edited. You know, they have all that.
Okay.
It's all
But I
edited
understand
though.
what you guys are saying. They didn't show it live to us as it was happening, so we could never be sure. And that's what they were supposed to do. So they fell back on their own word, which means, disappointment for the people you gave your word to. That's kind of weird, right?
I think the weirdest part of it was that it was streaming to Candace Owens' site. Very few people saw it. They said it was 12 hours and then it crashed and that was it.
Yeah, it wasn't a
So she
24-hour live.
she tried to give you a live stream, but it only lasted 12. That's weird. But she tried for 12, right? Whoever.
Yes, that is
Yeah.
weird. And there's no record of this footage anywhere.
So I am currently looking at the newest upload on the channel of the final experiment, which is a 10-hour video. It's called part 2. And it's of one of the 360-degree cameras. So, and if you should also be able to see the recordings of the some of the other events and streams that happened should also have been captured on there, I think, or maybe some of that was in part 1.
Yeah, no, you did get the meme of the cameras that were taking pictures and the cameras taking pictures of the cameras. That did happen.
I find it weird that Candace Owens' producer went down there. So is Will Duffy his own producer, or did he pay Candace Owens' producer to come down there with him? Or was there something
It's
like,
weird, isn't it?
yeah. Why would Candace Owens, a political person, then steer to straight religion and a religious dude, and then, flat earth, conspiracy theory, whatever. Yeah, just weird, right?
Yeah, the whole thing's weird, man. The whole thing, like right from beginning to end. I was excited for a 24-hour sun. I thought, oh, this would be so cool. I've never seen Antarctica, like actually know it's Antarctica. Then I started noticing an issue because our dear friend Will Duffy decided to leave his virtual green screen on. And then I'm like, oh no.
And I do think it's weird that, like, when the Candace Owens was asking people or doing something, she's just asking some questions about something. People were like, "Oh, you're one of the flat earthers too," and she's like, "No, I'm just trying to ask questions. Like, why would you?" And she's never ever came out and said, "Hey, I'm a flat earther," so I don't know why anybody would
She's
be like,
not.
"Hey." No, I know. So why would the person, you know what I mean? Why would the media then start trying to jump on her like that? That's just weird too. If it's true, or just a played out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's a funny thing happened on the way to Antarctica, and I think that's where we leave it. I would believe it just as much if they said they went to the moon, eh? It's so silly. And it doesn't mean anything. And I think that's where the community needs to sit. Look what happened with Jaron. He had a breakdown, went on a big rant, left the community, quote unquote, called it a cult, ran off and starting his own weird little show. And he's charging $250 to go to a Zoom meeting. So, yeah, there you go. It tells you everything you need to know. But yeah, I don't want to throw anybody under the bus. I think it's interesting, but it means nothing. Speaking of, hey, anybody have like, a couple $1 million? You want to go to Antarctica?
Well, for that price, I can sell you a property in Mars.
I know. I've been wanting to buy real estate up there. Oh. No, but in all seriousness, it would be amazing if we could actually go there, explore.
Yeah, maybe if you keep saying that space is fake, somebody is going to shoot you there. Will Duffy is going to pay for shooting you there if you keep saying it hard enough and long enough. Yeah.
Shoot you with what? What are the guns?
Where are the guns, Nathan? Where are the guns? Oh, that was amazing. I enjoyed that part. It's just like watching a really bad soap opera. It was great.
I liked the song. What are the guns, Nathan?
No. What is it? There's so many 24-hour sun references you could make, and only in Antarctica. Too funny. But back to reality. which is right before us and not in the sky.
Or in Antarctica.
Or in Antarctica. Have we ever thought about getting together and doing sun observations ourselves, like all over the world, all across it?
Yeah, Nathan Oakley and
Nathan
Jaron
did.
and all of them did that back in the day to disprove the azimuthal equidistant map, the projection. They disproved it with observations all over the world. And that's why it was weird when Jaron is constantly peddling the AE map as some sort of map of the world of it being flat when he disproved it back in the day.
When did he get co-opted then? Because, yeah, I noticed that too. I was looking at some of his old footage and, yeah, you're correct. The AE map was debunked in 2017.
I don't have any reason to think he's been co-opted or anything like that. People are human beings, and it seems to me like they can be persuaded in their own arrogance.
Mm.
Well, it
Why
has
go to
been convenient
Antarctica,
for
though,
him
if you already disproved it?
Well,
monetize. It's been convenient for him to punt these things.
Well, when all of that fallout happened with Glowbusters and Ballbusters and just all of them, and when that fallout happened, it happened over the information that they wanted to put out. So just got to study the information and have the tools yourself to be able to have the discernment to understand what's true, what's not.
I think once you truly understand the planar reality, the horizontal in all four directions plane that we live on, there is no going back to the spinning space pair. It's not going to ever happen. So anybody that does never was part of this.
Absolutely.
They never understood it. They never got it. They never grasped it. I was one of those people. I never truly got it. I can say I get it. I can't go back.
I think the problem is that people want to jump ahead without mastering the fundamentals first. And even
yes,
you can prove this to yourself in some martial arts. You start and at a fundamental level, and you master the fundamentals before you move on.
Yeah, you're 100% on that. And most people have a level of arrogance that they won't do that.
Well, wait, what are we talking about? Sorry, I'm late.
I see, but
How's it going?
How are you?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
I'm great. So, what's your position on the world?
Hearing about this little Antarctica thing that just went down, I think it was fake. No shot. They actually flew him down there. It's too cold. Earth definitely flat to an extent. I don't know much, like the shark attack thing. You know how they say everyone who walks off the edge, like that's the real shark attack number? Ooh, I don't know. Maybe that's true. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not really open to the round earther side of you anymore. I'm only flat.
You said down there.
Did he just say shark attack numbers are the...
Yeah.
What?
I think he's thinking
everyone
about
who walks off the planet, yeah, those are people who walk off. Yeah, because sharks aren't dangerous. We know sharks aren't dangerous animals.
Yeah, you can't walk off. You just you just walk to the other side, upside down with the Australians.
Well, no. So, okay, I'm going to kill this once and for all because I'm sick to death of hearing it.
I'm sorry.
They're the so-called edge of the world that all the globies love thinking that we believe in. All you need to keep the water in is the shore. Just like when you go to the beach, it's just more shore. That's it. There's no edge. There's no edge you can fall off. Let's stop assuming that. That's ridiculous.
What happens at the end of the shore?
You cannot fall from a lake, can you? If you're crossing a lake, can you fall?
No, you can sink that.
What is the edge? What is the edge of a lake?
Oh, he's onto something.
Ooh.
What is the edge? What is the edge of the lake? Where does the lakes end?
Wait. But what if you just keep heading in the same direction? Would you not?
Well, you're gonna reach the edge, which is the shoreline, isn't it?
Yeah, but then you reach like an invisible barrier or something.
What invisible barrier?
No
what are you
one
talking
knows.
about? You reach
That's
a
what I'm saying.
shoreline.
I'm almost positive
You reach
that's
a
the shoreline.
shoreline. Hello,
Yes, but
you reach a
It's just a
shoreline.
shoreline.
Dry
You
land.
just keep going, man. You just keep
So wait,
going.
what
No
about
one here knows.
the other side of the Earth? Is it
other side?
What
yeah,
other
you
side?
know how
What are you
there's
talking about?
Like
you
the
know,
bottom, it's flat.
Yeah.
So we have a bottom.
Mate, if you travel
You know,
south,
interesting-
you go
interesting
you go on a
fact
horizontal line. You go on a straight line south or north, for
No,
that matter.
he's asking how far can you dig down, and I believe it's 8 miles. And at the bottom of the Mariana Trench, I believe we haven't even hit that. So you can't go down that far. And even if you try, take a look at the shore inside of the ocean or the lake within the ocean. It'll be very interesting for you.
So, like,
and
are we
it is
just
indeed something real.
Are we just saying that the land's like infinite though? Like it just
Unknown.
goes.
Is that why we haven't gone to like the bottom of the ocean?
Infinite. It doesn't exist such a thing. It's a concept. Infinite is a concept.
I know, but you're just saying it's shore forever. That means there is an edge. There's for sure an edge. I'm not arguing that. There is an
What
edge.
we know is there is a treaty on Antarctica that people tend not to go there for whatever reason of the treaty. You can go there as a tourist, the same way you can go to Paris and visit the Eiffel Tower. They'll take you there and they'll bring you back the same way they take you in. So exploring is out of the question.
Yeah, so you're not going to go find no mythical edge that you're talking about. So stop speculating.
So I'll find a mythical infinite domain, like
Unknown.
You said 8 miles is the limit. Like we haven't been past
8 miles
miles.
is the limit to dig. Yeah, roughly.
Is that why we haven't gone to the bottom of
That's
the
the
ocean
deepest
it's like
borehole.
hidden by the government or something?
Did you know there is more land?
Oh.
Did you know there is more land? We call it seabed.
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
Oh my goodness.
You can dig on seabed.
Oh, I'm new to this.
There's more
I'm
land
sorry.
there.
So you can definitely go deeper, I think, than 8 miles, and that requires you to go through the ocean, though. But it's not much further because there's a barrier of water, like super saline water, that you bounce right off of on your submarine, and no one's penetrated it that we know of. Yeah, this is not stuff that's being made up. This is fact. You can go look it up
on Google.
On the Google, sure.
What do I look up?
Now you can look at lake
The Earth measures flat.
under ocean or within ocean.
All right, looking it up.
It's a very interesting thing. There's a YouTube video on it as well where the divers show it to you.
Where's the water stored at the bottom, though? It's just
We haven't explored the world's oceans. We don't even know what's down there.
Leviathans.
Unknown.
It's like 5 of them.
Unknown.
It could be all the sharks. It could be killing the people. Like we were the shark guys.
Sharks aren't dangerous.
Do you want to talk about black holes or not?
Have you ever seen Jaws? They are pretty dangerous.
Black holes lead to white holes, and white holes flip it inside out.
Methinks there are trolls here. Many of them.
No, I'm serious about this. I'm just new and young, so you probably think I'm a troll.
A little bit of a troll.
No.
But I'm saying it's flat. I'm just like, how is it infinite, though? If, like, infinite, it's not infinite, it's unknown, but there has to be
I'm not an infinite planer, but I will continue to say undefined
me neither.
plane.
It must be finite because we have gas pressure. And to have gas pressure, you need to have a container, so something physical.
Exactly. That's what I was trying to say.
To achieve gas pressure, it needs to be it needs to have a volume, so a set size cannot be infinite.
Yes, and you would be talking about the very root of pressure to press upon the barrier. That is to create that pressure. Yes.
What I don't understand is who's tricking us. Why do they want us to believe it's round?
See, I actually don't think that's the case. I have a very controversial view in the community about that.
Freaking NASA and those liars.
Okay, so would you like to hear my perspective on that?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
So a very long time ago,
I blame
there
SpaceX.
was this ancient Greek, and this ancient Greek said a sphere is the perfect shape. And he looked up at the sky and he saw that the moon was a sphere, and he saw other bodies were spheres in his opinion. And so he said that we must live on one. And ever since then, no one wanted to throw that sphere away for some reason. So everybody's been clutching their balls. And what ended up happening
Even the woman?
was they all started to look up at the sky and try and explain the sky and explain everything away with all these different theories and maths. And it was just one band-aid after another, theory upon theory, a big house of cards. And really, that's all that happened.
Have we ever been to space?
No.
How are the woman going to grab their balls?
No, but we've been up. Whatever up is, we've been there. Not to the moon. Not to another, quote, planet
So wait,
or anything like that.
Sorry, are like the moon and the other planets, are they round or are they also flat? Well, like not like the moon, but like the other planets.
We don't know what the moon is. No one has been there, right? Just like we don't know what the other lights in the sky are, whether they be red lights or bigger lights or
like stars.
They just appear to be lights. Yeah, they just appear
Are they
to be
making
lights.
fake microscopes so that the microscope's lying to us?
Yeah,
we
I
don't know.
mean, mine didn't work in school.
Hubble microscope. Always freaking lying to me.
Yeah,
Hubble
like the
Space
light was-
Telescope is not an actual imaging device. It's a bunch of mirrors that take in
Is it like AI?
photon data. No, it's not AI.
Why? So the telescope's a fake AI?
No, they're not fake.
No, it's not. Yeah.
Oh, it's not AI, it's just fake.
It's just mirrors that collect light or photons. And then that
And
data is
monocular vision, yeah. A
Yeah.
telescope you can only see with one eye.
That's right.
It's not binocular vision. So how can you say it's spherical if you only have one lens?
That's accurate.
The Lucy
What
telescope.
if you get two
Hold on,
telescopes?
I'm back.
I just want to say this real quick. The Lucy telescope is actually binocular.
Ooh.
Binoculars. I used them to spot a bird before.
No one has.
Is it
black
one
holes
of
are not a
those that
thing.
you connect to NASA via online to see the
Black
pictures
holes
on the
don't exist?
telescope?
No.
How was the
would
universe
they?
created?
What universe?
Universe.
Oh,
black
wait.
holes. What about the
Oh,
white
you think we
holes?
believe in all that silly stuff? No, we don't believe in outer space.
Oh. So is it just us?
Yeah, it's just us.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
cool.
it requires belief.
Yeah, we don't deal in beliefs. We deal in what we can evidence,
In
what
facts?
we can prove. Yeah, facts alone. It's called empiricism. You should look into it.
Well, that's a big vocabulary word.
Yes,
Not
it
there
is. You should learn it.
The Lucy telescope.
Learn about the
When you find the
scientific method
definition of it, you're going to be more impressed.
Definition of what?
I'm already impressed by what I just heard.
Empiricism.
Isn't the Lucy telescope, though, isn't the right eye darkened? I'm just kidding.
Just kidding.
A telescope isn't zooming anywhere. The light comes to you. You don't have to go anywhere. And you don't know where the light's at. Because if the light's coming to you, it's coming to you. Right?
I looked at the sun and it nearly blinded me. I think I know where the light came from.
Well, it's not coming from coming from millions of miles of anything. It's hitting your eye. So like you're not zooming out, your eyeball's not zooming anywhere, and your telescope's not zooming anywhere. It's picking up reflected light that's coming and reflecting off the surface of your telescope. So
do you think the telescope's a time machine?
No, it's not at all. Neither are spinning balls. Neither are spinning balls. You don't get off of a ball and your stepbrother get older or younger than you because you're on or off of a spinning ball. And if you think that's true, go stand on a spinning beach ball and I'll stand next to you on not a spinning beach ball and we'll see what happens.
God bless, brother.
Yeah, God bless ball time machine physics.
Them goddamn balls.
Any blower want to just like release your ball? And I can hold on to it for a little while for you, and you can share your ball maybe.
You don't have to worry about that. Globers are allergic to balls. They pray to them, but they're
Yeah, they run away from
God
them.
bless, brother.
You think if I walk like forever, I'll fall off the edge of the world?
You should not be allergic to spheres. Spheres are not going to poison you or hurt you in any way. Don't be allergic to spheres, labs, or globe physics if you're a glober. Please put up, prove it, or lose it.
Ooh, that's a quote.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
I'm gonna put that on my
This is
status.
amazing.
Wait, can you say that one more time? I forgot.
Prove it or lose it.
Prove it or lose it.
Show and tell, boys. Prove
It's
it or
okay.
lose
They
it.
never had any balls to begin with.
Who?
Autobots. We're looking
yeah.
for the cube.
Sweet.
Even the Autobots are looking for a cube. They're not worried about balls.
So do circles still exist? Or is everything
We're all
flat?
flat earthers. They just don't know it yet.
What if the world is secretly a pyramid?
What was that?
Prism. What if it's a prism?
You want to evidence that?
I'm a prism.
It is a little bit of a prism.
It's a pyramid with pyramids all on it. That's weird.
No, the universe
So
is a
practically,
pyramid.
we're just a square.
flat
We got to be a
balanced in
square,
pyramid.
right?
Hold on. Think about that real quick. You just said, what if it's a pyramid? Then there's pyramids everywhere. How do pyramids fit all over a pyramid?
No,
That doesn't even fucking equate, brother.
They're all like flat people inside.
Well, on the bottom of a pyramid, it's like flat. So I guess pyramids could go there.
So you mean it's flat? So there's flat Earth, and you can build a pyramid on flat Earth. There you go, brother.
Yeah.
We didn't know,
know, right?
Thank
No,
you.
no. The
question.
flat. I'm living
Not
on
a pyramid Earth, flat Earth.
Right now, since we're kind of like a flat Earth and it goes down, so it's kind of like a cube. What if we just shaved the corners and made it round?
It doesn't go down.
Well, that would be.
Well, how do we dig? What?
Hey, any baller here? I want to
go
ask.
down.
Do you think down? Yeah.
You dig down.
You only have down. You only have down on a horizontal plane.
There's no
Up
edge
and
of this
down.
planet.
Up and down is in respect to a horizontal plane. You don't have up and down on a sphere. You have inwards or outwards.
Hold on,
we're not
George.
on a
That's not what he's saying. There's no edge.
Down is everywhere and up too.
Right, but he's talking about an edge, an end point to the flat plane. It's because he said, hold on, guys. He said cube. Listen to what he's saying. A cube has 6 sides. It goes on the horizontal top, and then it drops down. Flat Earth is not that I know of. No human has ever been to said edge to say what it's going to do, right? No human's been down far enough other than 7 miles to say what else is under other than dirt. So, I mean, these questions do have answers to an extent, and then they don't to other extents. So no, we don't live on a cube that I know of. It's a flat realm of zero-based elevation. You go up from the 0 point, you go down to it, and everything's horizontal from there, and that's how we live. Whether the dirt has topography, dips, holes, or not, doesn't matter. The reference frame of flat Earth is the 0 point of elevation that we all live on. It's a horizontal line called the 0 point, like the mean line.
What if we're in a simulation and
And it's horizontal, east, west, south, and north.
Yes.
I get it now.
It's not a simulation because if you go into a coma, there's people saying, "Hey, little Jimmy, are you okay?" So that's not what you think, man.
Did you know that the word simulation, at its etymology, refers to something which is a
What's an
deception?
etymology?
So
It's like
etymology
edamame or
is
something.
it's the sourcing of words, where words originated from. So simulation specifically means something fake, something not real, something that is a counterfeit. That is what it means. Now, what is a counterfeit? Do you know what a counterfeit
Like
is?
a fake money.
Fake money.
Not real.
Fake copy of
Not real.
something
That's what it
real.
means.
Yes, it's not real, but it still has the root aspect of there is a real thing that it is copying. Hence,
world isn't a simulation.
Yes. No, this is not a simulation.
Got
Are you sure? Do we have proof of this?
Do you have proof it is?
No, do you have
Try taking a hammer and hit your hand one time.
How do you prove a negative? How do you prove the non-existence of something?
You put another non-existent and then it becomes existent. I learned it in math.
No.
Yeah, in math.
That's very
2
funny.
negatives equal a positive, I'm pretty sure.
Do you think if you were making love, you were it was part of a simulation? Or?
Yeah, I wish. I have little dolls that can simulate.
No, come on. I'm not. No, I'm just trying to bring some type of like activity into it. So like you have like when you're eating, is that like did the food grow? Yeah, did the chicken grow and then you ate it and it tasted good and all that? Like,
what came out first, the egg or the
You
chicken's
have
egg?
to actually think
no,
of
the
the
chicken came
computational
first.
power that would be
Chicken.
required to create a simulation
Yeah,
like what
because
you're
someone
talking
had to
about.
take care of the egg. The egg needed to be kept warm. So if there
How
was
did it
nothing to
even
take care of the
spawn?
huh?
Somebody's hot micing in the kitchen.
Hey, do you guys
It's
believe in
completely and
God?
totally absurd.
Yeah.
When they ask the question
No, I
which
know
one was
there's.
first, the
I know
chicken or
there's
the
that.
egg, the egg doesn't need to.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.